Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 135, Body Inscription. When the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would still be torn. Soon after, their clothes would be ripped to shreds. If they were to choose the 10th level of difficulty, their clothes would even become completely split apart until they were finally stark naked. But Lin Ming's clothes were only a little damaged, he didn't need to replace them. This was simply an inconceivable matter. In the violent wind tunnel, the howling wind was like the roars of dragons and tigers. At the 9th level of difficulty, there were 10 feet tall rolling boulders that haphazardly tumbled around. Lin Ming's body seemed weightless in the forceful gales as he danced in the air. What was strange was that even though the whirlwinds were like a pack of surging ruinous beasts, Lin Ming's body only moved at a slow speed, as if he was a fish that was swimming against a mighty current. Lin Ming's eyes were closed the entire time. He felt the force of the chilling wind with his heart and soul, stabilizing his body as he balanced himself in the mistral air. The wind that fell upon Lin Ming naturally parted around him. Suddenly, a powerful wind vortex appeared around Lin Ming, causing his body to shake and fall towards a boulder. Under this kind of forceful wind, if an ordinary person hit the rock, they would have immediately suffered a painful death. Even a viscera training stage martial artist would have been heavily wounded. But as Lin Ming approached this boulder, he suddenly waved his sleeves and followed a breeze that flowed over the rock. Lin Ming's body drew beautiful arc as he bypassed this rock wall before coming to a stop in midair. This continued for several days. With each day, Lin Ming was increasingly like a fish in water as he hovered in the violent wind tunnel. As long as he used his true essence, his feet would not touch the ground, and he was able to sail through the wind. Only when his true essence was exhausted would he fall to the ground. After that, Lin Ming opened the 10th level of difficulty, but he was still able to barely keep his balance firmly in the wind. Even if there was suddenly turbulence from a whirlwind, Lin Ming was still able to maintain his form. He was just like a kite, despite the howling wind blowing upon him, he was always steadily flying through the air. After several days, Lin Ming began to do all kinds of various movements and actions as he faced the strong wind, moving slowly as he borrowed the gentle force of the wind. At the start, Lin Ming's movement was slow, and the range of his motions was limited. The next day, his speed had increased, and the range of his movement had extended to dozens of feet. Afterwards, Lin Ming's speed grew with each day. The sphere of action which he could move encompassed the entire violent wind tunnel, even approaching the innermost depths of the violent wind tunnel where it was narrowest. 10 days later, Lin Ming had gained a basic understanding of the concept of wind, officially entering the first layer of golden rock shattering the void. Now, Lin Ming was able to move anywhere in the violent wind tunnel at will, the wind wasn't even able to influence him in the slightest. I've spent all 120 hours of this month's time at the 7 major killing arrays cultivating the golden rock shattering the void. Fortunately, my golden rock shattering the void has reached the small success level. Starting from tomorrow, I must practice the heretical god force and pulse cutting palm, and also attempt to break through to the altering muscle stage. I just don't have enough time. Lin Ming had already reached the peak viscera training stage. Although he hadn't set aside time to break through to the altering muscle stage, these days he had practiced his inscription technique, and during that time he would often deplete all of his true essence. Following that, he would enter into his ethereal martial intent state while revolving the true primal chaos formula. Under this sort of extreme state, it had been surprisingly good cultivation for his true primal chaos formula. Lin Ming's talent was average, but he would still be able to reach the altering muscle stage soon. This was all thanks to the true primal chaos formula and his ethereal martial intent. As he walked through the back mountains of Zhou Mountain, with every casual step that Lin Ming took, he was able to cross dozens of feet. His toes gently tapped the thin blades of grass, and he would soar into the sky. By revolving his true essence, he was able to swiftly rise into the air. Like this, he could easily cross over a 20-foot wall. Feeling light with not even the slightest weight to his body, Lin Ming felt a great happiness. This concept of wind is simply too marvelous. Normally when a martial artist cultivates a movement martial skill, it would depend on the coordination of their true essence and bodily strength to increase their speed. Once they jumped up, they would not be able to maintain their speed and would inevitably slow down, but, with this concept of wind, I can actually increase my speed in midair. If I can cultivate the golden rock shattering the void to the third or fourth layer, if I combine that with my increasingly thick true essence, then I might be able to fly. Usually only a Xiantian stage master would have the ability to fly, but I can as long as I achieve the pulse condensation period. As Lin Ming was basking in his excitement, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming, and the sweet voice of Wang Yuhan sounded in Lin Ming's mind. "Mr. Lin, we have finally found all of the materials that you want." Hearing this news, Lin Ming rejoiced. This was a double celebration. He could finally start drawing up the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming took a detour straight to the Inscription Association. After completing several scheduled inscription symbols, he finally received all the materials he needed. The materials were collected through the combined efforts of the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the influence of numerous powerful families within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This nationwide search for materials had finally finished after nearly an entire month. For these materials, the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the various major families had spent a mind-boggling amount of manpower and financial resources. When he was collecting the materials from the Inscription Association, Lin Ming had a certain smug feeling as he saw the piles of materials worth hundreds of thousands of gold taels. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to begin. He knew that his current mentality was not suitable for drawing the body inscription symbol. The body inscription symbol was incomparably precious. It would take a very long time to create, and he absolutely could not afford to be even the least bit careless. Once Lin Ming had collected all of the materials, he first took a nap. After waking, he closed his door and placed a "Do Not Disturb" plaque on the outside. He washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and finally entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation for almost half an hour, and relaxed as his mind became completely calm. There were many martial arts that, after obtaining a top-tier cultivation method, would practice a similar ceremony. This was in order to eliminate their distractions, and let their minds become calm. But unless they were monks, while facing such a top-tier cultivation method that could affect the destiny of their entire lives, who could truly remain calm? However, the nature of Lin Ming's heart was much purer than a normal martial artist's. With the support of his ethereal martial intent, he was able to adjust his condition its perfect state, so that his heart and mind were able to singularly focus on a task. When Lin Ming finally opened his eyes from meditation, his eyes were shining bright like stars. He took the first material, the 7-star ore, and ground it, extracted it, and mixed it. The tools that he used were the best ones that could be found within the Inscription Association. These black-silver inscription tools would not injure or alter the nature of the materials in the least. Not only that, but these tools were able to perfectly work in conjunction with soul force, so that an inscription master could clearly feel any changes in the materials. Of these black-silver tools, each one had a value that was similar to a treasure. The entire set of inscription tools had a value above 20,000 gold taels. This set of tools was a gift to Lin Ming from the Inscription Association. As he processed the materials, Lin Ming was already completely immersed in the world of inscription technique. Each inscription symbol that emerged from his hand was like a living spirit that jumped out. Because of this month-long practice, Lin Ming was able to freely control his soul force like never before. He could divide his soul force into hair-thin strands, and guide the materials together so that each one formed a beautiful inscription symbol. This feeling was like sliding on ice. There was no hitch in the fluid process. Lin Ming was already completely immersed within a rapturous realm. In this state, he had reached an unprecedented extreme of skill. The sun set, the moon rose, the stars fell, and the rose-colored clouds of dawn reflected the new day. Lin Ming had unknowingly drawn the inscription symbol for an entire night. In the past, he was able to complete the symbols and lines in a very short time. But now, each symbol and line took at least an incense stick of time. In drawing these complex structures, he did so gingerly. In this period, Lin Ming also failed a few times, but he had already anticipated this situation. He had left the most precious materials for last. There were backups for everything else. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's soul force had already surpassed his natural limit. However, because his spirit was in such a state of high concentration, Lin Ming had entered into a state of self-hypnosis. He did not feel himself overdrafting his soul force, but this state was also extremely dangerous. Because he had gone past what his body could bear. There were stories of earthquakes, where children would be caught in the collapsing ruins. But, because of maternal love, a child's mother would be able to exert a godly strength and abruptly lift fallen walls that weighed 1,000 genes, thus rescuing their child. The reason this was possible was because of self-hypnosis. At the end, the mother would often exceed the limits that could be placed on her body, and she would be disabled or even die. Time passed 1 second at a time, until it was late morning. Lin Ming had drawn up the last symbol that he needed. As he gathered his hands together, the complex inscription symbol in the air began to superimpose upon itself, layer after layer, until it became one organic whole. It sent out a sparkling light as if it were a newborn star, and this star gently fell onto Lin Ming's left chest. There was a slight stabbing pain, as if he was being pierced by scalding hot needles, and then a mysterious six-pointed star appeared on Lin Ming's left chest. Then, Lin Ming could only see black as dizziness erupted in his head, and he slumped to the ground. His exhausted soul force had resulted in a bone-aching sleepiness. As the body inscription symbol was finally completed, Lin Ming almost instantly fell into a deep slumber. In this deep sleep, he had severed all perception of the outside world. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. An intense feeling of hunger finally woke up Lin Ming. He stumbled around as he crawled up on his knees. He only felt a splitting headache. This pain was what followed an overconsumption of soul force. He casually took out some food from his spatial ring to eat, his expression sluggish as he sat on the ground. He sat there for a long time, and then finally, slowly mumbled, "This is how." Trying to remember, he vaguely recalled the process of drawing up the body inscription symbol. He lifted his hand and traced his left chest. On the originally smooth skin, there were some uneven lines. He lowered his head to look. On his left chest was a mysterious six-pointed star mark. It had fused into one with the mark left from the magic cube. Chapter 136, Altering Muscle Stage. Chapter title is a spoiler. Highlight it to read it now, or see it at the bottom. Body inscription symbols. I see, it was because I overtaxed my soul force from drawing up the body inscription symbol, so I fell asleep for such a long time. What time is it? The large hourglass in the cabin had already streamed cleanly to the bottom. He had apparently slept for at least an entire day. It's a good thing that I succeed. I misjudged the difficulty of the body inscription symbol. I didn't expect for each symbol and line to have taken such a long time. The one that I drew was the essence gathering symbol. The 2 body inscription symbols that Lin Ming had planned to place on himself were the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal. The essence gathering symbol was placed on the chest and could enhance the speed at which true essence was gathered, thus increasing a martial artist's cultivation rate. The strife seal was placed on the right hand, and by improving how true essence would flow, it could increase the strength of true essence and improve a martial artist's martial skill or striking power. Lin Ming's cultivation was the most important right now, so he had first drawn up the essence gathering symbol. Lin Ming sat in meditation and tested how much better he could gather true essence. Really, it seemed because of the presence of the essence gathering symbol, he was able to more easily absorb the strength of the world, and the speed at which he gathered true essence had increased significantly. It's increased by at least 40%. It seems because of the self-hypnosis state, I overdrew my body and injured myself because my soul force was too lacking. But now that I've completed the essence gathering symbol, it's exceeded my expectations. Lin Ming felt a great happiness. A 40% increased rate was simply astonishing. It had to be known that a normal medium third-grade martial artist, if they started cultivating at the age of 12, and were not supported by any special top-quality pills, then they would be able to reach the early bone forging stage by the time they were 40 years old. This period was at least 30 years. But for a medium 4th-grade martial artist, if they started in a similar situation at 12 years of age and also didn't utilize any top-tier pills or cultivation methods, they would reach the early bone forging stage when they were 30 years old. This period was 20 years. The truth was, this 10-year disparity between a single grade of talent could also be considered a 50% difference in the speed of cultivation. But this 50% difference was actually of great importance. A 30-year-old martial artist was in the prime of his youth. They had a hope of breaking through to the post-condensation period, thus extending the period of their growth, and their strength would also greatly improve. They would be like a carp that became a dragon. But a 40-year-old bone-forging stage martial artist would often have to face the dire consequences of physical aging. Their body strength would decrease, and they would be weaker compared to younger martial artists at the same level. Moreover, it would be much more difficult for them to have any progress, let alone break through to the pulse condensation period. So this essence-gathering symbol that could increase one's cultivation speed by 40% was simply extraordinary. The essence-gathering symbol is only the most simple of body inscription symbols. Later, when my cultivation grows, I also have the possibility of drawing up even more formidable body inscription symbols. When that time comes, my talent will no longer be a barrier. When I drew up the essence-gathering symbol, I almost damaged my soul. This strife seal can wait until my strength increases again before I draw it. In any case, the strife seal is only a body inscription symbol that enhances one's own strength. As long as I successfully draw it up before my match with Zhang Guanyu, then it's not too late. Day after day, Lin Ming would go to the icy pond waterfall to cultivate the true primal chaos formula. He was able to sit within the 10th level of difficulty in the ice pond waterfall for 4 to 5 hours at a time. Under the dual abilities of the essence-gathering symbol and his ethereal martial intent state, Lin Ming's cultivation speed experienced a tremendous leap forwards. In addition to the top heart mantra of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's true essence had been polished to a rich and pure state. In the past, because he had taken the top-tier pills, there had been some impurities within his true essence. But those pills had already been completely refined by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's true essence was pure to such a degree that it was even better if compared to most peak bone forging stage martial artists. After half a month passed, it was the second month of the 4 months before the match. As Lin Ming immersed himself within the ice pond waterfall and entered into his ethereal martial intent, he discovered that his true essence had already completely spread throughout his viscera, and had begun infiltrating deep into his muscle and bones. Fourth stage of body transformation, altering muscle. Lin Ming was absolutely delighted, but he was not too surprised. The Martial House Core Disciple test required that Lin Ming reach the peak altering muscle stage before he was over 16 years old. But if he continued at his current rate of cultivation, that was a goal he would be able to effortlessly achieve. Normally, when a martial artist was advancing to a new stage, they would experience a bottleneck. The reason for this bottleneck was usually because their foundation was not solid. For instance, a normal viscera training stage martial artist, if they did not have a top-quality cultivation method, or were not able to go to the ice pond waterfall and have true essence temper every part of their body, then they would experience a bottleneck when breaking through to the altering muscle stage. If there was only a small amount of true essence that permeated their organs, then it would be even more difficult for that true essence to sink in any further. Even if they barely managed to break through to the altering muscle stage, if their altering muscle stage foundation was not steady, then the result would only be that breaking through to the bone forging stage would be that much more difficult. Finally, they would be completely unable to take that final step into the pulse condensation period. If one's foundation was not solid, then as they strive towards greater heights of cultivation, it would become increasingly difficult. But Lin Ming did not have this kind of problem at all. His true essence had already penetrated deep into each and every nook and cranny of his internal organs, and had even entered into the innumerable tiny units within his body. For him, he would be absolutely successful in breaking through to the altering muscle stage, bone forging stage, or even the pulse condensation period. As long as he managed to accumulate enough true essence, he could break through. As he pushed the true primal chaos formula to its limit, Lin Ming was able to clearly feel the wonderful feeling of true essence sinking into his muscles and bones. There were many martial artists that did not have a steady foundation, and would only have bitter experiences during their attempts to break through their bottlenecks. If they wanted to enter the altering muscle stage, they would often need to push their true essence inwards, and forcefully fuse their true essence into their muscles and bones. They would have to repeat this process slowly as they fused one little part at a time, and very slowly reach the altering muscle stage. This was the reason why so many martial artists were stranded at the peak viscera training stage for several years. But this did not apply to Lin Ming. His internal organs had already reached the maximum of how much true essence could be absorbed. This was just like a reservoir that was already filled with water. Because the reservoir could not accommodate more true essence, then that true essence would leak over and naturally seep into the muscle and bones, fusing with them. Of these two different methods of breaking through a bottleneck, it was easy to see which was good and which was bad. Lin Ming's breakthrough lasted for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Lin Ming would cultivate at the Icy Pond waterfall for 6 hours every day. He used a grand total of 18 hours in order to fully integrate the true essence into his muscle and bones. What the so-called altering muscle stage cultivated were the tendons and the periosteum. As he recovered from his long meditation, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body moving incessantly, like an endless river. Resisting the frosty chill of the Icy Pond waterfall had become an easy task for him. As he emerged from the icy pool, Lin Ming casually flicked his palm. The edge of his palm formed an indistinct faint blue ripple, just like waves in water. As Lin Ming saw this rippling blue wave, his eyes shined. True essence realization. I didn't expect that I would have reached the boundary of being able to realize my true essence. Usually only a martial artist at the pulse condensation period, who had extremely thick true essence, would be able to manifest their true essence. Or, there were also some heaven-gifted rare genius peak bone forging stage martial artists that could just barely achieve this. But Lin Ming had been able to manifest his true essence as soon as he reached the early altering muscle stage. Throughout the entirety of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history, he was the first one to be able to do this. Lin Ming clenched his fist, and felt a sense of smugness. I've just reached the early altering muscle stage and yet I've achieved the boundary which normally only a pulse condensation period martial artist could achieve. I wonder just how far I am compared to an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. When I step into the peak altering muscle stage, will I be able to defeat a normal pulse condensation period martial artist? Lin Ming was not sure whether or not he could defeat the strength of a powerhouse of the pulse condensation period, but to defeat Lin Sen, who was at the peak altering muscle stage, Lin Ming had a degree of confidence. Even though Lin Sen had his Ashura martial intent, how could that even compete with the chaotic virtues combat meridians? To Lin Ming, reaching the peak altering muscle stage from the early altering muscle stage was only a matter of time. Oh! Junior apprentice brother Lin. What an infrequent visitor. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother who was in charge of the Wood Puppet Lane Major Killing Array saw Lin Ming, and immediately welcomed him with a laugh. Of the 7 profound martial houses, 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the Wood Puppet Lane Killing Array belonged to the wood element. Lin Ming had only cultivated at the Icy Pond waterfall and the Violent Wind Tunnel. This was his first time coming to the Wood Puppet Lane. Therefore, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother who managed the killing array was especially enthused and warm as he greeted Lin Ming. One never knew, perhaps several years from now, this Lin Ming might even become the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house. If that time ever came, then this Lin Ming would be his superior's superior. It was natural that he would want to curry favor and flatter him. Senior apprentice brother, forgive me, but this is embarrassing to say, I just decided to come here, without having made an appointment in advance. I wonder if you have any spots that are open yet. After Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage, he wanted to test his own strength. In the 7 major killing arrays, Golden Soldier Hall and Wood Puppet Lane were the 2 major killing arrays where one could practice their combat skills. Of course there is a spot open for you, haha, whenever senior apprentice brother Lin comes, there will always be a spot open just for you. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother said with a congenial smile. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Then, if I could trouble the senior apprentice brother to help me open the 11th level of difficulty. 11th level of difficulty. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother stared at him with wide eyes. Generally speaking, those disciples that were in the top 10 of the ranking stone would enter the 11th level of difficulty. Did Lin Ming's strength already enter into the top 10 rankings? The Deacon apprentice brother felt this was inconceivably incredible, but suddenly he saw Lin Ming's cultivation and his eyes widened even more until they were like giant white circles. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you've already broken through. Altering muscle stage. Yesterday I had a lucky breakthrough. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother unconsciously gulped. The bottleneck between the viscera training stage and the altering muscle stage was not too big nor too small. To a genius, breaking through this bottleneck was bound to happen sooner or later. But, it shouldn't have happened so quickly. He vaguely remembered that Lin Ming had broken through to the viscera training stage just a few months ago. To only use a few months to break through to the altering muscle stage from the viscera training stage, what the hell was this kind of speed? This Deacon senior apprentice brother's talent was already quite good, but it had taken him nearly 3 years to achieve this. This young man had already reached the altering muscle stage when he was only 15 years old, and still had more than a year left to reach the peak altering muscle stage. Lin Ming might even be able to reach the bone forging stage. It was already 90% guaranteed that he would pass the 7 Profound Martial House's core disciple test. A core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House that came from Sky Fortune Kingdom. The deacon's senior apprentice took a deep breath. With just a nod of his head, Lin Ming could become the absolute overlord of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Senior apprentice brother, please open the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming saw the deacon's senior apprentice brother in a daze, and politely reminded him. Oh, yes, yes. The deacon's senior apprentice brother responded, and then fiddled with an array disk to open the 11th level of difficulty for the wood puppet lane. Chapter 137, The Might of Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Wooden puppet lane was built into the face of a mountain. There were altogether 12 caves, and each could be opened by themselves. These caves were created by Xiantian masters cutting through the mountain themselves. One could still see glaring sword marks. Wood puppet lane was filled with wooden puppets. The deeper one went, the more formidable these puppets would be, and the more there were. These wooden puppets were from one of the 7 inheritances of the 7 Profound Valleys, the masterpieces of the puppet faction. The puppet faction was a very mysterious faction within the 7 Profound Valleys. Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House did not have any of these factions' cultivation methods or secret techniques, so they had never had much exposure to it. Seeing the crowds of wooden puppets increase, Lin Ming did not hurry to attack. He hadn't even taken out the penetrating rainbow spear. After he had reached a location with more than 20 puppets, Lin Ming rushed in, unarmed. Cha! A wooden puppet aimed a club at Lin Ming. The weapons that these wooden puppets all used were completely made of wood, such as wooden clubs, or wooden sabers. A wooden weapon may not have seemed like a very dangerous weapon, but even so, if one was pounded by a wooden club or saber, they would still be dealt a crushing blow and vomit blood from a severe wound. Lin Ming watched as a wooden club came at him and waited until it was just in front of him. He closed his eyes and gently pushed with his toes. His body flickered backwards half a step, and as a result, the descending club that would have smashed Lin Ming's nose was just avoided with not too much or too little distance. Whiz! Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist with a wooden saber. This time, Lin Ming leapt into the air. His body floated in the air, and because of inertia, he floated backwards. Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist from behind, and this attack didn't seem as if it could be evaded. But then Lin Ming gently waved his sleeves, and his body became like a leaf that was blown away by a gently breeze. It seemed as if he completely violated the rules of physics, and he appeared 2 feet to the side, dodging that hidden saber by just a hair's width once more. Swish swish swish. The wooden puppet continuously attacked Lin Ming, but Lin Ming did not counter. Instead, he dodged the attacks from the wooden puppets as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through a park. There were more than 20 puppets, but only 7 or 8 were able to attack Lin Ming at the same time. But, these 7 or 8 puppets had very scary attacks. Their moves and combinations interwove with each other, and there almost wasn't an angle to dodge. However, Lin Ming was able to mysteriously avoid all these attacks. It was as if the puppets did not have a weapon in their hands, but instead a fan. Lin Ming was like a light feather. Each time the wooden puppets brandished their weapons at him, the wind of the passing weapons would blow him away. This was the concept of wind that Lin Ming had comprehended. A waving fan would never be able to touch a floating feather, and like this, a wooden puppet's weapon would never be able to each touch even the hem of Lin Ming's robe. Wonderful. Very good. Come again. Lin Ming wholly immersed himself in the depths of the concept of wind. This was the first time that he had applied the golden rock shattering the void movement ability to actual combat. These fellows are just a bit too weak. As Lin Ming thought this, his body rose like a rock, rising several dozens of feet before he landed on a cliff and flew towards to depths of wooden puppet lane. At this time, outside of wooden puppet lane, the deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in shock, as he stared unblinking at the true essence stones in the heart of the major killing array. Every array formation had an array heart. This was often where the array was supplied with energy from. The puppets of wooden puppet lane were able to self-repair and regenerate, but this regeneration required the consumption of true essence stones in order to power it. There were some abnormal individuals, like Ling Sen and Ta Ku, who would cause a quick consumption of true essence stones after entering wood puppet lane. Sometimes, just looking at this wasteful sight made the deacon's senior apprentice brother's heart hurt deeply. But Lin Ming had already gone in for such a long time, yet he had only consumed a small number of true essence stones. Obviously Lin Ming was struggling in dealing with these wooden puppets, and had only managed to take down a few. Realizing this, the deacon's senior apprentice brother let out a soft sigh of relief. Fortunately, junior apprentice brother Lin isn't that abnormal. Indeed, it seems that he still isn't able to challenge the 11th level of difficulty of wood puppet lane in such a short time. Junior apprentice brother Lin is just too impatient. His strength isn't high enough yet for him to jump straight to the 11th level of difficulty. But in this wood puppet lane killing array, if the difficulty is too high, one could be easily injured, or might even die. I estimate that another half incense stick of time will pass before junior apprentice brother Lin decides that he cannot last in there any longer, and comes out to change the difficulty to the 10th level. The deacon's senior apprentice brother picked up the array disc, and waited for Lin Ming to come out and ask him to change the difficulty. But after waiting half an hour, there was no news of his exit. What do I do? The deacon was a bit confused. The array heart was still only consuming true essence at a very slow speed. He even suspected that Lin Ming had encountered some troubles inside and been killed by the wooden puppets. What's going on? Is it possible that junior apprentice brother Lin is hiding in some corner of wood puppet lane? Was that the reason that he had opened the 11th level of difficulty? At this moment, Lin Ming had already reached the deepest depths of wood puppet lane. Here, the wooden puppet's strength was at a much higher level, and they were also large. What was most peculiar though, was that the surface of their bodies was a strange dark red, as if they had been dyed in blood. Facing so many more advanced puppets, Lin Ming felt an intense amount of pressure. As he dodged the wooden puppet's intense attacks for a long time, he was beginning to gasp for breath even with the support of the true Prima Chaos formula. Almost there. Lin Ming had practiced his movement for almost an entire hour. He felt that this was enough, and thinking this, he turned his hand and extracted the penetrating rainbow spear from his spatial ring. Holding the spear in both hands, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The countless tiny units in his body began to synchronize their breathing to the same frequency, as his thick true essence began to shake like a mountain. In that moment, his imposing aura instantly erupted. Boom 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 boom. With the formidable strength of altering muscles cultivation level, combined with his fiercely vibrating true essence, there was an explosion of sounds in succession, as the penetrating rainbow spear swept out, and the puppets were all sent flying backwards. Oh! Not dead. Lin Ming found that besides the puppet that had borne the majority of his attack and shattered to pieces, the other puppets had only fallen to the ground, and were beginning to crawl back up. Good resilience. No one understood the terrifying destructive power of flow like silk more than Lin Ming. Back when he was at the Viscera training stage, a single strike from his spear was able to turn a thick stone column dozens of feet high into nothing more than crumbled rock. Now that his strength had increased even further, he might even be able to split apart a hall with just a few spear moves. But now that he had struck at these wooden puppets, only one had died. The more resilient they are, the better. Today I will enjoy this fight. After officially stepping into the altering muscle stage, in addition to reaching the large success of Golden Rock shattering the void, Lin Ming really needed a battle to examine his own strength and also allow his body to adapt to the change in his true essence and physical strength. Bang bang bang. Wooden puppets began to blow up one after another. The penetrating rainbow spear was like a purple-black dragon that was churning in the ocean waves. Haha, fun. Come on, more. Lin Ming flourished. Penetrating rainbow with grandeur. Each spear move was imbued with the flow like silk concept, and every hit would cause a wooden puppet to explode into pieces. In fact, what Lin Ming did now know was that when other martial artists entered wood puppet lane, most could not even injure these puppets, they could only knock them down. Even if it was Ling Sen, who had such an abnormally overwhelming combat strength, he could only cut apart a wooden puppet with his sword. He simply could not be like Lin Ming, whose every spear thrust would cause a wooden puppet to burst into fragments. The wooden puppets could repair themselves, but this repair required the consumption of true essence stones as the energy source. If a wooden puppet was knocked down, it would only be slightly damaged, and be able to repair itself with very little energy. Even if they were cut apart by Ling Sen, it wouldn't require too many true essence stones to repair. But when Lin Ming had shattered them his spear, this was truly a tragedy. Not only did the repairs take time, but the consumption of true essence stones would be terrifying for a long time afterwards. Outside Wood Puppet Lane, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother was still waiting for Lin Ming to come out and lower the difficulty to the 10th level. As he casually glanced at the true essence stones in the array heart, the scene scared and dumbfounded him. He could only helplessly look on at the true essence stones' energy levels plummeted. The true essence stones began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from its original lustrous crystal-like appearance, it gradually turned a dull white, and then after some time, pang! It exploded. The array would automatically replace it with a new true essence stone, but the result was still the same. In less than half an incense stick of time, another true essence stone exploded. What was happening? Even if Ling Sen was here, the consumption rate would not be so high. Was it Lin Ming? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother looked at the true essence stone at the center of the array heart and constantly swallowed as he panicked. Although logic told him that it was impossible for Lin Ming to be so abnormal, the truth was already placed in front of him. This, just what the hell is this? The Deacon's senior apprentice brother cried in his heart. With so many true essence stones being suddenly consumed, he simply could not find a good explanation. Where'd they all go? Lin Ming had been enjoying destroying all the wooden puppets, but now the originally threatening and aggressive wooden puppets had been reduced to just 2 or 3. They were just as dangerous as cats now, and the rest that still hadn't shattered yet were missing arms and legs. This Wood Puppet Lane sucks. Is this everything? It's the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming was speechless. In his mind, this 11th level of difficulty was unworthy of the name. If the Deacon's senior apprentice brother knew Lin Ming's thoughts, he probably would have wanted to smack his head against a wall and kill himself. The puppets of Wood Puppet Lane could repair themselves after they were destroyed, but Lin Ming had exploded them with his spear, and turned them completely into scattered pieces. This repair would just take a long time. Although I couldn't fight to my heart's content, I've about gotten a good grasp on my current strength. Right now I still might not be able to compare to Zhang Guanyu, but I should absolutely not have a problem entering the top 10 of the 10,000 killing array rankings. First I'll participate in this coming 10,000 killing array assessment, and take the heavy profound soft spear before planning my next move. Lin Ming put away his penetrating rainbow spear, and walked out of Wood Puppet Lane. Chapter 138, Heavy Profound Soft Spear. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother was a bit sluggish as he watched Lin Ming come out of Wood Puppet Lane. He still hadn't figured out just what the hell had happened inside a moment ago. Was there a malfunction in the Wood Puppet Lane array? How come the true essence stones were consumed so quickly? Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? The Deacon's senior apprentice froze for a long time before he hesitantly asked him. If there was a breakdown in the array formation, then did junior apprentice brother Lin encounter any problems in there? Me. I'm fine. Lin Ming asked, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't dwell on this much. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. I will leave first. I'll come by another day and thank you for your hospitality. Lin Ming turned around and departed. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in a daze. He thought about the possibilities for a while, and then suddenly moved. He picked up his robes and scurried into the Wood Puppet Lane cave that Lin Ming had just been in a moment ago. This scene left him petrified on the spot. He only saw scattered parts all throughout Wood Puppet Lane. There were broken wooden puppets everywhere, with hands and feet haphazardly tossed around or pulverized to little splinters. This is, what the hell did Lin Ming do? His throat violently spasmed. This array formation had broken down. This was certainly an array formation breakdown. But, if the wooden puppets were broken like this, could they still be repaired? After Lin Ming had reached the altering muscle stage, he hadn't invested too much of his time in cultivating the true primal chaos formula. Instead, he had focused all of his energy on cultivating the heretical god force and pulse-cutting palm. The pulse-cutting palm was quite simple. This martial skill was only able to deal with opponents with a far inferior strength, or those who had already lost all their ability to resist an enemy. Lin Ming only took a few days to learn this skill. In short, the pulse-cutting palm infiltrated one's own true essence into an enemy's body, blowing out all of their meridian channels. Before a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, the meridians in their body hadn't yet opened and connected. But this did not mean that they had no meridians, only that the meridians were blocked, and body points were dried, thus they showed no effects. But the pulse-cutting palm was able to forcefully pour true essence along these depleted meridians, ravaging them as they passed. Eventually, all the meridian channels would be destroyed. The meridians were the path that a person's qi flowed. If one did not have meridians for the qi to pass, then they would be called a natural non-meridian born. These non-meridian borns would usually not survive past the age of 25. The pulse-cutting palm was able to destroy the meridians and simulate the effect of a non-meridian born. It would cause a martial artist to gradually lose their cultivation, until it was finally all obliterated. Cultivating the pulse-cutting palm was simple. However, cultivating the heretical god force was a completely different level of difficulty. The heretical god force was divided into 6 layers. Lin Ming had cultivated this ability for 10 days, but still hadn't even been able to touch upon the first layer. The essence of the heretical god force is compression of true essence. The first layer compressed true essence by 50%. The second layer compressed true essence by 100%. The third layer, 150%. All the way until the 6th layer, where true essence was compressed by 3 times. If true essence was compressed, then its power would naturally be multiplied. The heretical god force could only compress a portion of one's true essence, and then store that in the body. In a battle, one could bring out this compressed true essence. What Lin Ming needed to cultivate was the seed of the heretical god force. As long as this heretical god seed existed, true essence would automatically be compressed and confined within this seed. Lin Ming would not need to consciously manage it. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate this heretical god force. This is only the end of the 2nd month. I should participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment first, and take the heavy profound soft spear. The heavy profound soft spear was a medium-grade human step treasure. If Lin Ming poured his true essence into it, it would be able to flow through unimpeded. With his penetrating rainbow spear, only the spearhead was a low-grade human step treasure. The spear shaft was made from ordinary iron. Although this iron was the dark elastic purple iron, the flow of true essence would still be greatly reduced within. For flow like silk, Lin Ming needed to pour true essence into the spear in order to display its power. So if Lin Ming was able to take the heavy profound soft spear, he would become that much more powerful. There were only 3 days left until the 10,000 killing array assessment. He would attain a top 10 spot within the ranking stone in one fell swoop, and finish the first reward task from the 7 profound martial house and obtain the heavy profound soft spear. With this spear in hand, he would be much more confident against Zhang Guanyu. 3 days later. Today marked the 4th month since Lin Ming had entered the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment twice. The first time he had been ranked 126, and the second time he had been ranked 62. The time between these 2 rankings had only been 1 month. During the 3rd 10,000 killing array assessment, Lin Ming had been wholly absorbed in preparing for his decisive showdown with Zhu Yan, so he hadn't participated. As for the 4th assessment, Lin Ming had already obtained privileges and resources equal to the top 3 ranks of the ranking stone, so he hadn't felt the need to participate. But now, this would be the 5th 10,000 killing array assessment. For this 10,000 killing array assessment, there weren't many disciples attending. In the entire Ashlar Square, since the sun had risen, there were only a handful more than 20 people. Moreover, within these disciples, most were ranked below rank 100, and there were only 6 or 7 disciples that were ranked in the top 100. As for the top 50, none of them had come. This deserted and lonely scene was mainly because the majority of the 7 profound martial house's disciples had planned to attend the next 10,000 killing array assessment. Next month's assessment was set to be highly anticipated, because that day would mark the 3rd month since the 7 profound decree was issued. Lin Ming would definitely challenge the top 10 of the ranking stone during that time in order to obtain the heavy profound soft spear. At that appointed time, there would no doubt be countless powers that had their eyes and ears unseen, and powerhouses from all around would converge. Naturally, one could not miss such a grand event. But nobody would ever think that Lin Ming would challenge the top 10 rankings of the ranking stone at only the end of the second month. Since the opening of the 10,000 killing array, it had only been half an hour. The Ashlar Square was very peaceful. Most of the early arriving martial artists sat in the bamboo grove and meditated. The early morning air was rich with life and energy. It was very suitable for breathing. Moreover, controlling one's breath during meditation could assist with adjusting a martial artist's mental and bodily condition. Of course, all disciples hoped to enter the 10,000 killing array in their best state, and thus achieve the best result they could. Because there weren't many disciples attending this 10,000 killing array assessment, and those who did were mostly new disciples, the deacon's senior apprentice brother responsible for the 10,000 killing array seemed to lack interest. He strolled around with an air of boredom as he received the true essence stone from the participating disciples. Each disciple that wished to enter into the 10,000 killing array had to pay a deposit of 1 true essence stone. The deacon's name was Liang Guangfeng. He had already served as a deacon at the 7 Profound Martial House for a long time, and his mind was thinking about his hopeful future promotion to a human hall elder. Of the 7 Profound Martial House elders, there were the Heavenly Abode elders, the Earth Hall elders, and the Human Hall elders. The Human Hall elders had the lowest status of the 3. As long as they were a pulse condensation martial artist, they could hold this post. Liang Guangfeng was a pulse condensation period martial artist. Although the deacon of the 10,000 killing array was of a somewhat higher status than most other deacons, he was still only a deacon after all. A deacon would always be inferior in status to an elder. If I can get on good terms with Lin Ming, and he possibly becomes the martial house master someday, then it would just be a matter of a few words to become a human hall elder. What a pity that the number of people that wish to befriend Lin Ming are high enough that they can line up into their own army. When would it ever be my turn? Lian Guangfeng ruefully smiled, and shook his head. But at this moment, he saw a young man wearing black clothes, carrying a dark purple-colored long spear on his shoulder, come out from the bamboo grove. Liang Guangfeng's eyes widened. Lin Ming. Did he wish to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? This was only the second month. Not only was Liang Guangfeng surprised, but many of the disciples present noted Lin Ming's arrival. Lin Ming was the current shining star of the 7 Profound Martial House. Many of the young junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sisters of the Human Hall were Lin Ming's adoring fans. To see Lin Ming was the same as seeing a lifelong idol. Look quickly, that's senior apprentice brother Lin. Senior apprentice brother Lin has come. Lin Ming would soon reach 16 years of age. In the 7 Profound Martial House, he was still considered relatively young. But, even those older than Lin Ming would still refer to him as senior apprentice brother Lin. Those that cultivated the martial path respected achievements first and foremost. For instance, Ling Sen would always be the elder senior apprentice brother of the Heavenly Abode. Does senior apprentice brother Lin want to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? No way. This is only the second month. Maybe senior apprentice brother Lin wants to warm up. Che. How could someone like you predict the actions of someone at senior apprentice brother Lin's level? I think today he will try to enter into the top 10 rankings. Don't just wildly guess. Maybe senior apprentice brother Lin is just taking a walk around. As the disciples discussed this, a young 15-year-old girl timidly edged towards Lin Ming and asked, "Senior apprentice Lin, may I ask if you are participating in today's 7 Profound Martial House assessment?" Yes. Lin Ming nodded. Lin Ming's reply caused all these low-order Earth Hall disciples to be excited to the point of fainting. Some even took out sound-transmitting talismans and quickly relayed messages to their friends to come see this grand event. Lin Ming's participation in the 10,000 killing array assessment was an extraordinary matter. If he could smoothly enter the top 10 of the ranking stone, then would he be able to defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month, and then subsequently defeat Ta Ku and Ling Sen. To the disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House, the trio of Zhang Guanyu, Ta Ku, and Ling Sen had acquired too heavy a reputation over the years. To defeat individuals like them, these disciples simply dared not imagine such a scenario. Moreover, if Lin Ming really could defeat Zhang Guanyu, then the matter of passing the 7 Profound Valleys Core Disciple test could be considered settled. A local-born 7 Profound Martial House Core Disciple of the Sky Fortune Kingdom had the possibility of becoming a 7 Profound Envoy or the Martial House Master in the future. These were simply Legendary figures. Lin Ming moved towards the 10,000 killing array's altar, and took out a true essence stone as payment for entrance. Liang Guangfeng apologetically smiled. Junior apprentice brother Lin may directly test. It makes northwest difference whether you place down a true essence stone deposit or not. The last time Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array, he had been ranked 62. Now, after such a long time, his true strength was at least several dozen ranks above that. Even if he paid down a true essence stone, he was sure to take it back. Lin Ming was expressionless as he said, "Then thank you, senior apprentice brother Liang." The urgent news traveled quickly. After some people heard this, they immediately rushed to the 10,000 killing array. The previously lonely Ashlar Square was now lively and full of people. Even several elders had arrived. Lin Ming. Haha, do you plan on challenging the top 10 positions of the ranking stone so quickly? A hearty voice called out. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 profound martial house's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Chapter 139, Two Geniuses. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 profound martial house's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Before, during the entrance examination at the start of fall, Lin Ming had managed to pass all 3 trials in first place. However, because of the limit of his talent, some elders did not agree that Lin Ming should have the first place spot. But this Sun Sifan was actually one of those who had supported Lin Ming. After that, Lin Ming had severely wounded Wang Yanfeng, and Elder Su, and rushed on stage to look for trouble with Lin Ming. That time, it was also thanks to Sun Sifan helping Lin Ming that Elder Su was forced to back down. Because of his timely help and graciousness, Lin Ming had a very good impression of Sun Sifan. He respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Sunday." Sun Sifan quickly held Lin Ming up, and said, smiling, "There is no need to be so polite between us. Soon when you become a core disciple, our statuses will be the same, Sun Sifan paused. "You already reached the altering muscle stage." Sun Sifan's eyes were like a torch, and he immediately saw through Lin Ming's cultivation. Before, Lin Ming had restrained his true essence within him, so the many young junior apprentice brothers and sisters, who were mostly at the second stage of body transformation, did not see that Lin Ming had already made another breakthrough. "Yes. I had a lucky breakthrough yesterday, so that's why I have the confidence today to challenge the top 10 spots of the ranking stone." Good, good. The young are truly great. There is still more than a year left in the 7 Profound Valleys Core Disciple test. Since you are at the altering muscle stage, you must have easily broken through the bottleneck from the viscera training stage to the altering muscle stage. With your fast progress, it is only a matter of time until you reach the peak altering muscle stage. This test has already been decided. A 15-year-old altering muscle martial artist was simply extraordinary. Even a 5th-grade talent would be mediocre by comparison. This young disciple has confidence to pass the test, but to defeat someone like senior apprentice brother Lin, this young disciple does not truly have the confidence to win. Haha, passing the test is already a wonderful achievement. If you could also beat Ling Sen, that would be a true miracle. Ling Sen was known throughout the Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his own cultivation stage, and even undefeatable to those below the pulse condensation period. There were even some weak pulse condensation period martial artists that Ling Sen would be victorious over. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling Sen, then that would mean he would be a 15-year-old at the early altering muscle stage with strength equivalent to a pulse condensation period martial artist. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were only a mere 100 or so pulse condensation period martial artists, and most of those were concentrated in the 7 Profound Martial House. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling Sen, then that would mean that in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, his individual strength would be in the top 100. This ranking, at such a young age, really caused one to feel alarm and horror. At this moment, another elder entered the Ashlar Square. It may have been a coincidence, but this elder turned out to be Elder Su, the Su Fengyuan who had made things difficult for Lin Ming. Not even in Su Fengyuan's wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Ming would achieve this level of fame 4 months ago. Now that he was a 7 Profound Martial House core disciple, he might even become the Martial House Master in the future. That would make him his own immediate superior. When he remembered the entrance examination and how he had tried to meddle with Lin Ming, Su Fengyuan felt such a deep, aching regret that even his intestines turned blue. Recently, Su Fengyuan had been having difficulty sleeping and eating. Although Su Fengyuan loathed this to his heart, he reluctantly came today for a chance to meet with Lin Ming and come to terms with what happened. If they could bury their past animosity, perhaps this Lin Ming would not retaliate against him in the future. For the martial house to get rid of a heavenly abode elder, it wasn't a small matter, but it also wasn't too difficult. Choosing this time to come, he didn't anticipate that he would bump into his old rival, Sun Sifan. Su Fengyuan immediately complained of this hardship in his heart. This was a time when he was already planning on losing face, but he had actually managed to run into an old rival. Would this guy not just make a joke of him? Lin Ming also remembered this elder Su. The spatial ring that he had was from Su Fengyuan. The spatial ring had been very convenient. Lin Ming did not even bear a grudge against Wang Yanfeng, much less Su Fengyuan. While Su Fengyuan had been unfair, it was still understandable. After all, it was a natural human reaction. Su Fengyuan was old friends with Yuelu City's Wang family, and Wang Yanfeng was from the Wang family. Lin Ming greeted him with the same respect. "Greetings, Elder Su." Su Fengyuan awkwardly coughed. He had immediately discovered that Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage. This caused him to not know how to react to this sudden development. Wang Yanfeng was still trying to reach the peak viscera training stage, but this Lin Ming was already at the altering muscle stage. At the beginning of fall, Wang Yanfeng's cultivation had been his greatest advantage against Lin Ming. But now he had already fallen behind. The test had only started 2 months ago, and he had reached the altering muscle stage. There was also more than a year left of time. To achieve the peak altering muscle stage would simply be child's play. If there wasn't some catastrophic accident, then Lin Ming would definitely become a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. Because Sun Sifan was present, Su Fengyuan didn't wish to tarry. He dryly coughed, and said, "I just passed by and heard that Lin Ming was going to take the assessment. I came here to take a look, and, well, good luck in the array. If you come across problems in your cultivation, feel free to come ask me anything." These remarks of Su Fengyuan were a tactful apology on his part. Lin Ming naturally would not argue for anything more. Su Fengyuan was still a Houtian stage master. Such a humble dialogue already showed much face to Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, "Many thanks to Elder Su. This young disciple will come pay a visit another day." Good. Listening to Lin Ming say this, Elder Su was finally relaxed. With the presence of the two elders, the lower-order disciples of the Earth Hall stood at a distance and did not dare to go forward. But at this moment, there was another stir within the Ashlar Square. This rippling wave of awe was no less than that caused by Lin Ming. Another person had arrived in the square. This person was unexpectedly Qin Xingxian. If there was anyone in the Seven Profound Martial House who could compare with Lin Ming, then that person, without a doubt, would be Qin Xingxian. When Qin Xingxuan's fame was rising, Lin Ming was still an unknown. Now, the halo of prestige that surrounded Qin Xingxian was no less than Lin Ming's. With these two monstrous geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House gathering together, how could it not be thrilling? Lin Ming was also quite a bit surprised at seeing Qin Xingxian arrive. He hadn't thought that she would come. Qin Xingxian was a core disciple, so there was no reason for her to participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment. That meant that the only reason she came here was to see him. Thinking this, Lin Ming felt a very unusual feeling percolating in his mind. Today, Qin Xingxian was wearing a very simple martial outfit. It was neat, loose, and tied at the waist with a band. It perfectly served to accentuate her beautiful shape, and combined with both her slender legs, it gave off a very pure and valiant feeling. However, what Lin Ming noticed was not Qin Xingxuan's beauty and temperament, but her cultivation. Qin Xingxian had already broken into the 5th stage of body transformation, the bone forging stage. When Lin Ming had first entered the Seven Profound Martial House, Qin Xingxian was already at the peak altering muscle stage. Now, in 4th months, she had crossed the bone forging bottleneck. But Qin Xingxian was also younger than Lin Ming by several months. A 6th grade talent was simply too terrifying. Xingxian greets Elder Su, Elder Sunday. Although Qin Xingxuan's status was similar to these elders of the heavenly abode, she still displayed the etiquette of a child to an elder, and bowed to these two elders. The two elders also noted Qin Xingxuan's cultivation. They exclaimed with surprise in their heart. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had never before in their entire history had a martial artist reach the bone forging stage at only 15 years of age. With such progress, Qin Xingxian had the possibility of breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 16 years of age. At present, between this boy and girl pair, one's combat capabilities were unrivaled, and the other's cultivation speed went against heaven's will. These two youths were simply the true monsters among monstrous geniuses. Unfortunately, Qin Xingxian had already made it clear to all that she planned to pursue the Xiantian path, and had no intention of staying in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Otherwise in the future, Lin Ming could be the martial house master and Qin Xingxian could be the seven profound envoy. They could marry as one, and they would be the definition of a golden couple, simply a match made in heaven. Their children would inevitably be gifted with an astonishing natural talent, and there would be a new legendary family within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. With these two people, the destiny and future of the nation would be much more stable, and the nearby enemies would not dare to invade the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming, long time no see. Qin Xingxian faintly smiled. Of all his peers, only Qin Xingxian directly called Lin Ming by his name, smoothly and naturally, with a nice ring to it. Others would call him Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, maybe Sir Lin, or even Mr. Lin. It's been 2 months since we've seen each other. Haha, you two chat first. We shall go sit in the bamboo grove. Sun Sifan saw these two youths talking, and created an excuse to leave of his own initiative. He knew that Qin Xingxian would certainly not ask these two old men to leave. Elder Sun, Elder Su, please walk carefully. Qin Xingxian sweetly said. Have fun catching up. Su Fengyuan hurriedly said. This was one of the few times that these two were of the same opinion. After seeing these two walk away, Qin Xingxian brightly smiled and said, Lin Ming, I've recently been in seclusion for cultivation. When I came out, I heard that your inscription technique has already reached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune City. Since I was the first one to know of your status as an inscription master, can you give me a discount? I have a sword, and I would like your help with it. Qin Xingxuan's eyes twinkled like stars as she winked. It showed a rarely seen playful demeanor that only highlighted her peerless enchanting beauty. Even Lin Ming was stunned speechless for a moment. He finally smiled and said, I am willing to serve Miss Qin. In fact, I can help you for free. Really? Then I am honored. Qin Xingxian coyly smiled and continued, Lin Ming, please call me by my name, there is no need for us to be strangers. Ah. Since you came today, you must be confident in entering the top 10 ranks of the ranking stone, right? Lin Ming nodded. He had a 100% assurance that he could enter the top 10 ranks today. More and more people began to stream into the 10,000 killing arrays Ashlar Square. The originally lonely scene, because of the sudden appearance of Lin Ming, had become very festive, and some people were even rushing in. As the 10,000 killing array assessment was soon to begin, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi also arrived. Seeing Lin Ming and Qin Xingxian having such an engaged conversation, Murongzi curled her lips and plopped down. There was no way that she was going to go up and say hello. As Bai Jingyun saw Murongzi like these, she laughed silently. In truth, Murongzi was actually quite proud. But unfortunately, in the face of someone like Qin Xingxian, she had lost all of her self-confidence and couldn't find it anywhere. Qin Xingxian was younger than Murongzi. When Qin Xingxuan's name was shaking the entirety of Sky Fortune City, Murongzi had yet to be convinced. She wanted to compare herself to Qin Xingxian. After a long time and much effort spent, she had discovered that the two of them were simply not on the same playing field. And now, as Murongzi saw Qin Xingxian and Lin Ming happily chatting with each other, she felt something in her heart that was hard for a little girl to explain. It was a somewhat inexplicable, bewildering jealousy that clouded her mind. Murongzi had a very simple disposition. She was never one to hide her feelings, therefore she just sat down on the spot. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, Zi, didn't you just say a few days ago that you had a medium-grade human step sword that you wished junior apprentice Brother Lin to help you with? Chapter 140, Blazing Fighting Spirit. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, Zi, didn't you just say a few days ago that you had a medium-grade human step sword that you wished for junior apprentice Brother Lin to help you with? Murongzi said with a sour taste, that person Qin Xingxian also has a sword and is looking for your junior apprentice brother Lin's inscription symbol. A sword from the marshal's quarters is probably a high-grade human step treasure sword. Ah, with my low-class broken sword, how can I go there to just lose face? Humph, those stubborn old men in my family are simply beggaring cheapskates. Murongzi's sour words could be smelled from several blocks away. Bai Jingyun could not help but laugh. As Murongzi had been seeing these days, there were many juniors of large and respected families that had medium-grade human step treasures with Lin Ming's flame inscription symbol added on them. She could not sit still and let this opportunity pass her, so she had used soft and hard tactics, and one way or another had managed to obtain a medium-grade human step treasure sword and some rare and precious materials from the old men in her family. She had grabbed Bai Jingyun in high spirits and ran to the inscription association to look for Lin Ming and have him place an inscription symbol on her weapon. But after finally arriving at the inscription association, they found that Lin Ming had collected all the materials he was looking for, and had shut down his shop, no longer working. This caused Murongzi to feel very melancholic and depressed. She returned to the Seven Profound Martial House where she also found that Lin Ming had gone into seclusion to train. This caused Murongzi to feel even more unwell. Bai Jingyun did not tease Murongzi. She walked over to greet Lin Ming and Qin Xingxian. Junior apprentice brother Lin. Miss Qin. Oh. Senior apprentice sister Jingyun. Lin Ming moved slightly, immediately smiled and replied, I hope that you are satisfied with that sword's inscription. It has been very worthwhile. I don't know if junior apprentice brother Lin has any free time these days, but Azi also has a sword, and would like to request junior apprentice brother Lin's help. No problem, there's no need to ask. An inscription symbol shouldn't take too long, I have more than enough time. I would still like to thank senior apprentice sister Jingyun for the star obsidian, it has helped me a lot. Junior apprentice brother Lin is too polite. Bai Jingyun smiled, and before she could say anything more, the copper clock on the altar sounded. The 10,000 killing arrays assessment had officially begun. Lin Ming's eyes shined. His fighting spirit was already blazing. After a long period of 3 months, just how far could he reach on the ranking stone? Will junior apprentice brother Lin go on stage now? Bai Jingyun asked. I will go on for the first round. Normally, a disciple of formidable strength could choose the final rounds to go on stage. This was so that they could have their finale in front of all. But Lin Ming didn't want this. The reason he came today was to enter the top 10 and take the reward of the heavy profound soft spear, it was not to perform. Those disciples that wish to participate in the first round please come up. The deacon senior apprentice brother proclaimed. Lin Ming leapt into the air, as if he was a gently lithe swallow, and instantly appeared on the 10,000 killing arrays altar. Others may not have noted this seemingly weightless, light movement, but Qin Xingxian did, along with the 2 elders, Su Fengyuan and Sun Sifan. Qin Xingxian instinctively felt that there was something strange with Lin Ming's movements a moment ago, but could not pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only pensively look at Lin Ming, puzzled, as she recalled the scene in her mind. Su Fengyuan stroked his beard, and said, Mr. Sun, did you notice that there was most likely some mystery within Lin Ming's movement just now? Sun Sifan recalled Lin Ming's movement just then. His movements couldn't be said to be too fast, but they actually contained some sort of special mystery. The average person, after jumping, would gradually slow down due to the force of gravity and air resistance. Though the jump speed was fast and the distance was short, those with careful perception were able to sense that even though Lin Ming jumped onto the altar at an average speed, his body seemed to be weightless like a feather, and he had been blown by a breeze on stage. There does seem to be something out of place. This kid just went missing for several days, yet his progress has not been small. Well, look. Because Lin Ming had arrived on stage, those disciples who had planned to go on for the first round stopped themselves as if they had come to a prior arrangement, and didn't step on stage. Now, the only person on the first round of the assessment was Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not care about these people, and sat cross-legged directly on the altar. There is no time limit to this assessment. Defeating an early second stage of body transformation enemy will gain you 1 point. Defeating a peak second stage will be worth 5 points. Early third stage enemy will be worth 10 points. A peak third stage enemy will be worth 50 points. An early 4th stage enemy will be worth 100 points. A peak 4th stage enemy will be worth 500 points. An early 5th stage enemy will be worth 1000 points. A peak 5th stage enemy will be worth 5000 points. Death in the Dreamland will mean defeat. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, if you are prepared, then we may start. Deacon Liang Guangfeng spoke the usual introduction routine. Please begin. Lim Ming nodded. Afterwards, a gently white light enveloped him in front of everyone. Lin Ming had once again entered that vast white world. At his side, there were a wide variety of weapons. Spear, spear shaft 8 feet, spear head 8 inches. Dark purple elastic iron spear shaft, cloud vein wrought iron spear point. Total weight 820 genes. Lin Ming conceived the image of the weapon in his mind, and like that, a replica of the penetrating rainbow spear fell into his waiting hands. Meanwhile, in front of Lin Ming, more than 10 martial artists and vicious beasts appeared. Their strength only ranged from the early 2nd stage of body transformation to the early 3rd stage of body transformation. To the Lin Ming of now, this sort of strength carried not even the slightest bit of threat. Not waiting for these enemies to attack, Lin Ming stepped forwards and instantly appeared in the middle of this shadowy pack of vicious beasts and martial artists. He swept out his spear, killing circle. Even with no flow like silk, and just with his physical strength alone, that single sweep of his spear caused every single enemy to explode like bags of blood. Every single one died. A single move to clear all, cleanly and neatly. As several breaths of time passed, another group of enemies winked into existence. This time, the enemies were mostly at the peak 3rd stage of body transformation, and there was even one at the early altering muscle stage. But this cultivation was just as trivial to Lin Ming. He gripped the penetrating rainbow spear and flicked it into his hand. Lin Ming fired into the group of enemies. The cow-like vicious beast with strength equal to the altering muscle stage stormed towards Lin Ming. Its large body of several thousand genes rapidly ran at him. Its 4 trampling hooves shook the ground, causes dirt and stones to fly in the air. With the fearsome power of the cow-like vicious beast, and in addition to the strength from its charge, even a palace would collapse on impact. Facing this aggressive monster, Lin Ming did not dodge or evade. He shouted, arms lowering, and his imposing aura erupted from his body like a volcano. Flood dragon goes to sea. With a roar, Lin Ming's spear pierced through the cow-like monster's body. Gotcha! Under the force of this impact, the penetrating rainbow spear split apart the cow-like monster's thick skin as if it was rotten leather and then stuck straight in the middle of the cow-like beast's body. The powerful clash of the two caused the penetrating rainbow spear to curve like a crescent moon. Li Ming fiercely stepped forward with his right foot, and his feet became rooted to the ground, as if he were an immovable mountain that had become one with the earth. Ho! Lin Ming's body flooded with thick true essence. His waist bent, and his body flexed like a bow. Both of his arms suddenly rose, and that several thousand gene cow beast was sent flying over Lin Ming's head. With a single move to send that cow monster soaring in the air, Lin Ming's momentum had already reached an extreme. He gave a loud shout and crashed into the center of the pack of enemies. Wielding his spear with both hands, he emanated an epic majesty. The penetrating rainbow spear was just like a purple-black flood dragon diving in the midst of a billowing sea of pain. Where the flood dragon went, blood would spray, bones would break, and muscles would be torn apart. Every move of the spear killed at least 2 enemies. The 10,000 killing array unceasingly conjured up new phantasmal enemies. However, the old enemies died even faster. After a long period passed, there were only 7 or 8 phantom beasts and martial artists that surrounded Lin Ming. Most of these had been swept by a spear, and had their legs broken of spines shattered. They lost nearly all their combat prowess, and would soon be eliminated. Outside the 10,000 killing array, the 4th incense stick had already been lit. Lin Ming was sitting on the altar, looking as indifferent as he did when he started, apparently still not having reached anywhere near his limit. The 4th incense stick has lit. During the last 10,000 killing array assessment, when Lin Ming arrived at the 4th incense stick, he had already been weakened. Even so, the speed at which he killed the enemies inside was too fast, and he killed his way to rank 62. Now it's already the 4th incense stick and Lin Ming hasn't even been affected at all. It looks like even persisting to the 6th or 7th incense stick is not a problem. With Lin Ming's increased strength, the speed at which he's killing enemies is absolutely faster than before. He might already have killed them to the point of the array creating bone forging stage martial artists. An early bone forging stage martial artist is worth 1,000 points. I just can't even imagine what Lin Ming's ranking will be like. Bai Jingyun commented as she looked at the incense burning while estimating Lin Ming's current score. The 10,000 killing array 10th place is probably around 8 or 9,000 points. As long as he can kill 4 or 5 early bone forging stage martial artists, in addition to the points he's already accumulated, he could easily enter the top 10 rankings. To Bai Jingyun, for a 15-year-old to enter the top 10 rankings, that was an absolutely terrifying result. As Bai Jingyun spoke, Murongzi was sitting cross-legged on the grass, propping up her head with both hands under her chin. She looked at Lin Ming as he sat down on the altar, and didn't really have much of a surprised feeling. This was probably because this Lin Ming had created too many miracles lately, and Murongzi had become immune to whatever amazing things Lin Ming would do. She was just too lazy to be surprised. In the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming was facing bone forging stage enemies just like Bai Jingyun had predicted. However, these were not early bone forging enemies, but peak bone forging enemies. Bai Jingyun had vastly underestimated the speed at which Lin Ming slaughtered his enemies. Lin Ming had just entered the early altering muscle stage. Facing off against peak bone forging enemies, there was more than a stage and half difference between their cultivations. Peak bone forging. Lin Ming greedily licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a brilliant fighting spirit. Because of the blood that stained his lips and face, his expression was particularly ferocious. As the enemy's strength increased, the pressure that Lin Ming felt on him also increased. Lin Ming's strength had already surpassed that of a common peak bone forging martial artist. However, in a situation where he was surrounded by a group of enemies that diverted his attention from all angles, to kill someone that was at the peak bone forging stage was a much greater level of difficulty. Lin Ming recklessly fought with a peak bone forging stage martial artist. This phantom martial artist actually used a rare staff as a weapon. As the staff pounded down, it had a tremendous crushing strength. Lin Ming brandished the penetrating rainbow spear, and struck the other staff. Sizzling sparks showered the air, and the spear and staff both bent from the formidable impact. At this time, the advantage of an elastic weapon was revealed. If that staff was not elastic, then with this strike, the martial artist's hand would have gone numb from the intense vibration. A peak bone forging martial artist had astonishing strength, but Lin Ming's strength was even greater. With the support of the chaotic virtues, combat meridians and combined with the power of flow like silk, Li Ming's spear shaft was like the surging tides of the infinite sea. Not only was it formidable, but it also stretched. The penetrating rainbow spear that was bent into a half-arc flexed back to its original shape. The peak bone forging black-armored martial artist was sent flying backwards by Lin Ming. In contrast, Lin Ming had not even taken half a step back. Chapter 141, Extreme Speed. In normal times, Lin Ming would lunge forwards and stab out his spear with his formidable momentum. Even if his spear could not directly kill the enemy, it would still leave a serious wound. But now, if Lin Ming just wanted to rush forward, two vicious beasts equivalent to the early bone forging stage would immediately be at his right and left, trying to bowl him over and kill him. Lin Ming cried out, and the penetrating rainbow spear fiercely swept outwards. The spear point was filled with true essence as it swept out, and these two vicious beasts' heads immediately shook with an intense vibrating true essence and then exploded. The two vicious beasts' heads were like watermelons that burst apart. Poof! Poof! The two headless corpses fell to the ground, blood erupting like a gushing fountain from their bodies. Thanks to the vicious beasts delaying for time, the peak bone forging martial artist that had been sent flying backwards by Lin Ming was able to recover his breath. He supported himself with his staff, and with the aid of the staff's elasticity, he shot forwards. Both hands grasped the staff and directly pounded down at Lin Ming. Seeing this staff come at him in the vision of his eyes, Lin Ming's mouth curved in a smile. He flicked the penetrating rainbow spear into his hands, and took a leaping step forwards. But in this single step, Lin Ming had reached a terrifying speed. Golden rock shattering the void. Under Lin Ming's footsteps, distance had already lost its meaning. When the peak bone forging martial artist's staff was descending, Lin Ming flickered in front of the bone forging martial artist as if he had teleported, and thrusted out his spear. Puff! The long spear pierced through the peak bone forging martial artist's throat. Even 10,000 moves could be shattered with extreme speed. When one's agility reached the pinnacle, they would have already killed their enemies before the enemy could even react. The peak bone forging martial artist hadn't expected Lin Ming to do this. Lin Ming hadn't yet shown such a horrifying velocity, and the result was that he had died to Lin Ming's spear. The penetrating rainbow spear was like a poisonous snake that was returning to its hole in the ground, and that peak bone forging martial artist's throat was such a big, bloody hole. As the peak bone forging martial artist died, the other early bone forging stage vicious beasts and martial artists were no match for Lin Ming. Under Lin Ming's alarming striking power and speed that was like flying ghosts, the penetrating rainbow spear was simply a death god's scythe as it harvested the life of these vicious beasts and martial artists. Under Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void movement skill, even if these vicious beasts and martial artists attacked, every single one would miss. After killing several early bone forging stage vicious beasts, Lin Ming was able to catch his breath for a brief moment. Then, 5 or 6 phantoms appeared in the dreamland. The majority of these were peak bone forging martial artists or vicious beasts, but impressively, there was actually a silver-armored martial artist that was at the pulse condensation period. A pulse condensation period martial artist. Good, very good. Let me take a look and see just how big the disparity is between the present me and an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. Seeing the appearance of a pulse condensation period martial artist, Lin Ming's fighting spirit combusted like a raging inferno. He had heard rumors that the limit of Ling Sen's strength was able to compete with a weak pulse condensation period martial artist. But this silver-armored martial artist's true essence wasn't as rich. He had apparently just made a breakthrough to the pulse condensation period, and the meridians through his body hadn't yet made a complete connection. This sort of pulse condensation period martial artist was the weakest of all. If Ling Sen were here, he would most likely be able to kill him. But for Lin Ming to deal with him was just too difficult. Now, if Lin Ming wanted to, he could take the most sensible approach. He would avoid the pulse condensation period martial artist, and use his great striking power, speed, and flow like silk, to continuously harvest points from the bone forging stage vicious beasts and martial artists. This was the best way to maximize points. In fact, all the 7 profound martial house disciples were the same. If they ran into an enemy they could not deal with, they would use this method. Zhang Guanyu and Ta Ku were no exception. These 2 individuals were still unable to kill a pulse condensation period martial artist. At this time, they could only persist as long as they could under the vigilance of this pulse condensation period martial artist and try to kill as many enemies as possible. Ta Ku relied on his formidable strength. Even in a situation where several pulse condensation period martial artists appeared, he would still be able to find his way in and cleanly slay a bone forging stage martial artist. This was why he had always been placed above Zhang Guanyu, and had taken the throne of second rank on the ranking stone. But Lin Ming had no desire to do this. He knew that with the points he had, his position in the top 10 was already ironclad. Even if he killed more bone forging stage martial artists to rise to a higher rank, what significance would there be in that? In the past, Lin Ming had to struggle for resources by attaining a higher ranking. But now, Lin Ming was already undergoing the core disciple test, and thus enjoyed benefits no different from being in the top 3 ranks of the ranking stone. Therefore, points to him now were nothing more than clouds in the sky. As long as he entered the top 10 ranks and obtained the heavy profound soft spear, that would be enough. Constantly dodging the attacks of the pulse condensation period martial artist and killing off the weaker enemies. Like this, his score would be higher, but the number of pulse condensation period martial artists would also gradually increase. Therefore Lin Ming would completely lose the opportunity to kill the pulse condensation period martial artist. What Lin Ming wanted to know was not how many points he could accumulate, but what the disparity was between him and a normal pulse condensation martial artist. Die. Lin Ming did not go to deal with the other enemies. He grasped the penetrating rainbow spear, and flew directly at the silver-armored warrior. Outside the 10,000 killing array, the 6th incense stick had already burnt to its end. This result was as many people anticipated. 6 incense sticks of time were not too long. The last time Murongzi had participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment, she had also persisted for 6 incense sticks of time, and finally achieved rank 28. But what everyone knew was that Lin Ming's 6 incense sticks of time was much different than an average person's 6 incense sticks of time. The speed with which he killed his enemies was simply distressing. The seventh incense stick just lit. Lin Ming seems to be approaching his limit. During this time in the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming's face became flushed red with blood and his forehead was heavily sweating. Under the diversion of the crowds of bone-forging stage martial artists, the pressure on him as he was battling the pulse condensation period martial artist could be imagined. The disparity between a pulse condensation period martial artist and a bone-forging stage martial artist was enormous, because a pulse condensation period martial artist was able to connect all of their bodies. Meridians. The enemy Lin Ming was facing had just broken through the pulse condensation period, so the meridians hadn't thoroughly opened. But his extreme strength was truly abnormal. If it was not for the movements of golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming would have already been surrounded by enemies as he faced the pulse condensation period martial artist, and suffered agonizing defeat. Even so, with the passage of time, the wounds on Lin Ming's body began to gradually increase. He experienced over a dozen injuries on his body, and had lost a massive amount of blood. There were several deep wounds where even bone could be seen. Even though Lin Ming was able to breathe like bellows, and breathe out a whirlpool, and also had the support of the true primal chaos formula, he had already arrived at this limit. During that time, Lin Ming had pierced that silver-armored knight with his spear. Although the spear had penetrated the armor and slightly injured the body, the intense vibrating true essence had passed into the body of the silver-armored knight. But even though Lin Ming had poured all of his true essence into that strike, he was still only able to make his enemy cough up a mouthful of blood. Flow like silk was able to kill the enemy due to the vibration of true essence. However, the true essence in a pulse condensation period martial artist was simply too thick. It diffused the vibrations to a certain extent as the shock came, and therefore Lin Ming had been unable to kill his enemy in a single strike. At this time, the seventh incense stick had burnt less than half. In the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming let out a stuffy cough and was suddenly drawn back from the dreamland of the 10,000 killing array. The assessment has ended. Lin Ming had eventually failed to kill the pulse condensation period stage martial artist, he only just injured him with his spear. Although his strength was far inferior, with the support of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming had been able to last for a good while until his defeat. While under the attacks and diversions from numerous bone-forging stage martial artists and vicious beasts, Lin Ming had still been able to injure a pulse condensation period martial artist. Even though this pulse condensation period martial artist was a phantom conjured by the 10,000 killing array, this result was enough for him to take pride in. If this news spread out, it would create a stir within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. However, after having injured that pulse condensation period martial artist, facing the attacks from so many more bone-forging stage enemies, Lin Ming had been forced to eliminate several of the bone-forging martial artist and vicious beasts. The end result was that another pulse condensation period martial artist had appeared, and this one was even stronger than the least. Because of the increased pressure on Lin Ming, he was finally defeated. Lin Ming stepped down from the altar, and the eyes of everyone had already turned to the ranking stone. They wanted to personally see with their eyes just how high Lin Ming would be arranged. Lin Ming had numerous fanboys and fangirls. For instance, the many young junior apprentice brother and sister Lin Min IACs of the Human Hall who fanatically supported and worshipped Lin Ming, they believed that the omnipotent Lin Ming could accomplish anything. But older, sensible disciples who saw reason, they assumed that the reason Lin Ming came today was to warm up, and see how far he was from reaching the top 10 rankings. The 7 profound martial house master had given Lin Ming 3 months to reach the top 10 rankings. This definitely was not some random date that he had set. What kind of person was the 7 profound martial house master? He must have seen Lin Ming's potential, and estimated the speed of his progress, thus he listed out the series of awards. 3 months to reach the top 10, that should be Lin Ming's limits. Otherwise, if Lin Ming was lax even just a tad, it would be impossible for him to reach the top 10 in 3 months. This Lin Ming wants to amaze the world with a single, brilliant feat. Since he dared come today, he must not be too far from the top 10. Even if he cannot enter this month, he should be able to next month. A heavenly abode disciple ranked 20th commented as he swung his fan. The more points one had, the slower the calculation on the ranking stone would be. Now, several breaths of time had passed, and yet there was not any stir on the ranking stone. Lin Ming should be close to the top 10. The martial house master's judgment shouldn't be wrong. The fact that he gave Lin Ming 3 months to advance to the top 10 was not some random guess. He must have already seen through Lin Ming's potential, and didn't want to leave anything to accident. Lin Ming should be able to advance to the top 10 next month. If so, he might even possibly defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month's match. To defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, that is simply too fearful. If junior apprentice brother Lin surpasses us this time, I just don't know how I will respond. The young man who answered was a heavenly abode disciple who was ranked in the top 20. These two friends would soon graduate. They had been fellow disciples for 5 years, and had entered the Earth Hall together, and then entered the heavenly abode together. They were very good lifelong friends. These two people had just passed by, and after learning that Lin Ming was participating in the assessment, came especially to see. In their view, for Lin Ming to advance to the top 10 in 3 months was already an inconceivable myth, something only heard about in children's bedtime stories. And now, if he managed to reach the top 10 in 2 months, they really wouldn't be able to find the words to describe such a fantastical situation. Any talent, genius, monster, evildoer, or other adjective would simply not be enough to describe Lin Ming. Their eyes were focused on the 2nd row of the ranking stone, as they waited for the illusory magic array to calculate the points. The 2nd row was the location where the disciples in the 10s were located. After several more breaths of time, there was finally that trademark rippling distortion on the ranking stone. However, this fluctuation actually appeared on the 1st row. The 5th and 6th names were shoved apart by some unseen strength, and Lin Ming's name impressively appeared between them. Lin Ming, rank 6. Chapter 142, Heavy Profound Soft Spear. 6th. 6th. The two top 20 heavenly abode disciples said at the same time, surprised. The martial house master had given Lin Ming 3 months to enter into the top 10 rankings. But in only 2 months, he had reached 6th place. Was this a joke? Even the two of them, though they were big fans of Lin Ming, didn't think that Lin Ming would reach the top 10. But then to also kill his way to the 6th rank spot. Even the fanatical young female apprentice of the human hall rubbed her eyes, as if there was something wrong with her sight. The threshold of difficulty for which the 7 profound martial house had set the tasks before Lin Ming would receive a reward was difficult beyond imagination. 3 months to enter the top 10, 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu, 5 months to defeat Ta Ku, 6 months to defeat Ling Sen. There were even those who believed that this list of rewards was merely someone poking fun at Lin Ming. But the present result was that when it came to Lin Ming, the difficulty that the 7 profound martial house had set the rewards at was too low. To have Lin Ming advance to the top 10 in 3 months. They were simply looking down on Lin Ming. Now Lin Ming had only taken 2 months to arrive at the 6th place rank. Wasn't this just embarrassing oneself? Now, it was extremely possible for Lin Ming to defeat Zhang Guanyu. The only requirement for Lin Ming to be a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house was that he reach the peak-altering muscle stage before he was over 16 years old. Everyone was no longer anxious of this test. This difficulty was simply too low for Lin Ming. That is, whether or not Lin Ming could defeat Ta Ku or Ling Sen in the future, he was already destined to be a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house and reach the pulse condensation period. He would go to 7 Profound Valley's main sect for several years, and easily reach the Hotian stage. Then as long as Lin Ming wished for it, he could return to the Sky Fortune Kingdom and become a 7 Profound Envoy or the 7 Profound Martial House Master. At that time, the Sky Fortune Kingdom would become Lin Ming's garden, and he could do as he pleased. This made how many people, how many families jealous to the degree of bleeding. Lin Ming was also so young, he completely had the possibility to step into the Hotian stage before he was 30 years old. Then, he could casually and freely spend his couple hundred years of youth as countless families and major powers tried to flatter and curry favor with him. Innumerable beautiful young girls would want to marry him, even royal princesses, and proud, arrogant women like Bai Jingyun and Murongzi would be at his beck and call. Not only was it the beautiful women of now, but those several dozens of years later, or 100 years later would all be easily obtained. Compared to this, it was even better than being a mortal emperor by hundreds of times. To the majority of the 7 Profound Martial House's male disciples, this was simply the pinnacle of living, the pinnacle of life. Lin Ming looked at the ranking stone and understood why he was able to achieve such a result. The first reason was that he had broken through to the altering muscle stage, so his true essence and strength had increased by a large margin. The second reason was that he had comprehended the concept of wind, and had successfully learned the movement ability, golden rock shattering the void. In the past, Lin Ming had rarely moved in battle. No matter how aggressive his enemy was or how threatening their killer moves, Lin Ming never escaped. His fighting method was to completely meet an enemy head-on in a battle of toughness. If he is strong, then I am stronger. In a battle, Lin Ming's aura was motionless like a mountain that had existed since time immemorial, as if he was that passing cable in a torrentially surging river. After Lin Ming had reached the large success stage in his cultivation method, so far the only one who had been able to force him back was Zhu Yan. The reason for this method of fighting was mainly because of how formidable Lin Ming's strength was, and how vigorous his true essence was. What he excelled most at was meeting an enemy head-on, of course, but the other reason was because Lin Ming's speed was just not that fast. His attack speed was fast enough, but his body speed actually relied upon the foundation movement technique. The foundation movement technique was only the most basic of movement manuals after all. Lin Ming just hadn't placed much time or effort into cultivating this foundation movement technique, thus Lin Ming's accomplishments in terms of agility had remained limited. If he only rushed forwards, then by relying on his physical strength and vigorous true essence, Lin Ming could reach a certain speed. But if he were to move at strange angles, drifting about in erratic movements, then he did not excel in this aspect. But, the golden rock shattering the void, was able to completely make up for this insufficiency. Now that he had comprehended the concept of wind, regardless of whether it was linear velocity or how nimble his movements could be, Lin Ming was already far superior to martial artists at the same cultivation. He could even soar to a stop in the air, and then change direction. These movements completely violated the laws of physics in air. As he had amazing physical strength, and the true essence in his body was astonishingly thick and pure. Meanwhile, he was a martial artist who had the terrifying ability of flow like silk, and the ghostly speed from golden rock shattering the void. What sort of concept was this? Words were not enough to describe how powerful he was with all these skills together. With my strength as it is now, I don't know how much worse I am than Zhang Guanyu. If I am weaker, just how much weaker am I? I heard that from the 4th rank on, there was extreme disparity between the 4th rank and Zhang Guanyu's 3rd. The 4th rank and 3rd rank on the ranking stone were not even close to the same level. This time, Lin Ming had not been trying to maximize his score. Otherwise, with his golden rock shattering the void movements, he would have easily been able to flit around and kill enemies at the bone forging stage, and greatly increase his score. He could have reached the 4th place ranking, and even had the possibility of reaching 3rd. However, rankings did not mean everything. Even if Lin Ming's rank surpassed Zhang Guanyu, it would not mean anything. It had already been a very long time since Zhang Guanyu last participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment. According to the Crown Prince's information, Zhang Guanyu currently cultivated the divine acacia power, and his strength had experienced a tremendous rise. Right now I am inferior to Zhang Guanyu. I don't know how much time it will take to surpass him. The 7 profound martial house master gave me 4 months to challenge Zhang Guanyu, but I think I will be able to in 3. Lin Ming didn't consider defeating Zhang Guanyu to be an insurmountable problem. Lin Ming, congratulations. Qin Xingxian said with a smile. She had been standing not too far off from the altar, and watching the changes in the ranking stone. Not only in the top 10, but also the 6th place ranking, really not something I expected. Bai Jingyun said as she also walked over, blinking as she steadily gazed at Lin Ming. She hadn't thought that Lin Ming's growth would be so drastic in such a short time. However, Murongzi's state of mind was much better. She distantly glanced at the ranking stone, and then looked at Lin Ming as he casually talked to Qin Xingxian and Bai Jingyun in a friendly manner. She muttered in a low voice, "Farm animals are farm animals, it's impossible to judge a person just by looking at them." The second round of the 10,000 killing array carried on as usual. However, no one was actually paying attention to this. If not for some disciples that had already put down a true essence stone as down payment, they wouldn't even have wanted to undergo the assessment. As the second round of the assessment began, an old man wearing a long blue gown walked into the 10,000 killing array's Ashlar Square. The old man appeared silently, many people hadn't even noticed that he was there. It was as if he had always been standing there, and no one had ever noticed him. Lin Ming suddenly started. This was the first time that he had seen this blue-gowned old man. This person had appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. Lin Ming unconsciously took a step back. On this old man, Lin Ming realized that his breath was even stronger than Mui's. "Greetings, senior." Although he didn't know who this old man was, but to appear in the Seven Profound Martial House at this time, he should be one of the top elders of the Seven Profound Martial House. It was even possible that he was the Seven Profound Martial House master. Qin Xingxian discovered this old man at nearly the same time that Lin Ming did. Seeing this old man, she was slightly surprised, immediately bowing, "Greetings, Martial House master." The man laughed and stroked his beard, saying, "Young child Xingxian, your words are sweet enough. What martial house master am I? I am just a deputy." The Seven Profound Martial House had a martial house master and 2 deputy martial house masters. However, Qin Xingxian was always awkward greeting the deputy martial house masters, so she ended up greeting them as martial house master. Lin Ming's heart was slightly cold. It turned out that this old man was the Seven Profound Martial House's deputy master, yet he had managed to acquire Peak Hotian stage strength. If the deputy house master had such power, then the martial house master was certainly stronger. However, no matter how strong they were, it would be impossible for them to be a Xiantian stage master. The martial house master should also be at the Peak Hotian stage. Within those at the Peak Hotian stage, there were also those that were weaker and those that were stronger. As Qin Xingxian greeted this old man, the disciples present also heard. They hadn't thought that this old man that suddenly came out of nowhere would be the Seven Profound Martial House deputy master. Suddenly, these disciples felt a cascade of emotions at once. They were panicked, flustered, excited, awed, and scared, all at the same time. This was just like when a commoner suddenly saw the arrival of the emperor. They would fear they did not know what the proper etiquette was, but also feel excited and honored to be in his presence. After all, to the common person, the emperor was a legendary character. To these low-order disciples, the martial house master and the deputy martial house master were elusive and secretive in their movements. One would feel their presence, but not see them. There were many heavenly abode disciples, who in their entire 5 years at the Seven Profound Martial House, would never catch even a glimpse of the martial house master. The deputy house master personally came. "That's the deputy house master of the martial house. He really is a true master, I never even noticed that he appeared. Why would the deputy house master come here? Would it be to congratulate Lin Ming? I doubt it. But if it's true, this Lin Ming's face is just too great this time. Even if a new emperor ascended the throne, it would be very difficult to ask the martial house master to attend the crowning ceremony." As people were speculating in confusion, at this moment, the old man in blue clothes withdrew an overly long box from his spatial ring. Set upright, this box was even higher than the old man, it was almost 10 feet high. The box was made from sandalwood. It appeared to be extremely aged, and faintly exuded the scent of rustic wood. As Lin Ming saw this long box, he had a faint guess in his heart. Sure enough, when the old man opened the box, revealed inside was a long silk cloth. Between the silk, there was a faint shine of something silver. Without a doubt, this was a spear that was wrapped in the silk. Heavy, profound, soft spear. The old man in blue clothes smiled and said, "Boy, take this spear and have a look." Lin Ming took a deep breath, pulled off the silk cloth covering, and took the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hand. As his hand touched the spear shaft, Lin Ming felt an immediate rush of coolness, as if this spear was linking with his flesh and blood. It had an extremely heavy feeling, the weight had to be above 1,000 genes. The spear was bright silver all around. Even the spearhead was also shiningly silver. The spear's blade was thin, cold, and strikingly sharp. The spear shaft was elastic, but to shake it actually required a greater amount of strength than what the penetrating rainbow spear required. It was clear that the implicit tension and striking force of the heavy, profound, soft spear was much higher than dark purple elastic iron. Feeling this faintly cool trace of the spear shaft, Lin Ming clearly felt slightly ridged trace lines on the spear shaft. They were just like ripples of water and felt pleasant to the touch. These kinds of trace marks were not for preventing one's grip from slipping. Rather, they were from a refiner master who inscribed it upon the barrel of the shaft. These lines had already penetrated into the spear shaft and were similar to an inscription symbol. They had long merged into one organic whole with the spear. Relying on these lines, it enabled one to pour their true essence into the spear and circulate it throughout, finally transforming it into a medium-grade human step treasure. Chapter 143, True Essence Manifestation. There's no inscription symbol, Lin Ming thought. He himself was the current most splendid inscription Grand Master in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He would have to ponder over what sort of inscription symbol to add to this heavy profound soft spear, to seek the highest possible promotion of might. By now, the blue-clothed old man said, before the martial house master departed, he gave me this spear and told me that as long as you passed the test, this spear would be given to you. This spear was created by the 7 Profound Valleys Refiner faction. If it were not because of the inherent limitations of such weapons, it would be at least a high-grade human step treasure. Weapons like the spear, staff, and bow all demanded both tenacity and elasticity. They were the most difficult of treasures to create. Although this heavy profound soft spear was only a medium-grade human step treasure, in terms of value, it was much more precious and valuable than a common high-grade human step treasure sword. As Lin Ming held onto the heavy profound soft spear, he loved it enough that he was almost unable to put it down. The blue-clothed old man said, this heavy profound soft spear weighs 1,200 genes. The spear shaft is 9 feet long and made from heavy profound soft silver, while the spear head is 9 inches and made from cold star steel. The total length of this spear is 9 feet 9 inches. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the shape of a spear and lance were similar. The general belief was that a spear was less than 10 feet, and a lance was longer than 10 feet. The spear was a weapon usually used in battles by martial artists, but the lance was almost exclusively used by someone riding on a warhorse. Because the lance was too long, it was difficult to display its strength without riding on the back of a horse. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the army provided standard war horses and lances to those in its ranks. The pole of a lance was 10 feet, and the lance point 8 inches, therefore it was known as a 10-foot 8 lance. The lance was once famously used by a tough and valiant general. He had favored the lance, and his strikes would cause the enemies to bleed as if his weapon was a serpent, thus it became known as the 10-foot 8 snake lance. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, an average man was 7 feet, and they would have sons that were 7 feet. Of course, there were those that were taller, and might even be 8 feet high or taller. An 8-foot spear was already the height of a tall martial artist. A 9-foot 9-inch spear was higher than a martial artist by 2 feet. Using such a long spear, the range of attack would be larger, but the difficulty would also be higher. Among all the numerals, 9 is the highest. This symbol had been noble and honored since ancient times. A mortal emperor could only be referred to as the Royal 9-5, but the martial gods of old were actually called the Supreme 9-9. The spear was the king of 100 soldiers, and a 9-foot 9-inch spear was the Supreme 99 among all other spears. This spear was truly a king among kings. A normal refining master with only a modicum of ability would never dare to rashly refine a 9-foot 9-9 long spear. They would fear their ability was insufficient, and ruin their own destiny. Even if there were refining masters that were confident in their own refining technique, when creating the spear, they had to quench the flames of its creation with water added with 5th-level ominous beast blood. Only with this sacrifice to the spear would the malignant influences of the spear vanish. With the 7 Profound Valleys' deep resources and history, they certainly would have used 5th-level vicious beast blood to quench and temper the spear. Not only that, but they would not have used a small amount. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, 1 tael of this blood was worth more than 30,000 gold taels, and was difficulty to buy. When Lin Ming had been planning to draw his body inscription, he had spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to collect 2 taels of this blood. "Thank you, Deputy Martial House Master," Lin Ming reverently said as he took the heavy profound soft spear in both his hands and deeply bowed. This spear was simply too precious, and it was also very important to him. Seeing Lin Ming receive the heavy profound soft spear, the other disciples of the martial house had very keen and eager expressions. Although they did not use a spear, if a martial artist saw a good weapon, they would still be envious. "Show off a few moves. This old man wants to take a look at your spear technique." The blue-clothed old man wet his lips and chuckled. "Yes." Lin Ming held the spear in both hands and bowed. He took a step back, and pressed the spear flat against his arm and pointed it outwards. The 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear was held perfectly level by Lin Ming. With Lin Ming's increased strength, This 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear was just right. As he felt the weight of the spear, Lin Ming gave the shaft a fierce shake. The heavy profound soft spear danced like a silver snake in his hands, and the originally sharp point of the spearhead vibrated until it looked like a large illusory pearl. There was a powerful force contained within the heavy profound soft spear that was very lethal. If an average person touched this vibrating spearhead, they would be sent flying backwards by the vigorous tremors. If this spear point touched certain points like the chest or belly, the ribs would fracture, and there was an extreme possibility that the internal organs would all burst and that person would die a miserable death. Good spear. Lin Ming sincerely praised the spear, and his left hand pat down on the breech of the shaft. He forcefully held down the vibrating long spear and then took a step back. An imposing momentum erupted around him, and the heavy profound soft spear thrust out like a bolt of silver lightning. Cha! The piercing sound in the air was just as if a sharp knife was running across a glass pane. Rippling waves visible to the naked eye congealed in the air, as if light itself was twisting. This was because the vibrating true essence that was poured into the spear had no place to vent, so it rushed into the air, causing vibrating sound waves that rapidly spread out. A thunderclap sounded in the air, and a stone pillar 100 feet far from Lin Ming suddenly exploded, stone rubble flying everywhere as the column collapsed into dust and rocks. But Lin Ming's spear point was 90 feet away from that stone column. The blue-clothed old man's eyes brightened. What a good young fellow, that was true essence manifestation. True essence manifestation was an ability within the realm of pulse condensation period martial artists. Martial artists were able to release magnificent and awe-inspiring martial skills, but this was not true essence manifestation. True essence manifestation referred to when a martial artist casually attacked, and was able to realize true essence and condense it into reality. Like so, every free strike they made would be comparable to a martial skill from an ordinary martial artist. The requirement for this was that a martial artist's true essence must be incomparably thick. Usually, only a pulse condensation period martial artist could achieve true essence that dense. But the current Lin Ming had only just entered the early altering muscle stage. How could that blue-clothed old man not be startled? It was not only the blue-clothed old man, but also the two elders, Elder Sun and Elder Su, Qin Xingxian, and some other master talents present that had noticed Lin Ming's true essence manifestation. To Qin Xingxian, this ability of Lin Ming's to manifest true essence was much more surprising than him obtained the 6th place rank on the ranking stone. Qin Xingxian found it hard to imagine that an early altering muscle stage martial artist could reach the boundary where he could manifest true essence. She was already at the bone forging stage, yet she did not yet have that ability. What the hell is Lin Ming cultivating? Is this ethereal martial intent really that godly? The other disciples had not been able to see the mysterious principles within Lin Ming's spear strike, but this did not hinder them from exclaiming in surprise at the spear's excessive vigor. Spear wind, that was definitely spear wind. No, that was certainly the legendary spear light. What do you know? That was what ancients called spear fu. The lower-order disciples didn't know much about the theories of spear wind, spear light, sword wind, sword light, and were somewhat vague on the other speculations. They only knew that Lin Ming's strike was truly fierce. With a single thrust of Lin Ming's spear, he had been able to shatter a stone column. Though this was an unintentional move, he was still incomparably excited. After Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage, he had reached the boundary of true essence manifestation. But he hadn't been able to use this to fight his enemies. However, now with the medium-grade human step treasure, for the first time Lin Ming was able to release his true essence. Even without touching, he could still attack his enemy. Relying on true essence to create a ranged attack was not difficult. Normally, a martial artist could do this once they cultivated a martial skill. Lin Ming hadn't yet studied any martial skills, but now, as long as his true essence reserves were enough, he could actually strike out with a force tantamount to a martial skill. Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with just a single spear move. When his true essence poured into the heavy profound soft spear, it had the feeling of a fish swimming in water, and let Lin Ming feel incomparably comfortable. At this time, the aura around Lin Ming's body bloomed once again. He received his spear, gripped it in his right hand and fiercely thrust out a dozen times. He turned and stabbed, Flowers in the Storm. Flowers in the Storm was another move within the foundation spear technique. The strikes of the spear were like a hail of petals, without a single opening, where not even water could enter. The The spear shadow became blurry, and a keening whistle was produced from the terrifying speed of the spear. In the surroundings of the spear shadow, there were ripples once again visible to the naked eye. Anything that this high-speed vibrating shockwave touched was torn into shreds. Lin Ming stabbed out hundreds of times, and finally vented the powerful momentum that he had gathered a moment ago. As he took back the silver spear, Lin Ming's mind was filled with a great happiness. The strength of this medium-grade human step treasure was truly outstanding. If he added an inscription symbol on top of that, the might of the spear would increase by nearly 50%. Lin Ming already couldn't wait to battle Zhang Guanyu. The news of Lin Ming reaching the 6th place in the 10,000 killing array was like a massive bomb that exploded throughout Sky Fortune City. In merely one day, it had spread to every nook and cranny of the land. 3 months to enter the top 10 ranks of the ranking stone, 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu, 5 months to defeat Ta Ku, and 6 months to defeat Ling Sr. To everyone, this series of tests was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now, Lin Ming had only used 2 months to complete the first task. Not only that, but he had eclipsed it, ranking stone, 6th place. Did this mean that after 4 months he could defeat Zhang Guanyu, and then defeat Ta Ku in the 5th month? And 6 months later, subsequently challenge Ling Sen. Zhang Guanyu and Ta Ku did not count for much, but Ling Sen had already been recognized throughout Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his stage. It could even be said that he was the top martial artist of those below the pulse condensation period. He was only a half step into the bone forging stage, and yet he had strength that was comparable to pulse condensation period martial artists. If Lin Ming defeated Ling Sen, then he would have shattered Ling Sen's legend of being invincible within his stage, and his individual strength would be comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist. For someone with cultivation at the altering muscle stage to have the strength of a pulse condensation period martial artist, it was terrifying. Not only that, but Lin Ming was so young, and his cultivation speed was completely abnormal. How many years would he need to break into the bone forging stage, or the pulse condensation period? When Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, could he defeat a Hotian master, and seize the throne of being the top martial artist within the Sky Fortune Kingdom? Like this, could Lin Ming reach the Hotian stage, or even the peak Hotian stage? With Lin Ming's cultivation speed, to reach the Hotian stage before he was 30 would not be difficult. If he were to reach the peak Hotian stage, would he be able to compare to a Xiantian master? Thinking of this, many people did not dare to presume any further. To them, a Xiantian master was simply a fable that existed only in legends. Even in the 7 profound valleys where masters and powerhouses lurked everywhere, a Xiantian stage master had a pivotal status. Regardless of if they were a 7 profound envoy or a martial house master, they would only be at the peak Hotian stage. Although their status was higher than the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom, they still had to give some respect to the Emperor. When they were issuing a decree, they also had to mind their tone. But a Xiantian master was different. They were able to directly discard the Emperor, and even set up a new Emperor in place of the old. If one did not obey their orders, they would kill their way into the royal palace at night, and take the Emperor's severed head. Who would dare to stop a Xiantian master? Even if everyone knew perfectly well who it was that killed the Emperor, who would have the ability to investigate? Chapter 144, Ouyang Dihua. To put it in layman's terms, a Xiantian master was an existence that completely upset the natural balance. If a country had a Xiantian master, then the neighboring countries would have no courage to go to against this country. If it really came down to war, then on the very first day the generals of all the armies would die silently in their camps, and on the second day the emperor would also die in his royal palace. How could they continue fighting at this point? If Lin Ming someday had strength that could compare to a Xiantian master, then he would essentially dominate all of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Everything would be under his control. As the news that Lin Ming obtained 6th place on the ranking stone continued to spread, the Crown Prince was one of the first to hear of Lin Ming's situation via a sound-transmitting talisman. The Crown Prince was pleasantly surprised by Lin Ming's results. He thought again, with Lin Ming as he was now, it was becoming more and more likely that he could defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month. With Zhang Guanyu's personality, how would he reconcile with this truth? The 7 profound martial house was similar to a beast cage. All talents were gathered, just like those trainers that would find those beasts with good bodies and trap them in a cage, feed them good meat and water, and finally let them slaughter each other to select the final king of beasts. Now, the martial house master had given Lin Ming 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu as a target goal. This was equal to turning Zhang Guanyu into Lin Ming's grindstone. If Zhang Guanyu was indifferent, or was some particularly tenacious warrior who would become braver when pressured, and could accept their defeat, then even at the worst it would not be a major problem. But Zhang Guanyu's personality was demented and paranoid. He would not easily accept his defeat, and the ripples from that fight would be especially alarming. What dark methods would Zhang Guanyu adopt? Yang Lin frowned as he thought this. Lan Yunue was in his mansion, so he was able to guarantee her safety, and Lin Ming's parents in Mulberry City were under layer upon layer of heavy protection, so there shouldn't be a problem there either. As for Lin Ming, Zhang Guanyu would not dare move against him. So what could Zhang Guanyu do? Now, at the Allied Trade Association. Zhang Guanyu had a very gloomy expression as he reclined against a couch. At this side were 2 beautifully dressed maids standing beside him in fear and trepidation. When Lin Ming had gone to the 10,000 killing array for the assessment, Zhang Guanyu was one of the first to receive the news. He could easily have rushed over to see Lin Ming's assessment, but he was not even a cent interested in seeing Lin Ming show off in front of everyone. When Lin Ming had finished the assessment, Zhang Guanyu was also one of the first to receive a sound-transmitting talisman with the results. Only 2 months, and he had reached the 6th rank of the 10,000 killing array. This result caused Zhang Guanyu to feel uneasy. Although the first 3 ranks on the ranking stone were far away enough from the 4th that they couldn't even be considered in the same category, and Zhang Guanyu's strength had also progressed considerably recently, the speed at which Lin Ming was progressing was simply too horrifying. If another 2 months passed, would even the heavens know how much he progressed? Now Zhang Guanyu had the feeling of having ridden the back of dangerous tiger. He could no longer back down. "Young master, are you looking for me?" Zhang Guanyu turned to see a middle-aged man at the Viscera training stage walk into the room. The middle-aged man bowed. He had also heard the news about Lin Ming reaching the 6th rank. Concerning this result, he could only sigh. 2 months ago he had disapproved when Zhang Guanyu had gone to provoke Lin Ming, but it was not his place to order Zhang Guanyu on how to handle his affairs. Now that he had already offended Lin Ming, it was too late to turn back the hand of time, but also with Zhang Guanyu's character, he definitely would not rescind his hand. If the young master continues along this path and doesn't change his nature, then I am afraid there will be future trouble concerning young master's status as the successor of the Allied Trade Association. It will not be good fortune for the young master. The elder will not choose a man with an extreme character to stand at the helm of the trade association. The middle-aged man silently shook his head. He dared not speak this thought out loud. Zhang Guanyu sat as he was, looking increasingly dreary and not saying a single word. Zhang Guanyu of course understood what type of person was suitable to be the future heir of the Allied Trade Association, but after having cultivated the divine acacia power, Zhang Guanyu no longer cared for this vaunted position. What he pursued was eternal youth and infinite yang essence. The status as chief of the Allied Trade Association was simply riddled with mundane problems, and would affect his cultivation. After a period of silence, Zhang Guanyu finally said, "Help me contact the Cloud Prince and the 7 Profound Valleys Ouyang Dihua. I must see them." The Cloud Prince and Ouyang Dihua. The middle-aged man was surprised. He understood that Zhang Guanyu was seeking a helping hand, and that the Cloud Prince was undoubtedly Lin Ming's enemy and that an enemy of an enemy was a friend. But since ancient times, when it involved the struggle for the throne, the Allied Trade Association had always maintained their complete and utter neutrality. They would not favor any party. But this time, Zhang Guanyu actually wanted to reverse this tradition and take the side of the 10th prince. As for Ouyang Dihua, this person was the direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction's 3rd elder, Ouyang Boyan. In fact, Ouyang Dihua's talent wasn't regarded as outstanding among the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. He had entered the pulse condensation period at the age of 22, and had now been there for 2 years, but still had not been able to reach the peak pulse condensation period. The reason he could be a direct disciple was mainly because he was the nephew of the 3rd elder, Ouyang Boyan. Because of his identity, let alone the emperors of various countries, even the 7 profound envoys and martial house masters had to greet Ouyang Dihua with several points of respect. These years, Ouyang Dihua had been cultivating the divine acacia power. Because of this, he had left the 7 profound valleys and gone to experience the neighboring countries. The truth was this experience was in fact seeking the beautiful women in these countries. Ouyang Dihua had a wide and experienced palate. However, what he was most interested in were two kinds. The first kind was the young daughters of large, respected families. These girls had an outstanding temperament and a great inner pride. What Ouyang Dihua liked the most was to rip of the clothes of these women and turn these originally pure and holy girls into the basest of sluts. The second kind was the daughters of wealthy families. These girls were pure and lovely, and were like a breath of fresh air. Ouyang Dihua very much enjoyed the vaguely virgin sweet fragrance of their bodies. The Allied Trade Association where Zhang Guanyu was at had many old dealings with the third elder Ouyang Boyan of the Seven Profound Valleys Acacia faction. The reason that Zhang Guanyu was able to cultivate the divine acacia power was because he had obtained it from Ouyang Boyan. Of course, the Allied Trade Association had paid a steep price for this. 5 days later, 30,000 miles from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, at the Heavenly Wind Nation's capital's palace, Zhang Guanyu stood in a hall, hands relaxed, without single ounce of arrogance on his face. In front of him was a 20-something-year-old man lazily reclining on a bed, holding a jade-like beauty in his arm. Wrapped in blankets, the man occasionally moved, and parts of the blanket would uncover, revealing an indecent scene. Obviously, the woman was stripped naked under the blankets. Zhang Guanyu, be honest, for what matter did you come here today to ask for help? This man was Ouyang Dihua. He had lived these past few days in the Heavenly Wind Nation, enjoying the beautiful women while also attempting to break through to the perfect stage of the divine acacia power's third layer. Zhang Guanyu found that Ouyang Dihua was staying at the Heavenly Wind Nation, so he borrowed the Allied Trade Association's Heavenly Wind Eagle and spent the last 5 days crossing the 30,000-mile distance to personally visit Ouyang Dihua. Zhang Guanyu withdrew a painting scroll from his spatial ring and respectfully handed it to the man, who opened it and looked at it. It was a drawing of a beautiful woman, aged around 15 or 16. She had an extremely fresh appearance, and rarest of all, her body exhibited a very faint pure and noble mixed temperament, making one wish to immediately make her their own. The girl on this painting was Lan Yunue. Good. Ouyang Dihua's eyes lit up. What he liked most were the princess types and the pure daughter types of wealthy families, but the woman in this painting seemed to have the makings of both at the same time. Where is she? Ouyang Dihua cut straight to the chase. Zhang Guanyu hesitated slightly, and then truthfully said, in the Sky Fortune Kingdom's Crown Prince's palace. Ouyang Dihua was momentarily stunned, and then he immediately laughed and said, Zhang Guanyu, has the Crown Prince of Sky Fortune Kingdom offended you? This girl is the Crown Prince's concubine. You want to borrow my hand to defeat the Crown Prince? Although I do not fear some little Crown Prince, do not think that I am someone who will unknowingly act as a proxy weapon for your own interests. And if this girl has already been received by the Crown Prince as a concubine, then I do not have much interest. Zhang Guanyu said, young sir has misunderstood, this girl's virginity is absolutely intact. Moreover, this girl was born on a Yin year and Yin month. Before this, I already sent my men to look for 12 pure Yin girls to help young Sir Ouyang break through to the 4th layer of the divine acacia power. This girl is a superior 3rd-grade talent, she will happen to make an excellent primer of the 12 pure Yin girls. Now there has already been a small harvest of the 12 pure Yin girls that I am looking for. Oh. Ouyang Dihua grew interested, 12 pure Yin girls, hey, you are quite determined. The way Sky Spill Continent calculated dates was by the union of celestial stems and earthly branches. There were 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The odd were yang, and the even were yin, both respectively occupying 1/2. Therefore, there were many Yin year Yin month girls that were born. Lan Yunue happened to be one of them. However, it was actually quite difficult to collect 12 pure Yin girls. The first girl, or the primer, had to be the best looking. However, the following girls all followed the lead of the first girl's horoscope, and required the calculation of their birth horoscope. The result was it became increasingly difficult to find them. Moreover, these girls also had to be above a 3rd-grade talent. The number of 3rd-grade talents in the population was only a mere 1%, this already excluded the vast majority of women. Finally, the 12 pure Yin girls all had to be beautiful women below the age of 20, and also had to have the body of a virgin. To cultivate martial arts, one's spirit had to be joyful and unobstructed. If the girl's appearance was too ugly, then those martial arts cultivators would not be moved. How could they possibly depend on these ugly girls to break through their cultivation bottleneck? To be at least a third-grade talent, below 20 years old, a beauty, virgin, and more harsh horoscope requirements, this caused the gathering of 12 puring girls to be very difficult to find. There were some Acacia faction disciples who had attempted to collect 12 purine girls. They spent several years looking, and finally found them with great difficulty. However, the first girl's age would have already surpassed 20 years. However, in terms of looking for 12 purine girls, the Allied Trade Association had an unmatched superior advantage. This was because the Allied Trade Association was involved in almost all areas of business, and one of their biggest ones was the slave trade. In the Sky Spill continent, slave trading was a common occurrence. There were many poor families that had children they could not raise, so they would sell these children, who would eventually become something like a maid, concubine, servant, eunuch, and other occupations. During times of war, the massive numbers of captives and refugees were often turned into servants and slaves. Chapter 145, Heretical God Seed. The Allied Trade Association was responsible for the slave trade of several nations. Since they could choose from so many young girls, it was relatively easy to collect 12 purine girls. Before, the Allied Trade Association had spent many years and finally collected 2 sets of 12 purine girls, 24 altogether. These 24 girls were given to the Acacia faction's third elder, Ouyang Boyan. This was the reason that Ouyang Boyan had traded away the secret cultivation method, divine Acacia power, 12 purine girls. How many have you found? Ouyang Dihua's heart moved. If he could pick up 12 purine girls, his strength would take a great step further. I've already found 6. Zhang Guanyu nonsensically said. In fact, it was just the other day that he had determined Lan Yunue could be a primer. To find 11 other girls based on Lan Yunue's horoscope while conforming to a list of other conditions was easier said than done. The order had just been passed out. He estimated that there were only 1 or 2 girls that were found so far. The first girls were the easiest, unfortunately, those behind them were much harder to find. 6. Humph, well, I do not care if it's true or not. A year later, I want to see the complete set of 12 purine girls. I do not need their appearance and talent to be higher than this woman in the painting, but they cannot be too bad. With Lan Yunue's beautiful appearance and superior third-grade talent combined, in the civilian population, she was absolutely 1 in a million. To collect 12 girls of such high quality, and also conform to the horoscope, was simply impossible. Therefore Ouyang Dihua could only reduce the requirements. Young sir, please feel relieved. I only have a small favor to ask. Speak. Ouyang Dihua already expected that the reason Zhang Guanyu came today was to ask him to handle some matters. Otherwise, why would he help him collect 12 purine girls for no reason at all? This search was a massive undertaking in terms of manpower and resources. I would like to become a secret disciple of Elder Ouyang. I also hope for young sir to put in a few good words for me. A secret disciple, Ouyang Dihua slightly hesitated. Zhang Guanyu's talent was just above 5th grade, there was still a disparity in qualifications to become a secret disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. Thinking this, Ouyang Dihua said, my uncle is in seclusion. When he comes out in a month, I will take you to see him. As to whether or not he decides to take you, it is all up to his decision. Zhang Guanyu was delighted in his heart. He said, thank you, thank you. Don't rush to be happy. I can clearly discern what gratitude and grudges are. Since I've received your gift, then if you have troubles, I might be able to help you. As to whether or not my uncle will teach you a high-level cultivation method, that's not something I can control. I understand. If it is convenient for young sir, perhaps young sir would like to ride together with me on the Heavenly Wind Eagle to Sky Fortune Kingdom, and take a look at whether there are any women that conform to young sir's standards. Young sir will definitely find it possible to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and find women to cultivate with. I will help gather them up, and can absolutely guarantee satisfaction. Ouyang Dihua's eyes shined. Going to Sky Fortune Kingdom would be quite good. He had already bored himself with the Heavenly Wind Nation. It was time to sample a different taste. And, he just so happened to remember that there was a superior 4th grade talent who he had noticed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a young girl whose last name was Bai. On this trip, he might as well collect her too. Thinking this, Ouyang Dihua obscenely smiled and said, "Good, then I'll go with you on this trip." As soon as he obtained Ouyang Dihua's affirmation, Zhang Guanyu grinned, savagely smiling. Lin Ming, let's see how you will manage this. No matter how fierce you are, compared to you, I have the support of Ouyang Dihua. Do you also have the ability to deal with him? I'll have a look when you try to rebel against Ouyang Dihua, and are stamped to death beneath his boot. Win against me in 4 months. Then I will force the date of that decisive battle to 3 months. I will use the life-severing deathbone blade to ruin your vitality and make you permanently disabled. I wonder how you will maintain the myth of your talent then. Emperor's Banquet. Lin Ming had just received the Crown Prince's sound-transmitting talisman. 10 days later at the Imperial Palace, there would be a grand banquet held, and there were even some important personages of the 7 profound valleys that would be attending. The Crown Prince wanted Lin Ming to attend by all means. Important figures of the 7 profound valleys, Lin Ming pondered. He had never seen someone from the 7 profound valleys before. Although he did not really like such flashy events like banquets, Lin Ming would certainly become a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house soon. Since an important figure from the 7 profound valleys came, he was inclined to participate. It was not only Lin Ming, but all the strong youths of the younger generation in Sky Fortune City had received an invitation, including Qin Xingxian, Bai Jingyun, Murong Zi, Ling Sen, Ta Ku, as well as the rest of the 7 profound martial house core disciples and so on. The entire Sky Fortune City had been undergoing a mass cleaning. The streets were cleaned, the drains were emptied, the gardens pruned, and colored ribbons were hung along the streets of the main road. Lin Ming was immersed in practice, so he did not know, but those who hated him would aim for him at this grand banquet. At this time, the bright moon was high and clear in the night sky. Lin Ming held the heavy profound soft spear in one hand, keeping the spear parallel to his arm and pressed against his elbow. The 9-foot 9-inch, 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear was steadily kept horizontal as it was held by Lin Ming. A bowl of water was lying flat on the spear point, with no trace of a ripple. This stance was one that Lin Ming had practiced countless times before. The foundation spear technique's iron bridge blocks the river. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed. The tiny units in his body began to adjust to a strange frequency, and all the innermost feelings in his heart were completely ethereal. He did not have the least bit of distracting thoughts. To an onlooker, he was simply like a motionless rock under the moonlit sky. The night winds blew, and the grass undulated like overlapping waves. A bean-sized green firefly quietly landed on the edge of the bowl on the spear point, and began to drink from that bowl of water. It could be seen that not a single ripple spread in it. Then, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. In these 5 days, he had already completely fused as one with the heavy profound soft spear. Extending the spear was the same as moving his arm. Even if a tiny bug fell on it, he could clearly feel it. The bug was oblivious as it continued to drink water. After drinking enough, it flapped its wings and flew away. Lin Ming returned to his ethereal martial intent state and began revolving the true primal chaos formula again. Lin Ming was becoming increasingly skilled at the ethereal martial intent state. Now he could enter at any time and wake up at any time. It wasn't like before where, once he entered the ethereal martial intent state, he would not know what hour it was. Slowly, the circulation speed of the true essence in Lin Ming's body began to pick up. Each time true essence circulated past the heart, there would always be a little bit of true essence that silently stayed there, detained. As true essence began to accumulate there, it gradually began to revolve. Slowly, a true essence crystal the size of a grain congealed in that maelstrom of true essence. Because of the formation of this tiny crystal, the flow of true essence sped up, and there was a faint feeling of approaching the peak of the second layer of the true primal chaos formula. Large success of the true primal chaos formula's second layer. With the upgrade of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's muscles and skeleton began to slowly start vibrating. The countless tiny units in his body began to achieve an extraordinary harmonization. Although Lin Ming had already cultivated flow like silk, it had never been like was right now. He had a completely clear feeling of his true essence being turned into filaments, and he could even perceive the specific number of filaments. There are a full 5,000 true essence filaments. This number appeared in Lin Ming's mind. His flow like silk was at the foundation stage, and his true essence was able to be divided into 5,000 true essence filaments. If these 5,000 true essence filaments pierced into a rock, in theory, it could cause 5,000 points of destruction. If all those points were destroyed, the rock would be broken into several thousand pieces. If the target was a person, they would truly meet a cruel death. Although the true primal chaos formula had further advanced along with his flow like silk, Lin Ming still maintained a state of neither being happy nor sad. The small true essence crystal in his heart began to unceasingly condense, and from its original rough and irregular shape, it began to slowly round, until it eventually condensed into a small, pearl-like crystal pellet. This is the heretical god force's seed. Lin Ming knew that the series of changes in his body just now were all because of the formation of this heretical god seed. The heretical god seed was the foundation of the heretical god force. The heretical god force was the most precious and mysterious secret technique in the memories of that second soul fragment. Even the powerhouses in the realm of the gods thought that it was an incomparably amazing skill. Obviously it was that powerful. The first layer of the heretical god force could enhance one's strength and true essence force by 50%. The second layer could enhance by 100%, the third layer by 150%, and so on until the sixth layer, where it could enhance a martial artist's strength and true essence force by 300%. This kind of enhancement depended on the compression of true essence. To promote one's power by 50%, one had to compress their true essence by 50%. To promote one's power by 100%, one had to compress their true essence by 100%. And this true essence compression precisely relied upon this heretical god seed. As long as the heretical god seed existed, if the compressed true essence was used up, it would automatically build up by itself. Lin Ming did not need to manage it. Lin Ming had inadvertently spent a long time in the ethereal martial intent state, and now, finally, he had planted the seed of the heretical god force into his heart. Before a martial artist achieved the pulse condensation period, their blood and vitality were the foundation, and the heart, which was at center of all this, was the main weakness. But after achieving the pulse condensation period, the meridians were the foundation, and the dantian was the center of this, so that also became a weakness. Lin Ming's heretical god force seed now existed in his heart. After he broke through to the pulse condensation period, this seed would move to his dantian. After the heretical god force had broken through to the first layer, Lin Ming put away the heavy profound soft spear. He placed one hand between his eyebrows, and the other gently pressed into his dantian, and then spat out a long breath. This breath was the same as an arrow flying out. It created a whirlpool in the air that rotated for several breaths of time before finally slowly dissipating. I didn't think that this breakthrough of the heretical god force would have so many unexpected benefits for me. It seems this heretical god force is not only a mystic technique that increases one's power, but it is also helpful for martial arts cultivation. The heretical god seed that is in my heart is conducive to stabilizing the blood and compacting true essence. Lin Ming was a bit surprised, but he also felt quite relaxed about this. After all, this could be regarded as one of the top secret abilities even within the realm of the gods. How could it not have some special effects? Chapter 146, Sorrowful by Jingyun. The true primal chaos formula has reached the large success stage of the second layer. Flow like silk has split into 5,000 filaments, and the cultivation of my early altering muscle stage has been greatly consolidated. It's about time that I finally drew up the strife seal. The two body inscription symbols that Lin Ming had chosen were the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal. The former was able to speed up one's cultivation by increasing the rate one gathered true essence at, and the latter was able to enhance one's strength. He had already successfully drawn up the essence gathering symbol. At that time, he was only at the peak viscera training stage. To draw up that essence gathering symbol, he had overtaxed his soul force and true essence, causing himself to fall into a deep slumber for 3 days and 3 nights. For safety purposes, he had put aside the strife seal for the moment. But now, his cultivation had already stabilized at the altering muscle stage. In addition to his true primal chaos formula reaching large success of the second layer, it would be much easier to draw up the strife seal when compared to before. Lin Ming placed the heavy profound soft spear in the spatial ring, closed the door to his cabin and hung up a "Do Not Disturb" plaque. After that, he lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep for several hours until dawn. Lin Ming rose from bed, washed himself, ate a meal and also drank some water. Then he sat for a period, drinking tea, before he stood up and washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and eliminated all the distracting thoughts in his heart. He let his mind become completely ethereal while adjusting his mindset to its optimum condition. The creation of this inscription symbol was very important to Lin Ming. The materials used to draw up the strife seal were more precious than those used in drawing up the essence gathering symbol. Because several materials were exceedingly hard to find, Lin Ming was not able to prepare any backups. Thus, he could not allow any room for failure. A single mistake here would be the end of it all. Lin Ming used half an hour to adjust his condition, and then he finally began to draw up the strife seal. This one drawing of an inscription symbol lasted from morning to evening. Throughout, Lin Ming did not make a single error. Not only did the ethereal martial intent state have a remarkable effect on cultivation, but it was similarly effective when drawing up an inscription symbol. Because he was able to remain fully in the ethereal state, his heart did not have even the slightest distraction, so Lin Ming was able to constantly maintain the highest degree of concentration. When an average person excessively consumed their soul force, they would experience a dizzying vertigo, and a desire to fall asleep. In Lin Ming's case, he was still able to maintain his best condition. As the setting sun descended across the mountain horizon, Lin Ming had finally drawn the last symbols and lines. In the air, several shining inscription symbols glowed like a crimson sunset of nirvana. They began to slowly blend together into one, and in that moment, it was surpassingly gorgeous. After half an incense stick of time, the inscription symbol finally completely fused, and the strife seal symbol turned into a stream of light that quickly submerged into the back of Lin Ming's hand. It ultimately condensed into a runic image of a flying dragon and phoenix. Normally, an inscription symbol's runic mark would give a sense of an ancient mystery. However, this strife seal mark was more similar to calligraphy. It vaguely appeared like the archaic character for fight, and each stroke was long and thorough, and seemed to have a faintly sharp imposing momentum, just like a long spear. In drawing up the strife seal, Lin Ming had consumed an enormous amount of resources. His true essence was still abundant, but his soul force was taxed beyond its limit. He managed to drink down some water, and went straight to sleep. This slumber lasted for 1 day and 1 night. After waking, Lin Ming's tummy rumbled. He was very hungry and there was a sharp aching pain in his head. After he ate a meal, he sat in meditation. Lin Ming did not continue cultivating, but instead went to the 7 profound martial house's strength measuring room. The role of the strike seal was simple. It was to directly improve the physical strength true essence force of a martial artist, and thus heighten their combat prowess. Lin Ming wanted to see just how much this strife seal increased his fighting strength. As he chose a corner of the strength measuring room to measure his strength, he approached the stone column and took a deep breath. His whole body started to flood with true essence, and true essence rushed into his right hand. The strife seal began to issue a faint red light, as if the circulating blood underneath was visible. Lin Ming cried out and let loose a punch. There was a dull thumping noise, as if the stone column was struck by an iron hammer, and continued to tremble crazily. The light beam was like a fountain as it rushed up. It unexpectedly rushed to the height of a person. The final result, 7,200 genes. 7,200 genes. Lin Ming's eyes brightened as he saw this result. This had already far exceeded Ling Sen's casual strike. Ling Sen had once hit a random punch with a result of 4,900 genes. Even if at that time he had only used some of his strength, Ling Sen's full force should be no more than 6,100 genes. Lin Ming's result was more than 1,000 genes above this. When a martial artist arrived at the peak pulse condensation period, their fist strength would be around 8,000 genes. There were a minority of those who had inborn divine strength, whose fist strength might reach 10,000 genes. With Lin Ming's 7,200 genes of fist strength, he was already close to the strength of a peak pulse condensation period martial artist. He had successfully completed the strife seal, and the essence gathering symbol, reached the true primal chaos formula's large success of the second layer, comprehended the concept of wind, broken through to the altering muscle stage, and also had successfully condensed the heretical god seed. As for the pulse-cutting palm, it was simple enough. It was originally not a powerful martial art, and Lin Ming had already mastered it. He had completed most everything he had needed and it had only been 2 months since the core disciple test had begun. There was plenty of time. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and was filled with confidence. Compared to the last time he had participated in the 10,000 killing array, he now had the strife seal, heavy profound soft spear, heretical god force, and had furthered his cultivation of the true primal chaos formula, and flow like silk. Even if he faced Zhang Guanyu now, Lin Ming had a tremendous assurance that he would win. Once I defeat Zhang Guanyu, I can obtain a 500-year-old blood Lingji. It will be very beneficial to my vitality. This Zhang Guanyu is a sinister and deceitful person. I have no idea what sort of malicious plot he will try to conjure to deal with me. It's best if I challenge him earlier and waste him to avoid further complications. Time flew. In a moment, it was already the day of the Imperial Palace's grand banquet. The entire Imperial Palace was decorated in a festive occasion, bright and merry. The palace security had increased, and it was heavily guarded. On the main road to the Imperial Palace, there was a red carpet hundreds of meters long. There were beautiful maids that had undergone careful screening that walked around, offering a variety of cuisines to the guests. Today, those that arrived were prominent figures in Sky Fortune City. There were the young, handsome, and outstanding heroes, the top 10 ranked heavenly abode disciples of the 7 profound martial house, the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house, and some whose strength was ordinary, but were the young talents of the large and respected families. In addition, the princesses and princes, including Crown Prince Yang Lin and Cloud Prince Yang Jun, had all arrived on scene. However, these two were not the main guests today. Not even the dazzling stars Lin Ming and Qin Xingxian were the main guests. The main guest today was a special envoy from the 7 profound valleys. But who this special envoy was, the guests present did not know. The emperor arrives. As the eunuch announced this, all of the maids and palace ladies kneeled down in abundance. However, the guests did not need to, it was fine as long as they bowed. Lin Ming looked up and saw an old man walk into the hall wearing a crown with 9 stars, a 5-fingered dragon robe, and golden dragon boots. Although this old man was wearing mighty and impressive attire, it still could not conceal the heavy depression and gloom on his forehead. His eyes were almost buried in wrinkles and the loose flesh on his neck had begun to break down. There were faint age spots on his temples. He looked to be at least 70 years old. This old man was the ruler of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Emperor Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not have many male children. Those male children he did have came at a late age. That was why when his several sons had finally grown up, he had already arrived at the end of his life. This was the first time that Lin Ming saw the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom. On this Emperor's body, there was not royal air of purple air comes from the east. Instead, there was only a lethargic, deathly gas. Yang Jian apparently had no intentions of greeting the guests. He arrived at the banquet hall and sat at the seat of honor, and then closed his eyes in repose. This Yang Jian probably only has 4 or 5 years of life left, and that was all maintained by precious medicines and being carefully nursed to health by the best doctors. If he were an ordinary person and had reached this degree, he would have already died. As Lin Ming thought this, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Bai Jingyun standing in a corner of the banquet hall. Bai Jingyun was wearing a formal black dress, and seemed to have lost all of her usually calm temperament. Today she appeared somewhat anxious and disturbed. There was a young noble youth that approached Bai Jingyun, but Bai Jingyun did not seem to notice his existence. Bai Jingyun, she seems worried about something. Although Lin Ming thought something was strange, he did not care too much. Then, Murongzi walked over to Bai Jingyun's side carrying a glass of juice. She shoved that incessantly chattering young noble youth to the side. "Big sister Jingyun, how are you? Are you uncomfortable?" "I'm all right." Bai Jingyun barely smiled, and tried to say a few relieving words. At this moment, the court eunuch reported, 7 Profound Valleys Acacia Faction Elder's direct disciple, Mr. Ouyang. Hearing this called out, Bai Jingyun's hands and feet instantly went ice cold. Ouyang of the Acacia Faction, it was really him. "What?" Murongzi asked, unclear. "Hurry up and leave here, or else it will be too late," Bai Jingyun said with some panic. "What? Why?" "This Ouyang Dihua is a sexual harasser. Do you remember last time at the Crown Prince's banquet where I said I could not take responsibility for my own marriage? It was all because of him." As Bai Jingyun said this, Murongzi suddenly recalled that event in her mind. When the Crown Prince had invited Lin Ming to his banquet, Bai Jingyun had jokingly told her to marry Lin. Ming. Murongzi teased her back, and asked why she didn't marry Lin Ming herself. Finally, Bai Jingyun had said she was no longer able to call the shots of her own marriage. Murongzi had thought this was strange. With Bai Jingyun's special status, how could she possibly be unable to take responsibility and decide her own marriage? That was because the other party was a direct disciple of a Seven Profound Valleys elder. A direct disciple's status was on equal standing with a Seven Profound envoy or the martial house masters of various countries. But because a direct disciple was often closely related to an elder, in an actual situation, even a Seven Profound envoy or martial house master had to show 3 points of respect. Although Murongzi was usually heartless and fearless, and was not scared of either the heavens or earth, she still understood that this kind of person was not someone that her Murong family could even hope to contend with. But she could not just leave and abandon Bai Jingyun to suffer for herself. She simply did not have the heart to do that. Big Sister Jingyun. Quickly leave. Bai Jingyun said urgently. Acacia faction disciples most favored those with looks and outstanding talents. If Murongzi were discovered by Ouyang Dihua, in all likelihood he would be eyeing her. Murongzi bit her lip, kept her head down, and quickly walked towards the palace restroom. Chapter 147, I'll waste you tonight. Damn it, Yang Zhen. Murongzi clenched her teeth, heart filled with hate. Although the grand banquet was held at the imperial palace, the one responsible for organizing it was the Cloud Prince, Yang Zhen. It was no wonder that before tonight, no one knew the identity of the great guest from the Seven Profound Valleys. It seemed that Yang Zhen had already taken Ouyang Dihua's side, and offered to help him look for beautiful women. When Ouyang Dihua arrived on scene, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the emperor slightly rose and nodded. But the first person Ouyang Dihua laid his eyes upon was Lin Ming. He diabolically smiled at him with a thoughtful expression. Seeing Ouyang Dihua look at him, Lin Ming frowned. This look was obviously the same as when someone at a superior standing looked down upon someone beneath them. It was a look filled with mockery and pity. As Ouyang Dihua slowly came on stage, his eyes took in the entire room. His eyes slightly paused upon Bai Jingyun, Wang Yuhan, and even Qin Xingxuan's body before leaving. This slight pause filled Bai Jingyun with trembling anxiousness. This was bad, even Yuhan had been dragged in. Qin Xingxian had no fear because she was already a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. Although her status was lower than Ouyang Dihua's, in light of her reputation as a 6th-grade talent, Ouyang Dihua would not attempt to aggress on her. In the future, Qin Xingxian was very likely to become a direct disciple of some elder from the Seven Profound Valleys. But Wang Yuhan was different. In the front of Ouyang Dihua, she had no deep background to protect herself with. Ouyang Dihua coughed to clear his throat, and said, I am delighted to be here at Sky Fortune Kingdom. Tonight, I am very happy that I am able to meet all the elites of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The reason I came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom today is mainly to look at the major developments in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and take a look at the strong, young heroes of this great country. In addition, the 7 Profound Envoy of the Sky Fortune Kingdom will be returning to the main sect. So, for these next 6 months, I will be temporarily substituting as the 7 Profound Envoy. As Ouyang Dihua said this, Bai Jingyun felt an immediate burst of painful dizziness. Ouyang Dihua was actually going to be the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Envoy. This was simply dire news that couldn't have gotten any worse. She already expected that the next 6 months would be the nightmare of all the beautiful girls within Sky Fortune City. All the girls with even a bit of fame, like Murongzi or Wang Yuhan, would become Ouyang Dihua's target. Even if they wanted to hide, they could not. They were already too famous. It was possible that even before Ouyang Dihua had come to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, that he had already set a goal and decided that Murongzi and Wang Yuhan were to be his prey. In the winding corridor outside of the banquet hall, Murongzi heard Ouyang Dihua's opening statement. She now knew there was simply no meaning in hiding. The reason that Ouyang Dihua had come to Sky Fortune Kingdom as the 7 Profound Envoy was because of them. Murongzi clenched her teeth and thought aloud, you damn sexual harasser, if you dare to make a move on me or lay a finger on my body, I will cut off your D*ck and I will die with you. After Crown Prince Yang Lin heard this news, he also didn't look very good. He knew that this banquet was arranged by his 10th younger brother, the Cloud Prince. What did it mean that Ouyang Dihua's welcoming had been arranged by Yang Zhen? It was obvious that Yang Zhen had already managed to make some sort of deal ahead of time with Ouyang Dihua concerning the future throne. Today, Yang Zhen had not hesitated to conceal the identity of Ouyang Dihua, and invited so many beautiful daughters of great and respected families. This was a great offense to all those families. The reason he could do this was because Ouyang Dihua would take over the role of the seven profound envoy, and thus Yang Zhen had found a backer. Yang Lin certainly knew that Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen were close. Without a doubt, these two had formed an alliance, and the one who had promoted them to form this alliance was Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the common enemy of Yang Zhen and Zhang Guanyu. In all likelihood, the one that had invited Ouyang Dihua was Zhang Guanyu. To somehow manage to obtain him as their backer, he could not imagine what sort of price that Zhang Guanyu had paid for this. Thinking of this, Yang Lin took a deep breath. When he had obtained Lin Ming's support, he thought that he had already won half the battle. But, after experiencing Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen's latest move, he had already lost the game before he could think of a comeback. Whether it was Zhang Guanyu or Yang Zhen, they were not people that would easily concede. How was it possible that they would sit and wait to die just because of Lin Ming? Lin Ming noted the change in Yang Lin's expression, as well as Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen's faces filled with elation, and immediately understood that this was because of Ouyang Dihua. It was now clear to him why as soon as Ouyang Dihua had walked in, he had looked at Lin Ming like a cat that was teasing a mouse. So that's how it is. I was the mouse. Lin Ming's expression didn't change, and he was still calmly sitting in his chair as he was before. But at this moment, Zhang Guanyu, swinging his fan, walked over to the crown prince. Lin Ming and the crown prince were sitting very near each other, and Zhang Guanyu's gaze fell upon Lin Ming. There was unhappiness implied in that look, as if it were the exact same expression that Ouyang Dihua had, of a cat playing with a mouse. If one were to think there was something different about it, it would be that there was a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath that smiling facade. Crown Prince, Your Highness. Zhang Guanyu bowed. Sir Zhang. Although Yang Lin wished to kill Zhang Guanyu in his heart, Yang Lin maintained his friendly and smiling demeanor. Crown Prince, Your Highness, it seems that Lan Yunue, Miss Lan, is in the Crown Prince's palace. Mr. Ouyang would like to see Miss Lan. I was wondering what Your Highness thought of this. Although Zhang Guanyu spoke quietly, how could Lin Ming, who was sitting by the side of the Crown Prince, not hear? Although Lan Yunue no longer had anything to do with Lin Ming, this disgusting Zhang Guanyu repeatedly kept trying to use this matter to attack Lin Ming's heart of martial arts in vain. Lin Ming only felt as if there was a blowfly flying around it. It was just annoying and extremely bothersome. As soon as Yang Lin heard Zhang Guanyu say this, there was a slight change in his expression, but it was immediately restored to a congenial smile. I'm truly sorry, but this prince has already sent Miss Lan away. As to where she has gone, even this prince does not know. Zhang Guanyu cunningly laughed, smiled, and said, Your Highness, since I came to such an important person as yourself, that means that I have obtained accurate news. I'm not a person that likes to beat around the bush, so I will give Your Highness some advice. Lan Yunue is very important to Mr. Ouyang's cultivation. Mr. Ouyang has already expressed that he will be single-mindedly focused on his cultivation and has no intention to participate in the struggle for the throne. As long as Your Highness the Crown Prince hands over Lan Yunue, then Mr. Ouyang will remain neutral in Your Highness and the Cloud Prince's struggle for the throne. I wonder what the Crown Prince thinks of this. As Zhang Guanyu said this, Lin Ming's face sank. He could not help but admire how truly tricky, insidious, and utterly vicious this Zhang Guanyu was. He was trying to alienate the Crown Prince's relationship with Lin Ming. The present situation was that the Crown Prince did not want Ouyang Dihua as his enemy. This matter was because of Lin Ming. If Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu were not enemies, then he would not resort to having Ouyang Dihua personally appear, and thus let the 10th prince have the support of a future 7 profound envoy. This attack on the Crown Prince's influence was simply too drastic. In other words, the Crown Prince had looked towards Lin Ming to help him, but instead, not only had he not benefited from their relationship, but he had ended up following the devil. If it was anyone else, they would have already readily trampled Lin Ming underneath their foot. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu had offered Ouyang Dihua's neutrality as bait. Even though the Crown Prince knew perfectly well that his was an attempt to alienate him and Lin Ming, he was unable to reject, because the threat of Ouyang Dihua was simply too big. The crown prince did not dare to disobey him. This move of Zhang Guanyu's could only be described as vicious. He was slowly trying to isolate Lin Ming. Zhu Yan was the best example. The reason why Zhu Yan had ended up in such a miserable state was because of Lin Ming's great strength, which caused the 10th prince and the Zhu family to fear Lin Ming, so they had directly expelled Zhu Yan from the family. Now, Zhang Guanyu was trying to deal with Lin Ming in a similar method, and had brought out Ouyang Dihua. Not only would Lin Ming fail the 7 profound martial house's core disciple test, but he would also lose the backing and asylum of the crown prince, and eventually follow the same fate as Zhu Yan. After Zhang Guanyu said these words, Yang Lin could no longer maintain his calm. If he could think of this, then Lin Ming could also think of this. Zhang Guanyu. What a sinister villain. Yang Lin cursed angrily in his mind. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming indifferently said, Lan Yunyue was originally rescued by Your Highness the Crown Prince. In that case, I have no right to interfere with Your Highness' decision. Your Highness, please decide on your own. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Even though he was usually calm, at this moment his palms were oozing with sweat. He had a faint foreboding feeling that this would be the most important decision in his entire life. Whether he decides to stand by Lin Ming's side, or willingly submit to the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy, Ouyang Dihua. There was a deep silence that lasted for a full 10 breaths of time, before Yang Lin finally said, My influence is inferior to my 10th younger brother, my military force is inferior to my 10th younger brother, and my finances are inferior to my 10th younger brother. When I was at my lowest, and all I had was inferior to my 10th younger brother, Brother Lin chose to stand on my side and support me in my difficult position. I, Yang Lin, will always bear the timely graciousness when he helped me in my heart. Since ancient times, emperors have been ambitious and fierce. According to that, perhaps I may not be suitable to be an emperor, but if one day I were to really ascend to the throne, then I would surely regard the officials as my brothers, and the common citizens as my own benevolent parents. Even though Yang Lin's remarks placed him in a terribly unfavorable situation, he still said it. As Lin Ming heard this, his heart moved. He also had not expected Yang Lin to suddenly utter these words. Even in this kind of situation, Yang Lin had continued to stand by his side, and revolted against Ouyang Dihua, the 7 profound envoy. Depending on just this, Yang Lin was truly a person worth knowing. If an emperor took an official as a brother, the official would take the emperor as a friend. If the emperor regarded the official as worthless, then the official would regard the emperor as a foe. Now, Lin Ming had completely decided to help Yang Lin ascend the throne. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was Lin Ming's home, and his family was still here. Naturally, he hoped that his country would also have a kind and just ruler. Oh. So Your Highness does not plan on handing over Lan Yunyue? Zhang Guanyu smiled as he asked. But this time, not far behind from Zhang Guanyu, Ouyang Dihua was also looking in their direction. He was smiling, but his smile was a bit cold. This prince has said that Miss Lan is no longer in the palace. Haha, since Your Highness the Crown Prince says so, then would you dare to allow people to search? Presumptuous. Hee, of course I would not dare to search myself. But, what if this was Mr. Ouyang's order? As Zhang Guanyu said this, the Crown Prince's complexion changed. If Ouyang Dihua wished to search the palace, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the thick tension in the room was palpable. The entire banquet hall had turned to watch this unfold. Suddenly, Lin Ming opened his mouth to say, Sir Zhang, I suddenly recalled that there was the matter of a duel between us. Li Ming's idea was very simple. Since Zhang Guanyu had formed an alliance and found someone to deal with him, then he who struck the first blow would have the advantage. Tonight, he would duel Zhang Guanyu and utterly waste him, so that he could no longer play such clever little tricks again. Chapter 148, Better Today Than Tomorrow. Haha, if Mr. Lin did not remind me, then I would have also forgotten. Yes, there is a match between us. I was hoping to make a gambling bet with Mr. Lin, but what a pity, Mr. Lin did not dare to accept. Unfortunately, in half a month I must go to the 7 profound valleys to pay a visit to the 3rd elder of the Acacia faction, Elder Ouyang. Elder Ouyang will assess whether I can become an official disciple. Thus, I might not have time to duel with Mr. Lin. If I by some fluke luckily obtain Elder Ouyang's favor, then I might have to stay at the 7 profound valleys for a very long time. If Mr. Lin actually must duel with me, then it must be within this half-month. I wonder if Mr. Lin dares to. Zhang Guanyu kept a smile on his face throughout. He had already thought of all the contingencies, and had a considerable certainty that he could force Lin Ming to challenge him within this half-month. Then, he would have the confidence to severely wound and disable him with the divine acacia power's most vicious move, the life-severing dead bone blade. If that happened, then this Lin Ming would no longer be able to cultivate the path of martial arts. Fighting with me will be the stupidest decision you ever make in your entire life, you 15-year-old imbecilic child. I will make you regret ever being born into this world. The woman you once loved will be taken away to be used as a furnace to help cultivate. You will fall from the altar of geniuses, you will lose your martial arts, lose your loved ones, lose your parents, and also be expelled from your family. By that time, I can deal with you in any way I want to. I will break your hands and feet, and raise you in my manners pigsty as a pig, and every day I will feed you the same garbage that the pigs eat while I screw all the women that you once knew in front of you. I will make it so that you cannot die even as you hope for death, and can only beg me to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Guanyu had already imagined Lin Ming's future sad and pathetic demise in his mind. The corners of his mouth fiercely widened. He not only wanted to kill Lin Ming, but he also wanted him to live his life in despair, so that he would be no worse than the pigs and dogs. After those present heard Zhang Guanyu's words, they became deeply aware of the cunning behind his words. This time was also 1.5 months from the 4-month period of time that the 7 profound valleys had predetermined. That Zhang Guanyu had prepared to pay a visit to Ouyang Boyan in half a month, was very likely his plan as well. Perhaps he believed that he could not grasp victory in a month and a half, and so he had forced Lin Ming to fight against him within the next half-month. Many of those present knew of the relationship between Ouyang Boyan and Ouyang Dihua. After they heard Zhang Guanyu say this, they all turned to look at Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Dihua nodded, confirming this news. I wonder what means this Zhang Guanyu used to impress Ouyang Dihua, that he would have him assessed to be a secret disciple. This is truly disgraceful. Zhang Guanyu seems to be afraid of Lin Ming. Like this, he has already lost all of his momentum. What does it matter if he loses his momentum? It's still better than being beaten shitless under the eyes of everyone. As long as he can defeat Lin Ming, his spirit will not be obstructed. If his spirit can flow, then his true essence will flow, and his martial arts cultivation will not be too hindered. This Zhang Guanyu truly has a good plan. He set a trap so that Lin Ming could walk into it himself. Lin Ming is a ruthless man, but Zhang Guanyu is not some soft dough to be kneaded. He also has such means to deal with Lin Ming. If I were to face Lin Ming, then I would have admitted defeat long ago. I wonder how Lin Ming will face this dilemma. Let's have a good look at the coming show. I think Lin Ming will just endure this insult. The last time at the 10,000 killing array he was only ranked 6th. The gap between the 6th and 3rd place is just too wide, it's not just a rank. To reach that level in half a month, even if it were Lin Ming, it would be impossible to achieve. Not only that, but Zhang Guanyu has also cultivated the divine acacia power. How could his strength not have progressed also? I think so too. Those present discussed this matter privately. Lin Ming faintly smiled, and covered the teacup in his hand. He said, within a half-month. The truth is, I do not need half a month. Today is better than tomorrow. So, let's make it today. How about we go to the military field now? Zhang Guanyu was suddenly surprised. Was Lin Ming insane? He wanted to duel with him now. As Lin Ming said this, all the guests present were shocked. This included Yang Lin, Wang Yuhan, Qin Xingxian, and everyone else. This was simply too unexpected. Lin Ming had just participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment not too long ago, and his result had been the 6th rank. Although this result was already legendary, his was still far from being Zhang Guanyu's match. It was impossible for Lin Ming to have caught up in only a few days' worth of time. What is Lin Ming doing? He is simply just courting death. Today is better than tomorrow. This Lin Ming does not even put Zhang Guanyu in his sight. Lin Ming is too arrogant. Although he has some ability, he is just too young and his personality isn't mature enough. All the auras and halos wrapped around this child's body have already blinded him and inflated his self-esteem. Now, he thinks he is already invincible within the younger generation. This time he will fall. Once he falls, he might not be able to get back up. Zhang Guanyu will absolutely use some ruthless method. Perhaps he will keep an eye on an opportunity and disable Lin Ming, so that he will never stand up from this failure in his entire life. Lin Ming probably doesn't know that the first 3 ranks on the ranking stone have an insurmountable gap from the 4th. He thinks that the 6th rank is near the 3rd rank. This 4-month period before the challenge had been personally laid down by the 7 profound martial house master. What sort or judgment does he have? He would not irresponsibly set a time. Now it's only been 2.5 months. For Lin Ming to challenge Zhang Guanyu now, he is just too rash. The last one to speak was the 4th-ranked disciple on the ranking stone. He knew that in the future he would be inferior to Lin Ming, but in the present, Lin Ming had just taken the assessment several days ago, and it had shown that Lin Ming's strength hadn't yet overtaken his, much less Zhang Guanyu. Among the people discussing, there were those that were the young, handsome, and outstanding heroes of Sky Fortune City. There were many among them that were jealous of Lin Ming, and looked forward to seeing Lin Ming severely wounded by Zhang Guanyu so that he could not pass the 7 profound martial house core disciple test. If his meridians were damaged, or he was physically disabled, then his cultivation in the future would be severely affected, and he would fall from the altar of geniuses and be unable to recover. Brother Lin, please rethink this. The Crown Prince held down onto Lin Ming's arm, and passed him a message through True Essence: do not act on impulse. If you really fight now, then Zhang Guanyu will inevitably use a heavy hand to viciously hurt you. He now has the support of Ouyang Dihua. Even if he cripples you, he will not receive too severe a punishment. Because of this he will be even more unscrupulous and reckless. He might even have some possibility of killing you using some extreme method. When masters exchanged blows, especially when it was a situation where they were close in strength, each move would be at full force and very dangerous. If one was not careful, then they could easily be disabled, and even the 7 profound martial house would not punish them. Even if they caused a death, the worst that would happen would be a dismissal by the martial house to the frontier where they would have to work there, or other such punishments. But for Zhang Guanyu, these did not mean anything. Lin Ming said, "Your Highness, I know. These past few days, my strength has progressed. Even if I cannot win against Zhang Guanyu, I have confidence I can safely retreat." Lin Ming had just finished his sentence when his ears rang with sound transmissions one after another. They were from Wang Yuhan, Bai Jingyun, and Qin Xingxian, all having a similar meaning. They were unanimously urging Lin Ming to not be emotional. Lin Ming stood up and smiled at the 3 girls, indicating that he was fine. Those present were not ordinary people. Their vision and judgment were very accurate. If Lin Ming had only reached the 6th rank on the 10,000 killing array, then it would simply be impossible for him to surpass Zhang Guanyu in half a month. But Lin Ming had only strove for the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array. After obtaining enough points, Lin Ming had looked for the pulse condensation period master to hone his own formidable strength. If he had used his full force to rush up the rankings, he would not necessarily be worse than Zhang Guanyu. Much less, in recent days Lin Ming had cultivated the heretical god force to the large success stage, and the strife sealed body inscription symbol had been successful. Even his flow like silk and true primal chaos formula had made breakthroughs. Now his strength was no longer like it was several days ago. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if he could not defeat Zhang Guanyu, as long as his arms and legs weren't broken, he could easily retreat unscathed. Zhang Guanyu contemptibly smiled, and in his heart he thought, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." Becoming so famous at a young age isn't necessarily a good thing. The disposition is too uncertain, and the young act with childish conduct that is easy to understand. Hee, I had wanted a way to shock you into challenging me in half a month, but now it looks like I never needed it. You are so stupid that you can't wait even half a month and so wish to live in my pigsty. Such being the case, I will certainly tell the servants to fill the pigsty with pig urine and manure, as a gesture of hospitality towards you. Thinking this, Zhang Guanyu was no longer able to conceal the murderous intention in his eyes. His face revealed a grim and fierce smile. Today is better than tomorrow. Young heroes have always come from the youth. You seem to think that you have already won. We may as well go now. I would like to experience Mr. Lin's moves. I also have this meaning. Lin Ming said with a smile, right, Sir Zhang, the sword and spear have no eyes. Since we are fighting such a decisive battle with all our efforts, it is inevitable that we will accidentally hurt each other. Zhang Guanyu giggled, and then smiled, saying, Mr. Lin is afraid of being hurt. Rest assured, I will watch my strength. Of course I will watch my strength, otherwise if I'm not careful I might suddenly kill you by accident. What fun would there be in that? Lin Ming smiled and said, No, I am not afraid of being hurt, I am just afraid of hurting Sir Zhang. I would not know how to explain that to the Allied Trade Association. My Lin family is a small family, we cannot afford to offend such a major power like the Allied Trade Association. As Lin Ming said this, the facial expressions of those present were quite wonderful. What did he say? He's afraid of hurting Zhang Guanyu and not being able to deal with the Allied Trade Association. This Lin Ming, simply madness. He does now know how to spell the word dead. He wants to anger Zhang Guanyu at such a time. It would not be strange if Zhang Guanyu were to use some insidious move on him. I heard that the Acacia faction's moves were famous for being ruthless and sinister. Those in the audience had seen many things and had many experiences. They had a certain understanding about the Acacia faction's cultivation methods and skills. Zhang Guanyu laughed, Lin Ming, since you say this, then I also have a little fear. That you might accidentally hurt me. Haha, then how do you think we should proceed? Zhang Guanyu's ironic tone was obvious, but Lin Ming was unaware. He thought for a moment, smiled, and said, How about we sign a life-death contract? This way, if one of us is wounded or crippled, we cannot be held responsible. How about it? Chapter 149, Life-Death Contract. How about we sign a life-death contract? This way, if one of us is wounded or crippled, we cannot be held responsible. How about it? Lin Ming's smile was very bright. The effect that the pulse-cutting palm created was a little too excessive, so it was a good idea to establish a life-death contract in advance. When Zhang Guanyu heard Lin Ming say such a thing, he was over the moon. This Lin Ming was simply stretching out his neck waiting for him to chip it off. He was so stupid, he had never seen someone do anything so stupid. Lin Ming. What are you doing? Wang Yuhan anxiously said. She did not use a true essence sound transmission but had run over instead. To sign a life-death contract. That was simply digging his own grave. Lin Ming, you cannot sign this. Zhang Guanyu laughed, and said with a smile, Miss Wang, may I ask who you are to Lin Ming? Wang Yuhan's words caught in her throat. There was nothing she could directly say. Her relationship with Lin Ming was only as an inscription master and assistant. Besides that, there wasn't anything else. What qualifications did she have to interfere in Lin Ming's decision? Lin Ming said, Miss Wang is a friend of mine. Zhang Guanyu, since I said that I will sign the life-death contract, I will not renege on a promise I made. Bring me a pen. Good. Wonderful. Servants, bring the writing set. Zhang Guanyu chuckled. A servant quickly brought over a set of writing utensils. A clerk came over and quickly wrote down line after line on the paper in small print. These were the words of the life-death contract between Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu pressed down a fingerprint, and then taking up a red pen, made a big waving motion as if he were clawing, and the words Zhang Guanyu appeared on the life-death contract. The ink was bright red like blood, and looked incomparably fierce. Lin Ming received the ink and red pen, and quietly signed his name. His strokes were not obvious, but it was similar to a long spear and faintly exuded a sharp imposing momentum. Standing on the side, Wang Yuhan could clearly see that the intersecting strokes of Lin Ming had already penetrated the back of the paper and were flowing outwards. As the life-death contract was signed, Zhang Guanyu chortled, and sent Ouyang Dihua a true essence sound transmission. Mr. Ouyang, before we had agreed that you would give me the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Ouyang Dihua smiled and replied with a true essence sound transmission. Why, Lin Ming has challenged you so early, and you still want to use the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Aren't you overestimating him? Zhang Guanyu quietly replied, caution is best, I must ruin Lin Ming to the point that he cannot recover from the failure. I do not want to allow even a little mistake to occur. Haha, this Lin Ming has offended you, he truly does have bad luck. Ouyang Dihua flicked his finger, and a gray spatial ring suddenly flew into Zhang Guanyu's waiting hand. At this time, it was getting late, and Ouyang Dihua's action was very subtle. This scene was so minor that almost nobody noticed. But after Lin Ming had cultivated the true primal chaos formula, his senses were much keener, and he had actually noticed that small movement near Zhang Guanyu. What is in that ring? Lin Ming's mind went cold, suddenly and secretly on alert. The ring that Ouyang Dihua had thrown was certainly not something minor. I don't know what card this Zhang Guanyu has in his hand. I must be careful this fight. The Imperial Palace's military field was just outside the gates. It was large, had a paved floor of blue stone, and it had several dozen acres of space. It was even larger than a horse field. Because of this duel, all the participants at the grand banquet had come out to watch. Even Murong Zi, who had been hiding, had found an obscure corner to watch together with Bai Jingyun. Zhang Guanyu had replaced the long silk gown that he had been wearing with simpler clothing and ran onto the military field. In his hand he held an impressive high-grade human step treasure sword that shined with a dense coldness. This sword was the one that Lin Ming had helped Zhang Guanyu engrave just a month ago. Seeing this sword, Wang Yuhan sighed. This day, Lin Ming would face the top-quality treasure sword that he had personally helped make. Zhang Guanyu casually flourished the sword in his hand. He smiled, and with a happy expression said, "Mr. Lin, do you remember this sword? I must thank you, I did not imagine that this sword would be so perfect. I wonder what it's like to lose under a sword that you helped to create. How would you feel? The feeling should be the same as yours." Lin Ming pulled out the heavy profound soft spear. Above his right hand, the symbol began to glow with a hint of dark red light, as if the blood vessels underneath were congealing. Zhang Guanyu naturally did not understand Lin Ming's words. He did not know that the 5th-level vicious beast blood that he had personally handed over was one of the primary materials for the inscription symbol on Lin Ming's right hand. Otherwise, his feelings would be much more intense than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming's spear, it doesn't have an inscription symbol. Wang Yuhan could not believe this as she looked at Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear. She had never thought that Lin Ming, an inscription grandmaster, would not have given his own spear an inscription symbol. Just what exactly was his mind thinking? As Wang Yuhan said this, everyone turned to look at Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear. This spear did not have an inscription. Usually, a normal martial artist would have no way to judge from a distance whether a weapon had an inscription symbol or not. But Wang Yuhan was an inscription master, so what she said shouldn't be wrong. Lin Ming obtained the weapon, and hadn't placed an inscription symbol on it as soon as possible. And now he was planning on using an inscriptionless weapon against Zhang Guanyu. Why would he do such a foolish thing? They were not optimistic about Lin Ming's strength to begin with, but now even his weapon was an order lower than Zhang Guanyu's, and it also lacked an inscription symbol. How could he still fight this battle? Far away, Qin Xingxian also watched this, and her delicate eyebrows pressed together. She was clear, Lin Ming was young, but by no means an immature child. Since he dared to challenge Zhang Guanyu at this time, what sort of cards did he have up his sleeve? Hee, I didn't think that you would be stupid to this degree. You obtained such a fine weapon and hadn't placed an inscription symbol upon it as soon as you could, yet you still want to cope with me today with it. Zhang Guanyu greedily licked his lips and smiled. Lin Ming looked at the heavy profound soft spear. These days he had been occupied with cultivating the heretical god force and drawing up the strife seal. He hadn't been able to set aside any time to give the heavy profound soft spear the inscription symbol that it deserved. The main reason was that Lin Ming wanted to collect some top-quality materials to make the most formidable inscription symbol that he could with his current technique and cultivation. To find the materials that were worthy of this heavy profound soft spear would take some time. After all, he planned to use this spear for a long time. However, missing an inscription symbol didn't affect him too much. Lin Ming's dark purple elastic iron-penetrating rainbow spear didn't have an inscription symbol either. Lin Ming stepped forward, his right hand holding the end of the heavy profound soft spear as he stretched it out. He could feel that his right hand was full of an explosive force. This was power that the strife seal had given him. After he had successfully drawn up the strife seal, Lin Ming's strength had already reached 7,200 genes. This strength was even stronger than early pulse condensation period martial artists. Motionless like a mountain. With the flare of Lin Ming's imposing aura, his body began to release a formidable pressure. Some of the young elites of Sky Fortune City with weaker cultivations could not bear it, and backed away. This was just like what an average person would feel when they confronted a wild and ferocious tiger. Even if they knew this tiger would not injure them, they could not help but back away. Good. What a commanding aura. Lin Ming's strong point is his strength and towering manner, and his speed is not so good. But Zhang Guanyu's strong point lies in his speed and his strength is slightly lower. This could be said to be a duel between a peak strength powerhouse and a peak speed powerhouse. It really makes one look forward to it. A distinguished disciple of the Seven Profound Marital House said. A duel of peak powerhouses. He, the strongest disciple within the Seven Profound Martial House is Ta Ku. Not only is his cultivation at the early bone forging stage, but he also has inborn divine strength. Zhang Guanyu is the fastest, Ta Ku is the strongest. When these two fight, that will truly be the match of peak powerhouses. As for Lin Ming, although he is a heaven-warping genius, he is still tender and inexperienced. Motionless like a mountain how. I bet that the agile Zhang Guanyu will lead Lin Ming to dance around in circles. With Lin Ming's speed, I'm afraid that he might not even be able to touch the hem of Zhang Guanyu's clothes. And since Zhang Guanyu also cultivates the divine acacia power, his true essence and strength might not be lower than Lin Ming's. The result of this duel is already undeniable. A young aristocratic junior in silk robes sneered as he said this. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were enough young people that idolized Lin Ming that they were like an endless river of carp. But correspondingly, there were no small number of those young martial artists that were jealous of Lin Ming and hoped that he would suffer a loss, and henceforth never be able to recover. This young man in a silk gown was also one of them. He believed that Lin Ming would one day be able to surpass Zhang Guanyu. But that was not today. Since Lin Ming had challenged Zhang Guanyu now, he would truly die miserably. Zhang Guanyu sneered, and mockingly said, "Your imposing aura is good, but what a pity that it is useless against me. I am not Zhu Yan, and I have already seen through your body-tearing bone-shattering fist." As he said this, the entire audience was startled, particularly Wang Yuhan. Her heart suddenly felt as if it was hanging by strings. The body-tearing bone-shattering fist was Lin Ming's strongest ability. If Zhang Guanyu had already seen through Lin Ming's body-tearing bone-shattering fist, then how could Lin Ming possibly win? However, Lin Ming completely did not care for Zhang Guanyu's words and disregarded them. He brightly smiled and said, "You're just playing mind games. With your garbage perception, you had cultivated the divine acacia power for more than half a year and harmed so many women, and yet you still haven't reached the second layer. You think that you could see through my body-tearing bone-shattering fist with your garbage perception? Too laughable." As Lin Ming said this, Zhang Guanyu felt deeply aggrieved, and he was very angry. It was true that he had continually cultivated the divine acacia power, and still hadn't reached the second layer, therefore he had worried that he would never reach large success of the divine acacia power's seventh layer in his entire life, and attain the realm where he would have inexhaustible yang essence. Lin Ming's words had stamped on his sore spot. A person shouldn't be so unrestrained, now go die. As soon as Zhang Guanyu yelled out, his figure flashed, and even his shadow was lost. Those present could only hear a series of ta-ta-ta footsteps and a sharp piercing sound coming out from nowhere. This was the sound of a high-speed sword cutting through the wind. So fast. Heavens! Even my eyes cannot catch up to his speed. Is this really a speed that a human can hope to achieve? The young heroes and outstanding talents present all had a good ability to judge others' power. Although they knew that there would be a disparity between Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu, they hadn't thought that this difference would be like an endless gulf between them. This speed was so fast that not even the eye could follow. How would Lin Ming deal with this? One simply did not know where his sword would come from. Zhang Guanyu's speed was just like a rushing wind. Lin Ming gripped the heavy profound soft spear, and stood motionless in the same place. One was an indistinct figure with rapid movements, and the other was standing completely still. Just looking at this momentum, Lin Ming was weaker. Zhang Guanyu flashed around to arrive at Lin Ming's back. He grinned fiendishly, and aimed his sword to lop off Lin Ming's head. His sword reached an extreme of speed, even sound was swallowed within it. Chapter 150, Pinnacle Movement Ability. Those present couldn't even clearly see the sword light. If this sword struck, then Lin Ming's head would be split in half. It was too late to even cry out in alarm, but Zhang Guanyu's sword actually hit nothing. It was as if Lin Ming had eyes on the back of his head. In that brief flash as the sword fell, he took a strange half-step forwards, and it was as if he were a wisp of flame that had been blown away by a breeze, and he evaded Zhang Guanyu's sword by a hair's width. Zhang Guanyu was frustrated that his sword strike had failed. He did not believe that there was some evil force at hand, and he raised his sword to strike again. Chi 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 chi. In that moment, not even Zhang Guanyu knew how many sword stabs he had made. His sword had completely integrated into the wind. There was only a blurry mirage of sword light. The sword blade had already completed vanished from sight. Seeing only sword light and not the sword blade was already a very high boundary of swordsmanship. But one could actually not clearly see the sword light from Zhang Guanyu's sword. Such a terrifyingly quick sword light enveloped Lin Ming from all sides. But in this moment, Lin Ming's figure also blurred, and a thick stack of afterimages appeared around his body. In the midst of these afterimages, Lin Ming looked like he moved, but also like he didn't move. But what was without a doubt was that Zhang Guanyu's sword stabs had all missed. This is, what's going on? Murongzi had turned silly as she hid in that corner watching this decisive battle. Lin Ming had obviously been shrouded in so many sword lights, and yet not even a single hair of his had been touched. He was completely unscathed. What's going on? He's dodged everything. Bai Jingyun deeply inhaled, trying to keep her trembling voice as calm as possible. Lin Ming's movements were just too terrifying. Those martial artists familiar with movement abilities knew that this sword light was impossible to dodge with speed when it showered down like sword rain. The faster one's sword drew to the limit of speed, the less time there would be to dodge and the shorter gap between each sheen of sword light. Not only that, but the sword light was chaotic, without almost any dead angle. To escape such sword light, one had to be at least as fast as that sword light. To accomplish this task of dodging the sword light, one also had to have extremely accurate eyesight, near-instantaneous keen judgment, and the ability to control one's movement at the microscopic level, where one had exquisite control over every part of the body. They would have to make numerous short and quick movements in a split second in order to dodge that sword light. Lin Ming's thick stack of fuzzy afterimages were because he had made so many brief and rapid movements, that it left behind a visual afterimage in that 1/10 of a second in a person's iris. This was simply the pinnacle of movement. But Lin Ming, why would he have such ghostly movement speed? Those young elites present were knowledgeable. If Bai Jingyun could think of this, then so could they. They knew how difficult a task this would be to dodge such a crowded sea of sword light. Who? Just who said that Lin Ming is weak? He needs to open his damn eyes to see. Could this really be called a weak point? The one speaking was the Heavenly Abode disciple ranked 4th on the ranking stone. He knew that Lin Ming's previous assessment on the ranking stone had been 6th place. He didn't think that after several days, Lin Ming's strength would overtake his own. But now, looking at the present, his idea was simply a joke. How can this be? I remember that in the past Lin Ming rarely moved on the battlefield. His basic fighting method was to meet an opponent's toughness head-on. Moreover, what he cultivations is the foundation movement technique. How can it possibly be that quick? An aristocratic junior said. He was the one that had spoken out loud that Lin Ming's weakness was his low speed. You're too stupid. Would you dare to say that Lin Ming's foundation spear technique is also weak? As for him not moving on the battlefield, that is obviously because of how weak his previous opponents were. There was no need for Lin Ming to display his terrifying movement skills. A prominent Lin maniac plausibly responded. He had an ominous aura that was motionless like a mountain, amazing strength, incomparably thick true essence, and simultaneously a peerless speed. He simply did not have a single weakness. Facing such an abnormal beast, how could one fight him? The fight on the military field was becoming increasingly intense. It was top movements against top movements. Zhang Guanyu's sword speed was accelerating, becoming more and more swift and violent, and the sword lights interweaved to a point where not even raindrops could enter. The countless sword lights had already split the military field into broken pieces. The stones under Lin Ming's feet were already broken to the point they could not be broken anymore. The largest fragment was the size of a fingernail. However, even under the aggression of such a violent blade storm, Lin Ming was casually strolling like he was taking a walk through a park. His steps had completely integrated into the concept of wind, and it was impossible to catch his exact location. Zhang Guanyu's sword light seemed to create a dense crisscross net, but there was always a first and a last sword stroke. Lin Ming was able to exploit this small difference in time, and his movements were like passing clouds and flowing water, acutely smooth and incomparably gentle. It was as if he wasn't even dodging the sword, but instead the approaching sword wind would blow him away. Murongzi stared with a vacant expression, eyes growing wide. She murmured, "It's impossible, no matter how fierce that farm animal is, the movement ability he chose is only the foundation movement technique. How can the foundation movement technique possibly have such speed?" Murongzi's question was also Bai Jingyun's question. She also thought it was strange, since when had Lin Ming learned such an extremely formidable movement ability? But at this moment, a fresh and pleasant voice said, "Lin Ming is using the foundation movement technique." Murongzi turned her head to see that the one speaking was Qin Xingxian. At this time, Qin Xingxian was looking towards the center of the field, and her eyes were filled with admiration and praise. The foundation movement technique? No way. Murongzi would rather be beaten to death than believe such propaganda. She also had some understanding of the foundation movement technique. Lin Ming's movements were completely different from the foundation movement technique, and moreover, would the foundation movement technique have such strangely abnormal speed? But as Bai Jingyun followed this point mentioned by Qin Xingxian, she felt a faint hint of discovery. She looked again at Lin Ming's movements, and her complexion rapidly began to devolve into inexplicable horror. It really is the foundation movement technique. Lin Ming's movements are all steps from the foundation movement technique. But each step has been reduced to the lowest possible limit, and the speed of each step approaches the ultimate boundary. Yes, that's it. Qin Xingxian nodded. What Lin Ming was displaying really was the foundation movement technique. What golden rock shattering the void stressed was comprehension of the concept and revolution of true essence. There were no requirements as to the required movements. To put it plainly, movement abilities that required certain steps were all mediocre garbage that belonged to offshoot branches. The truly formidable movement abilities all relied on comprehending the concept. As for the order of steps, it was arbitrary, and one could move as they pleased. If a movement ability was defined by how a martial artist's steps were, then it would inevitably become a shackle to that martial artist. How could it possibly display movement like passing clouds and flowing waters, where one's movement was like leisurely strolling through the yard? Lin Ming had already comprehended the concept of wind, thus every step he took was filled the same lofty grace. He had chosen the foundation movement technique only to conceal the golden rock shattering the void. Under such an intense battle of speed, both persons consumed a large amount of energy, especially Zhang Guanyu. His movements were larger and flashier than Lin Ming's, and he was also the one attacking. His consumption of true essence and physical strength was higher. After several dozen breaths, Zhang Guanyu's true essence began to show signs of exhaustion. At that moment, Lin Ming took one step forward and thrust out his spear. Clang! There was a harsh grating sound of metal colliding with metal, and Zhang Guanyu suddenly froze. His sword was set in front of his body, blocking Lin Ming's spear. Zhang Guanyu was startled and uncertain as he looked at Lin Ming. He had just been about to revolve more true essence and release a new round of offensive attacks, but Lin Ming had suddenly struck out at his heart with his spear. In the throes of such fast movements, Zhang Guanyu's ability to dodge should have been very strong. He should have been able to easily avoid the spear like Lin Ming had avoided his sword. He did not know why, but Lin Ming's spear seemed to follow his movements and rush toward his heart, so Zhang Guanyu had no choice but to lift his sword to defend it. But how could a soft sword block a heavy spear? Zhang Guanyu could only pour a vast amount of true essence into the sword blade, and the result was that his blood was sent tumbling in his effort to block the spear, and his bodily flow was sent into a maddening disorder. He saw through my movements. Impossible. The movement ability I study comes from the 7 Profound Valleys top-tier movement technique, Shadowless Acacia. Not only that, but my movements were all erratic, and yet his spear that he sent found me. How could a thrust be so accurate? Zhang Guanyu had a great sense of humiliating frustration in his heart. His strongest point was his speed, but in terms of speed, he had been completely suppressed by Lin Ming. He only felt that the dazzling movement abilities he displayed were like a clown in a play. it was all useless work that had been ruined by a single thrust from Lin Ming. How did you do this? Your sword cut open the wind, so the wind simply betrayed you. Lin Ming said with a slight smile. After having comprehended the concept of wind, Lin Ming did not even need to use his eyes to look at Zhang Guanyu's movements. As long as he perceived the sensations of the wind, he was able to instantly judge Zhang Guanyu's position and path of movement. Zhang Guanyu certainly could not understand the meaning behind Lin Ming's words. His cheeks twitched and he coldly said, "Just some misleading tricks. You truly let me be startled very much. Good, very good. I will put forth my complete strength to kill you." Zhang Guanyu extended his left hand's index and middle finger. He cut it with his long sword, and a wisp of fresh blood left his body and entered into the blade. At the same time, Zhang Guanyu's face began to turn a rosy red. And from that rosy red he turned to the color of jade. His arms began to turn translucent, as if there were lights in body. Divine Acacia Power. This is the Divine Acacia Power. Those present that had a wide range of knowledge immediately recognized what cultivation method it was that Zhang Guanyu had displayed at this time. The 7 Profound Valleys, Divine Acacia Power. This is a cultivation method that is only passed down to core disciples, not even the heavenly abode disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House may learn it. Lin Ming is in danger. The Divine Acacia Power had deep true essence, and its moves were all sinister and ruthless. After Zhang Guanyu displayed the Divine Acacia Power, it immediately brought a strange aura. This aura was not formidable, yet there was an alternating bizarre coldness of the loins and burning of the breath. It made one experience countless illusions, almost causing the mind to fall. So formidable. The young elites present were not some average people of low ability, but still, facing this kind of weird imposing aura from Zhang Guanyu, they were actually forced to stimulate true essence within their entire bodies to barely resist the attack of this aura. Just seeing this aura caused them to revolve true essence throughout their entire bodies to just barely resist. If one were to face Zhang Guanyu's attack head-on, how would they be able to fight back? This is the Divine Acacia Power. Facing Zhang Guanyu's bizarre aura, Lin Ming began to revolve the true essence within the tiny units in his body. True essence filaments emerged from his body and easily tore apart this strange aura, shattering it into nihility. Chapter 151, Measure for Measure. Divine Acacia Power. Is this it? How mediocre. Lin Ming slightly shook his head. To think that this cultivation method would actually dare to call itself divine. This mystic power was truly worthless. Zhang Guanyu was formidable, this was not wrong. But all of his suppressing strength originated from his bone-forging stage cultivation. As for this Divine Acacia Power, this cultivation brought forth a thick true essence, but it was impure. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated his carnal power with so many others, but whatever it was had caused impure true essence to mix into his body that hadn't yet been fully refined, so it had become like this. Big but not firm, flashy but lacking all substance. Lin Ming quickly made a judgment, he could break through all of this with his flow like silk technique. Lin Ming, you ridiculed me that I could not break through to the second layer of the Divine Acacia Power, and you're not wrong. Right now I am only at the large success stage of the Divine Acacia Power's first layer. For now, let's see just how long you can even deal with the Divine Acacia Power's large success of the first layer. More useless words. Make your move. Lin Ming held his spear in one hand and pointed it straight at Zhang Guanyu. The silvery white 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear began to tremble from Lin Ming's striking aura. The air around them began to shudder as ripples appeared that were visible to the naked eye, seeming as if they could tear anything they touched to shreds. This effect was caused by the advancement of flow like silk, when the terrifying vibrating true essence was poured into the heavy profound soft spear. This power clashed against Zhang Guanyu's aura, and the imaginary sounds of weapons striking each other reverberated in the air. In this moment, as Lin Ming stood up tall and commanding, the grandiose aura that he emitted caused the hearts of the young noble girls to madly jump. Receive my sword, ecstasy cut. As Zhang Guanyu cried out, an illusionary sword appeared in the air, shrouded with a jade light, as if it was being bathed in red-hot flames. It turned into a series of phantasmal images that pierced towards Lin Ming. This sword move was not too fast, but that move emitted an aura that caused one to feel as if there was a disorder in space. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it had simultaneously fused the strange aura of the divine acacia power with Zhang Guanyu's proud speed. POF. Zhang Guanyu pierced through Lin Ming's chest. Before the audience even had time to cry out in alarm, Lin Ming, who had been stabbed, began to slowly vanish. Afterimage. Lin Ming's body had already unified with the wind, and his movements were erratic, drifting from place to place. This time, he did not use that nuanced microscopic level of movement, but instead he had opened distance between them and increased the sphere of his range. After Zhang Guanyu had used the divine acacia power, every move of his began to contain powerful true essence fluctuations. It would be easy to be injured if he tried to fend off that power in such a small area. Let's see just who is faster. Zhang Guanyu coldly snorted. His form rushed forward like a blinding tornado. Because he had already revolved the divine acacia power, his speed had accelerated, and his shadow seemed to have integrated into nothingness. Every sword move he made was swifter and fiercer, like bolts of lightning during a thunderstorm. Even his sword light was difficult to see. Pang 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 pang. The sound of metal and true essence colliding in the air continuously sounded. Sword light and spear light glittered in the night sky. The formidable auras and shockwaves were as if a tremendous wind had swept up the entire audience. The stone ground of the military field was broken apart like tofu, and a hail of stone chips flew into the air, scattering in all directions like a rain of arrows. Watch out. Although the military field was wide, the battle between these two young men was too crazily fierce in intensity. Raging true essence had been fired into the ground. Retreat. Step back. The young elites present frantically revolved their true essence to protect their bodies. Some young aristocrats who had low cultivations were protected by their bodyguards. Under their protection, they immediately retreated to a safe distance. This is simply too fearful. These flying rocks can put holes in the body. An aristocratic junior watched with his own wide eyes as a crushed stone was sent shooting out by the collision of true essence. It struck a stone column near the military field, and the result was that it had created an inch-deep hole before crumbling inside. This is only the aftermath of their true essence colliding. If I were to face these two, even if I were protecting myself with true essence, I fear I would already be turned into a hornet's nest. The one speaking was a martial artist at the early altering muscle stage. He was only an ordinary altering muscle martial artist, equivalent to a peak viscera training stage martial artist of the 7 profound martial house. He had heard the rumors about Lin Ming, but couldn't imagine that he could be as powerful as they said. Now he had finally witnessed the power of Lin Ming, who was also only at the altering muscle stage. Why is Lin Ming's speed so high? Isn't the movement skill he chose the foundation movement technique? He taught some top-tier movement technique after he began his 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test. The person speaking thought that only a top-tier movement technique of the 7 Profound Valleys could have such terrifying velocity. By now, an aristocratic junior more familiar with movement techniques spoke. She hesitated as she said, I think that what Lin Ming is using is the foundation movement technique. What kind of joke are you playing? I'm not lying. Look at Lin Ming's steps. Those are the slide step, fly on grass, mouse crossing street, carp diving through dragon gate. These are all the basic steps of the foundation movement technique. Because Lin Ming had opened the distance between himself and Zhang Guanyu, there were some aristocratic juniors with high enough cultivations that they could just barely keep up with his movements. But they had never thought that these ghostly movements were from the foundation movement technique. As soon as this point was raised, everyone began looking at Lin Ming's footsteps. The foundation movement technique was one of the common and looked down upon movement skills. Those present had some insight to this. As they looked, they were all completely startled into mindless shock. This truly was the foundation movement technique. How was this possible? Maybe this Lin Ming relied upon his monstrous perception, and rewrote the foundation movement technique to improve it, and that's why he has this present speed. You say that's just going too far. Boom boom boom. Spear light surged, sword light chaotically danced, rocks broke, and endless true essence fluttered in the wind. Although Lin Ming was a full stage below Zhang Guanyu, he did not seem to be suppressed by him at all. Cool breeze cut. Bright moonlight sword. In this protracted battle, Zhang Guanyu's offense became even more savage. In every few moves he would swipe out with a martial skill. Because Zhang Guanyu's attack speed was so fast, in just one breath of time, he was able to release 2 martial skills at once. Damn, this is just too abnormal. He can also use martial skills like this. And with such thick true essence. If it were me, I would have already overdrawn my true essence after a few martial skills. No, what's more amazing is Lin Ming. Under the attacks of so many intense martial skills, can he still block them all? How is this possible? I heard that the manuals he chose were the Foundation Spear Technique and the Body-Tearing Bone-Shattering Fist. Not only that, but his cultivation is also inferior to Zhang Guanyu's, so how is he managing to stop all these martial skills? Some aristocratic juniors thought that was completely inconceivable. In their view, how could normal moves stop a martial skill, especially so many of them? True essence manifestation, a slightly cold voice suddenly sounded out. As soon as everyone turned to look, they were immediately surprised. The one speaking was Ling Sen. Since the young elites of Sky Fortune City were invited to this grand banquet, of course Ling Sen, who was the elder senior apprentice brother of the 7 profound martial house's heavenly abode, had also been invited. It was only that he had arrived very late. True essence manifestation could be used during any normal attack. The released true essence was able to condense and substantialize into a true form, so that every normal strike one made would be comparable to an ordinary martial artist's martial skill. Ling Sen knew as soon as Lin Ming had attained the 6th rank on the ranking stone, that he had been able to manifest his true essence. Lin Ming was only at the early altering muscle stage, while Ling Sen himself had just reached a half step into the bone forging stage several months ago. Even now, he was only barely able to touch the threshold of true essence manifestation. Moreover, what Ling Sen was most spooked by was not this true essence manifestation, but Lin Ming's movement. Ling Sen's appearance had caught the attention of many people. After all, Ling Sen's eyesight was far beyond all of them. Senior apprentice brother Ling, isn't true essence manifestation a level that only a pulse condensation martial artist can achieve? Isn't Lin Ming only at the altering muscle stage? Isn't this just too abnormal? Senior apprentice brother Ling, is Lin Ming displaying the foundation movement technique? How come his speed is so quick? Ling Sen took a deep breath, and slowly said, what Lin Ming is displaying, is truly the foundation movement technique. After Ling Sen confirmed their suspicions, everyone gasped as if the air had been sucked out of them. Naturally, none of them doubted Ling Sen's words. Senior apprentice brother Ling, how can the foundation movement technique be so fast? Ling Sen stayed silent. Even though Lin Ming was using the foundation movement technique, it seemed as if there was some profound mystery contained within his steps, something that he couldn't grasp. If there was anything different about the foundation movement technique that he knew about, then it would seem as if this version of the foundation movement technique contained some kind of soul and charm. This set of movements was alive. Zhang Guanyu's martial skills that he used began to grow swifter and more violent. Because martial skills required some time to activate, Zhang Guanyu had also mixed in the skill of inscription from the inscription symbol that Lin Ming had drawn. With Zhang Guanyu's status, he did not lack any high-level martial skills. The power of the skill of inscription was not too great, but the speed with which he could use it was quicker, thus Zhang Guanyu repeatedly used it. Haha, how does it feel being struck by the very skill of inscription that you created? Isn't it a wonderful feeling? You are just a person who digs his own grave. Zhang Guanyu insolently laughed. You really do speak so much nonsense. Your movements are so fast and the wind coming from you is so fierce, you should be afraid of that wind cutting your blithe tongue. Humph, you court death. These two people began increase their fighting tempo, and each strike was more brutal than the last. This level of battle, even a pulse condensation period martial artist would have their heart tremble if they saw this. Ecstasy cut. Zhang Guanyu's sword filled with true essence, and he took a forceful step forwards. The sword began to emit a keen wail, and the sword thrust out like a bolt of lightning. This was a martial skill that had been enhanced by the divine acacia power, even sound seemed to be swallowed by it. Flow like silk. Lin Ming turned and thrust his spear out. Vibrating true essence scattered from him in all directions, and surged towards Zhang Guanyu like a raging tide. With the medium-grade human step treasure, the heavy profound soft spear, Lin Ming's flow like silk had become even more powerful. However, as Zhang Guanyu faced this vibrating true essence, he only grinned like a madman. The true essence in his sword suddenly contracted, and congealed into a sharp shape just like needle, stabbed out at Lin Ming. Po 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 po. The layer upon layer of wave-like vibrating true essence was punctured by Zhang Guanyu's sword as if it were strip of cloth, and he instantly arrived in front of Lin Ming. Zhang Guanyu's sword stabbed at Lin Ming's spear shaft. The straight heavy profound soft spear was immediately impacted by a formidable strength and turned into a silver crescent. Chapter 152, Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. That sword in Zhang Guanyu's hands was a high-grade human step treasure. If Lin Ming had been holding the dark purple elastic iron spear, then this sword would have already pierced straight through the spear shaft. Lin Ming only felt an unrivaled sharp strength vigorously transmit through him, and his body flew back in the air. He tumbled backwards for several dozens of feet before using his own strength to hold himself down, but the blood in his chest was still roiling from the impact. So strong. Lin Ming could not help but acknowledge that even though Zhang Guanyu's true essence was impure, his strength was utterly dreadful. That slender sword bent a heavy spear. His sword was flooded with true essence, and with that irresistible strength, that sword forced me back so much. Zhang Guanyu is truly fierce. Zhang Guanyu was grinning like demon. He said, Lin Ming, I told you that I already saw through you, body-tearing bone-shattering fist. As long as I concentrate my true essence into a thin shape, I can use it to pierce through your vibrating true essence, and expose your weakness. Expose my weakness. Lin Ming smiled. This move might be somewhat useful to deal with the original, body-tearing bone-shattering fist, but against flow like silk, it was pointless. The total wisdom of the realm of the gods had accumulated for countless millennia and repeatedly tempered into the chaotic virtues combat meridians. How could it be something that someone as insignificant like Zhang Guanyu could break? Lin Ming, resign yourself to fate. Today, I will end the myth of your genius. Zhang Guanyu howled like a depraved beast. The sword in his hand began to emit a keening wail, as if there were countless ghosts circling around the blade. With a loud explosion, the stones under Zhang Guanyu's feet began to crack apart. Hee, just die. Life-severing dead bone blade. Life-severing dead bone blade. Qin Xingxian frowned. This was an incomparably vicious and evil move, and it was also the most powerful maneuver within the first layer of the Divine Acacia power. The Divine Acacia power was a unification of martial skills and heart mantras. It was a demonic art that belonged to the path of evil. This so-called demonic art was one that was filled with heretical and diabolical ways. For instance, using women, devouring, going berserk, these were all methods in order to increase one's strength and cultivation in a short time. It was easy for this cultivation method to cause one to be taken over by their darkest obsessions as if they were possessed by the devil. The sword would become slanted, and the style was insidious beyond measure. It could even cause damage to oneself. The life-severing dead bone blade was a sword move that released countless wronged spirits. Once this blade stabbed into its enemy, their true essence would be reversed, and it could absorb their flesh and blood life essence. If one's cultivation was poor, then with a stab of the sword, it could even turn an enemy into bleached bones. Even a martial artist at a high cultivation who had thick true essence would suffer a miserable fate if they were stabbed by this sword. Their body would lose much of their inner vitality, and it would cause the body to atrophy and wither away. The meridians, muscles, and tendons would all be wasted away, until they were finally turned into a disabled vegetable. This kind of disability could only be cured by the rare material human life-death bone flesh. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to cure. And this kind of rare material treasure was actually not something that a large sect like the Seven Profound Valleys could even make. If one were to be struck by this life-severing dead bone blade, then their entire life's martial arts cultivation would be half wiped out, or even completely ruined. However, although this life-severing dead bone blade was a perverse and malefic move, one could not freely use it. This sword move would cause whoever used it to have their mind and soul eroded by the unjust ghosts, and it would cause their personality to turn to chaos, until they finally became a mind-touch devil. This Zhang Guanyu is truly black-hearted. He would actually dare to use this move. He is determined to destroy Lin Ming. Qin Xingxian was a core disciple of the Seven Profound Valleys, so she understood what effect the life-severing dead bone blade had. When she said this, Wang Yuhan's heart suddenly painfully clenched. Lin Ming's body-tearing bone-shattering fist had already been suppressed. How would he confront this life-severing dead bone blade? Zhang Guanyu's sword had not even thrust out, yet Lin Ming could already feel a chilly wind blowing at him. This icy wind seemed to turn into a mass of aggrieved souls that wrapped around his hands and feet, suddenly slowing down Lin Ming's movements. Lin Ming frowned. Ah. This sword move can actually affect my movements. Haha. This is my strongest move, it is impossible for you to hide. Zhang Guanyu let loose a demented cackle. His handsome face had already been completely twisted from before, and now it was just a mockery of a human. Countless ghosts emerged from Zhang Guanyu's body. His hair was completely loose and blown up by the chilling breeze. Like this, he seemed to have wholly become a demon. Don't worry, I will let you keep your life. Zhang Guanyu cried out like an evil monster, and his sword thrust towards Lin Ming. Those myriad ghosts condensed onto Zhang Guanyu's sword, and the sword blade completely turned white like bleached bones. It was as if Zhang Guanyu was not holding a sword in his hand, but a white bone. Seeing this sword thrust reflected in his eyes, Lin Ming let loose a roar. True essence began to rapidly circulate throughout his body, and the heretical god seed in Lin Ming's heart began to issue forth a blazing light. The highly compressed true essence scattered outwards and rushed into Lin Ming's body and blood. Heretical God Force, open. The first layer of the heretical God Force could instantly increase one's strength and true essence by 50%. In addition to the increased power from the Strife Seal, Lin Ming only felt his entire body blazing with fighting spirit. Not only that, but all the accumulated momentum from his previous collisions with Zhang Guanyu instantly erupted at once. His spear thrust out and swept away the world. As his unstoppable momentum burst forth, all the haunting ghosts that had affected his speed were blown away without a trace. Lin Ming was instantly restored to his peak speed. However, he did not intend to hide. His body contained a raging warlike thirst. He was like a volcano that had reached the critical point, he must erupt. I'll let you see, the true flow like silk. Lin Ming's spear flew forwards. With a loud explosion, the ground underneath his feet completely ruptured. The cracks spread like an ever-widening spider web. For a time, it was as if a true flood dragon had rushed out from Lin Ming's silver spear. True essence rioted and space seemed to be compressed as a terrible strength formed visible ripples in the air. It swept through the broken tiles on the floor, and scattered them like a hurricane. Lin Ming's spear, which contained the peak of his strength, struck Zhang Guanyu's life-severing dead bone blade. In that moment, all the tiny units within Lin Ming's body began to vibrate together, and instantly turned into 5,000 filaments of true essence. These 5,000 true essence filaments were just like 5,000 ominous, little, and ferocious flood dragons that rushed at Zhang Guanyu. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. The life-severing dead bone blade that held so many ghosts was similar to waste paper as the small flood dragons lunged in and bit through. This was a completely one-sided crushing. The 5,000 true essence filaments broke through the life-severing dead bone blade, and immediately rushed into Zhang Guanyu just like a rampaging pack of wild beasts. Zhang Guanyu had already reached the bone-forging stage, and true essence had sunk into his bones. His inner body's defensive capabilities were simply amazing. But how could this keep off 5,000 true essence threads of vibrating true essence enhanced by the heretical God Force? Ah! Zhang Guanyu issued a piercing scream that turned into pitiful wails. Many of his organs had been torn, countless blood vessels had ruptured, and fresh blood spurted out from his body. Zhang Guanyu dropped his sword. It was as if his entire body had been turned inside out, and his body was like a broken bag of blood that crumpled to the ground. There was total silence among the audience. Zhang Guanyu's strongest move, the most brutal and savage finishing blow of the Divine Acacia Power's first layer, life-severing dead bone blade, had actually been sent flying with one thrust of Lin Ming's spear. Looking at the arena under Lin Ming's feet, and the ring of cracks that were like a giant spider web that spread for dozens of feet, this was the utterly cataclysmic power which was created by the overwhelming true essence and strength of a monstrous genius. The 7 profound martial house master had given Lin Ming a test to defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. Now, he had finished in only 2.5 months. And not only that, but he defeated Zhang Guanyu in his strongest state with the might of a single spear. Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear did not even have an inscription symbol placed on it. This was just too terrifying. With Lin Ming, no matter how impossible things seemed, it would become a likely possibility. Zhang Guanyu's 5 organs had been broken, and he had lost a massive amount of blood. But still, his facial muscles contorted as if they were about to break, and his heart was filled to the brim with agonizing hatred. "Lin Ming, I will kill you." Zhang Guanyu bit his tongue, and reached out a hand to the gray spatial ring he had. This scene immediately aroused Lin Ming's vigilance. He clearly remembered that before this fight began, Ouyang Dihua had quietly given Zhang Guanyu a spatial ring, that was the same one he was now reaching for. With Ouyang Dihua's background in the 7 profound valleys, anything he gave was certainly not some commonplace object. Lin Ming's heart was filled with a great sense of crisis. Without a word, he aimed his spear at Zhang Guanyu's hand, and shot out the heavy profound soft spear. Whoosh! The 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear broke free with a shrill sound as it flew out. The inherent power within it was extremely horrifying. Zhang Guanyu had just taken out the thunderbolt devil fire bead, when that heavy profound soft spear pierced the palm of his hand. With mere flesh and blood that had already lost its true essence protection facing such a relentless strength, the results could be imagined. Po! Zhang Guanyu's pale and slender hand was like a block of tofu that was smashed apart by a heavy hammer. Ah! Zhang Guanyu held on to his broken wrist and screamed in pain. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly rushed forwards and aimed a palm at Zhang Guanyu's back. Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming's ears rang with the sound of Ouyang Dihua's shout. But Lin Ming did not listen to him, and still struck his palm towards Zhang Guanyu. Ouyang Dihua coldly coughed, and his body that had been relaxed and sitting suddenly and violent rushed out. The chair he was sitting in was broken apart by the explosive strength and scattered everywhere. Ouyang Dihua had wanted to wait for Zhang Guanyu to throw the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead and severely wound or even kill Lin Ming. The Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead was made by an array master of the 7 profound valleys. It could kill even an early pulse condensation period martial artist. This sort of treasure could only be produced by a large sect, and it was an absolutely forbidden item within the mortal world. Ouyang Dihua believed that if Lin Ming were to be directly struck by the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, then he would meet certain death. Even if it only partially touched him, he would still be seriously injured or disabled. But he had never expected that Lin Ming would be so decisive. Just at the moment when Zhang Guanyu had taken out the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, Lin Ming had already thrown the heavy profound soft spear, and turned Zhang Guanyu's hand into ground meat. Now Zhang Guanyu had already lost all of his strength to resist, and yet Lin Ming still wanted to use a heavy hand to injure him. How could Ouyang Dihua idly sit by and do nothing? After all, Zhang Guanyu was intimately involved with the acquisition of the 12 Purine girls. If Zhang Guanyu died, then the entire reason that he came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom would be for naught. Impudence. Seeing Lin Ming simply ignore his orders and still rush at Zhang Guanyu, Ouyang Dihua felt a rising rage in his heart. He raised his true essence and struck out a palm towards Lin Ming. In this palm strike, Ouyang Dihua had mercilessly used his full strength. It was meant to seriously injure or even kill Lin Ming. Just when he thought he had reached Lin Ming's path, and was prepared to kill Lin Ming's speed suddenly shot up. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming used the powered state of the heretical god force to display the golden rock shattering the void. In that instant, his speed had reached an extreme velocity. Compared to when he had faced Zhang Guanyu a moment ago, he was over 50% faster. This phantom-like speed had already far exceeded Ouyang Dihua's maximum speed. Ouyang Dihua's palm hit nothing but air. Chapter 153, A Pressing Aura. Ouyang Dihua's palm wind struck a stone column that was at the edge of the military field and instantly split it apart. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had already flickered like a ray of light to Zhang Guanyu's side. His palm struck down, and a merciless handprint appeared on Zhang Guanyu's back. Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming's true essence infiltrated into Zhang Guanyu's body. At this time, Zhang Guanyu had already completely lost any means of resistance, so the true essence rapidly spread out, unobstructed, across all of Zhang Guanyu's meridians. His meridians were smashed apart by the rushing true essence, including many key points, pores, and all else. Everything was utterly ravaged. Zhang Guanyu stiffly groaned, and fainted. This sudden change in events caused everyone to gasp. Lin Ming had ignored Ouyang Dihua's command, and moreover he had abruptly broken through Ouyang Dihua's interference to strike a palm upon Zhang Guanyu. Did this not mean that Lin Ming's speed was quicker than Ouyang Dihua's? Ouyang Dihua actually could not stop Lin Ming. Lin Ming is too terrifying. Ouyang Dihua is the direct disciple of an elder. He's definitely not some ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist, and Lin Ming is only at the altering muscle stage. These people discussed in a low voice with each other through true essence sound transmission. The looks upon their faces as they gazed at Lin Ming were filled with reverence, and even fear. After he used a single palm to cut off the root of so many future troubles, Lin Ming deliberately picked up the thunderbolt devil fire bead that was by Zhang Guanyu. Although it was the first time that he had seen something like this, Lin Ming could approximately guess what it did. It must be some kind of destructive concealed weapon. As he examined the thunderbolt devil fire bead, Lin Ming could feel a tingling sensation akin to arrows piercing his back. He calmly turned around to see Ouyang Dihua balefully gazing at him. Ouyang had never been as angry as he was today. He was already mad enough that Lin Ming had ignored his order, but what he could not accept the most was that his attack, in which he had invested his full strength to stop Lin Ming, had actually been evaded by him, and thus failed. This caused him to lose a great amount of face. He was a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. He was 24 years old, and was also a direct disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. Lin Ming was only a quasi-core disciple, 15 years old, and his cultivation was at the early altering muscle stage. He had actually been beaten by Lin Ming, and his palm had struck nothing but empty air. He could only helplessly look on as this little brat struck Zhang Guanyu with a heavy hand. He was older than Lin Ming by 9 years, his life had just been all in vain. Now where had all his dignity gone? His martial talent was not anything too outstanding. The reason he was able to become a direct disciple of an elder was because his uncle was the third elder of the Acacia faction. What he hated the most was those that spoke behind his back and said, "This Ouyang Dihua only relied on his relations to become a core disciple. He has no skill at all." Good. Very good. You did not listen to my orders and still maliciously attacked Zhang Guanyu when he had lost all ability to resist. Just by this alone, I can cripple you. Ouyang Dihua clenched his fists, his eyes glazed over with hate as he wished he could just eat Lin Ming alive. Lin Ming did not have a change of expression. He flashed the thunderbolt devil fire bead in his hand, and confidently said, "Sir 7 Profound Envoy, I think that you should recognize this. Zhang Guanyu wanted to use this against me. I don't believe this is allowed in the rules of this duel. This is probably something that can only be refined by a large sect, its power can be imagined. How can you say he had lost the ability to resist? Is Sir 7 Profound Envoy's meaning that I should hold out my neck and let him cut off my head? Should I have waited until Zhang Guanyu severely injured me before I dealt with him? I'm sorry, I'm simply not someone so noble. Also, there are many important people present. Since this thing's power is so great, wouldn't it be horrible if he threw this out and injured everybody? It doesn't take much true essence to throw this. As long as Zhang Guanyu has even a breath of life left in himself, he can readily throw this out. That's why I had to stop him. I only put him to sleep. The palm I used was a bit heavy a moment ago, but I made sure not to remove Sir Zhang's hand. I'm sorry, I truly do feel regret, but I was helplessly forced to act. Taking 10,000 steps back, I say that even if I was to be cruel, Sir Zhang and I have already signed a life-death contract before this, and we have even pressed our thumbs as proof, so that any life-threatening wounds cannot be investigated. Mr. Ouyang, don't you remember? Lin Ming's reasoning caused Ouyang Dihua to tremble with rage. That palm was not too heavy. Although Ouyang Dihua did not understand what profound mysteries were contained within that palm strike, what he certainly knew was that with Lin Ming's decisive and vicious movement, that palm absolutely had done some great harm to Zhang Guanyu. Coupled with the fact that before, he had already ruined Zhang Guanyu's right hand, and turned it into nothing more than ravaged meat and broken bones. Without rare and valuable medicine that could regrow limbs, it would simply not heal well. It seemed that from here on out, Zhang Guanyu's martial path had come to a full stop. This Zhang Guanyu was a person whose heart was simply too proud. He could not tolerate even a small failure, much less a failure of this level. Perhaps his heart of martial arts had been totally defeated, and he would never be able to recover. Zhang Guanyu's entire life could now be considered over. It just so happened that Lin Ming's vicious move was actually not wrong nor against the rules. Just before, Zhang Guanyu had wanted to kill Lin Ming, and this thunderbolt devil fire bead was the evidence. According to the regulations of the Seven Profound Martial House, one could not kill an opponent in battle or deliberately disable them when they had lost the ability to resist counterattacks, or else they would be subject to certain punishments. But now Lin Ming hadn't actually killed his opponent, nor had he disabled his opponent once they had lost any means to resist. What he did was a legitimate defense, so there was simply no violation of any rules. This caused Ouyang Dihua to almost go crazy with vexation. Not only that, but they had also signed the life-death contract before the duel, so Ouyang Dihua could not find fault with Lin Ming. Therefore, he had no means to deal with Lin Ming. He was a 24-year-old man while Lin Ming was only a 15-year-old youth. If he relied on his cultivation to intimidate, it would be seen as an elder bullying the younger generation. If he had no appropriate reason to deal with Lin Ming, then any actions could not be justified. Moreover, Ouyang Dihua thought back to Lin Ming's elusive speed, and he began to lack self-confidence. If he was able to suppress Lin Ming with his absolute power, then that would be good. However, if he still could not defeat Lin Ming in several moves, then he would really want to hit his head on a wall and die. This 9-year gap would simply be too laughable a matter. But today, he could not forget this matter or let it go, or else his dignity would be gone. The atmosphere was very solemn and grim. Anybody could see that the sparks between Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua were about to burst. These two were a future Seven Profound envoy and a current Seven Profound envoy that were in opposition to each other. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ming was the weaker party. Lin Ming is in danger. Ouyang Dihua is not someone to be trifled with. Even the Seven Profound Martial House Master has to treat him with a bit of respect. The youth has courage. Now that Lin Ming has provoked Ouyang Dihua before he has grown, I'm afraid that Lin Ming will have dark days from here on out. Don't look down on Lin Ming. Just look at all the enemies Lin Ming has made. Zhang Xang, Zhu Yan, Zhang Guanyu, all have been defeated by Lin Ming. Zhang Xang and Zhu Yan are too weak, but leaving them aside, isn't Zhang Guanyu at the peak, whether it is cultivation or individual strength? The truth was that there was an enemy that no one dared to name out loud. This was the 10th prince, Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen had been tightly and significantly suppressed by Lin Ming. He could only smile at front of Lin Ming, not caring about keeping any face. He only needed to look at those who cared about face, such as Zhang Xang, Zhu Yan, and Zhang Guanyu, to see that they were all finished. The 10th prince Yang Zhen was wise. Every day he could play ball with Lin Ming was an extra day. Many of those present shared a different view. Some worried over Lin Ming, and some, who liked to gloat over others' misfortunes, looked forward to seeing Lin Ming be played to death by Ouyang Dihua. Lin Ming was powerful, but, behind Ouyang Dihua was an elder of the Seven Profound Valleys. Such a character could easily send down a Seven Profound decree that could even cause a nation to switch rulers, and change the name of the land. Even if Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, he would not dare to move against Ouyang Dihua, otherwise that would simply be courting death. In all the controversy, Bai Jingyun was silently biting her lips as she looked at Lin Ming with a very complex expression. She still had half a year. The day on which her filial obligations to mourn the death of her father for 3 years would end, was in half a year. After the mourning period had ended, that was the day Ouyang Dihua would propose marriage. Bai Jingyun did not expect that her grandfather, who had to worry about the family interests, would have the courage to refuse this marriage. She also didn't expect that Ouyang Dihua would simply forget about her. Although Ouyang Dihua hadn't even spoken a few words to her at the banquet today, that was only because the timing was not suitable. Bai Jingyun had clearly seen Ouyang Dihua's eyes when he looked at her, and those eyes were filled with greed and immorality. Bai Jingyun had already resigned herself to her fate, but now, she saw that Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua were enemies. This caused her heart to clench. Maybe. Just maybe, there was a 1% possibility that Lin Ming could rescue her from the fiery pit. On the military field, Ouyang Dihua took one step at a time towards Lin Ming. Every time he took one step, his horrible aura would become 1 point stronger. His footsteps caused the hearts of those who looked to beat as if they were resonating with them. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Since I cannot move against you, then I will force you to submit. As Ouyang Dihua fiercely though this, the aura of his body suddenly erupted. He wanted to rely on the virtue of his grand presence to oppress Lin Ming until he could not persist any longer and had to yield. Ouyang Dihua had already cultivated his divine acacia power to the peak of the 3rd layer. He was just missing one step before he could break through to the 4th layer. His imposing aura was much more perilous than Zhang Guanyu's. With every step, all sorts of chaotic illusions and demons seemed to rush upwards like a swelling tide that covered Lin Ming. Those standing around Ouyang Dihua were forced to retreat. This aura was extremely weird and ghastly. As soon as it spread to them, they immediately felt illusory nightmares appear before them, and their minds almost failed. "My lord, be careful." A guard saw that his master already gone stupid, and saliva was dribbling from the corners of his mouth. He wanted to shake him up and wake him from this nightmare, but he knew it was useless. He could only throw him over his back and carry him beyond the range which Ouyang Dihua's terrifying aura covered. Many of the elite present had martial artist cultivation that was too low to resist the nature of Ouyang Dihua's perplexing aura. Even those martial artists at the flesh training and viscera training stages did not feel good, and were forced to revolve the true essence within their entire bodies to resist Ouyang Dihua's oppressive presence. There were those whose cultivations were simply too weak, and, not giving any thought to face, simply ran away. A pulse condensation period martial artist from the 7 profound valleys was truly formidable. These elite nobles in the audience had only been brushed by this aura, and yet they had suffered so miserably. Lin Ming was actually bearing the full brunt of the pressure on the field. How difficult it was could only be imagined. But when everyone finally, with a great deal of effort, stabilized their own minds and consciousnesses against the chaotic illusions, they were stunned as they looked towards Lin Ming. They also saw Lin Ming standing idly by, looking unconcerned. Both of his hands were held against his chest, and he was freely standing in the center of the military field. The heavy profound soft spear was hugged in his arms, up against his chest. And as they turned to his expression, they saw that Lin Ming was looking towards Ouyang Dihua as if he were just some playful monkey. Chapter 154, Qin Zia. The divine acacia power was ultimately a deviant and perverse cultivation method. After one cultivated the divine acacia power, their aura would be filled with a twisted and immoral momentum. If a martial artist was enveloped in this, their minds would be unable to cope with the endlessly aberrant illusions, and they would expose the ugliness of their hearts. But Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was especially pure and true. Not only that, but Lin Ming cultivated the extreme yang, chaotic virtues combat meridians, so his true essence was incomparably thick. His martial arts aura was like an unyielding bridge, motionless like a mountain. Because of this, these endless illusory phantoms were simply a joke to Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua's cultivation was only at the pulse condensation period. Even if he was at the Hotian realm, Lin Ming would still be able to resist his aura. That's why the current scene was like such. Despite how Ouyang Dihua exerted his aura, Lin Ming remained unimpressed and unmoved. This caused Ouyang Dihua to look like nothing more than a stage clown. As everyone present saw this scene, they were shocked silly. While facing Ouyang Dihua's oppressive aura, Lin Ming did not appear to be the least bit affected by it. This was just too ridiculous. It was simply a slap to the face. Within the crowd, Bai Jingyun was blankly looking towards Lin Ming's figure. She hadn't thought that under such a terrible pressure, Lin Ming could remain calm and tranquil as if he possessed a worthy arrogance that looked down upon all others. To Lin Ming, Ouyang Dihua's oppressive aura was like a meager spider web that was easily shaken off. Regardless of whether it was a moment ago when he was facing Zhang Guanyu, or now, Lin Ming's aura was peerlessly sharp. It was able to destroy even unbreakable defenses. It was like a long spear that cut through all. At that moment, Bai Jingyun's heartbeat sped up with bewilderment. He was calm and restrained like an immutable mountain. But when combat broke out, he was like a limitless edge, stunning the world. Maybe, just maybe, he could win. Thinking this, Bai Jingyun grasped the collar of her dress, short of breath. In the tiny, desolate corner where she was standing, no one had noticed her expression. This included Murongzi, who was quietly standing with her head C*****. On the military field, the longer Lin Ming remained calm, the more Ouyang Dihua was discredited and thoroughly embarrassed. Some people could not bear to continue watching. Just how would Ouyang Dihua end this play today? To those of a lofty status, what they regarded as the most important was face. And Lin Ming was simply not giving him any face. Lin Ming is just too abnormal. Still, I don't think it's wise for him to be so resistant to Ouyang Dihua's aura. He should yield a little bit, and give Ouyang Dihua an opportunity to step down. Some people murmured. Yield. Murongzi happened to hear. She sneered and coldly said, if Lin Ming really did yield even a little, then he would not be able to resist Ouyang Dihua's aura. Ouyang Dihua will not let Lin Ming go so easily. He will have Lin Ming be just like those idiots a moment ago, with their drooling mouths, dull eyes, and acting like some buffoons. That's simply no better than a pig. The atmosphere became increasingly intense. Since things had already come to this point, it had long passed any chance of peaceful resolution. But at this moment, a boisterous laughter suddenly sounded in the air. This laughter was particularly rich. When one first heard it, it was still very far away, and in the next second it rang in everyone's ears. Before anyone could react, a man in flowing white robes appeared in front of the crowd, holding a long zither in his arms. The man was tall and slender, with thick, bushy eyebrows. Standing there, he was cloaked in a timeless grace. Those who saw him could not help but feel a sense of palpable awe emerging from their hearts. As this person appeared, the suppressing pressure that Ouyang Dihua was emitting suddenly scattered into the wind. Without a doubt, this person's strength was far more formidable than Ouyang Dihua. Martial Housemaster. Qin Xingxian was shocked. She rarely saw the mysterious seven profound martial housemaster. His movements were erratic and he drifted from place to place. His strength was incomparably deep. He had already stalled at the Picotian boundary for a very long time, and it was said that he had already taken a half-step into the Xiantian realm. Ouyang Dihua's mouth twitched as soon as he saw this man, who was holding a long zither, appear, and he took advantage of this moment to withdraw his aura. This zither-holding man was the seven profound martial housemaster, Qin Zia. Before Qin Zia joined the seven profound valleys, he was only a mere wandering musician. Afterwards, he had done his obeisance and entered into the seven profound valley zither faction. At that time, he was already 20 years old. Since Qin Zia had started cultivating martial arts at 20 years of age, he had already missed the golden period for a martial artist to cultivate. Still, as things were, he managed to unexpectedly enter into the pulse condensation period at 31 years, and then stepped into the Hotian realm at 36 years of age. When he was 45 years old he had reached the peak Hotian realm. Such a talented genius of cultivation had shocked even the elders of the seven profound valleys. However, it was a great loss that he had missed the golden age for a martial artist to cultivate. So even though Qin Zia was reborn, he had encountered an enormous bottleneck as he tried to enter the Xiantian realm. Now, he toured the world at his mercy of his own whim, and also held the post of Sky Fortune Kingdom's seven profound martial housemaster. This was because he wished to travel and find a breakthrough in his mind and also in his zither skill. Sir Ouyang, can you consider giving me face, and consider this matter ended today? How about it? Qin Zia said this, smiling. His voice had a very strange fondness, as though one were listening to a spring breeze. After a silence, Ouyang Dihua quietly said, since martial housemaster Qin says so, I naturally will not pursue this matter. Since Qin Zia had personally showed up, Ouyang Dihua would certainly take this opportunity and show him respect. Ouyang Dihua was also a bit in awe of Qin Zia. Once Qin Zia entered the Xiantian realm, he would also be an elder. With his talent in the zither arts, his status would not necessarily be lower than his uncle's. Little brother Lin, this is for you. Qin Zia flicked his wrist. It wasn't clear how he moved, but a crimson-colored lingji the size of a baby's palm appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the blood lingji flew towards Lin Ming as if it had some sort of intelligence. 500-year-old blood lingji. After Lin Ming caught the blood lingji, he could feel the rich essence begin to flow into his hand. His heart couldn't help but rapidly beat with excitement. A 500-year-old blood lingji was extremely rare. Only a large sect would know the secret methods with which to cultivate it, and their survival rate were also very low. Most blood lingji reached the end of their lifespan at 300 years of age. If the plant was not picked, then it would simply be wasted. A 300-year-old blood lingji grew to the size of a washbowl, and was considered an incomparably wondrous miracle medicine in the world of mortal men. This sort of blood lingji was already very precious. A blood lingji that was older would be much harder to find in the mortal world. There were only some sacred mountains that were rich in spiritual essence that the largest sects could look through. When a blood Lingji reached 300 years of age, its essence would begin to compress, and it would gradually decrease in size. A 400-year-old blood Lingji was the size of a scoop, but a 500-year-old blood Lingji was only the size of a baby's palm. Although the blood Lingji was smaller, what was concentrated was actually its enriching essence. This blood Lingji was able to supplement one's flesh and body, causing a martial artist's vitality to be especially buoyant, and also increase one's strength. A 500-year-old blood Lingji was a wondrous medicine that martial artists who seek strength yearned for in their every waking dream. As those present saw this faint aroma that was emitted by the crimson blood Lingji, their hearts moved. Some people even took a deep gulp. This sort of miracle medicine simply could not be bought by money. Before, Elder Wang had passed down a decree to Lin Ming. There were 4 promised rewards. They were the heavy profound soft spear, the 500-year-old blood Lingji, the blue miracle pill, and the body spiritual ichor. Although these rewards were staggeringly impressive, no one actually believed that Lin Ming could possibly obtain them. But now, Lin Ming had obtained more than one. As for the rest, it was not an extreme impossibility that he could take those too. This made those present feel jealous yet helpless. Lin Ming's strength had already been displayed before their eyes. There were no words they could say. Lin Ming held the blood Lingji in both hands and respectfully bowed to Qin Zia. He said, "Thank you, Martial Housemaster." "Haha, do not thank me. This Lingji is not mine, but from the 7 profound valleys to be a reward given to gifted disciples. Since you passed the test that I set for you, then you have earned this blood Lingji." Lin Ming placed the blood Lingji inside his spatial ring, and he also put away the thunderbolt devil fire bead that he had picked up. He had no intentions of giving this bead back to Ouyang Dihua. He guessed that Ouyang Dihua would not confront him over this, and moreover, Ouyang Dihua would not want to admit that he gave this bead to Zhang Guanyu. As Ouyang Dihua saw Lin Ming's movement, his complexion became increasingly gloomy. Lin Ming, since you covet the thunderbolt devil fire bead so much, then you should use it well. I will wait for the day that you casually experiment with it and then kill yourself in the explosion." Because of the duel between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming, the original act of the grand banquet had already completely lost any meaning. And now, with the appearance of the 7 profound martial housemaster, Qin Zia, the atmosphere had reached its climax. As far as martial artists were concerned, to meet the 7 profound martial housemaster was similar to a commoner meeting the emperor. He had supreme authority, and his strength far exceeded anyone else in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if it were a famous Hotian master like Mui or Wang Xuanji, in the presence of Qin Zia, they weren't even worth mentioning. Ouyang Dihua had no interest in staying any longer. He patiently controlled his temper and said a few polite words to Qin Zia, and then flicked his sleeve and stormed away. Qin Zia had no intention to stay either. After all, he was a figure that liked to flit around with the wind. After he drank a few cups of tea, he also departed. Of this grand banquet, although the original purpose had been completely washed away, most of the guests were still in high spirits. They had witnessed all kinds of battles. It could be said that the night had reached climax after climax, and they were fully satisfied. Of course, there were also those that were in a grim mood, such as the 10th prince, Yang Zhen. He had never imagined that Zhang Guanyu would suffer a crushing defeat by Lin Ming, and even have his hand turned into mush. Zhang Guanyu had wanted to cripple Lin Ming, and the result was that he became partially disabled. The 10th prince had just found an ally, but now that ally was already finished. Also, Zhang Guanyu was the one that linked him to Ouyang Dihua. Without Zhang Guanyu, it wasn't certain that Ouyang Dihua would continue supporting him. Thinking this, Yang Zhen felt nothing but bitterness. Lin Ming was simply his life's darkest nemesis. Certainly, there was one present who was in a much grimmer mood. This was the Allied Trade Association's head of the Zhang family, Zhang Fengxian. When Zhang Guanyu was taken away, Zhang Fengxian felt as if the raging blood in his heart was rolling. He was immediately filled with a monstrous killing intent, and wanted to tear Lin Ming to shreds. But his personality was different to Zhang Guanyu's. He was at the helm of the Allied Trade Association, so he had to maintain his reasoning and calm. He knew that at this moment he could not deal with Lin Ming. If he was too hasty, then it would absolutely be his Allied Trade Association that would suffer. Chapter 155, Miniature Thunder Fire Killing Array. Since I've offended them, what's done is done, it's no big deal. Ouyang Dihua might be a little tricky to deal with, but I am not afraid of the Allied Trade Association at all. After all, the Allied Trade Association was only a civilian organization. It was true that they had a very deep pockets of resources and a long history, but they still had to comply with the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. But Ouyang Dihua was different. Even if he followed the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House on the surface, he might secretly try to murder him. If the Allied Trade Association wanted to assassinate him, then that would provoke the utter outrage of the Seven Profound Martial House. Qin Zia would never let this happen. The only result would be that the Allied Trade Association would meet with an apocalyptic disaster. But if Ouyang Dihua wanted to assassinate him, then that was a different story. Ouyang Dihua had the backing of a Seven Profound Valleys elder. As long as he didn't leave any evidence, not even Qin Zia could touch him, and he would finally have to drop the matter. I must be careful of Ouyang Dihua. Before I have the strength to resist him, I must go out as little as possible. My top priority right now should be to increase my strength. As Lin Ming thought this, he took out 2 items from his spatial ring, the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead and the Blood Lingji. He was not in a hurry to consume the Blood Lingji. Before, when he had taken the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill and the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, there had been some pill toxins that were left in his body. He needed to cultivate for a longer period of time and completely refine the impurities out of his body, and wait for his true essence to stabilize before he could consume the Blood Lingji and fully absorb its effects. As for the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, although it was a one-time use item, its power didn't seem small, and it was obviously valuable. Lin Ming looked at this bead. He wanted to search for any clues that would indicate how to use it. The bead was the side of a longan, and was an icy blue color. It had an extremely cold surface, and it was chillingly cold in his hand. He couldn't discern anything special about it. Lin Ming cautiously investigated the bead with his soul force. As soon as he began to probe, his mind moved. Array formation. In the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead was a myriad of dense runes. These were array symbols. The inscription symbols seemed to have not unified into a complete array formation, it seems to belong to. I see, I understand. In Lin Ming's memories about array formations, there was more than the one kind that involved inscription symbols. The second time that Lin Ming had entered into the infinite space of the magic cube, he had absorbed the soul fragment of a mighty elder array master. Lin Ming had completely sealed away this array master's array formation memories, and had not studied them. The main reason for this was simply that his cultivation was at too low a realm, and he didn't have the ability or money to create those large arrays. The original plan was to wait until he reached the Xiantian realm to begin studying the formation array memories again, but now, after having seen the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, Lin Ming found something that surprised him. So an array formation can also be used like this. Lin Ming muttered as he looked at the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. He understood that this Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead was, in essence, a highly compressed thunder fire killing array. Lin Ming had originally thought that an array formation had to be arranged in a large manner, and it could only be used passively. A person had to step inside the array formation before it could display its surpassing might. Even the memories of array formation from the mighty elder from the realm of the gods were also like this. That mighty elder knew many different varieties of complex array formations. If they had to be classified, they would be imprisoning arrays, killing arrays, illusory arrays, sealing arrays, and so forth. The function of an imprisoning array was to trap the enemy within, a killing array was to kill an enemy, an illusory magic array was to let an enemy be lost in an endless dreamland so they could never awaken or to ruin their mental state, and a sealing array was to make seals. Lin Ming never knew that an array formation could be condensed into such a small bead, and then thrown at others to attack them. If the bead contained a killing array, it could kill people. If it contained an illusory array, it would cause the other party to be swarmed by countless phantasmal illusions. During a battle, even if there was a great disparity in strength between two parties, if the weaker one were to throw a powerful bead like this, then they would likely change the tide of battle. What an imaginative idea! As Lin Ming studied the array formations within the bead, he couldn't help but praise the 7 profound valleys. The 7 profound valleys had a legacy that dated back 600 years. The sect was founded by 7 individuals, each with various abilities and strengths, including one that especially studied array formations. Of course, it was not necessarily only the 7 profound valleys that had invented this ingenious method, it was likely that this was spread throughout the entire sky spill continent. This was the first time that Lin Ming had discovered something that was not found within the realm of the gods. Any plane cannot be underestimated, even if they have a short history. After all, in these tens of thousands of years, who knows how many geniuses have emerged? But of course, this bead is not necessarily something that cannot be found in the realm of the gods. It was very possible that the mighty Elder Array Master hadn't learned it yet. The realm of the gods was incomparably vast, and its legacies and inheritances were countless. Not learning some things was inevitable. Because of this bead, Lin Ming began to carefully fuse with the array formation memories from the Elder Array Master. This integration took the entire evening and even lasted until late into the next morning. It was only then that Lin Ming finally sorted out all the detailed information. So that's how it is. In this bead, fire and thunder are kept apart from each other. If they were primed with a bit of true essence, the fire and thunder would intersect, and it would explode. If someone doesn't understand how to use this, it is very likely they would just blow themselves up. The energy contained in this tiny bead is extremely potent. If it were to explode next to an early pulse condensation period martial artist, they would die. No wonder Ouyang Dihua gave me a strange look when I picked up this bead. He was looking forward to me killing myself in the explosion. With the fusion of the memories, Lin Ming had become completely clear on the roles and functions of the different symbols in the bead's array formation. He even had a degree of certainty that he could produce a replica Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Of course, the one he produced would have a much weaker effect. At most it could deal with a Viscera training stage martial artist. The complexity of an array formation is much higher than that of inscription symbols. If I want to reach some achievements in array formation and produce a bead that has attack power higher than my own, then I will have to put in an extensive amount of time and energy. Right now I'm low on time, so I'll have to leave this array formation for later. Although he was envious of the power of the different possible beads, these things still could not directly increase his strength. Since he needed to spend an overwhelming amount of time to study the intricacies, Lin Ming had delayed this for now. After a long period of research, Lin Ming even found some ways to improve the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, and could even enhance the power of the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead by several tenths. Of course, to complete this sort of improvement required that he had a foundation array formation technique that was high enough. At present, Lin Ming was unable to complete this task. He used an entire night to study the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Although he didn't have any substantial gains, the bead had given Lin Ming a great inspiration, and let him see another way to enhance his combat effectiveness. Of course, the most fundamental way to enhance one's own combat prowess was to look at oneself. The first thing Lin Ming had to do now was to consolidate his altering muscle cultivation. Also, he had to create an inscription symbol for the heavy profound soft spear. Early on, Lin Ming had already selected a suitable inscription symbol. This inscription symbol technique had one character, astral. The astral inscription symbol did not have any attribute, but it was able to increase the efficiency of true essence by a mind-boggling 50%, while simultaneously have a special skill of inscription, astral spear. The reason the skill of inscription was special was because it did not increase the combat strength of a weapon. Instead, it extended a weapon's range of attack. After one activated astral spear, true essence would enter and become part of the spear. Theoretically, as long as a martial artist's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could be infinitely extended. The value of the rare materials required for this inscription symbol was steep. Although it was much easier than looking for those needed in the body inscription symbols, it was not so easy to collect them in a short time. Lin Ming prepared a list of required materials and sent them to the Inscription Association. He would use his usual method, and trade rare materials for an inscription symbol. Those who wanted one of his inscription symbols would have to bring a rare and precious material that he needed. Sky Fortune City, Allied Trade Association. Zhang Guanyu had been lying comatose on the bed for an entire day and night. His face was pale white like funeral paper, and his right hand had been amputated from the wrist down. Unless he managed to find a miracle treasure that could regenerate a limb, he was destined to be forever crippled. At Zhang Guanyu's side were 6 maids carefully taking care of him. Suddenly, Zhang Guanyu's eyelids moved. The young master has awakened. The maids saw Zhang Guanyu wake up, and immediately went to inform the masters. Soon, a very well-maintained lady was heard trotting into the room. As she saw Zhang Guanyu's miserable appearance, she broke down, and her tears were like a line of beads that rolled down her cheeks. This lady was Zhang Guanyu's mother and also Zhang Fengxian's wife. As the first lady of the Allied Trade Association, she was an extremely cruel and vicious individual. As the saying went, like mother, like son. Zhang Guanyu's perverse and demented personality was largely inherited from his mother. "My son." The lady tearfully wailed. It seemed as if Zhang Guanyu had not even heard his mother's mournful cries. He looked at his right arm's amputated hand and his lips sorrowfully trembled. His hand was gone. "My hand." Zhang Guanyu's anger filled every fiber of his being, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As an extremely arrogant person, if he suffered such a major blow, it was easy for him to fly into a rage from the psychological damage. It was possible he might even go mad or berserk. No. There is still hope. I can cultivate that divine acacia power to the 8th layer or find some medicine that can regenerate limbs. There is still hope. Zhang Guanyu madly clenched his teeth together and began to revolve the divine acacia power. The legend said that if one cultivated the divine acacia power to the fabled 8th layer, it was even possible for dismembered limbs to be reborn. But as he began to exercise his power, he only felt as if there were countless needles stabbing through his body. As soon as he looked within himself, he found his meridians had all been torn to shreds. No. Zhang Guanyu let out a roar, his vision went dark, and he immediately fainted. As Zhang Guanyu fell into a coma again, his mother and the several maids were all thrown into immediate confusion. Ouyang Dihua was standing outside, and his look was gloomy throughout all of this. He understood, Zhang Guanyu was now crippled for life. Now that Zhang Guanyu was crippled trash, half the plans that he came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom for were ruined. It was now impossible to collect the 12 Purine girls. It was the Allied Trade Association that handled the purchasing and selling of maids throughout the various countries. They were the only ones who could cobble together 12 Purine girls with the correct horoscope. Ouyang Dihua clenched his fist. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming. Not only did Lin Ming wreck his own good plans, but he had also ruined what face he had in front of everyone, ignored his commands, and had severely wounded Zhang Guanyu. And what was most shameful was that he had not been able to strike Lin Ming, and his oppressive aura had no effect on him. There was no way he could endure this insult. Lin Ming. I will definitely kill you. Chapter 156, Devouring Lava Fire. The news of Lin Ming crippling Zhang Guanyu quickly spread throughout Sky Fortune City. Prior to this, Zhang Guanyu was a martial artist whose talent was only inferior to Qin Xingxian throughout the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. He was simply a favored child of the heavens. Now, in just a single night, he had been completely wasted. This was an astonishing matter. Moreover, when Lin Ming had crippled Zhang Guanyu, it was in the presence of Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Dihua, whose cultivation was already at the pulse condensation period, had personally moved, but he still had not been able to stop Lin Ming. Afterwards, when Lin Ming faced Ouyang Dihua, he was not even forced back a tiny step by his oppressive aura. If it were not for the timely arrival of the 7 profound martial house master, there would have been no end to that night. This chain of events caused Lin Ming's public image to suddenly become decisive and ruthless. In just 2.5 months of time, he had defeated Zhang Guanyu. There was no longer any doubt that Lin Ming would surpass Ling Sen and Ta Ku in the future. He was only 15 years old. His future achievements could only be imagined. If such a fierce person was also so decisively ruthless. Thinking this, everyone could not help but grow a thought in their mind. They absolutely could not provoke Lin Ming. 7 Profound Martial House, Skyridge Mountain. This volcano was located 700 miles west of Zhou Mountain. This was Sky Fortune Kingdom's most active group of volcanoes. If one walked around the craters, the thick pervasive sulfuric gas would choke their nose. These heated rocks underfoot could be used to fry eggs, and in the rivers of flowing lava, one could see dark red magma bubbles with molten iron chunks floating within. Even if the ground didn't appear to have any problems, one could not hastily step on it. Because the ground could be a shell of cooled magma, if a foot stepped on it, it was possible to crush that layer of cooled magma, and lava would spew out and immediately devour whoever stood there. This was the fire array of the 7 profound martial house's 7 major killing arrays, lava cave. As soon as Lin Ming arrived via the 7 profound martial house's transmission array, he immediately felt a sweltering heat wave crash into him. The rocks underneath were red like garnet crystals. A normal person would simply not be able to put a single foot down. Good lava cave. Lin Ming highly praised. The lava cave and icy pond waterfall were just like their names. One was extremely hot, the other was extremely cold. Both had a similar function but were slightly different. The icy pond waterfall focused on tempering the body. A martial artist would resist the cold, and the true essence would thoroughly penetrate through to every inch of skin, flesh, and blood. But the lava cave tempered true essence. For any number of reasons, when a martial artist cultivated martial arts, their true essence would always contain some impurities, and would not be pure. The function of the lava cave was to force a martial artist to use their true essence to resist the scorching heat, and the burning heat would smelt away the impurities within the true essence. What Lin Ming cultivated was the chaotic virtues combat meridians. The true essence within him was already thick and extremely pure, so there was simply no need for him to enter the lava cave. However, Lin Ming had eaten the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill. These 2 pills had directly increased his cultivation and even further increased the rate of his cultivation for a period. But they had still left behind some impurities and pill toxins in Lin Ming's true essence. Through these recent days of cultivation, Lin Ming had constantly been refining out these impurities from his body, but there were always some left behind and they were not completely removed. Now that Lin Ming needed to take the 500-year-old blood Lingji, he had to ensure that the true essence within his body was as pure as possible. Otherwise the impurities would accumulate, and it would become ever more difficult to eliminate them. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you came. The deacon's senior apprentice brother responsible for the lava cave said with a laugh. Guarding the lava cave was a chore. Although they did not fear the blistering heat waves, that didn't mean that they liked to stay in a steamer all day long. 11th level of difficulty, 2 hours. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Since this was the first time Lin Ming had come to the lava cave, he planned to choose a difficulty in accordance with his own abilities. As for the 12th level of difficulty, that was a setting that not even Ling Sin could persist in, so he had no interest in trying it yet. Okay. The deacon did not believe that Lin Ming would have any difficulties in the 11th level of difficulty. In the 7 major killing arrays, the array formation was usually placed there to increase the natural forces within. For instance, the array formation in the icy pond waterfall would cause the force of the waterfall to be stronger and the icy pond to be colder. The violent wind tunnel would have more violent wind and all sorts of various vortices and turbulent tornadoes. But the lava cave was the exception to this. The main role of the array formation was actually to weaken the natural force, so that the temperature of the lava would fall. The temperature of ordinary lava was at least 10 times hotter than boiling water, and Skyridge Mountain's lava was even hotter than that. Because Skyridge Mountain also produced dark steel, the lava had mixed with dark steel ore. The temperature of it was higher, it was about 20 times hotter than boiling water. Not to mention a mere body transformation martial artist, but even if a Hotian realm martial artist were to jump in, their bones would be fried to a crisp. Lin Ming had chosen the 11th level of difficulty. The temperature of the lava was a full 8 times hotter than boiling water. Still, this temperature could already melt many different metals. As he arrived inside the lava cave at the 11th level of difficulty, Lin Ming stripped himself of all his clothes. If he stepped into the lava pond with his clothes on, they would all be immediately burnt to cinders. Naturally, he had to be naked for this. Barefoot, he walked on the blistering hot rocks towards the lava pond. The red-hot lava was just like boiling molten iron, and it reflected on Lin Ming's face, giving him a tomato-like appearance. Occasionally a huge bubble emerged from the lava, burst open, and sprayed hot and toxic gases as it issued a dull sound. To jump into this pool of lava required great courage and a firm heart. A martial artist whose mind was not tenacious would not even dare to cultivate within the lava cave. Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit, took a deep breath, and jumped into the lava pond. Splash! Lin Ming's feet had just fallen into the lava. However, his body was sinking at a very slow rate. The lava had an unusually viscous texture. If a martial artist were quick enough, they might even be able to run atop the lava. So hot. Lin Ming felt as if his legs had stepped into a blazing brazier. Although he was protected by his true essence, the burning ache was like a blazing knife was cutting through him, almost unbearable. The resistance of the lava began to decline. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming's entire body immediately plunged into the fiery lava pond. In the world of lava, scalding hot glowing red light was everywhere, visibility was zero. Lin Ming couldn't even see his hands. He revolved his true essence to condense into a sort of true essence clothing that covered his body. Even with this though, Lin Ming could still feel pain like sizzling needles as the flow of heat traveled through his true essence clothing. In the icy pond waterfall, once a martial artist physically contacted the icy cold water, they could direct the frosty energy to enter their body and temper their organs, blood, and skin. But in the lava cave, no matter how fierce a martial artist, they were not dumb enough to let their body directly touch the hot lava. Inside the lava, there was also a toxic heat. If one breathed in a few mouthfuls of this smoke, it was possible that they would immediately die. Therefore one had to form true essence clothing and isolate themselves from the lava. Then, meticulously, they would slowly introduce the fire of the lava into their bodies, and burn away the impurities contained within their true essence. This was an exceptionally perilous method of cultivation. If one didn't have a sufficient level of cultivation and jumped in, they could easily burn their meridians and cause irreparable damage. Even if one had a high enough level of cultivation, it was easy to leave hidden injuries after long-term use of tempering true essence with fire. Because of these reasons, of the 7 major killing arrays, the lava cave was the loneliest. One didn't even need to make an appointment, they just had to come and momentarily wait to have a position. Chi 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 chi. Lin Ming could even hear the sound of true essence burning against the hot flaming lava. But Lin Ming was in a hurry to introduce the lava's fire into his body. He shut his eyes in meditation, and adjusted his mental state for half an incense stick of time. He let his mind completely relax, and entered into a deep ethereal state before he began to gingerly introduce the fire of lava into his body. As soon as a small flame entered Lin Ming's body, it was like a fierce crimson fire flood dragon that tried to rush left and right. However, Lin Ming's true essence was incomparably thick, and no matter where it rushed, it was unable to create any damage. Lin Ming quickly subdued the wisp of lava fire, and it obediently circulated through the meridians in his body, burning away the impurities. Lava fire not only burned away impurities, but it also burned away pure true essence. However, true essence was able to quickly regenerate, and the accumulated impurities could not. Lin Ming introduced wisp after wisp of lava fire into his body. Gradually, there were dozens of fire wisps inside of Lin Ming's body. A small flame did not count for much. However, there were so many flame wisps that were rushing about, that even though Lin Ming's true essence was so thick and pure, he still felt that it was difficult to control. His face was very red, and the blue veins of his forehead were bulging from the intense pressure he was feeling. He continuously exuded large beads of sweat, but as soon as these beads met the sizzling heat, they immediately evaporated before they could even fall. Because of the atrophy of the true essence clothing, Lin Ming's hair had been singed by the heat, it broke upon a light touch. Lin Ming withdrew a true essence stone from his spatial ring and placed it in his hands. He began to absorb the true essence from the true essence stone as he grinded his teeth together and forcefully revolved the true primal chaos formula. Under such a difficult state, the impurities in Lin Ming's body began to melt away at a very slow rate. Again and again, the impurities continued to decrease, and true essence stones were completely used up one after another. In half an hour he had used a pure true essence stone. This kind of excessive method of burning away money was something that not even the juniors of large aristocratic families could do. A pure true essence stone costed 1,000 gold taels, it could be considered half a treasure. The lava fire in his body began to grow more and more wild. The countless tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to breathe at the same frequency, suppressing the restless wisps of fire. But even so, Lin Ming was finding it more and more difficult to persist. At this point, Lin Ming was considering temporarily leaving the lava pond. Otherwise, if he stayed down any longer, it was possible that he would damage his meridians, or even be burned to death. But if he left the lava pond halfway, the amount of impurities that would be burned away would truly be reduced by a great deal. Lin Ming struggled with his hesitation, when at this moment, a wisp of fire lava burst into the aorta near Lin Ming's heart. This is bad. Lin Ming was shocked. The heart was the center of the blood. If it was damaged, he would suffer a life-threatening injury. He began to move true essence to stop the flame, but it was already too late. The violent lava fire broke through the ventricle and rushed around, as if it were trying to create a hole in Lin Ming's heart. But at this moment, the sleeping heretical god seed in Lin Ming's heart suddenly burst out. A surge of highly compressed fierce and brutal true essence instantly surrounded that wisp of lava fire. With a light puff sound, that wisp of lava fire had been directly devoured by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's mind blanked for a moment. The heretical god seed could actually devour the fire of lava. Lin Ming probed with his soul force, and was utterly shocked to find that the lava fire had already fully integrated into the heretical god seed, and had become a part of the heretical god seed. Chapter 157, Flame Essence. Could this be? Lin Ming tried to introduce another wisp of lava fire into his heart, and coincidentally, the result was that the second wisp of lava fire was also devoured by the heretical god seed. This time, Lin Ming had a vague understanding of the principle. The function of the heretical god seed was to gather energy, and to compress true essence. Lava fire was also one kind of energy, thus it was directly eaten up by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming cautiously probed with his soul force and found that after swallowing the two wisps of lava fire, the heretical god seed seemed to breathe. This breath was very weak, almost imperceptible, but it seemed as if, because of this breath, the heretical god seed had grown a little bit. With this, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that he would inadvertently find a way to cultivate the heretical god seed. However, if this growth was sustained, what kind of changes would occur? This question caused Lin Ming to feel somewhat worried. According to the memories of the mighty elder, he had found the heretical god force skill manual within a long-lost ancient ruin in the realm of the gods. There was a very high possibility that this secret skill was the last vestige left behind by an evil god. When the mighty elder had discovered the heretical god force, it had already been sealed away for tens of thousands of years. After the mighty elder has obtained this mystical technique, he had scrupulously hidden it away, and had not even revealed the slightest hint of this secret. The heretical god force was absolutely unique within the entirety of the realm of the gods, only that mighty elder had knowledge of it. That was why that mighty elder had believed that the heretical god force was the most precious amongst all of the arcane and mystical skills within the realm of the gods. Even the golden rock shattering the void was less precious. However, that mighty elder had merely cultivated the heretical god force to the third layer, and then he had followed Tian Mingzi to the verdant feather sacred lands to steal the divine crystal magic cube. Ultimately, not only did he not manage to obtain the magic cube, but he had lost his life in the process, and his soul was twisted and broken into pieces, then sealed into the magic cube. From the time that the mighty elder had found the heretical god force to the time that he died, it had only been a dozen or so years. In those years, that mighty elder had been cultivating the heretical god force as some sort of supplementary secret skill. He hadn't discerned the vast mysteries of the heretical god seed. He didn't know that the heretical god seed could do something like swallow lava fire, nor was that something he had ever thought of. If it wasn't for a lucky break, it would have been impossible for even Lin Ming to imagine that the heretical god seed had such a mysterious function like this. The heretical god seed continuously devoured the lava fire. At the start, Lin Ming only introduced a small amount of lava fire into his heart, and then he began to send a colossal amount. The heretical god seed didn't reject any, it welcomed the burning flames with open arms. The lava fire was oppressive and tyrannical, but the heretical god seed was even more domineering. However much the fire lava tried to struggle, it could not escape the true essence shackles of the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed fused with the lava fire for 5 to 6 hours. Lin Ming didn't know how much lava fire had been devoured, but he had a faint feeling that the surrounding magma temperature had dropped. As the heretical god seed engulfed the lava fire, it began to slowly grow. At the start, it had been the size of a grain of rice, but now it became the size of a mung bean. Gradually, a deep crimson wisp of a flame began to float around the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed bathed in the flame, and was suffused with a ruby-red light. A small spark emerged from the side of the heretical god seed, it began to circle around it. If Lin Ming hadn't been looking carefully, it would simply have gone unnoticed. This is flame essence. Lin Ming was shocked. The fires of the world had a soul. As long as this fire was able to exist for a long time in a remote place, it was possible that it would give birth to flame essence. For instance, in the deepest pits of an underground magma pool, flame essence could be born. Or, in a location where yin and yang intersected, frost fire essence could be born. The difference between normal fire and flame essence was that normal fire had to have materials to combust, or else it would be extinguished. However, flame essence was eternal. It could even be used as kindling to create storms of flame that could burn down a forest. No matter how much fire was created, the flame essence would not weaken. This was why some alchemists and refiners would travel the world to the most remote, savage, and dangerous dungeons in order to seek out a flame essence. They would devote all of their efforts to subdue it for their own use. Lin Ming had never thought that a flame essence would actually be born from his own heart. Of course, this flame essence seemed to the weakest flame essence in the entire world. It was only the size of a spark, and it had been bred from low-level fire lava. He had no idea where he would need to go to find higher-grade flames. But Lin Ming did not underestimate it. If the heretical god seed could unendingly devour more and more exotic flames, would the fire essence change along with it? Lin Ming continued to stimulate wisps of lava fire into his body to see if the heretical god seed would absorb them. But this time Lin Ming found that any new lava fire was only compressed around the heretical god seed, and no longer fused into the flame essence. It seemed as if the heretical god seed had already achieved a state of saturation. It might have been because this lava fire was simply too weak, so it couldn't meet the needs of the heretical god seed's growth. This lava fire that had been compressed was just the true essence that had been compressed within the heretical god seed. Now, the heretical god seed contained not only a massive amount of compressed true essence, but also compressed fire lava. It was just like a powder keg that contained a truly terrifying amount of explosive energy. What rich flame energy! But if this energy was released, then, Lin Ming had a bit of an apprehensive and jumpy feeling. The heretical god seed could condense energy. Not only did it condense true essence, but it also condensed flames. With so much compressed energy within Lin Ming's heart, he inevitably felt very wary. Lin Ming consoled himself. Since this was an ancient secret technique that was left behind in some ancient ruins within the realm of the gods, it was very unlikely to suddenly explode, right? By now, Lin Ming had perked up. If the heretical god seed can swallow lava fire, can it also swallow other forms of energy, like lightning? Now aware of this possibility, Lin Ming had a very odd look on his face. Of the 7 major killing arrays, there was also a thunder array. It was Thunder Valley. If he wanted to absorb the power of lightning, then he would have to go there. But, he had already compressed so much fire energy. If he also absorbed the power of lightning, then Lin Ming couldn't help but gulp. Lightning and fire were both relatively violent and wild energies. If both were combined, then it might even explode. Since the heretical god seed was in Lin Ming's heart, if there was an accident, it wouldn't even be a joke. Lin Ming was a bit afraid of this possibility. But he could not resist the temptation of this idea. This formidable and mysterious secret technique was unique within the entirety of the realm of the gods. Moreover, this secret skill seemed to have unlimited potential. If he could absorb lava fire and condense that into a flame essence, then what would happen if he were to absorb lightning? With such a powerful force placed in front of Lin Ming and within his grasp, how could he not be tempted? The heretical god force is a secret skill that was left behind by an ancient evil god, and it has far more functions than the mighty elder from the realm of the gods was aware of. It's a pity that the mighty elder died so quickly, so he hadn't been able to study it further. Now I have only myself to analyze it. I'll just try to absorb the energy of lightning while observing with my soul force. If I find that any accident might happen, then I will immediately force out the thunder energy. Although the potential power of the heretical god force was tempting, if Lin Ming didn't have his life, then any power would simply be worthless. Thinking this, Lin Ming decided to give Thunder Valley a try. Zhou Mountain was several hundreds of miles long. It had numerous canyons and dangerously steep peaks. At a distance not too far away from the 7 profound martial house, there was a palace made of glazed tiles that was located above such a peak. The palace was not overly large, but it was magnificently built and gilded in pure gold and the finest jade. This was where the current 7 profound envoy lived, 7 profound palace. At this time, in a secret room within the Seven Profound Palace, Ouyang Dihua was sitting gloomily in a chair. In front of him was a very feminine-looking man. This feminine-looking man was the other deputy house master of the Seven Profound Martial House, Bai Luo. Bai Luo had long ago once taken Ouyang Boy on as his master, and was considered Ouyang Dihua's senior apprentice brother. However, Bai Luo's outwardly feminine appearance was simply too strong. The underlying concepts behind the Acacia faction's cultivation methods were to complement their yang energy with the yin energy of others. It was most suited for virile and exuberant young men to cultivate. Bai Luo had cultivated this for several years with low results and had only become increasingly like a woman. As for his cultivation, he hadn't made many great gains in it. Afterwards, with no other path left, Bai Luo had withdrawn from the Acacia faction and joined the Mirage faction. The Mirage faction was a strange and mysterious sect of the Seven Profound Valleys. Their founder was a woman, and almost all of their faction disciples were women. They were proficient in all sorts of illusionary powers. The Mirage faction's cultivation was most suitable for women to cultivate, it was simply impossible for others. Bai Luo had practiced this women's cultivation method, and it was actually within his element. Now, Bai Luo had reached the middle Hotian realm and also the fourth layer of the Dream Heart Magic cultivation method. Every illusion that he created was without the slightest flaw, even a peak Hotian stage master would be hard-pressed to see through it. For what matter did junior apprentice brother call me today? And you also chose to talk in a secret room. Not only did Bai Luo have the looks of a woman, but he also spoke with the gentle voice of a woman. Listening to it caused Ouyang Dihua to feel quite uncomfortable. Ouyang Dihua unconsciously pushed his chair back and opened up some distance between him and Bai Luo. He said, "I called senior apprentice brother here today because I want senior apprentice brother to help me kill a man." "Oh. Is it Lin Ming?" Bai Luo asked with a faint smile. Although he hadn't attended the banquet, he knew of the scene in which Ouyang Dihua had admitted defeat to Lin Ming and had lost face. This Lin Ming was not a simple boy. Yes. Him. Ouyang Dihua did not hide anything in front of Bai Luo. After that duel at the banquet, Zhang Guanyu had fallen into a coma for 1 day and 1 night. When he awoke, all of the meridians throughout his body had been wasted, and he had lost all of his martial arts cultivation. Now, he was nothing more than a bumbling invalid that had lost his mind. Zhang Guanyu had been wasted, and Ouyang Dihua's hopes of attaining the 12 Puring girls had been wasted along with him. Ouyang Dihua could not forgive Lin Ming because of this. This might be tricky. After all, I am a deputy house master of the Seven Profound Martial House. If news that I killed my own disciple were to leak out, that would just be hard to hear. Not only that, but Lin Ming will soon become a Seven Profound Martial House core disciple. He has status and influence, and Qin Zia thinks highly of him. If I was to deal with him and this became known, it would be a very serious matter. Although Bai Luo had a certain friendship with Ouyang Dihua, it wasn't to the point where he would bring a disaster upon himself. He had a poor relationship with Qin Zia. If Qin Zia found a chance, he would definitely seize that opportunity to finish him. Chapter 158, Thunder Valley. This doesn't matter, I do not need you to kill him. I only need a favor from you, I have already sent for someone to kill him. If this is successful, then I will have my uncle speak a few good words to your master so that he'll pass on some cultivation methods to you. In the Seven Profound Valleys, a deputy house master was considered a disciple of relatively low status and thus was less valued. This was the reason Ouyang Dihua had used his uncle as a lure. Bai Luo cheerfully said, "Haha, then I will first apologize to junior apprentice brother. But why did you ask someone to assassinate Lin Ming? Can you not do it yourself?" Ouyang Dihua said, "Killing Lin Ming isn't a trivial matter. Even if I have my uncle supporting me and I do not leave any evidence that could be used against me, it's still better to not be public and arouse suspicious. When I send someone to kill Lin Ming, I'll attend some banquets and stay out of sight. As long as the matter is cleanly executed, no one will dare to question me." Bai Luo licked his lips. "Who did you prepare to go? If their strength is too weak, it will just be like meat dumplings attacking a dog. Once they go they won't return. Don't worry. I've already asked a nearby senior apprentice brother in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He used to be in the Refiner faction, but he violated the sect rules and was expelled from the Seven Profound Valleys. I have some friendship with him, and his cultivation has already reached the peak pulse condensation period, and his battle strength is not underneath mine. As long as I promise him some benefits and he does this, then that would be for the best. What's even better is that he is someone who was originally a loner, and likes to wander around aimlessly. At that time, even if they find him, they won't be able to discover anything from him. In terms of cultivation, Ouyang Dihua was at the middle pulse condensation period. But, the cultivation methods that he studied in the Acacia faction were mostly to fight and kill others. His senior apprentice brother was from the refiner faction, and he was best at refining. His fighting technique was a bit lacking. So because of this, their combat efficiency was similar. Peak pulse condensation period. Haha, you actually want to use a peak pulse condensation period master to deal with a little child who has just entered the altering muscle stage? You must think very highly of Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua said, Lin Ming is not a normal boy at the altering muscle stage. Not only that, but he also has the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead in his possession. That weapon can kill an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Although it isn't easy to use the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead to strike a pulse condensation period martial artist, I still have to be careful, so I'm using my full force against him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to find a Hotian realm martial artist on such short notice, I would have already asked a Hotian realm martial artist to deal with him. It seems that as long as you can get Lin Ming alone, then he will die. But how do you plan on creating the opportunity to kill Lin Ming? Don't worry about that, I have my ways. Let me ask you first, what relation does Qin Zia have with Lin Ming? What kind of relation? Well, Qin Zia thinks highly of Lin Ming and has high hopes for his future achievements. He thinks that he will be able to find a new friend and helper for the future. Soon, the 7 profound valleys will send down someone to take in the core disciples of the nearby martial houses. Qin Zia is anxiously in a hurry to raise up Lin Ming. I believe he thinks that Lin Ming will be able to give a good performance at the grand tournament so that it will pave his way when he wants to be promoted to an elder in the future. Although Qin Zia highly regards Lin Ming, his movements are erratic and he likes to travel. He might not even come back to the 7 profound martial house once a year. In these past 10 years, he has been walking through the deep valleys to cultivate his zither heart. It's impossible for him to be constantly protecting Lin Ming. Their relation is not that deep. Good, as long as Qin Zia is not at the 7 profound martial house, then I have complete confidence. Ouyang Dihua evilly grinned. It was as if Lin Ming's life was already within his grasp. It was early in the morning and the sun had just risen up beyond the horizon and covered Zhou Mountain in a thin layer of morning dew. The withered fall leaves on the ground were already glazed with a bit of night frost. Lin Ming held the heavy profound soft spear in his hand, quietly feeling the power of the flame essence within the heretical god seed. After a period of time, his body suddenly moved and his fist struck the trunk of a large tree. There was a dull thumping sound as the sky began to rain withered leaves as they rustled like a whirlwind. Lin Ming shook the heavy profound soft spear, flowers in the storm. There was only the sound of a spear piercing through the air. The heavy profound soft spear seemed to turn into a ghostly illusion and pierced all of the swirling leaves. After every leaf was pierced, a small amount of fire would be emitted and it would instantly burn the leaf into ash. Ever since the heretical god seed had undergone a minor transformation, Lin Ming hadn't found any difference when he had revolved the heretical god force. It was only that there was a small fire attribute imbued into his true essence. There were a portion of martial artists whose true essence had a special attribute. For instance, Bai Jingyun's true essence was of the water attribute. This was the reason she had paid a steep price to request Lin Ming draw up a water attribute inscription symbol for herself. The flame essence within the heretical god seed allowed Lin Ming to freely use the power of fire. Lin Ming had already expected this. After all, there were some refiners and alchemists who had subdued a flame essence and then were able to freely use the flame. These days, Lin Ming had been tempering his body's true essence and ridding it of impurities. Every day he would stay in the lava cave for 5 to 6 hours. Today, the impurities within his body had finally been burned away. With the suppressive power of the heretical god seed, the seemingly violent and dangerous lava fire became very docile. Otherwise, there was no way he could have refined out the impurities in his body so quickly. The heretical god seed was now the size of a mung bean. It was impossible for the lava fire to meet the needs of the heretical god seed. Lin Ming put away the heavy profound soft spear in his spatial ring, and prepared to go to Thunder Valley. This idea had already been floating in his mind for several days. Thunder Valley was located in a valley at the back of a distant mountain. The entire mountain valley was filled with magnetic dark steel ore. Magnetic dark steel ore had a positive and a negative pole, so it was able to attract lightning from the sky and even store the power of lightning. It was a commonly used material in refining. Because of this, at every thunderstorm, there would be roaring sounds of rolling thunder, and then countless lightning bolts would fall into Thunder Valley. Looking from afar, it was just like purple snakes chaotically dancing. It was very spectacular. After the 7 profound martial house was established, a Xiantian master had created the array formation of Thunder Valley. Now, thunder and lightning would rain down unceasingly, and the array formation had enclosed the power of the thunder and lightning inside special chambers so that one could use it for cultivation. Thus it had become one of the 7 major killing arrays, the Thunder Array. The Thunder Array was the most mysterious of the 7 major killing arrays. Only those disciples in the top 20 rankings would dare enter. It was also quite different from the other 6 major killing arrays. Thunder Valley only had 2 difficulties, the 11th and 12th. In the 7 major killing arrays, the 12th level of difficulty was basically useless, not even Ling Xin could persist inside. This was especially true of Thunder Valley. The 12th level of difficulty was completely abnormal. Not even a veteran pulse condensation period martial artist would be able to stay inside for too long. This was the reason that Hong Shi had initially asked new disciples to not choose Thunder Valley. There was no need to mention the 12th level of difficulty. Even the 11th level of difficulty had thunder and lightning that would be able to instantly char a martial artist at the flesh training stage. When Lin Ming arrived at the entrance of Thunder Valley, he could already hear the rumbling of thunder from within. Junior apprentice brother Lin. The Thunder Valley Deacon senior apprentice brother stepped out from afar to greet Lin Ming. Senior apprentice brother. This is the first time that junior apprentice brother Lin has come to Thunder Valley. This Thunder Valley has a total 6 magnetic chambers. The first 5 are at the 11th level of difficulty and the last is at the 12th level of difficulty. Junior apprentice brother Lin may choose as he likes. But I recommend that you choose the 11th level of difficulty. As for that last magnetic chamber, even a pulse condensation period martial artist may not be able to withstand it. Thank you senior apprentice brother. Lin Ming had already decided that he would select the 11th level of difficulty. He had even hoped for a lower degree of difficulty. A softer thunder would be easier to control, so as to avoid any random happenings like the heretical god seed exploding within him. Every magnetic chamber was 10 feet by 10 feet. The ground and walls of the magnetic chamber were completely formed from magnetic dark steel, and they shined with a deep blue light. Because the magnetic chamber was a completely enclosed space, the sound of the terrifying thunderclaps echoed in the room. If an ordinary person was to enter the room and be struck by these sound waves, their ears would bleed and their eardrums would rupture. It was even possible for low-frequency waves to shatter their organs so they died a violent death right where they stood. The sound of this thunder had specific names. It was called tiger leopard thunder. This name was because when a tiger or leopard would growl or purr, if one placed a hand on their body, they could feel their arms vibrating. It was possible for one to borrow the power of this tiger-leopard thunder to penetrate into the body and exercise the bones. This was why the bones of tigers were so formidable, and tiger bone wine was the most nourishing. A sign of a martial artist reaching the bone-forging stage was tiger-leopard thunder. When they raised their head they could roar like a tiger, and when they lowered their head they could purr like a leopard. Before Lin Ming entered the magnetic chamber, he had already used true essence to seal off his ears. Purple lighting crazily danced through the air and on the walls of the magnetic chamber. The rumbling sounds of the thunderclaps were able to manifest into shock waves. If one stood in such a shock wave, they would have a clear feeling of their heartbeat rising and the organs of their body being driven into motion by the low and deep sound waves. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Even if one's organs were protected by true essence, they would feel tightness in their chest and have difficulty breathing. This sort of low and deep sound wave was able to silently and invisibly kill people. This was because the frequency was too low for a person to hear it, but it would still dangerously resonate within the organs of a human body. Finally, a human could be split apart by this sound. Sigh. A beam of electricity rushed towards Lin Ming like some sort of poisonous snake. The bolt of electricity moved at lightning speed, and before Lin Ming could react to this electric light, he already felt his entire body go numb. Like this, the energy of thunder had already entered into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming's spirits immediately lifted. He carefully manipulated this electric light to flow towards his heart. Watching with his soul force, the electric light entered into the heretical god seed. Lin Ming immediately became tense. His soul force was linked to the heretical god seed, and he was carefully aware of every slight change of energy within the heretical god seed. If anything seemed amiss, Lin Ming was prepared to immediately extinguish this wisp of thunder with all of his strength. However, what really happened was that this wisp of electric thunder submerged into the heretical god seed like a heavy rock into the ocean, and there was simply no change. Nothing happened. When the power of lightning entered into the heretical god seed, it did not result in any change. So Lin Ming began to introduce more and more threads of thunder and lightning into his body, and the result was that all of it was absorbed by the heretical god seed. This had freed Lin Ming's courage. He directly walked into a dancing electric snake. Lin Ming immediately felt his entire body go numb, and the power of the lightning was like a gush of water that poured into his body. The power of lightning was a very mysterious power. Rumors said that lightning itself was the source of all life. In the ancient texts, during ancient times when the heavens and earth had just opened and the land began to stabilize, the sky would shine with countless shimmering clouds of thunder. This thundercloud had sent out lightning that had split apart the ancient oceans and resulted in the first life. It can be said that the only reason there was the flesh and blood of today was because of the lightning of the past. This was why the power of thunder and lightning was best to train the strength of one's own body. Chapter 159, Thunder Soul. Not only that, but Lin Ming also knew that within the body's countless tiny units, there was an extremely complex and mystical electric current that ran through. These electric currents were very weak, but they were a vital intermediary for the countless small units to contact each other in the body. If one did not have these tiny and weak electric currents, then the many activities of the human body would simply cease to function. Therefore, there were some mighty elders who studied unusual methods of cultivation that would fly into thunder clouds and direct the thunder and lightning to temper their body. They would cross the calamity of thunder, and use it to enhance their own strength. However, while thunder was a force that gave birth to life, it was also a destructive force that destroyed life. It was able to turn flesh and blood to ashes and burn down vast forests. The way to control this power all rested in a martial artist's own hands. The 7 profound valleys Thunder Valley simultaneously had the tiger leopard thunderclap and also lightning to temper the body. An ordinary disciple simply could not practice in such a maniacal and deranged way. That was why only the disciples that were in the top 20 ranks of the ranking stone would dare to enter. But not even the top 10 ranking disciples would dare to cultivate in Thunder Valley like Lin Ming did. He walked into that mass of chaotically twisting electric snakes and let the power of lightning penetrate into his body. Lin Ming began to feel the extremely uncomfortable feeling of having his entire body go numb. But soon, this numbness evolved into a thrilling and exciting feeling that caused Lin Ming to wish that a more violent thunder would descend upon him. Like this, the heretical god seed in Lin Ming's body devoured the lightning like a sponge absorbing water. The mung bean-sized heretical god seed began to slowly grow, and a faint violet light began to reflect upon its surface. Lin Ming stayed in the magnetic dark steel chamber for most of an hour. Slowly, he began to feel the surrounding power of thunder weaken, and also the roaring tiger leopard thunderclaps weaken. They were no longer as deafening as they were at the start. Was the power of thunder in this magnetic dark steel chamber absorbed cleanly by me? Lin Ming opened his eyes and discovered that there were only 2 or 3 of the spasmodically dancing electric purple snakes along the walls, and not only that, but they had a rather dim and fading appearance. If Lin Ming stayed here for another quarter hour, then those 2 to 3 electricity snakes would probably be finished. Thunder Valley was different from the lava cave. The lava cave's lava pool was directly connected to a deep semi-active volcano below the mountain, so the lava fire was able to flow with a nearly inexhaustible supply. No matter how much was consumed, it would immediately be replaced by more. But Thunder Valley's magnetic dark steel room was sealed by a massive amount of magnetic dark steel, so that it was able to steer the thunder from a thunderstorm into the array and store the power of thunder and lightning. The amount of lightning that was stored was limited, so how could it withstand such a sweeping absorption by Lin Ming? I guess I'm done here. I should move to the 12th level of difficulty. Thinking this, Lin Ming left the magnetic dark steel chamber. Although Lin Ming had sucked dry most of the thunder power within the magnetic dark steel room, as long as there was another thunderstorm, then the power of thunder within the magnetic dark steel room would be replenished. Because of this, Lin Ming had no plans to be conservative with how much of the thunder power he absorbed, or to mention it. Junior apprentice brother came out so quickly, it's only been less than an hour. Would you like to take a rest? The Thunder Valley deacon saw Lin Ming exit from the magnetic chamber and greeted him with a smile. Lin Ming would become a core disciple sooner or later, so naturally he wanted to curry some favor with him. Junior apprentice brother, I have some clarion mind pills here. If you take them it may clear up some of the numbness within your body. The deacon pulled out a small jar from a pocket as he said this and attentively handed it to Lin Ming. He believed that Lin Ming was unable to withstand the intense stimulation from the tempering of thunder and lightning upon his body, and had left the chamber. In fact, even if it were the top 10 ranked disciples, or even someone in the class of Zhang Guanyu, they would not be able to persist for too long within the magnetic dark steel chamber. Even they would need to absorb true essence stones and also take a clarion mind pill in order to barely hold on inside. The 11th level of difficulty in Thunder Valley far outstripped the difficulty of the other 6 major killing arrays. Lin Ming smiled and waved. He said, I thank senior apprentice brother for his kindness, but I do not need the clarion mind pills. I want to change the difficulty level. Well, does junior apprentice brother Lin not know that Thunder Valley only has 2 difficulties? They are the 11th and 12th levels. Because the nature of the power of thunder and lightning is simply too rebellious, the original array master who set this array formation did not have any way to force this power into obeying, so there are only 2 levels of difficulty. The deacon managed to awkwardly say, he thought that Lin Ming wanted to switch to a lower level of difficulty. Junior apprentice brother Lin, with your cultivation, as long as you take a clarion mind pill and true essence stones, it is absolutely no problem for you to be able to withstand the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming laughed and said, No. I was going to ask to change to the 12th level of difficulty. What? The deacon was stunned. You want to enter the 12th level of difficulty. The deacon remained silent, he simply couldn't find the language to say anything. He knew that Lin Ming was very formidable, and had even defeated Zhang Guanyu, but the power of Thunder Valley's 12th level of difficulty was simply incomparably abnormal. Even a veteran pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't be able to hold on inside. In fact, ever since the deacon had begun managing Thunder Valley, he had only opened the 12th level of difficulty a handful of times. Ling Sen had tried one time, but not even half an incense stick of time had passed before he scurried back out, his entire body scorched black. Besides him, there were also several core disciples who had tried. Although their natural talent was superior to Ling Sen's, their combat prowess was much lower, so their result was even worse and the electric strength had burned off all their hair. The power of thunder within the 12th level of difficulty combined with the tiger leopard thunderclap was not a joke. Lin Ming was fierce, but could he be fiercer than Ling Sen? Junior apprentice brother Lin, the 12th level of difficulty in the magnetic dark steel chamber is something that not even a senior pulse condensation period martial artist can persist in. Not only that, but the array formation does not reduce the power of thunder inside. If junior apprentice Lin is injured then, the Thunder Valley deacon laid it out mildly. He was quite scared that Lin Ming would be electrocuted within and experience a tragedy. Of the 7 major killings arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, all of them besides the lightning killing array had a certain capacity to independently judge a situation. If a martial artist were on the verge of death, the killing array would promptly stop. This was why there were only a few disciples that had died so far. But Thunder Valley was different. The snaking electricity flew in all directions, it simply wasn't something that could be stopped or fettered by the array formation. If one blacked out from the overwhelming electrical energy, then they would die. If the genius of the 7 profound martial house that was only seen once a century was to tragically die in Thunder Valley, then that would simply be too hilarious. Lin Ming sheepishly grinned, well, I just want to give it a try. If I have any problems inside, then I will immediately come out. How about that? Well, all right. The Thunder Valley deacon could only agree to let Lin Ming try and give up afterwards. Ling Sen had been able to last half an incense stick of time. Since Lin Ming was inferior to Ling Sen, then he would probably be able to persist for a few dozen breaths without any problems. After all, junior apprentice brother Lin wasn't some silly little child. If he had problems, then he would definitely come out. Thinking this, the Thunder Valley Deacon opened the last magnetic dark steel chamber gate. Lin Ming entered the 12th level difficulty magnetic dark steel chamber. This magnetic chamber was a full 300 by 300 feet square. This was also the first time that he had ever stepped into the 12th level difficulty of a major killing array. The 12th level difficulty truly was extraordinary. After Lin Ming stepped into the magnetic chamber, even though he was using true essence to protect his ears, the rumbling sound of thunder was enough to shock his ears with a deeply stinging pain. Long, thick, electric snakes several dozens of feet long waves back and forth like living lightning. Chi 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 chi, the detonating sounds of the electricity in the room made one's scalp tingle. Seeing such a thick electric snake, even Lin Ming felt a little jumpy. It was no wonder a pulse condensation period martial artist could not last in here. If such a thick electrical snake flowed through the human body, its powerful effects could be imagined. Lin Ming let out a light breath and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. Then, he walked into that mass of electricity. As the electric current entered Lin Ming's body, he began to violently shake, nearly fainting. However, at the same time, the heretical god seed his heart began to become active again. As the heretical god seed bathed in the power of thunder, it began to emit a faint whimper of excitement. Countless flows of electrical current began to converge at his heart and flow into the heretical god seed, as if it was a parched man gulping down water. What a strong power of thunder! Lin Ming thought with amazement. Along with the influx of electricity into his heart, the heretical god seed began to riotously vibrate. Lin Ming locked onto it with his soul force to prevent any accidents, but it seemed that his concern was unnecessary. In the heretical god seed, the three compressed forces of true essence, flame, and thunder were able to peacefully coexist with each other. Lin Ming was simply amazed by the mystery of the heretical god force. At this moment, outside of the door leading to the magnetic dark steel chamber, the deacon's voice sounded out. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right?" Lin Ming found this funny. He replied with a laugh, "I'm fine." In any case, the heretical god seed was able to spontaneously absorb the power of thunder. He wasn't worried about being distracted by responding. After another while, the senior apprentice brother deacon came up again and asked, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you still all right?" "I'm okay." Lin Ming responded again. After another quarter hour crossed, the deacon's voice sounded behind the door again. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, if you cannot withstand it, you should come out first. Don't force yourself." Lin Ming was speechless. This deacon's senior apprentice brother was long-winded enough. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Soon, 2 hours had quietly gone. In the 12th level difficulty magnetic dark steel chamber, that mass of windingly thick electric snakes had already been evaporated, and what was left over were only a few weak electric currents that were still sparking as they passed along the walls. In Lin Ming's heart, the heretical god seed had grown to the size of a soybean, and the surface was covered with a layer of crystal-clear violet light. It had combined together with that garnet from the compressed flame essence, and was incomparably beautiful as it glimmered with a translucent sheen. Around the heretical god seed, a faint electric spark appeared. In the midst of the dim electric spark, there seemed to be a thin purple snake made from lightning flittering about as it traveled around the heretical god seed. From time to time, it would circle around the flame essence, playing with it, as if it had some deep spiritual intelligence. Thunder Soul. The power of thunder and lightning inside of the magnetic chamber had finally condensed into a Thunder Soul. Lin Ming was extremely joyful. A Thunder Soul was much more precious than flame essence. There were only a few martial artists who had a thunder attribute. Moreover, inside of the heretical god seed, the Thunder Soul had unlimited possibilities for growth. The magnetic dark steel chamber contained the power of lightning and thunder. However, this power was only the most ordinary and natural of thunder forces, which came from a thundercloud. It was only able to create a Thunder Soul. It wasn't possible to allow it to go. Looking at the small snake-like spark in the electric light, Lin Ming had a deep sense of achievement that soaked through him. Flame Essence. The heretical god seed was truly marvelous. If the flame essence and Thunder Soul continued evolving, what other changes would occur inside of the heretical god seed? At this moment, outside of the magnetic dark steel chamber, the Thunder Valley Deacon was anxiously watching the hourglass with a very scared and bewildered expression. Did I make a mistake? 2 hours. The Thunder Valley Deacon was unable to believe such an unthinkable fact. Even a peak pulse condensation period martial artist would not be able to last inside for so long. Chapter 160, The Power of Thunder and Fire. Lin Ming truly was a frighteningly fierce individual. However, there had to be a limit. You had just entered the altering muscle stage, and yet you can already favorably compare to a peak pulse condensation period martial artist, or even reach a Hotian realm martial artist. Isn't this just a bit too ridiculous? The deacon had been waiting for Lin Ming to realize that the difficulty was too hard and then to leave the magnetic chamber. But now the moon had already come out, and yet there still wasn't any disturbance in the magnetic chamber. The deacon even went knocking on the door at regular intervals to ask if Lin Ming was all right. He really suspected that Lin Ming had been shocked silly inside and was in urgent need of care. Then after a while, when the sand in the hourglass had cleanly leaked through to the bottom, he had to flip the hourglass over again. What the hell, this is just too preposterous. Did the force of thunder inside the magnetic chamber leak out? The deacon kept imagining different scenarios of what could have occurred, but at this moment, the door to the magnetic chamber was pushed open, and Lin Ming hopped out, a cheerful smile plastered on his face. After he had successfully cultivated the Thunder Soul, he was in a very excellent mood. Seeing Lin Ming come out, the Thunder Valley Deacon stared at him with round eyes, looking Lin Ming up and down. Even his clothes had all been burnt off. The Thunder Valley Deacon gulped. What had this daring fellow done inside? He had actually stayed in the 12th level of difficulty for so long, yet he didn't seem perturbed or even the least bit concerned. Was this Lin Ming struck by thunder as a child, gaining some mystic ability, and thus did not fear lightning anymore? Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? I'm great. Sorry for troubling you, senior apprentice brother. I will go back first. Yeah, you go back first. The deacon no longer knew what to say. After seeing Lin Ming out, the Thunder Valley Deacon immediately dashed into the magnetic chamber. He took a deep breath, revolved his true essence to its limit just in case he was hurt by the heavy hail of lightning, and then pulled open the door to the magnetic chamber. In a moment, his eyes had gone perfectly round. In the magnetic chamber, he only saw a few wisps of tiny electric currents running around, as if they were just barely able to maintain their existence. The other usual lightning snakes had already disappeared into thin air. The deacon rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't gone blind or daft. This wasn't right. Where was the thunder inside of the magnetic chamber? As he left the entrance to Thunder Valley, seeing no one around, Lin Ming was impatient and wanted to immediately try out the power of the Thunder Soul. Although the inherent nature of lightning was filled with a terrifying energy, it was only a fleeting moment, and couldn't last long. However, the Thunder Soul was actually an immortal spirit. It would never be extinguished. As long as he had enough true essence or heaven earth yuan qi, then he could release an unlimited amount of lightning that would never weaken. The Thunder Soul was similar to the flame essence. It would only have an extremely low chance to be birthed in an area where thunder and lightning had existed for time immemorial. A Thunder Soul was scarcer than a flame essence. That was because in this world, finding lands of thunder was much rarer than finding lands of flame. With a shake of his long spear, tiny wisps of violet lightning appeared on the silver-white spear shaft. It was really quite beautiful. If I trigger the flame true essence and the thunder true essence at the same time, while revolving the heretical god force, so the power of true essence increases by 50%, what would happen? As Lin Ming thought this, he began to stimulate the Thunder Soul and the flame essence within the heretical god seed at the same time. Immediately, the highly compressed heretical god seed erupted like an active volcano. Flame on one hand, thunder on the other. The flame and thunder intersected, each were as fierce as the other, and as violent as the other. The two kinds of energies began to circle and intertwine around each other. Coupling with the increased power from the heretical god force, the rising energy caused a turbulent vibration in the air, as if the atmosphere itself was being torn apart by these powerful energies. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he could not control these two energies. If it continued, then something dangerous would occur. As he was about to forcefully withdraw the true essence, a memory suddenly flashed in Lin Ming's mind. He suddenly recalled the principle of thunder and flame behind the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. This idea gave him pause. If I let the two different energies in my hands follow the same concept as the Devil Fire Thunderbolt bead. Would it have the same might as the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead? To rashly test such a hypothesis was dangerous. Not only that, but he was barely in control of these two energies, and was already stretched to the limit of what he could handle. Still, Lin Ming could not suppress this intensely tempting thought in his heart. Flame becomes an eddy, thunder becomes a snake. Lin Ming recalled how the thunder and flame inside of the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead would revolve. As he did this, he also desperately urged all his true essence out, and revolved the wild flame and thunder according to this method. The heavy, profound, soft spear began to shine with light from an electric bolt that twisted around it. Snakes of fire wound around the shaft, and the crackling sounds of lightning and churning flames filled the air with a sound that was absolutely frightening. Lin Ming's face flushed red, and blue veins began to jut out from his forehead. Just as the potent power was about to break free of its shackles, Lin Ming let out a roar and fiercely thrust out the spear. The power of thunder and the power of flame interweaved into a ball of light that shot outwards with incredible speed, almost straight upwards at a 100-foot-high cliff. There were only the deafening sounds of loud explosions and countless rocks scattering in all directions, and dust filled the air. There was a rumbling sound that lingered, and then the 100-foot-high cliff collapsed in an avalanche of stone. Seeing this power, Lin Ming was stunned silly. What terrifying strength! This explosion could instantly kill an early pulse condensation period martial artist, or even a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. His cultivation was only at the early altering muscle stage, yet relying on the power of the heretical god seed, he could actually produce such a horrifying killing move. This heretical god force secret technique simply went against the will of the heavens. Lin Ming had thought that the chaotic virtues combat meridians which he cultivated was already heaven-defying. After all, contained inside were the true primal chaos formula, flow like silk, the tempering marrow realm, 8 inner hidden gates, 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and all sorts of other strange and miraculous cultivation methods. He had only cultivated it a bit, and yet he was able to cross a whole stage and a half to fight with enemies at the peak bone forging stage. But now, when he compared that to the heretical god force, Lin Ming felt that the chaotic virtues combat meridians was just some commonplace cultivation technique. It seems so. After all, while the chaotic virtues combat meridians is a top-tier body transformation cultivation method manual within the realm of the gods, this cultivation method manual cannot be considered a forbidden technique that cannot be passed down. There must be many people who are familiar with the chaotic virtues combat meridians. For instance, in the sect of the mighty elder who had learnt the chaotic virtues combat meridians, as long as you were a core disciple. At the sect, you would be able to study this cultivation method. But this heretical god force is actually unique within the entire realm of the gods. That second mighty elder who died had only discovered this secret technique within an ancient ruin in the realm of the gods. It has a very high possibility that it was left behind by an ancient evil god. It is not a cultivation method or martial skill or movement ability. It can only be called a mystical secret technique. Such an amazing ability is naturally not something that the chaotic virtues combat meridians can compare with. With this martial skill that I created by accident and with luck, although I can guarantee it can kill an early pulse condensation period opponent, the consumption of energy is simply too large. The true essence within me has lowered by 40 or 50%. It's impossible to use this ability in succession. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, the Thunder Valley deacon frantically ran out of the entrance. He had been standing in a daze inside that last magnetic chamber looking at the few small electric snakes that were remaining. Then he had heard a tremendously loud explosion that had scared him awake. He had thought that the array formation had exploded. As he was running out of the entranceway, he happened to see Lin Ming in front of all the falling debris, looking a bit confused. This was originally a 100-foot-high cliff. The deacon had already protected Thunder Valley for many years. He was now well acquainted with the terrain around Thunder Valley. He could only look at Lin Ming incredulously. Could it be that this 100-foot-high cliff was collapsed by Lin Ming? He glimpsed the heavy, profound, soft spear that Lin Ming was casually holding in his hands. There was a faint flash of true essence on the spear point. Did he just make a move with his spear a moment ago that caused a 100-foot cliff to collapse? Heavens! The Thunder Valley deacon already thought that his timid heart had experienced enough excitement for today. This was just too terrifying. If he experienced a third shock, then he just might have a heart attack. The rocks of the cliff had magnetic dark steel mixed in it. Who knows how many times harder it was than ordinary rock? How could this be possible? Junior apprentice brother Lin, what is all this? What happened here? Lin Ming slowly shrugged and said, I'm sorry, I was not careful and the thunderbolt devil fire bead that I was examining exploded. Lin Ming had used the power of thunder and flame to release this move. Moreover, the concept behind this skill was the same as the thunderbolt devil fire bead. Perhaps even the men who created the thunderbolt devil fire bead would have difficulty discerning the difference between the effects of the bead and Lin Ming's new ability. Thunderbolt devil fire bead. The Thunder Valley Deacon was surprised for a moment, and then he remembered what had happened recently. After Zhang Guanyu had been crippled by Lin Ming, news of the event had spread throughout the entire Sky Fortunate City. At that time, when Zhang Guanyu was dueling Lin Ming, he found that his own strength was inferior, and he was already in a situation where he was defeated. Because of this, he tried to ambush Lin Ming with the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, so Lin Ming had wasted him in response. So that's what happened, the Thunder Valley Deacon exhaled, so this explosion was caused by the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. If Lin Ming had thrown it, then it would have collapsed the cliff. However, this Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead was simply too perverse. If a 100-foot-high cliff could explode and end up looking like this, what would happen if it was thrown at a person? Would that person explode too? Thinking this, the Thunder Valley Deacon recalled the magnetic chamber and the thunder inside that had disappeared. His curiosity was piqued again, but Lin Ming had already made the first step and said, Senior apprentice brother, it's getting late, I should head back first. Thunder Valley should shut down about now. If there's a chance, we will meet again. Lin Ming didn't wait for the Thunder Valley Deacon to respond, he had already started moving after he finished his sentence. Since he had comprehended the concept of wind, Lin Ming's speed was extremely swift. Oh, Junior apprentice brother Lin, hang on, about the matter of the thunder inside the magnetic chamber. The Thunder Valley Deacon's words trailed off halfway. Lin Ming had already disappeared beyond sight. This left him speechless. He had wanted to understand just what had happened inside that magnetic chamber in Thunder Valley. Fortunately, there was always thunder and lightning in Thunder Valley throughout the entire year. It just so happened that there had also been a thunderstorm that evening, and Lin Ming had managed to absorb almost half of the thunder energy from there. Since the Thunder Valley Deacon could not find a reasonable explanation, he dropped the matter. But by the second day, the news of the explosion that occurred outside of Thunder Valley had already been passed on to Ouyang Dihua. Your luck is quite good. The explosion from the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead actually didn't kill you. However, you have now used up the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, what else can you do to resist? Now when I kill you, it will be as easy as slaughtering a dog or chicken. Ouyang Dihua had already contacted the disciple of the Refiner faction who had been expelled from the 7 profound valleys for violating sect rules. To Ouyang Dihua's delight, that disciple had already taken a half-step into the Hotian realm, and had now surpassed even himself in strength. It would be a breeze for a martial artist to half-step into the Hotian realm to deal with Lin Ming, who was only at the early altering muscle stage. Lin Ming, your death has already been decided. Chapter 161, Swallowing the Blood Lingji. For several days, Lin Ming had been carefully researching and studying the heretical god force, and had purified the true essence within his body. Although his cultivation hadn't risen by much, his total strength had actually experienced a dramatic climb. Before, Lin Ming had been lacking a true martial skill. Although his true essence was amazingly thick and he also had ghostly speed, his attack power was less than ideal. But now that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a method to fuse together the power of thunder and fire from borrowing the concepts behind the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, he had created his own unique martial skill. Lin Ming named this move of his, Thunder Fire Annihilation. The power of Thunder Fire Annihilation is no less than that of the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. Now, as long as I don't face a peak pulse condensation period master, I have faith that I will be able to put up a worthwhile struggle. However, it wouldn't be good if this move were known to others. No one would believe that this ability was something I created myself. If I'm not being pressured to the edge of death, then I shouldn't use this move so easily. Although Thunder Annihilation had an overwhelming offensive power, just using it once would consume 40 to 50% of the true essence within his body. The consumption of resources was simply too great. If he used it, He would have to be able to guarantee that the strike would kill the enemy in one move, otherwise he would be in an extremely critical situation. As Lin Ming was planning on how to best utilize this new ability of his, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of him. As the purple-red flames flashed and dissipated, Lin Ming was surprised to hear the voice. It was Qin Zia, the 7 profound martial house master. The message of the sound-transmitting talisman was very simple. He wanted to see Lin Ming at the sword bamboo grove in the back mountains. Lin Ming put away the heavy profound soft spear, and immediately trekked to the sword bamboo grove. It was already nightfall. The dim night sky was like an iridescent curtain that fell over the world. Stars sparkled in the sky, and in the sword bamboo grove, there was a chilling wind that rustled the fallen leaves. As Lin Ming arrived at the edge of the sword bamboo grove, he saw Qin Zia standing there, carrying a long zither. He was standing straight, and his long beard and blue robe danced in the bustling wind. He had an extraordinary and timeless demeanor. Martial House Master. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. I called you here today because there are a few matters. Qin Zia slowly turned. His voice had the same strangely calming quality that it had before, and was very comfortable to listen to. He flicked his fingers, and a golden light fell into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming received the golden token and glanced over it. 2 words were written on it, 7 profound. Could this be a 7 profound decree? Lin Ming remembered that when Elder Wang had passed down the 7 profound decree to him, he had also held a token similar to this in his hand. Qin Zia said, I'm very satisfied with your current ability. You shall take this 7 profound decree and head to Seraphic Pond Mountain within Hulua Nation. There is a pool of holy water there that is called the Seraphic Pond. The Seraphic Pond contains an extremely pure true essence. It is very beneficial to anyone under the Hoqian realm. As long as you can find it, it will help you break through to the pulse condensation period. However, the power of true essence within the Seraphic Pond is limited. Only 3 or 4 people can use it every year. I had a very hard time getting this opportunity for you. You should cherish it and strive towards greater realms of cultivation. After some time, the main sect will send down some people to conduct a tournament between the 7 profound martial house of Sky Fortune Kingdom and the several surrounding countries. When that time comes, I want you to enter into that tournament and fight for a little face for my Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial house. Seraphic Pond Mountain. As Lin Ming heard this, he was instantly attentive. He already had some knowledge about Hulua Nation's Seraphic Pond. Seraphic Pond Mountain was a rare holy spiritual ground, and the summit where the Seraphic Pond was located was the center of all the spiritual essence there. Who knew how many people were aiming for this holy water every year? Hulua Nation was much larger than Sky Fortune Kingdom, and they also had many more martial artists. If there was a limit of 3 or 4 people that could go to Seraphic Pond Mountain, then how could he have possibly been selected? Hulua Nation's 7 profound martial house would undoubtedly be very unwilling to surrender such a precious cultivation resource to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. What sort of method had the martial house master used to obtain a spot for him? Lin Ming bowed with some thanks, and silently thought in his heart that this Qin Zia was neither his relative or close friend. Wasn't this kindness just a little bit too over the top? Was this interfaction grand tournament of the 7 profound martial houses really so important to Qin Zia? Qin Zia also said, before you leave, go to the martial house registration office and register, then you will be leaving for 2 months to adventure. Make sure to keep where you are going and what you are doing confidential. Right now you have many enemies. The 7 profound martial house can be considered a safe zone, but once you leave the 7 profound martial house, you will be in danger, so do not mention to anyone that you are going to the Seraphic Pond. Also don't tell anyone that you saw me tonight. I will send a master to protect you along the way, so make sure that you maintain a low-key presence and don't stir up any trouble. This disciple understands. Lin Ming respectfully said. If a disciple of the 7 profound martial house had to leave for a long period of time for things such as completing a mission or going out on an adventure to experience the world, they needed to register at the martial house's registration office. Otherwise, if a disciple disappeared for too long without an explanation, then the 7 profound martial house would investigate. All of this was to ensure the safety of the martial house's disciples. In 3 days go to Travel Peak, there will be someone waiting for you. Remember, keep your location a secret. Qin Zia said this, and then drifted away. Yes, this disciple will remember. Lin Ming bowed. Looking at it, Qin Zia had done him a very great favor today. However, Lin Ming felt that there was something off about the situation, but he wasn't able to place his finger on just what was wrong. After I get to the Hulua Nation's Seraphic Pond Mountain, will they really give me a spot just with this 7 profound token? Would they really so kindly and obediently give out a position to others? Could there be some troubles later? Thinking this, Lin Ming returned to his cabin. As Lin Ming sat down in bed and watched the token in his hands, he couldn't seem to forget this strange lingering feeling in his heart, as if something was off about what happened tonight. Martial House Master Qin promised me the treasure and medicines of the heavy profound soft spear, 500-year-old blood lingji, blue miracle pill, and body spiritual ichor. Just this alone already shows how much concern he has towards me and what he believes my worth is. Now, he also gave me the opportunity to obtain true essence holy water from the Seraphic Pond. However, this Seraphic Pond is a resource that belongs to Hulua Nation. If the Martial House Master wanted to obtain this opportunity, he must have paid a correspondingly high price. The Martial House Master is not my relative, so why is he looking after me so well? Is it just because he values my future accomplishments? This explanation also seems a bit far-fetched. Lin Ming frowned. Qin Zia's generosity towards him was just too much. He was very flattered, but at the same time he was unable to suppress suspicions that had been aroused. When I leave the premises of the 7 profound martial house, I will certainly experience danger at some point. No matter what, I must be as careful as possible and keep my whereabouts a secret, so that they don't leak out and I find someone chasing after my shadow to assassinate me. I'll have to take these 3 days to enhance my strength as much as I can. With strength, I will have some confidence that I can protect myself. Thinking this, Lin Ming pulled out the 500-year-old blood lingji from his spatial ring. The impurities in his body's true essence had already been tempered and melted away. The side effects from the 2 top-tier pills that he had eaten before had been completely cleared. Now it was time to take this 500-year-old blood lingji. A 500-year-old lingji was able to supplement the blood vitality of a martial artist and increase their strength and martial arts cultivation. Lin Ming swallowed the blood lingji. An ordinary lingji would taste like cork and would also take a long time to chew. However, the 500-year-old blood lingji in his mouth was like fine meat. It was creamy, moist, and slid smoothly down his throat. As he swallowed it into his stomach, Lin Ming felt a vigorous and exuberant swell of blood energy from his stomach spread out through his meridian lines and throughout his limbs. A massive amount of vigorous and energetic blood flowed up, and Lin Ming felt dizzy. This kind of dizzy feeling was just as if he had stayed in a steam room for too long. Inside, the blood would rush to the surface and it would cause one's mind to be dizzy. This situation was somewhat similar to that. Along with the continuous influx of vigorous blood energy, Lin Ming felt the dizziness expand as if his brain was blowing up. His face reddened and his mouth spat out hot steam. His body began to give off an intense heat, and his skin was becoming more and more red. It looked as if he was oozing blood from 1,000 tiny injuries. This was because the vigorous blood inside of him was simply too strong, and it had begun seeping out from all the tiny blood vessels in his body, which finally led to this phenomenon. Lin Ming began to sweat all over, and even his sweat was tinted red with the overflow of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ming immediately closed all the pores of his body to prevent blood from spilling out. The blood that was flowing out contained the power of the blood lingji. It would be too pitiful for any to go to waste. Although Lin Ming was bleeding all over, he did not feel any pain, he only felt a slight dizziness. In comparison to the blood lingji, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill were extremely dangerous and potent medicines. While these 2 medicines were extremely hot and extremely cold, this was because they were used to directly wash the muscles and purify marrow. The blood lingji had much milder side effects, as it was only used to supplement the blood vitality. Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, and like this, he sat in meditation for 5 hours until the sun was bright in the sky. The red blush that covered his body had already began to slowly recede. Lin Ming had absorbed about 70 or 80% of the blood lingji's blood vitality. As Lin Ming revolved his true essence, he discovered that there was a great deficit of true essence within his body. This deficit wasn't because his true essence had been consumed. Rather, it was because Lin Ming's body had become more powerful, so he was able to accommodate more true essence. If true essence was compared to water, then the body would be the reservoir that was able to hold the water. From strength training to flesh training to viscera training to altering muscle to bone forging and finally to pulse condensation, as one cultivated to each stage, the reservoir would expand and deepen, thus the amount of true essence once could hold was more. But now, although Lin Ming's current cultivation hadn't risen, the blood vitality in his body was like a robustly burning stove. Because of this, the reservoir in his body was much more broad and deep than those at the same level of cultivation, and so the amount of true essence that he could hold was also more compared to others. Not only that, but because of the exuberant energy in his blood, his vitality was also stronger. His endurance was greater, and his physical strength also increased. Although Lin Ming's cultivation hadn't yet risen, his strength had just grown by a great deal. There are only 2 days before I must set off. With so little time, it's not realistic to want to have a great enhancement in my strength, unless I can complete the inscription symbol for my heavy profound soft spear. The reason that Lin Ming hadn't yet placed an inscription symbol on the heavy profound soft spear from the time he had received it until now was because he had been busy constantly cultivating, and also because the materials were difficult to find. A few days ago I sent out a bulletin from the Inscription Association. I wonder how many of the materials have been collected so far. Lin Ming had only just put out the announcement that he was trading his personal inscription symbols for materials. Since it had only been a few days, he had no hope in expecting that they would be gathered so quickly. However, he hadn't expected that during the afternoon of that same day, Wang Yuhan would send him a sound-transmitting talisman informing him that the materials he wanted were ready, and Lin Ming could come take them whenever he wanted to. This caused Lin Ming to be very surprised. As he arrived at the Inscription Association, Wang Yuhan had already organized all the materials and placed them in a case. On the side of the case was a note that had a list of names detailing where all the materials had come from. About 20% of the materials were sent by customers. They had delivered the materials in return for an inscription symbol. As for the other materials, about 40% was sent by the Crown Prince's messenger, and the last 40% were prepared by Bai Jingyun. Sky Fortune Cities by Jing. By Jingyun. Lin Ming was even more surprised than before. The materials needed to create the astral symbol were not as rare or expensive as the ones needed to draw up the body inscription symbol. However, to collect so many materials in such a short time, one would have to spend a great deal of money, and also call in many favors and connections. Chapter 162, Trap. Chapter 162, Trap. Lin Ming asked Wang Yuhan, did Senior Apprentice Sister Bai leave any message when she stopped by to deliver the materials? For instance, did she ask me to create an inscription symbol for her or something like that? Wang Yuhan said, Jingyun didn't say anything. She just left the materials here then departed. Oh, do you have Bai Jingyun's sound transmission information? I would like to use a sound transmitting talisman to ask her. Wang Yuhan said, yes, but Jingyun recently left Sky Fortune City. She's already put in a request for a 5-month leave of absence from the 7 Profound Martial House. I don't think that she'll be back anytime soon. A sound-transmitting talisman had a limit to the distance that it could reach. If it was a very long distance, there had to be a pre-planned relay system set up ahead of time, and multiple sound-transmitting talismans had to be used in series. Leave of absence. Lin Ming thought this was quite peculiar. The time one had to practice at the 7 Profound Martial House was very valuable. What sort of reason would there be for Bai Jingyun to request a 5-month leave of absence? Lin Ming was not accustomed to owing a debt to others. As for the Crown Prince's help, it was fine since he was helping him in the struggle for the throne. But why would Bai Jingyun collect these materials, and then leave for a long journey without leaving a note? It really was confusing. Then, if Senior Apprentice Sister comes back, I'll trouble you to inform me. All right. So, Miss Wang, if I could ask you to help me prepare an inscription room. I would like to draw up the customer's inscription symbols first. Okay. 2 days later, in the middle of the night. Outside of Sky Fortune City in a shaded area of the woods, Lin Ming was wearing all black clothes as he rode on the back of a large gray eagle. This was a top-quality mount that a common person would usually never see in their lives, a heavenly winged eagle. The heavenly winged eagle had a wingspan of 40 feet, and it could fly a huge distance of 8,000 miles every day. It was a 3rd-level vicious beast, and it was only tameable by those martial artists in sects that were proficient in beast mastery. This kind of eagle mount had a value of at least 200,000 taels of gold, and it wasn't something that money could easily buy. Tonight, he would ride this heavenly winged eagle and go towards the Hulua Nation's Seraphic Pond Mountain. Lin Ming had already finished drawing the astral inscription symbol, and the drawing process had proceeded very smoothly, without any problems. After completion, the range of true essence within the heavy profound soft spear had increased by 50%. The skill of inscription, astral spear, had also been successfully attached. As soon as he willed it, true essence would condense into a part of the spear, and theoretically, as long as a martial artist's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could extend to an infinite distance. With Lin Ming's current strength, in a situation where he was in a battle, he was able to extend the heavy profound soft spear by a little more than 100 or so feet. At this moment, by Lin Ming's side, there was also a martial artist that looked to be around 30 years old. He was wearing very flashy clothing and carried a heavy sword on his back. There was a long scar from a knife wound that curved down his face in the shape of a snake. This person's cultivation was at the peak pulse condensation period. He might even have taken a half step into the Hotian realm. He was also riding a heavenly winged eagle. This was the martial artist that Qin Zia had sent to protect him 3 days ago. After Lin Ming had arrived at Travel Peak at the agreed time, he had already been waiting there for him. When Lin Ming saw this person, he was stunned. Qin Zia's disciple was actually a martial artist that was a half step into the Hotian realm. And not only that, but this person had very pure true essence, and an extremely powerful aura. His strength was probably higher than a martial artist at the same level of cultivation. With this person here, the Allied Trade Association would definitely not dare to do anything. "Hello, senior apprentice brother," Lin Ming greeted. The man replied with a lukewarm tone. "Are you prepared? We are leaving tonight." "Yes." Lin Ming had wanted to ask for the senior apprentice brother's name and gain some understanding into the reason he was going to Hulua Nation, but felt that this man didn't want to speak anymore, so he reluctantly dropped the topic. The man let out a strange whistling sound, and suddenly, 2 heavenly winged eagles heard that whistling and soared down. The heavenly winged eagles flew down faster and faster, and Li Ming could only hear the howl of wind in his ears as the incoming turbulent air current sent his clothes fluttering about. Lin Ming used his true essence to condense a wind shield in front of himself to block the intense winds. His eyes stared at the back of the pulse condensation period martial artist in front of him, and he fell back into rumination. This was an absolutely unwise time to leave the 7 profound martial house. If he was able to keep his whereabouts completely hidden, then it would be fairly safe. However, if there was even the slightest leak as to where he was, then the situation might become a bit dangerous. Martial House Master Qin has credibility. He shouldn't be trying to harm me, but I should still be careful. But even if I say that, if Martial House Master Qin wanted me dead, then I wouldn't be alive today either. The first time that Lin Ming had met Qin Zia, he had felt a faint aura of righteousness from him. In general, those gentlemen that were accomplished in the fine arts were usually never hypocritical or malicious, otherwise it would be profoundly difficult to have any attainments in the fine arts. The 2 heavenly winged eagles flew for 1 day and 1 night. After a brief 2-hour period of rest, they then departed again for another 8,000 miles. This surrounding landscape became gradually more desolate the further south they went. This was south of Sky Fortune Kingdom, and it was close to the great southern wilderness. Lin Ming found that the heavenly winged eagles didn't directly fly to Hulua Nation. Instead, they took a detour. Even with the amazing speed of the heavenly winged eagles, this detour would still take half a day. Is this because of safety concerns? Lin Ming began to doubt in his mind. Relatively speaking, it was very safe to ride a heavenly winged eagle. A heavenly winged eagle flew at an altitude of thousands of feet, and it was difficult for someone who wanted to kill him to intercept him at such a height. It would be really easy for a murderer to dump a corpse here. Lin Ming's heart began to have a faint sense of foreboding, and he secretly went on alert. His mind linked to the heretical god seed, feeling the terrifying compressed power of thunder and fire within, and felt slightly more at peace. At this moment, Lin Ming, who had been highly focused the entire time, suddenly felt ice cold. He felt that the pulse condensation period martial artist in front of him was emitting a faint murderous intent. And this murderous intent was directed at him. This caused all of Lin Ming's 4 limbs to immediately become cold. This was a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hotian realm. He was someone that not even Thunderfire Annihilation would be able to match up against. At this time in a valley at Zhou Mountain, it was night, and the shaded trees lent an eerily dark feeling to the valley. "Is it done?" The voice abruptly sounded. The one who spoke was Ouyang Dihua. It was only a trivial matter. Huagong should begin any time now. The feminine voice of Bai Luo said as he slowly emerged from the woods. Huagong was Ouyang Dihua's junior apprentice brother. He was a disciple of the refining faction but had been expelled from the 7 profound valleys. He was the martial artist riding the heavenly winged eagle alongside Lin Ming that was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Ouyang Dihua cruelly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother's illusions are truly superb. I'm afraid that not even Qin Zia would be able to see through them." Bai Luo was from the Mirage faction of the 7 profound valleys, and what he was best at were illusions, particularly disguises. Not only he could transfigure appearances, but he could also mimic voices and personalities. It was to a level that not even a peak Hotian realm master would be able to see through them. 3 days ago, Bai Luo had transformed into Qin Zia, and had ordered Lin Ming to leave the 7 profound martial house. He used to not to be able to see through my illusions, but these years Qin Zia had been roaming the world and his zither heart has already reached the point where it is like a mirror, the stage where his heart is spotless and resolute. His cultivation is also a half-step into the Xiantian realm. It shouldn't be difficult for him to see through my illusions. Fortunately, that eyesore Qin Zia left the 7 profound martial house after the grand banquet had ended. He will continue to roam around and polish his zither heart, so there won't be any problem since he won't be coming back anytime soon. As long as Qin Zia isn't here and we can make Lin Ming leave the 7 profound martial house, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. Huagong wasn't needed to begin with. As long as Lin Ming falls down from the heavenly winged eagle, he will meet a violent, crushing death. Let alone a mere little boy at the altering muscle stage, even a Hotian master would be finished. Ouyang Dihua diabolically grinned as he said this. If he tried to move against Lin Ming in the 7 profound martial house, then it would alarm many people. Even if he could successfully kill him, after he died there would most likely be several traces of evidence that one could use to trace back to the murderer. However, if Lin Ming was to leave the 7 profound martial house and even leave Sky Fortune City, and then if he was to disappear, most others would chalk it up to him dying while on an adventure somewhere. This way, even if the 7 profound martial house wanted to investigate the situation, they would have no idea where to even begin. The Great Southern Wilderness is a land of endless vicious beasts and poisonous insects. Once he plunges to his death, there won't even be dust left over from his bones once the vicious beasts are done tearing through him. That is truly the best place to kill a man and destroy his corpse without leaving any evidence. Ouyang Dihua greedily licked his lips, and impatiently waited in anticipation of the good news that Huagong would send to him. Southern Wilderness. As he rode on the heavenly winged eagle, Lin Ming heard the snake-scarred martial artist let out a sharp whistle. Suddenly, when the heavenly winged eagle under Lin Ming heard this whistle, it rolled over mid-flight, trying to make Lin Ming fall off its back. Beast. Lin Ming held onto the eagle's feathers. Taking advantage of his strength, he took a firm grip with one hand on the eagle's body, and with a flick of his wrist, the 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear had already jumped into his hands. Although the heavenly winged eagle was very strong in flight, how could it maintain flight with a 1200 gene weight on its back? As Lin Ming tightly gripped onto the eagle's back muscles and pulled out his spear, the heavenly winged eagle immediately let out a whining call of pain and desperately flapped its wings. Even so, the heavenly winged eagle immediately plunged downwards in a straight vertical drop before catching itself. Hee, sorry young boy. I have had no past injustice with you and no present grudge. I'm only doing this because someone offered me some benefits, and they wanted you to completely disappear. I'm sorry, but don't blame me. Huagong stood on the back of the heavenly winged eagle and grinned heartlessly. The snake-like scar wound on his face looked especially ferocious as he laughed. Who asked you to kill me? Qin Zia. As Lin Ming asked this he immediately rejected it. No, something was strange, but he didn't know just what was strange. Haha, you think that it's Qin Zia? Think as you like, I have no interest in meaninglessly chit-chatting with you. I will let you be a confused ghost as well. You think that it's Qin Zia? These words resounded in Lin Ming's heart, and made him go cold. At this point, he didn't have any time to reflect on this. There was another strange whistling sound that was sent from Wugong, and the men sat down on the heavenly wind eagle as he turned around and flew at Lin Ming to kill him. Have a peaceful journey to hell. Wugong took out a strangely shaped long saber from his back, and sent that long saber careening towards Lin Ming's back to behead him. Lin Ming lifted his spear to resist Wugong's strike with everything he had. However, the strength of a martial artist at the peak pulse condensation period was simply too formidable. As they exchanged a blow, Lin Ming only felt a strong force transmit through his body as he was sent flying backwards. With a cough, Lin Ming tore off a hunk of flesh from the heavenly wind eagle's back as he was sent soaring backwards by the strength of the blow. The heavenly wind eagle issued a pitifully keening cry. From an altitude of thousands of feet in the air, Lin Ming plummeted downwards. Chapter 163, The Moment of Life and Death. Seeing this, Wugong grinned maniacally. If one's cultivation wasn't at the Xiantian realm, then they wouldn't be able to fly. Let alone Lin Ming, even a peak Hotian realm master would die a horrible death if they fell from an altitude of thousands of feet. This murder was just too easy. Although he had already determined that Lin Ming would die, Wugong still rode the heavenly wind eagle to chase him down. Firstly, he had to receive proof of Lin Ming's death, and secondly he would take his possessions. Lin Ming had a spatial ring and the heavy profound soft spear on his body. How could he miss such a great fortune? The speed at which Lin Ming was falling from the sky kept increasing. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming had already fallen several dozens of feet. As he frenziedly descended downwards, Lin Ming locked onto Wugong with his soul force. At this moment, he was filled with an incomparable calmness. Against a martial arts master who was a half-step into the Hotian realm, even his Thunderfire annihilation would be useless to defeat him. There would only be one chance to turn this defeat into victory. This would be a mid-air battle with his life on the line. If you want to kill me, then I'll drag you down with me. Lin Ming gripped the base of the heavy profound soft spear. The 9-foot-long spear began to emit a cold brightness on its spear point. Its murderous intent was overflowing. The crazily fluttering wind blew against him. Lin Ming began to fiercely revolve his true essence, and he brought forth a maddening amount. Concept of wind, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming spread his arms wide. It was like an invisible and gentle force had been born underneath him, cradling Lin Ming in its grasp. His falling speed began to slow down. When Lin Ming had first comprehended the concept of wind within the violent wind tunnel, it was possible for him to let his body pause in the air for a moment. Now as he sailed amidst the wind and his strength had sharply risen, he was even more like a fish in water. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and his body suddenly rose up, flying directly towards Wugong. Wugong experienced a frightening shock as he rode the heavenly wind eagle. He had never even imagined that Lin Ming could use his own power to stay in the air. Even if it was Ouyang Dihua who had personally tasted the speed of Lin Ming's movements, he wouldn't have thought this was possible. Lin Ming's skill at movement had already reached the point of sailing in the wind. In the minds of most, only a Xiantian realm martial artist with incomparably thick true essence could fly. This was common sense. Has this boy reached the Xiantian realm? As soon as this thought flashed in Wugong's mind, he instantly rejected it. It was impossible. As Wugong remained dumbfounded by what was happening, Lin Ming had already rushed 100 feet towards him. He gripped the heavy profound soft spear with both arms, and his body's complete momentum came roaring out. His spear shot out perpendicular to his arm. The keenly sharp true essence whistled as it tore through the air. The silver-white spear point was just like a blazing silver meteor that was rushing out. Wugong suddenly recovered his composure. He pulled out his long saber and gave a fierce shout. His saber slashed out at Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear. But at this moment, Lin Ming's hand that was holding the spear lowered, and the spear point thrust past the saber and straight into the heavenly wind eagle. Wugong was taken aback. This was truly a rude awakening. Lin Ming's target was not him, but his mount. If he didn't have his mount, he would fall almost 1,000 feet and hit the ground before shattering into pieces. Just die. Wugong angrily shouted and his saber cut out at Lin Ming. The saber had been kindled with a pyroclastic flame. If Lin Ming kept stabbing out, then his flame essence would absolutely severely injure or even kill Lin Ming. This was a fighting style that placed one's life on the line. Let's just see who is more willing to die. At this moment, Lin Ming's body flew backwards. Huagong's saber only cut air, but he was forced to draw back due to Lin Ming's attack. As long as the heavenly winged eagle was unharmed and they both reached the ground, then he would hold an overwhelming advantage. But at this moment, another unthinkable scene took place. Although Lin Ming had retreated, the heavy profound soft spear in his hand suddenly stretched out. This was the skill of inscription, astral spear. The several dozen feet long astral spear was like a snow-colored bolt of lightning that shot out. The supplementary skill of inscription of the astral inscription symbol was the astral spear. This ability was able to condense true essence into a part of the spear itself. As long as one's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could infinitely extend it. Puff! The astral spear pierced through the heavenly winged eagle's body with no resistance, and cut through its heart and lungs. Screech! The heavenly winged eagle issued a wailing scream, and its body suddenly lost balance as it tumbled downwards. True essence manifestation, flow like silk. Lin Ming did not give Huagong even the slightest chance to retaliate. The heavy profound soft spear in his hands began to violently shake, and vibrating true essence erupted from his spear as it began to realize into reality. More than 5,000 true essence filaments formed into 5,000 devilish flood dragons that broke into the heavenly winged eagle's body and tore apart all of its organs. The entire body of the heavenly winged eagle sprayed blood, and its entire body exploded in a sea of crimson as it died. You are courting death. Huagong's eyes turned red with rage. He jumped up using the broken body of the heavenly winged eagle, and with the rebounding strength, he let out a scream and called another heavenly winged eagle towards him. How could Lin Ming not see through his intentions? He retracted his arms, raised another mass of true essence, and while pointing his long spear straight out, he thrust it at the second heavenly winged eagle. Stop! Hualong cried out in increasing panic. If this heavenly winged eagle were to die, then he would be finished. Red Lotus Purgatory. Huagong gave a loud shout and his body erupted in a raging inferno. As he wielded his saber, the red lotus began to bloom and the sky darkened. It was as if this red lotus was swallowing all the light of the sun. When Lin Ming had fought Zhu Yan had overdrawn his true essence in that final moment in order to use this move. But compared to Huagong now, whether it was his aura or deadliness of the flames, Zhu Yan's move was far weaker in all aspects. Seeing the burning hot red lotus fly straight at him, Lin Ming unfolded his arms as if here were a golden rock himself. Both feet moved in a straight manner, and his body was like a kite that flew off to the side. This was an airborne step of golden rock shattering the void, imperial wind rock art. When Lin Ming had defeated Zhang Guanyu, he had combined the concept of wind with the foundation movement technique. Although he hadn't used any top-tier movement martial skill steps to win, that didn't mean that golden rock shattering the void did not have its own unique steps. Ha! The red lotus purgatory slid past Lin Ming's body. However, the energy contained within Huagong's move was simply too excessive and formidable. Even though Lin Ming had evaded the red lotus purgatory, he still felt the searing wind that was carried from the red lotus purgatory. At that time, blood painfully surged within his body and his body was sent tumbling around. Huagong took this opportunity to swing a whip, and the whip entangled itself around the last heavenly winged eagle's claws. Like this, his speed of descent slowed down. As he tumbled around, Lin Ming saw this and felt anxious. He didn't have much time left. They were now only a few hundred feet from the ground. Lin Ming flicked his hand and the heavy profound soft spear was withdrawn back into the spatial ring. Now that he was 1,200 genes lighter, Lin Ming's body felt light like a swallow. He raised his true essence again. Lin Ming stepped on air and moved straight towards the heavenly winged eagle. F***CK off. Huagong gripped the whip, and with a tug of his strength, he swung up from it. His body flew up at an angle towards Lin Ming, and he chopped out with a sizzling saber to cut Lin Ming in half. Huagong was truly a martial artist who was a half-step into the Houtian realm. Even if he was restricted in the air, he could still attack Lin Ming. As Huagong struck out with his saber, it still contained an immensely powerful force to it. Lin Ming had already pulled out the heavy profound soft spear to block the attack. With Huagong's body upside down, the billowing hot fire true essence burnt off his beard and all his hair. Lin Ming flew backwards in the air again. He raised his true essence to push down the roiling blood within his chest. His eyes locked onto the heavenly winged eagle. This distance was already past the limit that the astral spear could reach. His attack range was too low. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and drew out another weapon from his spatial ring. This weapon was another long spear. This spear was 8 feet 8 inches long. The shaft was a dark purple and the tip was a deep red. This spear was one he hadn't used in a long time, penetrating rainbow. Lin Ming bellowed. His strength of 8,000 genes erupted, and vibrating true essence rushed into the penetrating rainbow spear. He aimed at the heavenly winged eagle, and shot out his spear. Whiz! The penetrating rainbow spear shattered the ear, sending out a screeching howl as if a sharp knife were scratching against ice. Listening to the horrifying sound, one could imagine the terrifying strength behind that spear. At this point, Wugong had already used his saber, and his momentum had dried up. In the air, he simply had nowhere he could leverage. He could only helplessly watch as the spear was fired out dozens of feet towards the heavenly winged eagle. Although the heavenly winged eagle was a third-level vicious beast, Lin Ming's strength had recently arrived at an exceedingly potent level. Having just swallowed the 500-year-old blood Lingji, his vitality was like a burning stove. The penetrating rainbow spear that he threw out was nearly faster than the speed of sound. How could one possibly dodge it? The heavenly winged eagle was pierced like tofu by the penetrating rainbow spear. Blood spewed forth a dozen feet into the air. The speed of the penetrating rainbow didn't slow down, it passed through the heavenly winged eagle and kept soaring out into the sky. Wugong issued a furious scream of anger. He seized the whip, and wanted to leverage it to cut towards Lin Ming again with his saber, but the heavenly winged eagle had already died. Wugong had no strength to initiate an attack. How could he catch Lin Ming, who had already comprehended the concept of wind? Wugong's saber uselessly cut air as he rapidly plummeted downwards. He was still 800 feet from the ground. Boy! I'll remember you. Wugong gave off an angry roar as he fell faster and faster. Lin Ming lifted his spear and pursued him. Although they were far from the ground, he didn't know if this height was enough to kill a man who was a half step into the Hotian realm. Since it's like this, let me add to the fire. Lin Ming shook his heavy profound soft spear. Skill of inscription, astral spear. The 100-foot astral spear formed. Lin Ming raised his arms and mercilessly thrust towards Wugong. This level of attack could not injure Wugong. He lifted his saber to fend off the spear. However, the moment he fended off the attack, Wugong's body was like a ball which had been struck. His falling speed exploded. I will tear you into a million pieces. Wugong called out in anger. Lin Ming simply ignored him. He crazily poured true essence into the heretical god seed's flame essence and thunder soul, brewing up and readying his own unique martial skill, Thunderbolt Annihilation. Take advantage of the moment, and take his life. He had already made up his mind. Even if Wugong were to die from this fall, he would not give a single inch of mercy, he would use his strongest move. This Wugong was probably not much weaker than an ordinary Hotian realm martial artist. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lin Ming didn't dare to hesitate at all. However, just as Wugong was about to hit the ground, Lin Ming's complexion changed. They were above a forest of the southern wilderness. In the moment that they fell into the forest, Wugong had flicked his whip and wrapped it around a branch of a thick tree. Chapter 164, Red. Lotus Demonic Inflammation. Lin Ming cursed. He hadn't thought that the forest terrain would ruin everything that he had planned. Although Wugong had wrapped his whip around the branch of a tree, his falling speed was simply too fast. The branch broke under the strain of the pull and Wugong fell to the ground with a very loud explosion, creating a human-shaped hole in the ground. Wugong had been badly injured. His internal organs were crushed, and he had broken several ribs. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He had been ready to run for his life, but now seeing that Wugong had been so miserably injured in the fall, he changed his mind. Destroy him while he's down, and eliminate the root before any more problems emerged. If he didn't, then Wugong would simply eat several top-quality pills and restore his true essence. Once that happened, he would still chase him down and murder him. Although Lin Ming had the advantage of being able to fly in the air, once his true essence was exhausted, he would inevitably fall down. If Wugong followed him on ground, he would catch up sooner or later. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and put forth 120% of his strength. He dove down like a falcon from a height of several dozen feet in the air. He thrust his spear out in front of him. The thunder soul and flame essence within began to violently tremble. The calamitous forces of fire and thunder were like an unforgiving flow that were about to burst out. Heretical god force, open. The long spear aimed down, and the spear point was aimed straight. The horrifying sound of thunder and fire fusing began to echo in the air. The heavy, profound, soft spear was just like a meteor that was intertwining with thunder and fire, blazing down. At this moment, the severely wounded Huagong suddenly flipped up. Seeing Lin Ming's spear coming at him, his expression was incomparably ugly. Although his internal organs were crushed and his ribs were broken, he still had the true essence protection of a half-step Hoqian realm master flowing through his innards, skeleton, and muscles. With this durable true essence protection, he was able to barely staunch the severe wounds. He had wanted to play dead as if he had been severely wounded to lure Lin Ming down, but hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be so decisive with his attack. Not only did he not investigate his wounds, but he had immediately used his finishing blow. Of course, to Huagong, who specialized in the art of fire, Lin Ming's so-called finishing blow that seemed to flow with some sort of flame simply looked like some second-rate skill. Humph, you are just some altering muscle stage junior and your cultivation is mediocre. You still dare to fight me with flame. Huagong sneered and his entire body combusted in a tornado of flames. Although he had truly been severely wounded, his cultivation was still a half-step into the Hoqian realm. How could he fear a little junior at the altering muscle stage? Red Lotus demonic inflammation. Huagong gave a loud shout as a red lotus flower appeared out of thin air in front of him. Tongues of flame flowed along the flower petals like crimson snakes, pouring a massive amount of fire true essence into his saber until it turned a blazing red, as if it were about to melt. Poof! Just as he had used the red lotus demonic inflammation, Huagong spat out a mouthful of blood. With the severe wounds on his injured body, he was just barely able to support such a strong martial skill. Damn kid, he actually made me suffer such a heavy injury. I will kill him first before I find a place to heal myself. Thinking this, Huagong forcefully revolved his true essence and wielded his saber. Above the saber, a vast swirl of rolling flames spread through the air. The land underneath his feet was instantly burned black, and a crimson heatwave spread out in all directions. In every place this heatwave touched, the vegetation would all wither and finally combust into fiery flames, turning into nothing but ash. Compared to the flames on Lin Ming's spear, whether it was horrifically scorching aura or the intensity of flames that spread out in a terrifying heat wave, the red lotus demonic inflammation was far superior. However, even facing the formidable red lotus demonic inflammation, the flames in Lin Ming's spear seemed to contain their own strange aura, as if it were boiling. Lin Ming was able to clearly feel the fluctuating flames and bursts of rolling heat transmitting from his heart. It was as if the flame essence was dancing in excitement. Ha! When the spear and saber crossed each other, the twin energies of thunder and fire suddenly interwove, thunder-fire annihilation. As the seemingly weak flame met the seemingly weak lightning, a dominant power suddenly erupted. For a time, it was as if all sound in the surroundings had been swallowed by some mystical force. The heavy, profound, soft spear was like a bolt of silver light that roared out, tearing through the atmosphere. The interweaving energies of thunder and fire coalesced into a mysterious ball of light that shot out from the spear, and directly clashed head-on against the red lotus demonic inflammation. There was a deafening explosion as if a raging bolt of thunder had struck. Raging true essence scattered in all directions like a tsunami of water crashing out from the epicenter of the explosion. Lin Ming was sent flying tumbling backwards like a rag doll. Even though Huagong was severely wounded, his move still had such power. As he tumbled back in the air, Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavy, profound, soft spear desperately swept out and mercilessly broke apart a large tree. Lin Ming gathered his strength after slowing his momentum, and firmly managed to hold his body straight. He looked up to see Huagong standing where he had been. The land around him had become a scorched, sunken pit. Huagong's entire body was slick with blood, and he was kneeling on the ground and supporting himself with his long saber. This caused Lin Ming's heart to contract. A martial artist that was a half-step into the Hoqian realm was actually formidable to this degree. Huagong had been severely injured, and not only that, but Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force and also used thunderfire annihilation. Still, he had failed to kill him. Lin Ming had consumed too much true essence, so he did not continue his attack. Instead, he took out a pure true essence stone, and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, as he rapidly absorbed the true essence to restore his strength. But at this moment, Wagong suddenly grinned. Under his blackened lips, he revealed a row of glowing white teeth. To Lin Ming, that gruesome smile caused his heart to go cold. This fellow actually still had strength. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Is this really a martial skill that an altering muscle stage martial artist can release? It seems that I was the one who was not familiar with how the world has already changed. Good, very good. Today, even if I have to ruin my cultivation, I will kill you. Otherwise, if I let you live, there will be no end of my future troubles. Wagong let out another shout. His body began to burn once again with the Red Lotus demonic inflammation. But this time, the Red Lotus demonic inflammation was much weaker. As the fiery snakes twisted around his body, Wagong spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already gone past his limit. I don't believe that you have the true essence to use that move again. Wagong tread both feet on the ground, and the charred land began to rupture. He rushed forwards, his blazing saber cutting forwards to take Lin Ming's head. At this moment of life or death, Lin Ming's mind was calm like ice. His right hand held out the heavy profound soft spear, and his left hand's thumb traced the spatial ring. He couldn't use Thunderfire Annihilation again, and it was also impossible for him to fend off Wagong's saber. Die for me. Wagong's saber chopped down. The hot air from the saber circled up into a violent tornado as it stirred up a scalding air current. Meanwhile, Lin Ming also thrust out his spear, flow like silk. 5,000 strands of fierce true essence gushed out like a tide towards Wagong, and in the midst of this torrent was mixed in a small blue bead. Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. Bang. True essence detonated the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. At the same time, Lin Ming immediately launched the golden rock shattering the void movement ability and flew backwards. In that flash, even the sun seemed to have lost all color. The countless dazzlingly bright rays were like golden swords that stabbed out in all directions. Lin Ming was struck by the shockwave of the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead in addition to the heat wave from Wagong's saber. Even though his physical body had been strengthened and he had the medium-grade human step purple gold flexible armor bestowed by the Crown Prince, his internal organs were still impacted by the terrifying backlash and he vomited blood. However, Wagong was even more miserable. He had almost run into the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. The endless torrents of wanton explosive energy had recklessly fallen on Wagong's body. Under the previous severe wounds he had taken, the true essence that protected his body was already weakened to the point that it couldn't take a normal strike, so how could he possibly defend against such a violent explosion? Wagong's chest had been completely blown open into stringy pulp. His blood mixed with meat bits had been sent scattering about. Wagong was sent flying backwards until he struck a large tree, and with a harsh crashing sound, the thick trunk of the large tree was cracked in half by the force of the collision. Wagong was like a dead dog as he tumbled several dozen feet on the ground, before coming to a slow stop. His long saber spun in a few circles before it sunk into the ground. How could I, like this? Wagong was unwilling to admit this situation, and he tried to crawl up. However, his heart and lungs had already exploded within his chest. His blood stained the land and his life was slowly leaking away. I am actually going to die at an altering martial artist's hands. I refuse. Wagong reached out a hand as if he wanted to grasp the saber that had sunk into the ground. But then, he spat one last mouthful of blood and his body went limp. He had died. It was a pity that he didn't know that Lin Ming still possessed the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. In addition to the severe wounds he had, his perception had also been dulled, otherwise he would have found the trap that had been hidden within Lin Ming's true essence. Alas, this was simply fate. Ouyang Dihua would never have dreamed that Lin Ming was able to comprehend his own unique martial skill that was almost the exact same as the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. The result was that Ouyang Dihua had thought that Lin Ming had used the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead as if he were enjoying it for fireworks. The sky flashed with blood-red lightning. Soon after, it began to rain. The southern wilderness had a humid climate, and there were often thunderstorms. The torrential downpour of rain washed away the remaining vestiges of blood. Lin Ming dragged the heavy profound soft spear and limped over, wounded, to Wagong's side. After taking some healing pills, Lin Ming sat down in the middle of a mud puddle and let the pattering rain wash over his wounded body. This rain actually helped me, Lin Ming quietly muttered to himself. After he was caught in the shockwaves from the explosions, his injuries were simply too heavy. In the southern wilderness, there were countless roaming vicious beasts. If blood drifted out, then it would certainly attract many vicious beasts here. With Lin Ming's current condition, if he had to face many vicious beasts, the outcome could be imagined. A life and death battle, that was too close. This was the first time that Lin Ming had ever killed another man. However, he didn't have any particular feelings towards this. He had chosen to travel down the path of martial artists. Sooner or later, he would have encountered situations where he would have to kill others. Lin Ming had long since come to terms with this reality. Not only that, but in the 10,000 killing array, when he had killed the phantom martial artists inside, that feeling had been completely real. There was no difference between that and actually killing someone. Lin Ming was very thankful that he had obtained the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead from his duel with Zhang Guanyu. In terms of power, the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead was slightly weaker than his own Thunderfire Annihilation. However, this time, Wugong's true essence protection had already been reduced to being no more defensive than paper, and thus was unable to block the fatal explosion from the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. After a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, their physical strength would not change too much. If they didn't have true essence protecting them, then a Hotian realm master and a pulse condensation period martial artist's defensive capabilities would be the same. Why did this person want to kill me? Who ordered him? Ouyang Dihua. Or was it the Allied Trade Association? Lin Ming recalled his meeting with Qin Zia. Bai Luo's illusion had simply been too profound, and his voice, appearance, temperament, and even body odor were all consistent with Qin Zia's. Even though Lin Ming's perception was much higher than a martial artist at the same level, he too was unable to see through it. But now that Lin Ming recalled the time he had faced Qin Zia, he remembered he had felt there was something off. This was just an intuition of his. As Wugong mentioned this a moment ago, Lin Ming suddenly realized what he had neglected. That was Zither Heart. Chapter 165, Hollow Flame Essence. Qin Zia's Zither Heart was similar to a martial artist's heart of martial arts. It was an unshakable embodiment of his will. The first time that Lin Ming had seen Qin Zia, he had felt a faint aura of righteousness from him, as if there was some vast wave that lay in the depths of his heart. This was Qin Zia's Zither Heart. But the second time that he had seen Qin Zia, it was different. Although his appearance, voice, temperament, and even scent were the same, he was actually missing that Zither Heart. I see, so it was like that. There was someone masquerading as Qin Zia. What kind of camouflage technique could be realistic to this point? And they actually dared to pose as Qin Zia. This person must have known that Qin Zia had already left the Seven Profound Martial House, otherwise he would never have even an ounce of courage to pretend to be him. Qin Zia moves around from place to place so much that not even the Allied Trade Association has the ability to find out where he is. It can only be someone high up within the Seven Profound Martial House, like Ouyang Dihua. That fake Qin Zia might have even been Ouyang Dihua himself. He could have learned some profound and mysterious transfiguration technique from the Seven Profound Valleys to fool me. It seems that the Seven Profound Decree is also fake, and the whole mess with Wuluan Nation and the Seraphic Pond and the quota of people were also fabricated by him. Lin Ming took the Seven Profound Decree from his spatial ring and ruefully smiled. He had only just glanced at the Seven Profound Decree one time, so he hadn't been able to figure out if this one was real or fake. As Lin Ming was figuring out everything that happened, he felt a sudden shaking in his chest, his heart began to rapidly beat, and heat flowed through his blood to all his limbs. Flame Essence. Lin Ming searched inside his body and discovered that the heretical god Seed's flame essence was very excited, as if it had just encountered something new. It was like a happy puppy that kept jumping up and down without being able to calm down. This little fellow, what's he doing? Lin Ming, though that was peculiar. Originally the Thunder Soul was the more lively and active one, and the flame essence was usually sitting calmly around, so why was it so jumpy today? Thinking back on this, when he had used Thunderfire Annihilation a moment ago, the flame essence had been exceptionally excited, and the fires that it had produced were much more formidable than in the past. Could it be Red Lotus demonic inflammation. Lin Ming's memories flashed before his eyes. Of course. He was so silly. Since the flame essence was able to absorb lava fire, then it could absorb other types of fires. He hadn't thought that the Red Lotus demonic inflammation technique that Huagong had released a moment ago was a type of energy that he could have absorbed. But now that Huagong had died, how could he absorb it? The flame essence shouldn't be so excited without a good reason. It must have found something interesting. Aware of this, Lin Ming began to probe Huagong's corpse with his soul force. Since Huagong had died, his soul had dissipated, so Lin Ming was able to drive his soul force straight into the body and investigate. Here it is. Lin Ming drew a dagger and picked at a part of Huagong's right hand. A red bead of burning flames immediately jumped out. Although this bead had been buried within Huagong's flesh, there wasn't the slightest bit of blood staining it. As the fire bead appeared, it suddenly flew up, trying to escape, however Lin Ming had already trapped it with his true essence. Once he obtained the fire bead, the flame essence within Lin Ming's heretical god seed became even more agitated, as if it couldn't wait to devour it. Is this also a flame essence? Lin Ming looked at the fire bead and found that there was an exquisitely beautiful lotus flower carved upon it. Obviously, this was the so-called red lotus. No, this isn't a flame essence. This should be a hollow flame essence. A flame essence was not easy to form. The only reason that the flame essence within Lin Ming's body had formed was because he had the mystical secret skill, heretical god force, which was powerful to the extent of going against heaven's will. It was easier said than done to find a flame essence that had naturally formed in nature. There were many refiners and alchemists who had searched their entire lives for a flame essence and had only ended up empty-handed. Huagong's cultivation had also just barely brushed against the Hotian realm. With his cultivation, the only way that he could obtain a flame essence was by having a fortuitous event. However, since he was a refiner, Huagong must have had a way to control fire. Huagong had managed to obtain a wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. Although the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame was a high-grade flame, in the end a mere flame was still a flame. It was impossible for it to be eternal like a true flame essence. It would slowly wither and fade away with time. However, a true flame essence would never be extinguished. If one didn't want it to fade away, then one could only constantly refine it. Huagong had paid a great price to collect various fire attribute materials in order to refine and stabilize the wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. During this period, he even had to steal a material from his sect, and thus broke sect rules and was expelled, then was forced to flee the 7 profound valleys. After endlessly refining all sorts of precious materials into a high-grade flame, it would eventually become a hollow flame essence, otherwise known as an artificial flame essence. A hollow flame essence could exist for hundreds of years. During this time, in order to maintain its great power, one had to constantly refine materials into it. A hollow flame essence was far inferior to a true flame essence. A true Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence could casually release Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Just by taking one of these wisps of flames and adding many fire attribute materials, one could create a hollow flame essence. But the flames that a Red Lotus demonic inflammation hollow flame essence released were not Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Rather, they were just flames that were slightly superior to ordinary flames. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's cultivation, how could he possibly resist it? Although this is a hollow flame essence, there are countless flame attribute exotic materials and treasures refined within it. It is an absolutely nourishing flame attribute material. Who knew what sort of great price that Deadman paid in order to create this hollow flame essence, and yet I obtained it at such a cheap price. Then, I shall help myself to it. Lin Ming was blunt. He directly absorbed the Red Lotus hollow flame essence within him. The hollow flame essence was sucked into Lin Ming's heart, where it was immediately overpowered by the brutal force of the heretical god seed. Shortly thereafter, the little flame essence that was in the heretical god seed became like a greedy little kitten as it madly rushed forwards, already eagerly impatient. The tiny flame essence submerged itself into the Red Lotus fire bead that was several thousands of times larger than itself. The hollow flame essence began to violently tremble in a dramatic last stand of resistance as it continually flickered like a candle wick in wind. The hollow flame essence fiercely struggled, but no matter how it fought, its efforts were ultimately futile. This process lasted for half an incense stick of time. The hollow flame essence began to gradually shrink, becoming smaller and smaller, until it was eventually all sucked into that little flame essence. The little flame essence had grown up just a bit. It was originally the size of a spark, but now it had become as large as a sesame seed. This left Lin Ming completely speechless. The red lotus fire bead may not have been large, but the fire attribute energy within was much purer than the lava fire inside the lava cave, and also much more powerful. After all, it had come from a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotian realm, and was also the result of decades of grueling accumulation of all sorts of materials and other rare items. Still, even after it was absorbed by the little flame essence, that flame essence had only grown a bit. It seemed that in order to foster its growth, he would have to spend a great deal of effort. If that little flame essence one day grew up, its power would inevitably be on an extremely terrifying level. For instance, a high-grade flame essence like the Red Lotus Demonic Inflammation Flame Essence was a dream that not even legendary Xiantian masters would dare to hope for. Once this sort of flame essence appeared in the world, it would set off an apocalyptic storm of bloody terror. Lin Ming could not help but think of the future fascinating possibilities. What if he was able to obtain the Red Lotus Demonic Inflammation Flame Essence and let his tiny fire essence absorb it? What would happen then? Or what if he was able to obtain some sort of strange exotic thunder soul, for instance, some kind of divine lightning, or evil expelling purple lightning, and then let his tiny thunder soul absorb it? What sort of effect would there be then? If he used thunderfire annihilation after that, what sort of effect would he be able to achieve? Lin Ming couldn't help but be inspired. Perhaps even a mighty Xiantian master would immediately be destroyed in the resulting blasé. As Lin Ming was thinking of all these fantastic scenarios, he caught a glimpse of a long saber sticking out of the ground. This long saber was Huagong's weapon. Lin Ming pulled the saber out of the ground to take a look. The saber was white like snow, and had an iridescent shimmer. Good saber. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire such a weapon. This was a high-grade human steppe treasure. It was something that originated from a large sect. Its power was simply terrifying. That fellow was simply oozing money. Lin Ming helped himself to the saber and placed it within his spatial ring. Then, his gaze shifted to Huagong's spatial ring that had dropped. If he killed someone and didn't take their goods, that would simply be wasting everyone's time. Medium-grade human steppe spatial ring. Lin Ming was overjoyed. This space within this ring was at least 5 or 6 times larger than his own low-grade human steppe spatial ring. Not only that, but it was also more stable, and would last for 7 or 8,000 more years. This sort of treasure was very practical for Lin Ming's use. As he gathered more and more items, Lin Ming found that he was beginning to lack space within his own spatial ring. Because small dimensions were not compatible with each other, he couldn't place a spatial ring within another spatial ring. Therefore, he had a number of spatial rings that he could only keep in his hand. But this wasn't very convenient. Lin Ming sank his soul force into the spatial ring. As he took a sweep around, he suddenly gasped. Heavens! There were actually several dozens of treasures inside. The majority of these were low-grade human steppe treasures. However, there were also 2 medium-grade human steppe treasures. These low-grade human steppe treasures were new, and didn't have any inscriptions on them. But the 2 medium-grade treasures had seen some use. Yes, it seems this fellow was a refiner. Only a refiner or alchemist would spend so much time and effort in order to breed their own hollow flame essence. There are about 30 low-grade human steppe treasures here that are brand new. Obviously, they are something that he refined himself. As for the medium-grade treasures, they shouldn't have been something that he was able to make. Normally, one would need to be a Hotian realm martial artist in order to create medium-grade human steppe treasures. As for high-grade human steppe treasures, those were things that could only be created by a Xiantian realm master, and that was why the corresponding price was so exorbitantly high. Lin Ming continued to probe the spatial ring. Besides the treasures, there were also several 10,000 gold tael bank notes, and also a heavy bag of true essence stones. He took the bag out. There were actually over 100 pure true essence stones that were worth 1,000 gold taels each inside. This refiner was really rich. Lin Ming said with happiness. These true essence stones were enough for him to use for a very long while. I should sell the treasures that this fellow made for money and exchange them for true essence stones and other things. Although a refiner would have a lot of money, They also spent money quickly because they had to purchase various materials to refine. This fellow had also bought up various flame attribute materials in order to refine his hollow flame essence. These were not small expenses. Besides these treasures and true essence stones, there was nothing more of value. There was a jade slip with a cultivation method inside, and there were also some fire attribute materials that were apparently to be used to raise the hollow flame essence. Lin Ming absorbed these materials into the heretical god seed and turned them all into the flame essence's nutrients. As for the jade slip, he glanced at it once and wasn't too interested. It was a medium-grade human step cultivation method. Of course, if he were to sell it he could obtain a great deal of money. After Lin Ming had inventoried everything, the most precious things that he had found were the high-grade human step treasure saber and the spatial ring itself. Lin Ming put away the spatial ring, and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming was shocked. Oh. Chapter 166, Witch Sisters. Lin Ming put away the spatial ring, and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment, a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. He saw that the flame had taken on a deep garnet color, and snakes of flames seemed as if they were the petals of a blooming lotus flower. Obviously, his flames had taken on some of the characteristics of the red lotus demonic inflammation. Even with such a tiny surge of flames, it still created a whistling heat wave that flooded the area like a soaring tide of fire. Lin Ming was stirred. He took a sharp steel dagger from his spatial ring and passed it through the flames. In only a few breaths of time, the edge of the knife had actually turned red as it softened, and finally melted into a lump of liquid steel. Lin Ming was elated. The new flames that he conjured were on a much higher level than those of the lava fire flames. Although the burning lava was hot, it still wasn't enough to melt steel. Lin Ming waved his hand and a wisp of flame fell onto Huagong's corpse. With a shishi sound, Huagong's corpse was quickly enveloped by this dark red flame. Since this flame was easily able to melt steel, its effects on a human body could be imagined. In a mere moment, Huagong had turned into ashes, without even a bone remaining. Lin Ming casually shook his sleeve, and a cool breeze blew away the ashes. The corpse was gone without a single trace. After all this, Lin Ming began to search for the penetrating rainbow spear that he had thrown. This spear had been at Lin Ming's side through thick and thin. Although he didn't have much use for it these days, he still wasn't willing to discard it just like that. However, to search for a spear in the vast forest was easier said than done. Fortunately, Lin Ming had already used the penetrating rainbow spear for some time, and his true essence had been repeatedly poured into it, so there should still have been a residual trace of true essence within the spear. Lin Ming was able to follow this small trace of true essence. Finally, amidst a pile of weeds, he found the penetrating rainbow spear nearly completely submerged in mud. After taking back the penetrating rainbow spear, Lin Ming began to formulate a plan on how to deal with Ouyang Dihua. Regardless of whether it was power or influence, Ouyang Dihua had the advantage in all fields. If he returned to the Seven Profound martial house like this, he would easily lose, and might even be killed by Ouyang Dihua. Strength. I have to grasp more strength, and then return to the Seven Profound martial house to get revenge for what happened on this day. Lin Ming simply decided to stay in the southern wilderness. Here was a good land to gain experiences and grow. The southern wilderness was 100,000 miles long and 100,000 miles wide. It was located southwest of Sky Fortune Kingdom. The land here was not in the sphere of influence of the Seven Profound Valleys. There were no countries in the southern wilderness. Rather, there were individual tribes that were scattered around. The mainland referred to these tribes as groups of barbarians, and thought that they lacked ethics and ate birds and animals raw. It was true they had different moral principles, however, it was false that they ate birds and animals raw. The people of the southern wilderness would often marry close relatives. To those that lived in the mainland, this was an outrageous and sacrilegious affront to their sensibilities. The girls of the southern wilderness were extremely bold in their choice of clothing. They often only wore animal skins or thin linens to cover their most vital parts. With such simple dress, there wasn't much that was hidden, and it often caused those watching to fall into daydreams. The girls of the southern wilderness were the healthy color of wheat. They were mostly tall and slim, with slender and fit legs. Daggers were tied to their legs by animal skins, and they wore ivory jewelry fashioned from the bones of vicious beasts on their neck and wrists. There was a certain exotic charm to this. Lin Ming had already been in the southern wilderness for 5 days. He had walked south from the forest for the entire time, and had finally seen his first southern tribe. In those past 5 days, Lin Ming had killed almost 100 vicious beasts on his way there. Where he was now was only at the southern edge of a great mountain range. The vicious beasts here were not ranked too highly. The strongest vicious beast he had encountered along the way was only equal to a bone-forging stage martial artist. This sort of vicious beast posed no threat at all to Lin Ming. After walking through the wild forests for such a long time, Lin Ming finally saw the telltale smoke signs of human civilization. Lin Ming let out a breath in relief and didn't say anything else. He was simply tired of the diet that he had been eating these days. Except for the vicious beast meat, there were only wild fruits. The most notable problem was that there was no salt, so everything he tasted was bland. This tribe probably had little more than 1,000 people. As Lin Ming walked into the tribe, he suddenly felt a wave of exotic and adventurous wind. Here, there were huts and tents, large and small. All the pointy tents were embroidered with fascinating designs, such as vicious beasts, totems, mythical demon lords, and phoenixes. Between the tents on the road, there were traders wearing southern clothing and carrying bamboo poles. They sold a wide variety of products, such as fine bone jewelry, handmade knives, bows and arrows, rare animal skins, bird-feathered hats, and so on. Of the southern people that Lin Ming encountered on the way, most of them had training in martial arts. In the southern wilderness, the forests were thick with vegetation and thorns, and vicious beasts eternally haunted the lands. The people of the southern wilderness often had to fight with vicious beasts, and gradually, over time, this caused the physical strength and martial arts cultivation talent of the southern people to generally be better than those of the mainland. As Lin Ming was looking for a vendor to buy a few jeans of salt, he saw a young, slim girl, about 16 or 17 years old with a smiling face as radiant as a flower beckon to him. She pointed to herself, and then pointed to inside of her tent. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned before he snapped back to reality. The social customs of the southern wilderness were very open and lax. Regarding marriages, besides important people of clans and tribes, it was simply not fixed for ordinary people. They would often implement a sort of walking marriage, matriarchal system society. When a man and woman met in a situation that they were attracted to each other, then the man would spend a pleasurable night at the woman's sleeping place, and then he would leave at dawn the next day. If there was a child, then the bride's family would raise the it. This was the first time that Lin Ming had encountered such a thing. He awkwardly waved his hands with some embarrassment. He did not plan to leave a child in the southern wilderness and then wash his hands of any responsibility. The young girl's face was colored with disappointed, and she bitterly pulled down the tent's curtain. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Lin Ming felt something. He noted that not too far away were 2 girls and 2 men. The 2 men looked to be 30 or 40 years old. One was bald, and had very hard and ferocious features. He was big and tall, and carried a 10-foot-long mace on his back. The other man was just the opposite. He was thin and small of build, and he wore leather armor. There was a small axe on his back. His face was lean and sunken, not unlike a monkey. What caused Lin Ming to be surprised was that these 2 homely men both had an impressive cultivation at the peak bone-forging stage. It was quite unusual for 2 bone-forging stage martial artists to suddenly appear in a small tribe with only 1,000 people. Lin Ming's gaze shifted to the 2 girls. Although these 2 girls were only around 14 or 15 years old, their cultivation was already at the viscera training stage. To Lin Ming, this was even more startling. For a 14 or 15-year-old to reach the viscera training stage, this degree of success could only be achieved by a junior of an aristocratic family in the Sky Fortune Kingdom with at least a superior 4th-grade talent. For 2 girls with at least a superior 4th-grade talent and 2 men at the bone-forging stage to appear in a small tribe with 1,000 people was just too irrational. Perhaps these 2 are also outsiders, Lin Ming guessed. While Lin Ming noticed these 2 bone-forging stage men, they also noticed Lin Ming. The bald guy sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey face man. Big brother, this boy is at the altering muscle stage. He meets our requirements. The monkey-faced man nodded and replied with a true essence sound transmission, "How lucky." It seems that this boy is also only 15 or 16 years old. With such a cultivation at his young age, he is probably the son of some large aristocratic family. This little boy is inexperienced and arrogant, it will be easy to make him swallow the bait. Hee hee. I'll go up and call him. Once the matter is finished, we'll kill him. There are definitely many good things on his body. After we steal all of them, then us brothers will have all the benefit. Wait until he's out of here before we talk to him. If we are seen by others, then it will be bad. This boy surely has some sort of powerful background. If we are discovered by them, then it will be the end for us. All right. I know. The bald man licked his lips, a bit impatient. The monkey-faced man also licked his laps. He turned to the two girls behind them. Speaking to the older girl in front, he smiled and said, "Miss Na-e, we will rest for tonight in this tribe. I'll have to trouble you to guide us again tomorrow. Rest assured, as long as we find the sorcerer's holy land, I shall release you and your little sister. Of course, if you plan on playing some dirty trick on us, then, haha, don't blame us for being rude. You may or may not know, but a pair of witch sisters will sell for a very high price in Hulua Nation." The monkey-faced man smiled deviantly, and the young girl named Na-e could only stare at him. Her eyes were cold like the 9th layer of the abyss, and her little sister Na-shue's face whitened. If it were just Na-e, then she would have no fear to fight to the death. However, now she had her little sister with her, so she had no recourse but to submit to these two wicked men. Of these two girls, one was the elder sister, Na-e, who was 15 years old. The younger sister was named Na-shue, and was 14 years old. These two girls were originally the tribal witches of the southern wilderness. Most southern tribes were matriarchal societies. The supreme power of these tribes was a woman, known as the Witch Queen. Most of the clans and tribes of the southern wilderness believed in the faith of the sorcerer. The Witch Queen was considered the messenger of the sorcerer, and thus was also the tribe's greatest leader. A witch was a candidate for the next Witch Queen. A Witch Queen was not a hereditary position. For witches to be chosen, there was a very complex set of rules. Two girls were identified as witches at birth. If no accident happened, then they would enter into the sorcerer holy land when they were 16 years old and inherit the sacred inheritance of the sorcerer's mysterious power. Then, according to the sorcerer's decision, one of the two witches would be chosen as the successor, and become the next Witch Queen. However, when Na-e was only 14 years old, her tribe had been wiped out by a rare great flood of vicious beasts. In the southern wilderness, there were countless vicious beasts. Occasionally there would be massive riots of these vicious beasts that would form into a vicious beast flood. In a large-scale beast flood, there might possibly be as many as tens of millions of vicious beasts. It was enough to completely annihilate a tribe that was even millions of people strong. After Na tribe had been decimated by the beast flood, there was simply nothing left of the tribe, and not even 10% had survived. At that time, the nearby Fire Worm tribe had taken advantage of the fact that they were ruined to launch an attack. The Fire Worm tribe believed in shamanism, so they had different tribal beliefs. Not only that, but they also had many conflicts of interest, and there was always friction between the two. Since the beast flood had already weakened Na tribe, they were unable to resist the advancement of the Fire Worm tribe. As a result, Na tribe experienced a complete genocide. However, the two sisters Na-e and Na-shue were the hope of Na tribe. Before the outbreak of war, they had already been sent off. But they had left the wolves just to enter the tiger's den. The two sisters had been kidnapped by the bald men and the monkey-faced men. Their goal was simple. It was Na tribe's sorcerer holy land. Chapter 167, Sending Sheep into the Tiger's Denver. The Na tribe's sorcerer holy land was a hallowed ground that only the current Witch Queen and her successors knew the location of. This land was the tribe's ultimate legacy. Inside was contained the mysterious power of the sorcerer. Foreigners were absolutely not allowed to enter, otherwise that would desecrate the land of the sorcerer and blaspheme his name. Although her tribe had already perished, Na-e would rather die in order to maintain the long-gone glory of her people. But now, her younger sister had fallen into the hands of these two beasts, and thinking of the tragically pitiful fate that would befall her little sister was like a sizzling knife that pierced Na-e's heart. She could do naught but repeatedly delay her compromise in order to protect her. The monkey-faced man had found out that Na-i was intentionally delaying, so he had given her a warning earlier. Hee, big brother, if I don't give these two little girls a taste of what we can do, then they won't know just how fierce us double demons of the southern wilderness are. Tonight, I will bring the younger girl into a room to train well, and show her what it means to be a woman. As the bald man said this, he leered at Na Shui with an obscene smile. Pitiful Na Shui paled, hiding behind Na-i as she shivered. If you dare to touch her, I will immediately cut off my meridians and die. Na-i said as she stepped back, one hand protecting her little sister and the other clenched against her chest. She gritted her teeth, and began to revolve the true essence within her body. Her angry eyes were the same as a small leopard as she glared at the bald man. There was no doubt about it. She was someone who could follow up on her words. The bald man's aura was weakened as Na-i stared him down. He bitterly stepped back. Although his strength far surpassed Na-i, if they compared their aura, then he had not been able to suppress her. Number 2, don't mess with the sisters. Only the elder sister knows the way to open the path to the sorcerer holy land. If she commits suicide, then we won't be able to get anything at all. When we succeed in obtaining the power of the sorcerer, then your strength will rise to the pulse condensation period. At that time, you can have any woman you desire. You have to look forward to the goal ahead. The monkey-faced man said with a true essence voice transmission. I was just thinking that, the bald man muttered as he lasciviously licked his lips. I don't really care about the younger one, but that Na-i, which is someone I don't usually see. I like her strong temper. If I could bring her to bed, then she would be surely full of flavor. In the evening, Lin Ming spent the night at an inn within the small tribe. The next day, he bought a tent, rope, a variety of antidotes, and Duerming wine before he once again entered into the forest of the wilderness. The wild forest was not dense. Rather, it was often dotted with large tracts of grasslands and marshes. Lin Ming left the tribe and walked for about a quarter of an hour. Gradually, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of hoofbeats behind him. After a little time, 4 people on deep red mountain horses rode up in Lin Ming's sight. They were the 2 men and 2 young girls that he had seen yesterday. These 4 people were probably deliberately following me. Lin Ming had a very strong perception. When he was buying things on the street, he had noticed 2 men hiding in the inn, and occasionally peeking out to observe him. As they caught up with Lin Ming, the 2 men reined in their horses, and heartily laughed as they dismounted. The waxy monkey-faced man warmly asked, "Little brother, are you out for an adventure?" Lin Ming cupped his hands together in greeting and said, "Yes, I heard that the southern wilderness had a rich wealth of hidden treasures, so I came here to test my own luck. I wanted to see if I can obtain any medicinal grasses that I can use for elixirs, while gaining some experience." The bald man laughed as he heard this and then growled, "Little brother, you've come to the right place. The southern wilderness is incomparably vast. There are countless rare birds and beasts here, and endless amounts of precious materials and treasures. However, there are also many dangers, and the terrain is complex. It's very easy to get lost here. Little brother, if this is your first time coming to the southern wilderness, then how about traveling with us? We are very familiar with the surrounding areas, and our strength is also decent. How about it?" As the 2 men spoke, Lin Ming noticed that the little girl behind the men was anxiously biting her lip. She was looking at him with wide eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of distress, confusion, and fear within them. Lin Ming's mind stirred. It seems as if this little girl has something to say, but she can't say it. Is it because she fears these 2 men? It looks like the relationship between the 2 girls and these 2 men isn't friendly. As Lin Ming thought this, he secretly scanned the 2 men. These 2 men had a very fierce air around them. They seemed to be in a hurry to have Lin Ming go along with them. Their motivations were extremely suspicious. Otherwise, why would 2 peak-bone forging martial artists try to pull in a boy that was only at the altering muscle stage? That was purely looking for trouble. Interesting. What do these people want? To kill me and take my possessions. Lin Ming maintained a composed expression. He neither agreed nor refused. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to simply kill these 2 peak-bone forging martial artists, so he wasn't afraid that they might have some diabolical plan they wanted to hatch. The monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming hesitate and hurriedly said, "Doesn't little brother wish to go deep within the southern wilderness to explore?" There are many centuries-old herbs there, such as ginseng, lingji, and other plants. We brothers are going on a treasure hunt at an ancient site, but that site has an array formation that takes at least 3 martial artists whose cultivation is at the altering muscle stage or above to open. If you go with us, then when we obtain the treasure, we will give 20% to you. How about it? The monkey-faced man quickly gave a half-explanation as he found that Lin Ming seemed suspicious of them. But as he faced the monkey-faced man, Lin Ming had actually already used true essence sound transmission to speak to the 2 little girls behind him. He asked, "Are these 2 men your companions?" Seeing the 2 girls not respond, Lin Ming guessed that they weren't able to return a message through true essence sound transmission. He asked a different question. If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink both eyes. As Lin Ming said this, the older girl didn't have any expression, but the slightly more childish-looking one blinked both eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ming was suddenly aware of the situation. These 2 men were not good people. Are they holding you by force? If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink 2 eyes. The little girl blinked one eye. They really were being forcefully held by these 2 men. Lin Ming thought that things were finally becoming interesting. What reason was there for these 2 men to kidnap these 2 young girls? Were they planning on selling them to martial artists to use for some nefarious reason? Was it true that they are going to some ancient site to look for treasures? This time the little girl immediately blinked one eye. It seemed that there was indeed some ancient site. He said that he needed 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage to open the array formation of that ancient site. Is this also true? The little girl blinked her eye again. This time, the older girl glared at the younger one, and the little girl suddenly acted as if there was a child that had done something wrong, and timidly lowered her head. Lin Ming was a bit puzzled. What was the matter between these 4 people? At this moment, a girl's voice sounded in his mind. Although this voice was young, it was very chilling. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and leave. If you go now, then it might not be too late. Lin Ming looked at the older girl with incredulity. Unbelievable. She obviously could use true essence sound transmission, so why didn't she speak to him before? He hadn't thought that this harmless-looking girl would speak a few words in such an icy tone the first time she opened her mouth. At this time, the 2 men suddenly realized that Lin Ming was speaking to Na-E through true essence sound transmission. The monkey-faced man cunningly smiled. With a half-step, he and the bald man had already assumed a pincer-like position around Lin Ming, and had sealed his path. He still asked in an agreeable manner, "Little brother, how about it, would you like to go with us?" The bald man also smiled and said, "Little brother, you should seriously consider this, otherwise you might regret it." Although these 2 men were smiling, their fake expressions contained a faint hint of murderous intent. They had never considered Lin Ming a threat in their minds. To them, he was only a little boy at the altering muscle stage, while they were 2 peak-bone forging martial artists. To deal with him was a simple task. However, these 2 men didn't know that Lin Ming also had a similar plan. With his Thunderfire Annihilation, he could kill a pulse condensation martial artist, and these 2 men were only at the peak bone forging stage. He probably wouldn't even need to use Thunderfire Annihilation in order to kill them. What he was interested in was the ancient site. If he killed these 2 fellows now, then he wouldn't have anyone to bring him there. Listening to these 2, it seemed that it was true that there needed to be 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage working together. If he eliminated them both, then he wouldn't have any method to enter. Lin Ming decided to use their own plan against them. He would pretend that he was some useless rich junior of some large family that had never seen the world, and then let these 2 men relax their guard. If these 2 men still dared to do anything once they reached the ancient site, then Lin Ming didn't mind lending them a hand and sending them on their way to hell. Of course, he would also take the treasure there while he was at it. Now, the girl's icy-sounding true essence sound transmission echoed in his mind again. "I asked you to leave and yet you didn't, and still talked so much nonsense. Now they suspect that you know something. It's already impossible for them to let you go. You can only hope for the best from here on out." After this, the older girl no longer spoke. Her cute and pretty face had gone as cold as ice. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. He hadn't denied anything or said he was going to do anything. In fact, he was prepared to take a nice trip with these 2 men. What treasures would there be at the end of this ancient site? What was the risk factor and just what dangers were there? Lin Ming had many doubts, but it appeared that the older girl wasn't willing to answer him. The little girl seemed more agreeable, but she could only blink. If he asked these questions, then it would be impossible for him to get a clear answer just from her blinking eyes. Thinking this, Lin Ming suddenly acted bashful, and gratefully smiled as he said, "Two big brothers are very gracious. This is truly the first time that I've come to the southern wilderness, and I am unfamiliar with the land and the people. Also, my cultivation isn't high, and the road is surrounded with danger. If two big brothers are willing to take me, then that would really be too good." Hearing Lin Ming say this, the monkey-faced man was a bit taken aback. Was this fellow stupid, or just fake stupid? Chapter 168, Playing the Role of the Fool. It doesn't matter if he's truly stupid or just acting stupid. He's still only a little boy at the altering muscle stage. There are no tricks that he can play. I'll have to keep watch over him so he doesn't have any chance to use a sound-transmitting talisman. After another day of going through the wild forest, we'll be far past the range of any common sound-transmitting talisman. When that happens, he'll be nothing more than a slab of meat. I'll cut him however I want to cut him. The monkey-faced man thought this and said, "Little brother, my last name is Zhou. This fellow here is my brother, it's fine if you call him Baldy." "Great. My last name is Mo, I am called Mo Lin." Lin Ming casually quoted a random name. The southern wilderness was incomparably vast and there were countless tribes. Even Ouyang Dihua would have difficulty finding him even if he knew he was down here. Still, Lin Ming didn't want to provoke any unnecessary troubles. "Little brother Mo, let's go. Miss Nai, I'll have to trouble you to ride the same horse as your younger sister." Nai maintained her calm as she switched horses. For Lin Ming, she could only sigh. Was this young man an idiot? Or was he just clueless and blindly optimistic to this extent? Did he really think that the double devils of the southern wilderness would actually let him off afterwards? However, the fate of Nai and her sister was also unclear. How could she worry about others? In the group of 5, Lin Ming rode a short-legged mountain horse all the way up. Although the horse was slow, it had very good endurance, and it was able to go over hills and crags just like they were flat land. Slowly, the surrounding plant life became increasingly lush and vibrant. When he had first entered the southern wilderness, the trees had been sparse and the terrain was mostly marshes and grasslands. But now, the forest was so thick that even the sunlight couldn't reach the ground. The entire forest was dark as dusk, and the grass was as high as a human. In this high grass, there were often lurking vicious pythons. If a martial artist of insufficient cultivation walked inside, it would be very easy for them to be killed. The bald man was the vanguard, leading the way with his saber, the monkey face brought up the rear, and Lin Ming and the two sisters were protected in the middle. Before they found the sorcerer holy land, the security of the 3 with lower cultivations was very important. "Little brother, lend a hand. We should get out of this high grass before night falls, otherwise it will be very dangerous. With just me leading the way, it is very slow," the bald guy said to Lin Ming as he waved his saber around. This sort of grass was very dense and lush. It intertwined together again and was also extremely tough. If one didn't cut it open, then it would be impossible for the horses to pass. "Oh. All right." Lin Ming responded, and slowly took out a medium-grade human step treasure saber from his spatial ring. This saber was a weapon that Huagong had left behind in his spatial ring when he died. The design of the saber was very simple, and the scabbard was a finely designed sheath of snakeskin. It had obviously seen some use over the years. About 5 inches from the saber point was a crimson-colored inscription symbol. This inscription symbol was a fire attribute symbol that increased the true essence flow by 40%. Just the cost of the inscription symbol must surpass 10,000 gold taels. Obviously, this was a treasure saber that had gone through a very arduous crafting process. Unsurprisingly, Huagong should have used this weapon. However, he had later replaced it with a different one but was unwilling to sell it, so he had kept it within his spatial ring. As Lin Ming pulled out this saber, the bald man's eyes went perfectly round. Hot damn, this guy could just casually take out a medium-grade human step treasure. And it also seems like this is a top-tier medium-grade human step treasure. This father has lived for so many years and yet has only seen 3 different medium-grade human step treasures. As the monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming's weapon, his pair of monkey eyes also began to greedily shine. He noticed the common-looking ring that Lin Ming had on his finger. Without a doubt, that was a spatial ring. Spatial ring. Even the most inferior of spatial rings was worth several tens of thousands of gold taels. He had already been envious and wanted one, but with his wealth, how could he possibly afford it? The monkey-faced man immediately blossomed with delight, his whole face smiling. He really couldn't wait to kill Lin Ming and steal his spatial ring, and see what other treasures there were inside. Who knows what other goodies this kid has on him? Damn, we caught the big one this time. This father has such luck. This boy looks so clueless, he doesn't even seem to understand what this wealth means. He just so casually took out such a good saber like a silly boy. If I do not kill him and take that saber, then it will be really unfair. Just hold it a bit more. Once we reach the Sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him. Lin Ming seemed as if he did not notice the greedy eyes of the bald men and monkey-faced men at all. He single-mindedly chopped the grass with his treasure saber. The medium-grade human step treasure saber with a fire attribute inscription symbol was easily able to chop the grass as if it were a soldier cutting tofu. There were only the slicing sounds as large swathes of wild grass were mowed down. The bald man's throat dried as he saw this. If he had this saber, who knew how much his battle prowess would increase? The weapon that this bald man used was a mace. This kind of weapon was extremely uncommon, there wasn't a high enough demand, so not many refiners would create a treasure mace. Because of this, the bald man only used a normal mace. But the monkey-faced man actually used a low-grade human step treasure short axe. However, it was of the worst quality, and the inscription symbol on that short axe was a common one worth no more than 2,000 gold taels. To most martial artists, a treasure worth several thousands of gold taels was prohibitively expensive. They were often things that only the juniors of aristocratic families could have. For instance, Tai Feng, who had first purchased Lin Ming's overwhelming rune, was also a peak bone forging martial artist. But because of his background he was poor and thus could not afford a treasure. Otherwise, he would have never bought Lin Ming's overwhelming rune. Although a martial artist could make money, they still had to buy medicines in order to cultivate. Normally, this was a money-losing proposition. It was only after reaching the pulse condensation period and receiving a title and a salary that their economic condition would slowly improve. That was why a poor person could usually not afford to practice martial arts. Little brother, little brother. The monkey-faced man called out to Lin Ming in front of him who was cutting grass. What's the matter? Lin Ming blankly turned his head around with a vapid expression. Let me take a look at the saber. This brother has never seen a medium-grade human step treasure before. Oh, this, Lin Ming's face had a difficult expression. He was playing the fool, but still, there was a limit. He wasn't stupid enough to give this weapon to others. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "This saber is my family's inheritance. My father told me not to show it to people. Still, I have several other sabers that I may lend to you two big brothers to have a look." As Lin Ming said this, he slowly pulled out 2 treasure sabers from his spatial ring. These were low-grade human step treasures. These 2 sabers were brand new sabers that Huagong had made, and they also didn't have an inscription symbol. These 2 sabers were slender. The sabers were 3 feet long and an inch wide. The back was narrow and the hilt was short. It was a weapon that was built to utilize speed. Good saber. The monkey-faced man and bald man's eyes began to turn red with greed. This naive little boy had so many good things on his body. He had so indifferently taken out 2 low-grade human step treasures. So stupid, I have never seen someone so stupid. This altering muscle child was so silly to actually bring out so many treasures on front of us 2 peak bone forging martial artists. The bald man licked his lips as he sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, "This boy is only 15 years old. I thought that he was from a large family, but he must have never left home and so he doesn't know just how cruel and dangerous the human world is. We will endure for now, and once we reach the Sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him." Good plan, big brother. I can't wait. Hee, once we kill this kid, us brothers will make a fortune. We will be able to buy rare pills, and coupled with the inherited power from the sorcerer Holy Land, it will be simple to break into the pulse condensation period. When that time comes, us brothers will rise. Ha ha, I'm drooling here. That is equal to an extra 100 years of life. I will buy piles of women and live every day like an emperor. As the monkey-faced man and bald man signaled with their eyes, Nai could not help but inwardly sigh as she took this all in. How could there possibly be an aristocratic young master who was so ignorant of worldly and human matters? How could he have possibly survived long enough to come here? The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming and said, "Little brother Mo, could you possibly lend these 2 sabers to us brothers? You know, there are countless vicious beasts within this lush border forest. The deeper we go, the more we will encounter higher-rank vicious beasts. If our strength isn't enough, then I'm afraid that we might be injured when we battle the vicious beasts, and that will simply put us in a very dangerous position." Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "2 elder brothers are very logical. Then, I will lend these 2 sabers to the 2 elder brothers." Lin Ming said this and handed the 2 sabers to the men without any reservations. When the bald man took the saber in his hand, he had to make an effort not to gulp. This was a low-grade human steppe treasure, and not only that, but it seemed to be of an extremely high quality. Such a good thing had been so easily obtained by him. How come he had never encountered such an idiot like this in the past? The bald man weighed the saber in his hand and casually took a few swings. The only problem was that the saber was a bit light, so it was awkward for him. The truth was, Lin Ming had taken out these 2 sabers for a reason. These 2 men used a mace and an axe, both of which were heavy weapons. But Lin Ming had taken out 2 slender sabers. These sabers used speed to win. Even if he gave them out, the 2 wouldn't be able to display their full potential. Although Lin Ming didn't think much of these 2 martial artists, he still didn't want to needlessly cause trouble for himself by increasing their strength. After all, if these 2 peak-bone forging martial artists wanted to escape from him, Lin Ming could at most block one. Lin Ming intended to lull them into a false sense of security, and then suddenly make a killing move. When he eliminated one, it would be much easier to deal with the other. By now, Lin Ming's mind suddenly resounded with a true essence sound transmission. It was Na Yi's voice. She said, "I thought you were just playing dumb to wait for a chance to escape, but you were actually so stupid as to give them treasure sabers. You are simply digging your own grave. How an idiot like you could survive up to now is simply a miracle." Really? This icy tone was laced with a touch of irony. Na Yi and her childish face were both completely inconsistent with each other. Chapter 169, Fate-Bound Heart-Crush Bug. Lin Ming lightly smiled and said as he cut the tall grass, "Do you think that if I hadn't given them the sabers that I would be able to run away?" Na Yi paused. Indeed, Lin Ming was only a young boy at the altering muscle stage. Even if the bald man and monkey-faced man were unarmed, Lin Ming would still not be a match for those 2 deviants. However, since Lin Ming was aware enough of the situation to remark in such a way, that proved that at least he wasn't too stupid. Na Yi was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then what are you planning on doing? Drug them? Do you think that will have any meaning?" Lin Ming responded, "I'm not sure if it will, but I still have to try. In the end, aren't you the same as me? I thought that the bald man and the monkey-faced man knew the way to this so-called ancient site, but it seems that you are the one guiding them. If you help them, do you actually believe that they will let you and your sister go after taking the treasures?" Na Yi's lips twitched. Of course she had thought of these things that Lin Ming had said. She coldly replied, "You do not have to worry about that. Of course I'm worried. I'm afraid that you will have a sudden change of heart and bring us to some trap in the middle of nowhere, where we will all perish together. If that happens, then I'll really have died unjustly." Na Yi coldly said, "When my parents died, I swore 2 absolute oaths. The first was that I would thoroughly protect my little sister and keep her safe no matter what happens. So you don't need to worry, I won't let my sister die." Na Yi finished speaking here, and no longer uttered another word. These 2 oaths she had made were the secret of her heart. She would never have spoken about them to a stranger, but now, at the edge of death, how could she ever carry out these 2 oaths? Lin Ming's heart was stirred. He looked back at Na Yi with a bit of surprise, and saw that innocent-looking girl quietly turning her head to gaze into the distance. Her body hadn't fully developed, and even when riding a horse, her line of sight was just above the tip of the grass. Just by looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to imagine that she already carried such heavy burdens on her tender shoulders. Since she had made 2 oaths, then was the other to avenge her parents. Lin Ming was quiet as he silently chopped the grass. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt that a few dozen feet away was a giant snake. Its darkly patterned, scaled body was as thick as a water basin, and it was over 50 feet long. In the southern wilderness, the venomous serpents were of the most deadly variety. For such a huge fellow to also be so toxic, it was creepy just thinking about it. Lin Ming maintained his composure, but secretly stayed on high alert. After the group walked forward another 100 feet, the bald man suddenly raised the hand which held the saber. Apparently, he too had discovered this large snake. Although the bald man and the monkey-faced man were scum, they did have a very rich knowledge of the jungle and the land. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to wander the wide southern wilderness for so many years. A patterned anaconda. *T, what bad luck. Looking at how thick this fellow is, I think his strength should be equal to a pulse condensation period martial artist. The bald man frowned, and then pulled out a strange-looking musical instrument from his knapsack. It looked like a reed pipe, but it also had additional strange holes that weren't found on a normal reed pipe. The bald man jumped down from his horse, raised a bit of true essence, and began to play the strange reed pipe. A hoarse and scratchy sound passed along with the notes, and a faint hint of true essence fluctuated within the melody. As the bald man blew on the reed pipe, he began to march to a bizarre beat, legs swaying from side to side. His entire face had an extremely ugly look as he shivered with the effort of this display. To Lin Ming, seeing the bald man with his dancing movements was a bit funny. But to his surprise, just a moment later, the big snake seemed to fall under a strange hypnosis as it swayed from side to side before eventually writhing away. Interesting, Lin Ming had seen and experienced many different methods that the people of the southern wilderness had used to handle the vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. He had been anticipating that they would have a fierce battle, but in truth, the majority of vicious beasts were repelled by these two fellows using fascinating and unusual methods. Only when they were against a much weaker foe would they attack and kill. So along the way, there was no surprise nor was there danger. With these two people leading the way, Lin Ming had truly saved a great deal of effort. The bald man seemed to have consumed a lot of energy from playing that reed pip. He was very haggard looking. The bald man pulled out some medicinal herbs from his backpack and began to chew and swallow them. This type of medicinal herb was able to restore true essence, though it didn't have much of an effect. However, it was cheap. As for true essence stones, those were dozens of times more expensive, so those were something that these two men would never be able to use. "Let's go," the bald man said proudly as he licked his lips. He was quite satisfied with his success. The group safely passed all the way to the evening. At that time, the group of 5 finally came to the foot of a cliff. Lin Ming looked up and was surprised it was over 1,000 feet high. If one fell down from there, they would really experience a tragic death. At this moment, Na-E, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. "It's here. We can enter the sorcerer holy land from here." The monkey-faced man smiled in happiness. "Where is the entrance? How do we go in?" However, Na-E did not respond. The monkey-faced man frowned and said in an icy voice, "Little girl, don't you dare think about playing tricks on me. Tell me, where do we go? Release my little sister and I will tell you." Na-E said. "Impossible. I already said that I would only do so once I obtained the power of the sorcerer and I safely leave the sorcerer-hold land. Otherwise, I cannot release your little sister. Don't think I'm some idiot for you to play games with. Since only the chosen are allowed to enter the sorcerer holy land, who knows what sorts of traps and mazes could be in there. If I release your little sister and you lead us into a death trap, who knows how we will die. I'll say it again. If you release my sister, I will swear an oath upon the sorcerer to lead you to obtain the power of the sorcerer. Otherwise, you get nothing at all." "Hee, what can't I get?" The bald man smiled lewdly. "No, even if us brothers cannot take the power of the sorcerer, we will still be merry." "You little bitch, do you really want your sister to be, ha ha ha." As the bald man said this, Na Shui paled, and cowered behind Na-E. Lin Ming frowned. He couldn't move against these men yet, he still needed them to fulfill their purpose. Na-i didn't speak, she merely stood there in a cold standoff. She had no intention of backing down. At this moment, the monkey-faced man said to the baldy, old second, stop saying so much. Once you have fame and power, what sort of woman can you not have? He turned to Na-i and said, since you led us to the sorcerer holy land, then you have already betrayed the sorcerer, and yet you still wish to swear an oath upon his name. How can I believe you? Na-i was silent for a moment. Finally, she tore up her sleeve and revealed her healthy and smooth arm. On her upper arm, there was a red dot, this was a purity mark. And beneath the purity mark, there was a pair of golden dots. Na-i gently swiped her finger and the 2 golden dots came off. Lin Ming was able to clearly see that these 2 small dots were actually a pair of small gold-colored beetles. Before, they had rolled up, so it had looked as though they were a pair of golden beads. Fate-bound heart-crush bug. As the monkey-faced man saw the pair of golden beetles, his complexion changed and he whispered this name. The people of the southern wilderness specialized in the art of witchcraft. There were many different types of poisonous bugs, and there were also those who were capable of raising them. What is the fate-bound heart-crush bug? The bald man asked. He had never heard of such a thing. The monkey-faced man said, the fate-bound heart-crush bugs are monogamous, and only form a pair. They must be attached to a human body and drink live human blood in order to live. If they drink the blood of a dead man, they will wither and die. In the life of a fate-bound heart-crush bug, it will only have one companion. Once this companion dies, the other will quickly accompany it in death. After dying, their bodies will rot and unleash an immense amount of poisons. What's that supposed to mean? The bald man didn't understand the implications of this. The monkey-faced man said, she is thinking of placing a fate-bound heart-crush bug inside the body of her little sister and in one of us. The fate-bound heart-crush bug must drink live blood too in order to live. If the little sister dies, then the fate-bound heart-crush bug will also die with her, and afterwards, the other fate-bound heart-crush bug in one of us will die, and release a deadly poison that will kill us. It's that ruthless. The bald man turned white. He felt a bit apprehensive as he looked at the 2 small golden bugs. Na-i said, a human may make promises, but in the end they are unpredictable. However, poison is poison, and is unwavering in loyalty. With this fate-bound heart-crush bug it will be impossible for me to kill you. If you die, then my little sister also dies. If you agree to the terms, I will place a fate-bound heart-crush bug in one of you and continue leading you. If you don't agree, then I will kill myself here and now. The monkey-faced man looked at the golden beetles with a cloudy expression. He hesitated for a moment before finally clenching his teeth and saying, you can use the bugs. But first, you must place it in your little sister. Na-i nodded. Na Shui, give me your arm. Na Shui bit her lips and stretched out her arm. Na-i placed the fate-bound heart-crush bug on top of Na Shui's arm. Then the fate-bound heart-crush bug chewed through Na Shui's skin, and drilled its way in. Ah! Na Shui quietly cried out in pain. A small bump appeared on Na Shui's arm. This bump traveled along her arm and upwards until it entered into Na Shui's blood vessels, then it followed the bloodstream to the heart. Na Shui's lips trembled and her small face was pale. To a little girl, this scene was frightening. The pain and tingling of the fate-bound heart-crush bug drilling through her bloodstream to her heart was unbearable. A moment later, Na Shui tightly clutched her chest, her face blue. Obviously, the taste of having a beetle bore into her heart was not pleasant. Na-i comforted her and said, Ah Shui, it's all right. After 3 years the fate-bound heart-crush bug will emerge from your heart through your blood flow. It won't hurt you. Na Shui reluctantly nodded. Lin Ming had been keenly watching from the sidelines. Although he had never heard of the fate-bound heart-crush bug before, he was able to understand from their conversation that it was a contract of some sort. However, from the sound of it, this contract wasn't necessarily binding or strong. Even Lin Ming had means to avoid the contract of the fate-bound heart-crush bug and scrap it. Chapter 170, Sorcerer Pagoda. Your turn. Na-i said as she turned to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, since you will place the fate-bound heart-crush bug in your little sister and me, your little sister should come along with us. Otherwise she will be all alone. With her mere third stage of body transformation cultivation, it won't be easy for her to return from the jungle. I don't want her to be eaten by some vicious beast and then lose my life for no reason. Nai was silent for a moment. The monkey-faced man was right. If her little sister left here, then she would easily encounter some great danger. But if she kept her sister here by her side, then she was afraid that these two men would play some dirty tricks. How about it? There will already be a poisonous bug in my body, you don't have to worry over it. If you think that we will take advantage of you, then your little sister will commit suicide and I'll have to die with her. All right. Nai agreed. She placed the fate-bound heart-crush bug on the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man didn't seem to be very scared. He appeared quite happy to let the fate-bound heart-crush bug bite through his skin and enter his heart through his blood vessels. Well, how do we get in? Nai said, when the moon comes out, I will open the doors to the Holy Land. It was already dusk when they had arrived at the cliff. The sun quickly set, and the round, bright moon appeared in the night sky. The moonlight scattered along the rock walls, causing the walls to shimmer with a faint, dreamy light. Nai stopped near the cliff, prostrated herself on both knees, crossed her arms against her chest, and seemed to be praying. Following this, an unimaginably incredible sight occurred. The moonlight itself seemed to have turned into real, tangible substance, and a huge silver-white door slowly emerged along the cliff wall. Sparkling light swirled around the door, it was just like a miracle in the legends. The monkey-faced man and the bald man only stared dumbfounded, while Na Shui also knelt down and reverently prayed in supplication. Lin Ming was watching from the side, but he was able to understand just what this was. The truth was, this gate of light was actually a transmission array. There was a strange transmission array that was located under this cliff. A normal transmission array was driven by true essence stones, but this transmission array was actually driven by moonlight. It was simply incomparably marvelous. But presently, he didn't have any interest in studying the witch's array formation. He was curious about what sort of ancient power was within the Sorcerer Holy Land, and just what it was. Although this approach to doing things could be considered a bit callous, once he rescued the two sisters, that would count as decent compensation. The door of light opened, and a flashing blue hole appeared out of thin air. The monkey-faced man waved his hand in a gesture for Nai to enter first. Nai directly walked into the light door, followed by the bald man, Na Shui, Lin Ming, and finally the monkey-faced man. The scenery around them suddenly changed. Lin Ming found himself in a dim corridor. All around the corridors were walls made from stone bricks. The walls were entirely covered in exquisitely beautiful frescoes and murals that depicted all sorts of things related to gods and demons, witchcraft, hideously demonic faces with long fangs, odd instruments, unknown ceremonies, and mythical beasts of all sort. There was an ancient and mystical atmosphere that blew towards them. Every 10 feet on the wall there was a lit lamp. And the light source of these lamps were impressively huge luminous pearls that emitted a radiant light. Treasure. The bald man's eyes lit up with greed. He moved his hand to pick these glowing pearls. Do not move. The monkey-faced man thundered, Second brother, you are stupid to the point of idiocy. This is the Sorcerer Holy Land. There is no doubt that there are countless mazes and traps within. If you recklessly do anything from now on, then this father is finished with you. From now on, every footstep we take will follow that Na girl, no more and no less. The monkey-faced man turned to Nai and said, I advise you not to play any tricks on us here, and be honest in avoiding the traps. If us brothers have any accident, then you two sisters will be following us to hell. Nai didn't respond, she only kept moving forwards. The bald man and the monkey-faced man followed every step she took, with Na Shui between them. If there was an accident, then Na Shui would definitely not be able to escape. Lin Ming finally followed, each step following Nai's pace. At the same time he also sent out his soul force, carefully probing the surroundings to see if there were any possible dangers. The monkey-faced man coated the soles of his shoes with a special tree sap. This tree sap was a natural dye. Every time he took a step, the dye would leave a visible footprint. Once the dye wore off, he would patiently reapply it. So as the group walked, the monkey-faced man left behind a series of footprints. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's heart stirred. This fellow is leaving a way back so he knows where he came from. He really is a 40-year-old man that's managed to survive in the southern wilderness for so many years. He is quite careful and meticulous about his actions. If it wasn't for my age and cultivation being so deceptive, then this monkey-faced man would not have so easily brought me along and determined that I was someone he could manage. Lin Ming's cultivation was a stage and half lower than the monkey-faced man, and there were also two of them. In the monkey-faced man's mind, even a formidable genius would have no choice but to die. As they continued walking, they didn't encounter any dangers. This corridor was surprisingly long. The group of 5 people had already traveled for half an hour before a heavy-looking stone gate appeared in front of them. The stone gate was 50 feet high and densely covered in countless Sanskrit writings. In the center of all the text was the image of a giant eye. The shape of the eye was very simple, but, for some unknown reason, looking at this eye caused one to momentarily feel as if they were losing their grip on reality, as if their soul was being swallowed by the eye. When this happened, the dense Sanskrit writings around the edges would appear like countless earthworms that wriggled around. Yet if one carefully looked, these writings hadn't moved. This feeling was absolutely strange. It was also absolutely uncomfortable. The bald man was staring with wide eyes, as if his soul had been stolen. The monkey-faced man's forehead was covered in sweat, and he hurriedly turned his vision away. Na-e knelt before the stone gate and prayed. She finally stood up and said, "This is the gate. In order to open its array formation, there needs to be 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage pouring their true essence into it for it to activate. The array formation is there." Na-e pointed. The place where she pointed was a triangular altar. In the center of the altar was a black sphere, and the sphere was also shaped like a giant eye. After the door opens, you will be able to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. The Sorcerer Pagoda has 7 levels. The first level is Hell, the second is Hungry Ghosts, the third is Animals, the fourth is the Witch Slave, the fifth is Mortals, the sixth is the Celestial Envoy, and the 7th is the World of the Sorcerer. The higher the level you can reach, the stronger the power of the sorcerer you will be able to obtain. As to what level you can reach, that is at the will of the sorcerer. Listening to Na-Yi's words, the monkey-faced man was excited. Sorcerer Pagoda. This was the holy land where the sorcerer bestowed strength upon those chosen. When every witch reached 16 years old, they were allowed to come to the Sorcerer Pagoda to inherit the power of the sorcerer's legacy. As for the strength of these 7 levels, it became more terrifying the higher one went. Just attaining the power of the 3rd or the 4th was enough for a man to enter the Dragon's Gate and become a hero of the southern wilderness. If one was able to obtain the power of the 5th or 6th by luck or strength, then that would be enough to one to look down upon the entire southern wilderness. As for the legendary 7th level, it was still a mystery. Of the countless large and small tribes within the southern wilderness 100,000 mountains, there had never been one who was able to obtain the power of the sorcerer from the 7th level. "Big brother, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and open the door." The bald man was greedily rubbing his calloused hands together. He was already unable to wait. In his mind, the Sorcerer Pagoda was filled with countless beauties. With every level that he could rise, the more women he would be able to obtain, and the more noble and tasty they would be. "Little brother Mo, we'll have to trouble you to lend us a hand," the monkey-faced man said as he smiled at Lin Ming. "Oh. Sounds good," Lin Ming said, and then moved towards the altar. Seeing Lin Ming stand in his spot, the monkey-faced man revealed a grimly rapacious smile. In his eyes, Lin Ming was merely a fat sheep that he was about to slaughter. Once he killed him, a great wealth would fall into his hands. In addition to the strength that he could obtain from the Sorcerer Holy Land, he would be able to quickly rise in the future with limitless fame. His dreams were just around the corner. He could even start a small witch tribe, and become one of the legendary witch queens. Beautiful women, authority, wealth, power, all of these would be at his fingertips. Thinking this, the monkey-faced man glowed with joy. However, now that things had come to this point, he had to be careful. With just one wrong step, he would lose everything. He turned his smile towards Na-E and said, "You and your little sister make a few laps around this room." Since he would kill Lin Ming after this, he might need to stretch his hands and feet in order to do it. The monkey-faced man didn't want to step on any unknown traps while he was chasing Lin Ming around. Na-E said, "The sorcerer's room does not have any traps. I will not use my little sister's life to play around." "Good, then I'll believe you." Second brother, little brother Mo, let's start. As the monkey-faced man said that, he began to infuse his true essence into the giant black eye-shaped sphere within the center of the altar. The bald man followed next, and Lin Ming also slowly revolved the true primal chaos formula as he poured in his own true essence. Then, Lin Ming's mind resounded with Na Yi's true essence sound transmission. She said, once the door opens, they will not let you live. 20 feet behind you there is a thin stone wall that you can break through. There is a secret passage there that will lead you outside of the Sorcerer Holy Land. After the door opens, take advantage of the time that they are distracted looking at the Sorcerer Pagoda and immediately break the stone wall. If your speed is fast enough, you'll have just enough time to escape. They don't know if the secret passage has any traps or not, so they most likely won't pursue you. Lin Ming was a bit stunned. He looked with surprise at Na Yi. He hadn't thought that she would point out an exit for him. This Na Yi may seem indifferent, but the truth was her heart was very good and kind. If he didn't rescue her after coming into the Sorcerer Holy Land, then he would truly be a contemptible man. Lin Ming said, thank you. I also feel that Miss Na Yi is worth worrying about. Even with the fate-bound heart crush bug, they will still have some way of suppressing it. The fate-bound heart crush bug was a good contract, however, there were still ways to get around it. For instance, as long as one caught the other party and didn't let them commit suicide, or stun them, or use drugs, or even locked them up and sealed their true essence before looking for other methods. After all, no one was willing to place their life in someone else's hands, not to mention that the secret of the Sorcerer Holy Land would easily arouse jealousy. How could the bald man and monkey-faced man willingly let the two witch sisters leave? Na Yi's voice suddenly turned cold, you don't need to care about these matters. Chapter 171, Killing the Double Devils. Lin Ming shrugged and didn't respond. He concentrated on pouring his true essence into the black sphere. The black sphere was like a bottomless pit. Even though it had already swallowed a colossal amount of energy, it still didn't give any response. Slowly, the bald man began to pant as if he had trouble breathing, and the monkey-faced man was also flushed and sweating. However, Lin Ming with his extreme restorative ability and resilience appeared the most relaxed, but as he revolved his true essence, on the surface he appeared to be a bit red and a little sluggish. A little more, we're almost there. The monkey-faced man said. The black sphere began to emit a faint light and the entire chamber began to shake. With a deep rumbling sound, the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda finally swung open. A magnificently iridescent jade pagoda that glowed with a milky light appeared in front of everyone's awed gazes. Ha 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 ha. The monkey-faced man saw the Sorcerer Pagoda and began to wildly laugh. Lin Ming was stirred. This pagoda appeared somewhat similar to the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda that he had entered during his time at the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance exam. We've finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. The bald man impatiently rubbed his hands together. Big brother, let's go in together. Good. Let's see which one of us two brothers can reach a higher level. But, before that, there is a little matter that we have to attend to. The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming, smiling, but in that smile was contained a wild killing intent. I told you to leave, why didn't you leave? Na Yi anxiously asked Lin Ming through a true essence sound transmission. She was flustered, was this boy an idiot? Lin Ming responded, the reason I came here is for the power of the sorcerer, but also because I want to help you. I just said a moment ago, that even though you have the fate-bound heart crush bug, you two sisters might not escape here alive. What? Do you really think you are going to? Na Yi found it incredible. Did Lin Ming really want to deal with these two people? He was an altering muscle stage martial artist while they were at the peak bone forging stage. There was a difference in their cultivations of a stage and a half. Not only that, but there were two. The bald man and the monkey-faced man walked around Lin Ming's right and left sides, encircling him. Little brother Mo, you've worked too hard. Lin Ming had dropped down to his knees, and was taking big gulps of breath as if he had been drained of all strength. He used his elbows to wipe away his sweat and said, you two big brothers are too kind. Since you've been dealing with so many vicious beasts, it's you two that are working the hardest. I was just taking a trip to accompany you two. In this posture, he looked like a very unsuspecting idiot victim. However, his soul force had already locked onto the two men's every action and movement. While leaning down, his finger was already tracing his spatial ring. Since it was two peak-bone-forging martial artists against one at the altering muscle stage, he would first have them lower their guard, and then try kill one in a single stroke. The other he could slowly contend with. In contrast, if he failed to instantly strike down the first, then the two would be on full alert, and might even separately escape. With so many possible traps in the Sorcerer Holy Land, it would be too troublesome to hunt them down here. Not only that, but since the monkey-faced man had the fate-bound heart-crush bug within him, trying to cope with him would be much more tricky. The monkey-faced man said with a smile, "Little brother Mo, you see where we are, there are simply countless traps layered on top of each other. This place is deep underground, it's quiet and safe. It's simply like a natural tomb." Lin Ming gasped, looking lost. "What do you mean by saying that?" "What do I mean? My meaning is that since the scenery here is so beautiful, then us brothers will let you safely rest here forever." As the monkey-faced man said this, his expression suddenly turned wretched. He gripped the short axe on his back, and had already moved to chop off Lin Ming's head. At the same time, the bald man had also taken out the mace on his back and was sweeping towards Lin Ming's waist. These two tandem attacks had instantly sealed off Lin Ming's ability to dodge in any direction. Na Shui cried out in alarm. As the monkey-faced man's axe cleaved down, in that moment, Lin Ming's form had suddenly vanished. The bald man's mace was just halfway down, when he suddenly felt a piercingly cold feeling in his chest. A shimmering silver object was protruding from his chest. He blankly looked down at this object. It was the spearhead of a long spear. Even though there was some blood on it, the blood did not stick to the spearhead. Instead, it flowed down along the ridge of the spear before collecting into crimson drops and dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip, drip. In the deep quiet of the chamber, the sound of blood dripping onto the floor was especially piercing. The monkey-faced man still had his fierce expression. He wasn't able to respond to such a sudden change in events. Second brother, you. The bald man reached out as if he was trying to reach something, but his eyes were becoming gradually more lax. Then there was the sound of an explosion and the bald man's body erupted into a spray of bloody fog. In that moment, 5,000 true essence filaments had destroyed his organs and completely smashed apart all of his bones and muscles. The bald man's corpse poured onto the ground like mud. Behind him was Lin Ming, exposing nothing but a calm and indifferent expression. The monkey-faced man was completely shocked. Looking at Lin Ming's face, it was as if he had suddenly become a terrifying stranger. Even though it seemed impossible to escape both attacks at once, he had appeared like a ghost behind the bald man and had slain him with a single thrust of his spear. How could this possibly be the cultivation of a boy at the altering muscle stage? The monkey-faced man began to tremble in fear. Was this youth really a human? Or was he some sort of demonic monster? In the legends, there were said to be evil beings that could assume the forms of humans. This dark creature could fly at will, and kill at will. They were a terrifying existence. Not too far away, Na-Yi had seen everything. She had seen Lin Ming instantly disappear and then reappear behind the bald man. Yet, she wasn't able to clearly see Lin Ming's footsteps. Just who is he? Na-Yi held her breath. Was this really a 15-year-old boy? The monkey-faced man grasped his short axe, his whole body rapidly revolving true essence. He slowly stepped back. His forehead was already dripping with sweat. He didn't know whether or not Lin Ming was hiding his cultivation or what other secrets he had. Seeing Lin Ming's ghostly movements, the monkey-faced man already realized that there was no point in running away, he would only die sooner. Lin Ming held the heavy profound soft spear. Though that last strike seemed as if it had easily killed the bald man, the truth was that was because the bald man had lowered his guard, and didn't utilize much true essence to protect himself. That was why Lin Ming had so easily succeeded. Now however, the monkey-faced man was on complete guard. In this critical life or death situation, Lin Ming was still able to kill him, but he had to put in some effort. Don't kill him. At this moment, Lin Ming's mind resounded with Na-Yi's true essence sound transmission. It was as if Lin Ming hadn't heard. With the concept of wind at this back, this little distance seemed to have lost all meaning. A spear struck out, lightning flashed. The monkey-faced man had used his short axe to fend off the spear. However, the electric snake that circled the long spear was like a bug that drilled into the monkey-faced man's body. In that instant, his entire body had been paralyzed. This was the power of the Thunder Soul. Lin Ming shouted. With a sweep of his spear, his activated flow like silk. The vibrating true essence was like a high tide that gushed out in all directions. In that moment, the monkey-faced man had been paralyzed, but his survival instinct kicked in. He savagely bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully restored his mobility. He already knew it was impossible to fend off this blow. He could only bet his life and fight against Lin Ming. His short axe suddenly viciously struck out at Lin Ming. The long spear swept past the monkey-faced man's thighs. With flow like silk combined with the explosive power of the heretical god force, the monkey-faced man's legs were broken apart as his meat turned to mush and his bones shattered. However, at this time, that chopping axe was approaching Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming punched out. He had actually planned to use his flesh and blood body to fight against a treasure axe with true essence poured into it. The axe was bounced off by vibrating true essence. And Lin Ming's fist was unharmed. The monkey-faced man's eyes had gone wide at this unthinkable sight. Was this invulnerability? As he thought this, he was already sent flying upwards. His lower body had already lost all feeling. Looking down, he could see his feet still on the ground, and his legs had been completely shattered. Ah! The monkey-faced screamed out painfully. His body was like a broken sack as it fell and crashed against the ground, blood gushing everywhere like a fountain. No, don't kill me. If I die, the little girl also dies. It was as if Lin Ming didn't care. He grinned like a demon, and shook his spear. Do you think that I care? Good. Since I'll die anyways, then let's die together. The monkey-faced man clenched his teeth, preparing to forfeit his meridians and commit suicide. However, at this moment, Lin Ming was like a ghost that appeared by his side, his palm already falling down. Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming's palm struck against the monkey-faced man's chest. The true essence that was filled with destructive power rampaged across the monkey-faced man's meridians, and completely twisted and broke apart all the meridians. Ah! The monkey-faced man let out a miserable cry. To his amazement and dismay, he found that he was unable to summon the true essence within his body. It was as if some mysterious force had dispersed all of his will, it simply didn't listen to his signals. You want to forfeit your meridians? Then why don't I lend you a hand? Lin Ming withdrew his palm. Since the pulse-cutting palm was a weak martial skill, it didn't have much value in actual combat. It was used by that mighty elder to torment his enemies. How would such a martial skill give the enemy an opportunity to commit suicide? This martial skill would cause the enemy to lose all of their skills and they would become a eunuch. Not only that, but they would then be imprisoned and endlessly tortured. One could not beg for life, and one could not even beg for death. In that split second from when the electric light had sparked, Nai had been left scared and shocked senseless. She had thought that Lin Ming was really planning on killing the monkey-faced man, but not it seemed that using some unknown method, he had taken complete control of the situation. She let loose a breath she didn't know she was holding. She looked at Lin Ming again, her eyes filled with an incomparably complex emotion. Who was this young boy? His cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. How could he have this sort of terrifying strength? He had leapt past the barrier of a stage and a half difference in cultivation and played with these bone-forging martial artists as if they were nothing but toys in his hands. They didn't have the ability to commit suicide by destroying their own meridians. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Nai had never heard of any genius or talent within the southern wilderness that had this sort of incredible combat ability. This included Na tribe's first-generation tribal chief. If he was really 15 years old, then his future accomplishments would simply be limitless. This man, his potential was too alarming. If she had his help, in addition to the undiscovered legacies of the Sorcerer Holy Land, it wouldn't be impossible to recreate Na tribe. Thinking this, Nai gasped, but she immediately shook her head and sighed. Why would he possibly help her? Chapter 172, Nai's Hatred. Chapter 172, Nai's Hatred. The monkey-faced man had completely collapsed to the floor. His lips trembling, he tried to push his arms backwards to hide himself. Not only had he lost both his legs, but the true essence within his body was leaking away. The so-called meridian destruction suicide was simply using the true essence within one's own body to destroy it. Now that he could not control the movement of his true essence anymore, the idea of suicide was simply a far-off dream. Lin Ming took out some blood-staunching medicinal herbs worth several hundred gold taels and crushed them together, before sprinkling the juices on the monkey-faced man's legs. The bleeding suddenly stopped. He didn't want the monkey-faced man to die from excessive blood loss. What do you plan on doing to me?" the monkey-faced man said with a shaking voice. He was now nothing more than meat on the chopping block, anyone could do anything they wanted to him. Lin Ming glanced at Na-yi and said, "Since you administered the poison, do you have the means to cure it?" Na-yi froze for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, "I have a way." "Then come up here. I don't think you want to raise a broken-legged monkey for the next few years." Na-yi silently walked over to the monkey-faced man. At the same time, she drew out a dagger from her belt. At this moment, the monkey-faced man's heart was like dying embers that were turning to ashes from despair. He had never experienced such pain before. He had no power to resist, and could only wait for the moment of his death. "Na Shui, turn away," Na-yi suddenly said. Yes, Na Shui said, and obediently turned around. These scenes that had just occurred were simply too shocking for the heart of this little girl. Lin Ming faintly realized her intentions. He spoke to her through a true essence sound transmission. "This place is already rank with the smell of blood. Do you not want to let your little sister see? I think that she will experience this sort of scene sooner or later." Na-yi was silent for a while, before saying, "I hope that she will never have to experience this again." "Good. How do you plan on curing this poison?" Na-yi said, "There is no special way. I can only take it out before he dies." As Na-yi said this, her knife had already stabbed through the monkey-faced man's chest. That little dagger was not a treasure, but it was still extremely sharp. It was able to cut through the man's chest like tofu. There were only the sounds of slicing as the monkey-faced man's chest was ripped apart. The monkey-faced man screamed as he violently struggled. However, he had already lost all of his martial arts and was on the verge of death. How could he defend against the viscera training Na-yi? Na-yi seized the dagger, and with some effort, cut open the monkey-faced man's chest. Her dagger cut through the man's still beating heart, and blood erupted like a fountain as it splashed everywhere, including Na-yi's face. However, she only blinked, and didn't wipe the blood off her face. She reached her hand into the thick muscles of the heart's wall, and took out the fate-bound heart-crush bug. Even Lin Ming, who had experienced many bloody scenes within the 10,000 killing array, was speechless as he looked on with astonishment. This little girl was truly ruthless. As the tiny golden beetle was still soaked in blood, Na-yi quickly placed it on her own arm. At this time, the monkey-faced man was still lying down on the ground, twitching. Although humans had many vital points, the number of lethal points that would result in instant death was one, that was the brain. If the brain was destroyed, then one would instantly die. As for the other vital points, death would take a while. For instance, if the heart was destroyed, then a person could still live for about 10 seconds. Na-yi used these 10 seconds of time to take out the fate-bound heart-crush bug and place it within her own body. Now that the bug had swapped to a new host, it didn't matter whether the old host was dead or alive. After completing this, Na-yi stood up, her face slightly pale. Lin Ming took out a towel from his spatial ring and handed it over to her. "Thank you," Na-yi whispered. She wiped her hair and face which had been splashed with blood. As Lin Ming saw Na-yi crouched in a dark corner wiping herself, he thought that she was like a small cat that was licking her wounds after an injury. Behind this girl, there was probably an unknown story. Lin Ming said, "I remember that you said you had 2 oaths you had to fulfill. The first was to protect the life of your little sister and let her live in peace. Was the other to take revenge for your parents?" Na-yi did not answer. She kept wiping blood from her body. That original pure white towel had now been dyed a deep scarlet red. "I'm sorry," Lin Ming said. "No, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, then I'm afraid that we wouldn't have escaped this calamity. I really do want to extend my truest apologies to you. This sorcerer holy land is your tribe's forbidden area. The way I came here was not glorious or righteous, and I used you." Na-yi said, "You and I have never met, so you have no obligation to help me. As for this sorcerer holy land, my tribe has already perished, so what point is there in keeping this holy land? At this, Na-yi sighed. Speaking of the sorcerer holy land, Lin Ming actually had a question that he always wanted to ask. Does every tribe have a sorcerer pagoda? Na-yi said, no. There were originally 72 sorcerer pagodas. It is said that the sorcerer left the 72 sorcerer pagodas before he flew off into the stars and entered the sorcerer's world. Now, because of various reasons, like war, or beast floods, or earthquakes and volcanoes and other such things, there are 7 sorcerer pagodas that have been lost. Now there are only 65 remaining. So it's like this, Lin Ming speculated that the so-called sorcerer was actually a formidable mighty elder. The so-called flying off into the stars was simply the mighty elder traveling to somewhere within the realm of the gods. Can you tell me what the power of the sorcerer is? Na-yi said, the power of the sorcerer is to help martial artists break through their boundaries and increase their cultivation. For every person, they can only enter the sorcerer's pagoda once. But, because of the limited power of the sorcerer, the lower the cultivation that a martial artist is at, the more their cultivation will be enhanced. If one's cultivation is too high, then their increase in power would be relatively minor. But on the other hand, a martial artist whose cultivation is too low will have trouble passing the sorcerer's trials. So, the best age to enter at is 16. Once a witch reaches 16 years of age, they will be able to enter the sorcerer pagoda and obtain the legacy of the sorcerer. Na-yi's clear explanation left Lin Ming somewhat surprised. It was as if she didn't mind that he would enter the sorcerer pagoda, so she had explained in such fine detail. After a period of silence, Lin Ming said, I will tell you the truth. I would like to receive the power of the sorcerer. Na-yi said, I know. Otherwise you wouldn't have played the fool for such a long time. You are also afraid that there are mysteries inside that I deliberately hid from you, so that you will fall into certain traps. That's right. Lin Ming honestly said. Na-yi pulled down her collar, and unwound a pendant that she had been keeping with her. It was unclear what this pendant was made of, but it seemed to be fashioned from some sort of metal. In the dark chamber, it still issued a faint gentle light as if it was made from jade. The pendant was in the pattern of an eye, just like the eye pattern on the sorcerer pagoda's door. Na-yi said, this is the key of the sorcerer, it is my tribe's most sacred holy relic. With it, you may open up the sorcerer's trials. Otherwise, you can only enter up to the 3rd level of the pagoda. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and looked at Na-yi in surprise. In the dark chamber, Na-yi's eyes seemed to shine like stars in the night sky, and they flowed with a brilliantly pure light. In her tender hands that were still covered with blood, the sorcerer's key hung from her fingertips, and emitted a faint jade-like light. At this moment, Lin Ming was filled with an inexplicable sense of trust towards her. He said, if you didn't tell me of this sorcerer's key, then I wouldn't have known. What you said a moment ago wasn't wrong. You and I have never met, so you also have no obligation to help me. Much less, this sorcerer pagoda is your tribe's forbidden land. Why are you telling me about the sorcerer's key? Na-yi said, I want you to help me kill a man. Your life's enemy that killed your parents. Yes. As soon as this enemy was mentioned, Na-yi's eyes flashed with extreme hatred and murderous intent. Even Lin Ming found himself slightly taken aback by this harrowing look. This person is the great general of the Fire Worm tribe. His name is Chi-Guda. The Fire Worm tribe completely exterminated my tribe. My parents were teachers of Na's tribe that taught the teachings of the sorcerer. After the destruction of the sorcerer's temple, my father was killed by Chi-Guda, and my mother, speaking here, Na-yi took a deep breath. Her obsidian eyes shined with a brilliant killing aura, and the corners of her innocent mouth twitched. Seeing this, Lin Ming guessed that it might have been such abuse like rape. But he hadn't expected Na-yi's next words, and was surprised by them. Na-yi clenched her teeth. Hate drenched her voice as she said, my mother was raped by Chi-Guda and his men, and then, she was eaten. Eaten. Lin Ming gulped, making sure that he hadn't misunderstood. Na-yi continued, the Fire Worm tribe is a cannibalistic tribe. In the southern wilderness, there are tribes that treat human beings as food, they will treat prisoners as food, and they especially eat pagans. We believe in the sorcerer, and take those that believe in shamanism as our sworn enemy, so they also regard us as pagans. Lin Ming found this difficult to accept. He had heard before from the government that they were dissolute and wicked, and the commoners had once eaten even the children of others. However, this was in ancient times. He hadn't expected that he would personally experience such a thing in this time period. Na-yi said, "My mother's bodyguard risked his life and braved death to gather my mother's corpse and place her into a coffin. When I last saw my mother, her body was already incomplete. Because she had been boiled, her hair had completely fallen off, and her body and face were full of teeth marks. One leg and one arm had already been torn apart, and there was nothing left but broken bones." The longer Na-yi spoke, the more calm she was. It was as if all her hatred and agony had been gathered and restrained within her, locked inside the deepest recesses of her heart. Listening to this, Lin Ming felt his stomach plummeting. He already felt that Na-yi's description was too much for some, and yet Na-yi had seen this with her own eyes, and that person was also her mother. No wonder. This was why Na-yi, at such a tender age, was able to have such a cold and unshakable determination. He was unable to stop himself from turning and glance towards Na Shui, who was pitifully huddled in a corner. That little girl was probably unaware of the tragic circumstances that had befallen her mother, and Na-yi would probably never let her find out. Lin Ming took a deep breath and asked, "What cultivation stage is Qi Guda at?" "A half step into the Hotian realm." "This is," Lin Ming frowned. So he was a half-step Hotian martial artist. Although he had just killed a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hotian realm, that was only because there were all sorts of advantageous factors that had gathered together. Even then, he had barely succeeded. Now that he had already spent the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, he didn't have the slightest belief that he could defeat a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Not only that, but since he was a general, then this person would also be protected by several guards. To kill a person in a crowd, that was even more difficult. Chapter 173, Low-Grade Heaven Step. Na-yi was able to see the awkward dilemma that she put Lin Ming in. From the start, it had been hopeless to think that Lin Ming would ever be able to defeat Qi Guda. There was simply too large a disparity between a bone-forging stage martial artist and one that was in the pulse condensation period, not to mention that Qi Guda was already a half-step into the Hotian realm. In her opinion, the limit of Lin Ming's strength should be at the bone-forging stage. There was simply too large a difference when compared to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. She said, "I'm not asking for you to kill him now. I can wait 3 or 5 years." To Na-yi, it would already be a heavenly miracle if Lin Ming was able to defeat Qi Guda within 3 or 5 years. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. If he was able to achieve power equivalent to a half-step Hotian realm martial artist at 20, that would already create a new record within the last few centuries of the southern wilderness. Lin Ming did not explain what his thoughts were. He said to Na-yi, "Before anything is decided, wait until I come out from the Sorcerer Pagoda to plan again." Lin Ming did not know how much of the Sorcerer Pagoda's legacy he would receive, or how much his strength would increase. There was no sense in making any rash promises at this moment. "Give me the Sorcerer's Key," Lin Ming said. He took the pendant in his hand, gripped the heavy profound soft spear, and strode towards the Sorcerer Pagoda. The best time for one to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda was at 16 years of age. Lin Ming was only 2 months shy of 16. Now would be the best time for him to participate in the trials here. The Sorcerer Pagoda was several hundred feet high, and emitted a milky jade-colored light from all over. At the top of the pagoda there was a large ocean blue sphere that sent out a dazzling azure light. This sphere was also in the pattern of an eye, similar to the pendant that Lin Ming was now holding. The door was arched, with a 10-foot-tall sculpture on both sides. The sculptures were carvings of ancient mythical god-beasts. Inside the gate was a vast, limitless whiteness. It was impossible to clearly see inside. As Lin Ming approached the Sorcerer Pagoda, he was able to feel an incomparably pure and rich heaven and earth origin energy. Heaven and earth origin energy was the basis for all martial arts cultivation. The so-called true essence was simply the conversion of heaven and earth origin energy to one's own energy. True essence stones were also condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. Regardless of whether it was the body transformation stage, the Hotian realm, or even the Xiantian realm, a martial artist's cultivation would always originate from heaven and earth origin energy. What a dense heaven and earth origin energy! If I were to practice here, then I would have twice the results with half the effort. As Lin Ming greedily absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy around him, he stepped into the sorcerer pagoda. The scene around him suddenly changed. Lin Ming arrived at a completely black empty space. The ground underneath him was a giant platform of hard jade, and when he lifted his head he could actually see the stars brightly shining overhead. The faint starlight fell down from the sky and onto the jade ground as if it were silver gossamer threads. The illusionary world inside of the pagoda was extremely beautiful. However, the heaven and earth origin energy inside of the tower was much thinner. It was about the same as the lands outside the sorcerer holy land. There is actually less heaven and earth origin energy inside the pagoda. Lin Ming felt this was a bit incomprehensible. He assumed that the heaven and earth origin energy would be much richer inside of the pagoda. The inside of the sorcerer pagoda is more or less like the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Lin Ming recalled that he had also encountered such a scene when he first entered into the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He also recalled that from the time he had participated in the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance examination until now, only 4 months had passed. In less than 6 months of time, Lin Ming's strength had already undergone an enormous earth-shaking change. He had gone from being a tender youth at the early flesh training stage to now, where his strength was comparable to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming did not dare to say that he was the strongest amongst all of his peers, but in terms of progress, he was the fastest within the entire Sky Spill continent. It seems the so-called sorcerer's will is how far one can reach in the sorcerer pagoda. I wonder how far a 15-year-old with strength at the early pulse condensation period would be able to go in the exquisite pagoda now. The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was different from the 10,000 killing array. In the 10,000 killing array the strength of the enemy didn't change. However, in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, the strength of the enemies was decided by one's age. The greater one's age, the stronger the enemy. So in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, only talent was measured. At first, the elder responsible for the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda trial had spoken and said that in order to qualify, one only had to pass through the first level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. The second level was considered good, the third level was considered excellent, the fourth level was a genius, and the fifth level, it was simply impossible. The elder had only said this because he clearly understood the strength of the candidates. Throughout the past several decades of the Seven Profound Martial House, only Qin Xingxian was able to pass the fifth level. Lin Ming had barely managed to reach the fifth level, but he hadn't managed to pass it. As he thought of the past, Lin Ming's heart was filled with a burning desire and rising fighting spirit. Now he wanted to see just how high his own talent would be. Weapon, spear. 9 feet 9 inches, 1200 genes, created from heavy profound soft silver. As Lin Ming placed out his hand, a silver-long spear fell into his grip. Although the appearance was the exact same as the heavy profound soft spear, this spear was a lower quality treasure, and he would just be able to pour his true essence into it. The Sorcerer Pagoda was a test of a martial artist's talent. Things like treasure weapons, treasure armors, or any influence one could have from the outside world, was pushed down to the barest minimum. This was not the same as the 10,000 killing array. At this moment, a phantom started to congeal in front of Lin Ming, becoming more and more solid. This one was a martial artist dressed all in black, holding a sword. His cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation. Lin Ming remembered that when he had rushed up the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, the first enemy he had encountered was at the early second stage of body transformation. Now, the enemy was much more formidable than before. Apparently this was due to him having grown older. The black-clothed martial artist rushed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not even bother to use his spear. He merely fired out a punch and more than 100 vibrating true essence filaments flew out of his fist and submerged into the martial artist's body like poisonous snakes. The martial artist simply fell to the ground with a single puff, and died. To the Lin Ming of now, a martial artist whose cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation was simply too laughable. The truth was, for a 15 or 16-year-old to have cultivation at the peak second stage of body transformation was already quite good. For instance, Na Yi and Na Shui, who had reached the viscera training stage at 15 years old, were already considered rare talents. Qin Xingxian, who had achieved the bone forging stage at 15 years old, was a monstrous genius. As for Lin Ming, who had reached the altering muscle stage at only 15 years old, but whose real combat prowess was comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist, that was simply too terrifying for human words. The first pass was simply too easy. Lin Ming lifted his foot and prepared to enter the second level, but at this time, Lin Ming felt that the martial artist he had just killed had broken down into an invisible energy that entered his body. This energy was rejuvenating like a spring rain, nourishing all of Lin Ming's limbs and bones, and spreading through his flesh and blood, deep into his organs. Even his unopened meridians seemed to have loosened a bit. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Is this the power of the sorcerer? I get it. The power of the sorcerer is simply the purified version of extremely condensed heaven and earth origin energy. In the Sorcerer Pagoda, the reason that the heaven and earth origin energy is thin is because it is condensed into these phantom martial artists. The more phantoms that I kill, the more pure heaven and earth origin energy I can absorb. This is simply too magical. As Lin Ming revolved his true essence, he was pleasantly surprised to find that heaven and earth origin energy had caused his altering muscle stage cultivation to become more stable. He had a faint feeling that he was making great steps towards the large success state of altering muscle. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The 72 sorcerer pagodas that this mighty elder had constructed were simply too marvelous. This mighty elder must have been amazing to be able to invent this sort of method for one to gain heaven and earth origin energy. Presumably, this entire sorcerer pagoda was one giant array that gathered heaven and earth origin energy. However, the true essence that could be condensed here was limited. It was no wonder that only the chosen witches were able to enter into the sorcerer pagoda and inherit the power within. Lin Ming lifted his foot and appeared in the second level of the sorcerer pagoda. The enemy here was a black-clothed martial artist at the third stage of body transformation. In terms of cultivation, this was the standard for a 15-year-old genius. When Wang Yanfeng had participated in the 7 profound martial house entrance examination, he was also at the early third stage of body transformation. Just as the black-clothed martial artist appeared, Lin Ming flicked a finger and 800 vibrating true essence threads broke into the martial artist's body, directly smashing all of his organs. In the first few levels of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Lin Ming didn't want to waste any excess energy. This was because starting from the 4th level, the difficulty of the Sorcerer Pagoda would experience a steep rise. Lin Ming absorbed this heaven and earth origin energy once more, and his true essence thickened even further. Lin Ming was unstoppable. In the 3rd level of the Sorcerer Pagoda, 2 peak viscera training black-clothed martial artists appeared. Lin Ming shook the silver spear, and erupted with golden rock shattering the void. He instantly appeared in front of the 2 black-clothed martial artists, and before they could even respond, they had been completely stabbed to death by his spear. As he absorbed the energy of these 2, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body had reached a limiting point. If he grew just a bit more, he would be able to break through to the large success stage of altering muscle. Lin Ming, though, the power of the sorcerer within the Sorcerer Pagoda is truly formidable. It's only because my cultivation is too high and my true essence is too thick. If my cultivation was at the viscera training stage, I probably would have already broken through the stage after reaching the 3rd level. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to shimmer. A blood-red ball emerged from thin air. This sphere was a foot in diameter, and was completely covered in layers of intricate patterns. On the area of the sphere facing Lin Ming, he could see that there was a circular indent that matched the sorcerer's key. Nai had said that only with the sorcerer's key would one be able to open up the 4th level. Otherwise, they would be restricted to the first 3 levels. Lin Ming took out the sorcerer's key from his spatial ring, and carefully placed it within that indent. At that moment, the key seemed to melt into the sphere, and the crimson orb began to emit a flaming red light. Near Lin Ming's ear, he could hear a series of incantations. These incantations were same as the prayers that Nai had been reciting earlier. This incantation. Lin Ming's heart shook like an earthquake was resonating within. When Nai had first opened the transmission array of the Sorcerer Holy Land, and opened the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda, she had also recited a similar incantation. But because Nai's words were somewhat vague and mumbling, Lin Ming hadn't been paying much attention, and thought that it was only a prayer of sort that was passed down by the sorcerer's teachings. But now that the incantation directly resounded near Lin Ming's ear, he was able to clearly hear each and every syllable. This incantation was language from the realm of the gods. Lin Ming had absorbed the souls of 2 mighty elders from the realm of the gods. Although they were just small pieces of the originals, with these two combined, Lin Ming was able to generally understand the language of the realm of the gods. Inside the sphere, a monotone voice began to sound out. Talent rank evaluation, low-grade heaven step. Requirements for transmission acquired. Lin Ming was shocked. Even talents could be assessed according to different criteria. And he was a low-grade heaven step talent. Although Lin Ming didn't know what it meant to be a low-grade heaven step talent, what he was certain of was that within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Southern Wilderness, or even the 200,000 miles of land that were ruled by the 7 profound valleys, there weren't many at his age that could surpass his strength. And what did it mean for him to meet the requirements for transmission? Just where would the transmission array send him? Chapter 174, Sorcerer Pagoda's Secret. When each person entered into the pagoda, would they also undergo a similar evaluation? Did they have to meet the so-called admission requirement? A series of questions popped up in Lin Ming's mind. At this moment, the scenery around him began to suddenly twist. Immediately after, Lin Ming felt dizzy. It was as if his body was a piece of cotton that was sent blowing into the wind. His body felt weightless, and his organs seemed as if they had been twisted several times in space. This sort of uncomfortable feeling really made one want to puke. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming felt as if he were dropping, and finally fell upon the hard ground. He reached out his hands to feel the floor. The ground was actually hot to the touch with a sort of scalding heat. Is this the inner tower within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Lin Ming rubbed his aching head as he looked up. He was somewhat surprised to see that in this land within the Sorcerer Pagoda, the surroundings were like a blood-drenched world. In the vast expanse of this world, every rock was red, the ground was barren and desolate, and not too far away there were large bloody lakes. In the lakes there were giant bubbles of hot gas forming, and a smell of blood was thick in the air. Blood Lake. Lin Ming gulped. If that was true, then just how much blood was needed to form that lake? Was this an illusionary dreamland? Or was this the real world? Lin Ming recalled that extremely uncomfortable sense of distortion a moment ago, and he vaguely understood that he had just passed through a long-distance transmission array. When Lin Ming had gone through the transmission array to the lava cave, he also had experienced a similar feeling. In the lava cave's transmission array, the distance he traveled was only several hundred miles. But this time, the feeling of distortion was simply sharp and acute. Just how far had he been transmitted? At this moment, in front of Lin Ming, a red light appeared out of nowhere and gradually began to condense into a solid object. It formed into a giant red eye. As Lin Ming saw this eye, his heart tightened and he subconsciously took half a step back. This eye gave him an extremely horrifying feeling. Just what was it? Hello, human. A cold voice sounded in Lin Ming's mind. It used the language of the realm of the gods. Who are you? Lin Ming recalled that when the group had traveled here, they had seen this eye design countless times. From when they had entered the Sorcerer Holy Land, to the gate of the Sorcerer Pagoda, to the Sorcerer Pagoda sculpture, to the Sorcerer's Key, all of these contained this kind of eye design. Initially, Lin Ming had thought that the people of the Southern Wilderness worshipped the eye, thus they had used the eye as a totem. However, he hadn't thought that within the Sorcerer Pagoda, there would actually be such a giant red eye. There is no need to fear. My name is Yen Mo. I live within the space between life and feed upon dreams. 29,000 years ago, I was subdued by Master, and become Master's contract beast. Master. Contract beast. Is your master, the sorcerer? Yes. That is the name with which the people of the Southern Wilderness call my master. 50,000 years ago, Master established a vast divine kingdom within the Southern Wilderness. After 2 millennia, Master soared into the realm of the gods, and the divine kingdom was inherited by Master's descendants. The divine kingdom continued to exist for 10,000 years, but after time, the world began to change, and the divine kingdom gradually declined. From massive wars caused by evil men, to the outbreak of beast floods, to natural disasters such as earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, the once vast divine kingdom disintegrated until it was no more. After 10,000 more years, it became the current Southern Wilderness. The swamps spread, and the vicious beasts and poisonous insects bred to countless numbers. The original citizens, because of war or disasters, either died or scattered to all reaches of the land, and slowly evolved to the present people of the Southern Wilderness. 20,000 years ago, the End of Master's destiny was approaching. Before he entered closed-door seclusion, he returned to the southern wilderness. He saw that his once endless divine kingdom had turned into rubble, and these descendants had devolved into the uncivilized people of the southern wilderness. In his heart, he felt a deep melancholy. Thus, he established 72 smelting trial pagodas, with me as the eternal guard. The master hoped that through the 72 trials of these pagodas, he would be able to give his descendants a light of hope. Lin Ming listened with shock. He had thought that this sorcerer, although he may have been fierce in the Sky Spill continent, would only have been considered an ordinary powerhouse within the realm of the gods. However, listening to Yen Mo's description, he was afraid that the sorcerer was actually an overlord. As the saying went, 100 years dynasty, 1,000 years sect, 10,000 years holy land. Hearing from Yen Mo, since the divine kingdom had existed for 10,000 years, it must have been a holy land. And the founder of the holy land had lived at least 30,000 years. It was difficult to imagine just how formidable his power truly was. I see. So these 72 sorcerer pagodas were left behind by the mighty elder of the realm of the gods before he entered closed-door seclusion. Lin Ming finally understood why there were so many sorcerer pagodas within the southern wilderness. As a martial artist's cultivation increased, their life would also extend. When they reached the end of their life and still hadn't broken through the bottleneck, they would often choose life or death closed-door seclusion. If they failed to break through, then they would simply perish within. Closed-door seclusion was an imperative matter. Before entering into seclusion, one had to make sufficient preparations. One had their karma left over from their fates, otherwise a demon would be left inside their heart. The sorcerer's divine kingdom and the descendants that he had left behind were one such bond that he had to resolve. Therefore, the reason that he had returned to the southern wilderness was to reap the karma that he had sown. Since the divine kingdom was no longer, he established 72 sorcerer pagodas in order to give his descendants a glimmer of hope. Like this, he had paid all the debts of his fate and no longer worried. Afterwards, these 72 sorcerer pagodas were discovered one after another by the people of the southern wilderness. They were recognized as a miracle, and thus the faith of the sorcerer had been founded. As for the I-totem, that was because there were some witches that had seen Yen Mo. After all these thoughts were put in order, Lin Ming had never thought that the 72 sorcerer pagodas had hidden such a secret. Yen Mo said, "You are the first one in the last 800 years to appear in the southern wilderness with a heaven-step talent. You thus have the qualifications to proceed into the life and death smelting trial. Through completing the trial by fire, you will obtain a treasure of formidable power that Master left behind. This smelting trial is not an illusion, it is a true killing array. In the smelting trial, if you lose, you may forfeit. Otherwise, you can also die. Would you like to enter into the life and death smelting trial? A treasure handed down by a mighty elder of the realm of the gods. What sort of miraculous thing would that be? And he could even obtain the power of this life and death smelting trial. This truly stirred Lin Ming's heart. He nodded and said, "I do." Good. The life and death smelting trial also has 7 trials, each of which is more difficult than the sorcerer pagoda. For these last several hundreds of years, you are the only person to enter into the life and death smelting trial. I wish you good luck. As Yen Mo said this, his body was like a rippling wave that slowly faded away. The surrounding scenery returned to a blood-red world. This blood-red world was a true killing array, it was not an illusion. Lin Ming extracted the heavy profound soft spear from his spatial ring. Since this was a killing array, he could use a real weapon, and didn't need to summon one. First trial, hell. Lin Ming's mind resounded with a calm and monotonous voice. As it spoke, numerous bubbles began to form in the blood lake, and groups of blood-red humanoid creatures began climbing out from the blood lake. Blood demons. It was said that in places rich with blood, a blood demon would be born. These blood demons could absorb a person's blood and true essence in order to grow. There were even some blood demons that existed in far-off lands that were able to completely assume human form. Their strength could be equivalent to a Xiantian realm master. Originally, when Lin Ming had entered the sorcerer pagoda, every level he entered had only had some defenseless little cats. Now, there were actually so many blood demons. Lin Ming's warrior spirit began to burn with the urge to battle. Kill. Lin Ming suddenly moved, and his body disappeared like a ghost. The heavy profound soft spear was simply like a bolt of white light as it cut across. There were only 2 popping sounds as two of the blood demons were nearly sliced in half. However, although the 2 blood demons had been cut, they didn't die. They began to fuse back together. Undying. Their vitality is truly strong. But since they managed to run into me, they can only chalk it up to bad luck. Lin Ming flicked his spear and vibrating true essence began to flood out like an overwhelming tide. Flow like silk. Pang. Pang. There were 2 sounds of explosions, and the pair of blood demons burst into a bloody red fog. With this, they had completely died. After the 2 blood demons perished, they melted into invisible energies that floated into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the blood in his body. Feeling the force of these 2 energies, Lin Ming was surprised. He thought that killing these 2 blood demons would be like before, and they would supplement the true essence within his body. However, he didn't expect that the blood demons would actually supplement the strength of vitality within his blood. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. This life and death smelting trial was beyond extraordinary. Although it was uncommonly difficult, its effects were not something that the Sorcerer Pagoda could hope to match. The Sorcerer Pagoda was able to increase a martial artist's cultivation. However, the life and death smelting trial was able to enhance every aspect of a martial artist's strength. For instance, this blood demon augmented one's blood vitality. With powerful vitality, one would be able to contain more true essence, and one's endurance would also increase. It would even be easier to recover from a serious injury. When one's vitality reached the limit, even dismembered limbs could be reborn from nothing, the body would simply be immutable. A few days ago, Lin Ming had swallowed the 500-year-old blood Lingji, which had boosted his blood vitality. Now, after killing just 2 blood demons, Lin Ming obtained the effects of 1/3 of the blood Lingji. If he continued to kill more, then he couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of vitality was that he would be able to accumulate. Seeing the numerous blood demons emerge from the blood lake, Lin Ming buzzed in trepidation. His fighting spirit began to soar into the sky, and the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments of his heavy profound soft spear began to shudder in excitement, as if they were irascible tin flood dragons. The silver spear point shivered, and began to let out a keening sound. Let's fight to the end. Lin Ming was like a meteor that crashed forwards in the group of blood demons. The heavy profound soft spear in his hand was like an epic silver dragon that dove into a sea of blood. Where the silver dragon visited, blood would flow. In such a bloody battle, Lin Ming attached a strong vibrating true essence force to each spear strike. A circular wave of visible true essence fluctuated in the air like a tsunami with the spear as the epicenter. The blood demons burst in an endless cloud of bloody fog. Because the blood fog was too dense, it condensed in the air, and formed a rain of blood. As Lin Ming fought in such a blood mist, the rain of blood continuously fell down upon him, running down his skin and streaming into his body. Lin Ming was the first person in the last 800 years to enter into this life and death smelting trial, therefore this cloud of bloody rain was the 800 years of vitality that had been saved from the Sorcerer Holy Land. It was incomparably strong and incomparably pure. Fun. By now, Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood. The more he fought, the stronger his body was becoming. He felt these vital energies constantly converging with his body, so not only was he not exhausted, but he felt as if he had a limitless well of strength. 9 feet 9 inch heavy profound soft spear, its aura was like a bright rainbow sweeping past 10,000 enemies. Chapter 175, Hungry Ghosts. As the spearhead passed through the blood demons, they would break apart just like bags of blood that were smashed apart. With a single sweep, 3 or 4 blood demons would be demolished by the vibrating force. In only an incense stick of time, nearly 100 blood demons were completely cleared by Lin Ming. But at this moment, not too far away, a massive cloud of bloody fog began to coalesce into a blood demon that was twice as large as a normal one. This blood demon was different, one could clearly make out its distinct facial features, and it seemed to carry a profound sense of intelligence. Obviously, this blood demon was the most formidable of them all. As Lin Ming saw this final blood demon, the corners of his mouth tipped upwards in a savage grin. His feet tread the ground, and he burst forward like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, the several dozens of feet distance between them were closed. The gathered momentum of Lin Ming erupted like a volcano. Flood dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's spear pierced through that blood demon's body, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into its body, directly exploding it into a fog of blood. A stream of blood energy flowed into Lin Ming. This blood demon was almost equal to a 500-year-old blood Lingji. In total, Lin Ming had slain 99 normal blood demons and the blood demon leader. This was equivalent to absorbing more than a dozen 500-year-old blood Lingji. The massive amount of blood vitality reverberated within Lin Ming's body. There was about half that he wouldn't be able to absorb for now. If Lin Ming's vitality had been as energetic as a burning stove, then now, his vitality was like a billowing rocket, soaring into the deep blue sky. Awesome. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He felt as if he was filled to the brim with energy. Although he had just undergone a fierce battle, his current state was much better than before. There is still much blood energy within my body that hasn't been absorbed. Still, the strength of my vitality has been augmented. I can fight all day and I still wouldn't be tired. Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. He took the heavy profound soft spear and drew a bloody cut along his hand. Then, an unimaginable scene took place. This cut healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and before long it had completely regenerated. Seeing this, Lin Ming was stunned. Although he knew that his power of blood vitality was able to enhance the healing capabilities of the body, he hadn't expected it to reach this level. With such an abnormal restorative ability, he would no longer need to fear injuries on the battlefield. If he could obtain some rare material in the future and supplement his blood vitality even further, then he might really be able to reach the legendary realm of regenerating lost limbs, or even being reborn from a single drop of blood. The Hell trial has concluded. Second trial, Hungry Ghost. That calmly indifferent voice rang within Lin Ming's ears again. Suddenly, his surroundings began to change. The bloody lakes and red sky began to turn into a completely dark and gloomy world. Looking up, he could see that the sky was a pale yellow like muddied waters, and there were countless black crows flying everywhere. The unimaginable number of black feathers in the sky obscured any bright sunlight there was. A surging river emerged from the ground. The greenish-yellow waters of the river roiled in churning, never-ending waves. A boundless deathly gas blew through the air. On the riverside, there was an obsidian stone tablet. 2 large characters written on it, Yellow Springs. Hungry Ghost. I see, it's just like Na-E said. The Sorcerer Pagoda was divided into 7 levels: Hell, Hungry Ghost, Animals, Witch Slave, Mortals, Celestial Envoy, and the Word of the Sorcerer. I thought that these names were only because of the religion and superstitions of the southern wilderness people. I didn't actually expect it to be true. But these 7 trials do not exist in the Sorcerer Pagoda, but instead in the life and death smelting trial. It's just that an ordinary witch simply has no chance to see them. Then, the waves of the Yellow Springs began to violently churn, and massive whirlpools appeared within it. Hungry ghosts began to rush out from the greenish-yellow river waters, ominously howling as they fired towards Lin Ming. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-E and Na-Shui were silently waiting. Na-Shui said, "Big sister, couldn't you enter the Sorcerer Pagoda with that big brother and go through the Sorcerer's test?" Na-E said, "The power of the sorcerer within the Sorcerer Pagoda is limited. The effects won't be as good if 2 people enter in at the same time. Not only that, but with my current strength, I'll at most be able to make it to the 4th floor." Na-E had only just reached 15 years of age. It was still too early for her to undergo the trial of the Sorcerer Pagoda. Na-E had her own wild ambitions. She wanted to reach the 5th floor of the Sorcerer Pagoda, or even the 6th floor, and gain the sorcerer's recognition to restore her Na tribe. Since the founding of the Na tribe, it was already very good if a witch was able to reach the 3rd or 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda. If they passed through the 4th to the 5th, then they were a genius among talents. If they passed through the 5th to the 6th, then they were a legend. In the 1,000 or so years of the Na tribe's existence, there had only ever been one person to enter the 6th level. And that legendary figure was the first witch queen of the Na tribe who had brought her people to travel the land, expanded their territory, and eventually founded the Na tribe. "Big sister, what level do you think that big brother Mo is at now?" Na-Shui innocently asked. Na-Yi's eyebrows knitted together. She looked towards the Sorcerer Pagoda with an anxiously puzzled expression. Before, she had seen Lin Ming rush up the first 3 levels with incredible speed that was enough to make her gasp in surprise. However, it wasn't too unexpected. After all, Lin Ming's strength was at the limit of a bone-forging powerhouse. With his strength, he should have been able to roll over the first 3 levels. But what was strange was that after she had seen Lin Ming pass through the first 3 levels from outside the pagoda, he had seemingly disappeared. She had been staring at the 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda and found that the formation array hadn't even begun to revolve. This proved that Lin Ming hadn't entered the 4th level. Just what could have happened? With Mo Lin's strength, it's impossible that he couldn't reach the 4th floor. He should easily pass through the 5th and into the 6th. His progress should at least be no less than the first Witch Queen of the Na tribe. Could Mo Lin have experienced some sort of accident within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Thinking this, Na-E felt her heart tighten in distress. But, the Sorcerer Pagoda is only an illusory magic array, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if it is too difficult, Na-E suddenly gasped as she remembered something. In the ancient texts of the witches, there was once a legend that existed. In that legend, there was once a time long, long ago, when the sorcerer had founded a divine kingdom. The Sorcerer Pagoda was the entrance leading to the divine kingdom. If one was selected by the sorcerer, they would be able to open the door to the divine kingdom. Once they returned from that holy land, they would be the king of the southern wilderness. King of the southern wilderness. Na-E took a deep breath, her heart surging with emotions as goosebumps began to rise on her arms. Bones as thin as firewood, sunken eyes, pupils the color of blood, so these are the hungry ghosts of the hungry ghost world. Lin Ming watched as the hideous ghosts stumbled towards him. Their bodies were lean to the point of being gnawed by a pile of bones. Their limbs were short and their heads were grotesquely huge. Their mouths were twisted open, and he could see dense rows of sharp teeth with a long, red tongue hanging out as it unendingly dripped saliva. Whether it is hungry ghosts or blood demons, I'll kill you all the same. Lin Ming rushed towards the hungry ghost at the front, striking out with his spear. At this point, the absurd occurred. Lin Ming's spear hadn't been blocked and struck the hungry ghost without resistance, but the hungry ghost wasn't injured even a bit. Unharmed, it rushed towards Lin Ming. A claw swiped downwards. Lin Ming's eyes widened and he immediately launched the golden rock, shattering the void movement, instantly disappearing from where he stood and avoiding the dangerous blow. Physical damage immunity. Lin Ming suddenly understood. The hungry ghost itself was only a ghost, it wasn't a true corporeal entity. I see, so I'll have to use a martial skill to deal with them, and use the explosive force to scatter their soul. If a martial artist's martial skills weren't potent enough, then this trial would be truly bothersome. The truth was, Lin Ming belonged in the class of martial artists that didn't have mighty martial skills. It was just recently that he had accidentally created the Thunderfire Annihilation skill. However, using the Thunderfire Annihilation would sap 40% of Lin Ming's total true essence reserves, it wasn't something that he could casually use. But this didn't matter. Lin Ming still had his true essence manifestation ability, and he could also use the powers of thunder and flame. Lin Ming shook his spear, and a purple electric snake began to circle down the heavy profound soft spear's shaft, making a sizzling sound as it passed. Thunder had always been a power that was able to exorcise spirits and demons. Ghosts feared the sunlight, and were even more fearful of thunder. If a ghost was caught out in a thunderstorm, the thunderclap would scatter their wretched soul until it was beyond redemption. However, in the legends there also existed super ghosts of unimaginable strength that were able to withstand the destructive power of thunder. They would fly into the thunderclouds and use the power of thunder to temper out the impurities of their soul. This was the so-called heavenly tribulation. Once a ghost was able to pass through this trial by thunder, they would be able to produce pure yang from within themselves, and eventually construct a pure yang body that was no different from a living human. Of course, these hungry ghosts in front of Lin Ming were nowhere near that level. Chi. The electric snake spat out a bolt of lightning that struck a hungry ghost. In that instant, that hungry ghost's soul was scattered into the wind. A surge of pure soul energy streamed into Lin Ming's body. In the next moment, he felt that his soul force had grown. Soul strengthening. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then he was jubilant. Before reaching the Xiantian realm, it was extremely difficult for one to cultivate soul force. Lin Ming had only done so by depending on the overbearing soul tactic and drawing inscriptions in order to augment his own soul force. However, that progress had been slow. Although Lin Ming's current soul force was much stronger than a martial artist at the same cultivation as him, it was still difficult to use that minimal soul force to draw up the body inscription symbol. That was why Lin Ming had barely managed to do so, and why each time after drawing the body inscription symbol, he had fallen into a deep slumber from overtaxing his soul force. I didn't imagine that the power of the hungry ghosts could strengthen one's soul force. That's really too rare. To an inscription master, soul force was of the utmost importance. Moreover, once one reached the Xiantian realm, they would also have to cultivate the soul. If he was able to build an early solid foundation for when he reached the Xiantian realm, then his future cultivation would inevitably proceed much more smoothly. Thinking this, Lin Ming's fighting spirit began to seethe with fervor. The thunder soul in his body also seemed to be infected by his zealousness as it rapidly spun around the heretical god seed. A thick bolt of twisting light emerged from Lin Ming's body. The crackling bright lightning was really shocking. The heavy profound soft spear turned into a flying purple dragon as it twisted in the air. Countless arcs of lightning spun around him, weaving a huge, expansive lightning grid. In such a storm of lightning, the hungry ghosts were like specks of snow within a raging firestorm. They rapidly melted and then evaporated in air. Their wailing hulls lingered in the air. A stream of pure soul energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the soul in his spiritual sea. Lin Ming felt as if his consciousness had never been so clear before. Even the smallest change around him could not escape his perception. At this moment, a shrill and mournful ghostly cry sounded nearby. Lin Ming didn't even need to turn his head, his soul force had already locked onto the enemy. This purple-colored wraith had the shocking appearance of a beautiful woman. However, this wraith only had a head, it had no body. From far away, one could see that this giant head was dozens of feet wide. It floated in air like it was embedded within the dimly pale yellow sky. Endlessly long bone-white hair danced in the wind. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.